Master Brooke, but the peaking cornuto, her husband, Master Brooke, dwelling in a continual larum of jealousy, comes me in the instant of our encounter. After we had embraced, kissed, protested, and, as it were, spoke the prologue of our comedy, and at his heels a rabble of his companions, thither provoked and instigated by his distemper, and, forsooth, to search his house for his wife's love. Ford. What? While you were there? Falstaff. While I was there. Ford. And did he search for you, and could not find you? Falstaff. You shall hear. As good luck would have it, comes in one Mistress Page, gives intelligence of Ford's approach, and in her invention and Ford's wife's distraction, they conveyed me into a buck-basket. Ford. A buck-basket. Falstaff. By the Lord, a buck-basket. Rammed me in with foul shirts and smocks, socks, foul stockings, greasy napkins, that, Master Brooke, there was the rancorest compound of villainous smell that ever offended nostril. Ford. And how long lay you there? Falstaff. Nay, you shall hear, Master Brooke, what I have suffered to bring this woman to evil for your good, being thus crammed in the basket. A couple of Ford's knaves, his hinds, were called forth by their mistress to carry me in the name of foul clothes to Datchet Lane. They took me on their shoulders, met the jealous knave their master in the door, who asked them once or twice what they had in their basket. I quaked for fear lest the lunatic knave would have searched it, but fate, ordaining he should be a cuckold, held his hand well, on went he for a search, and away went I for foul clothes. But mark the sequel, Master Brooke, I suffered the pangs of 3 several deaths. First, an intolerable fright to be detected with a jealous rotten bellwether. Next, to be compassed like a good bilbo in the circumference of a peck, hilt to point, heel to head, and then to be stopped in, like a strong distillation, with stinking clothes that fretted in their own grease. Think of that, a man of my kidney. Think of that am as subject to heat as butter. A man of continual dissolution and thaw. It was a miracle to escape suffocation, and in the height of this bath, when I was more than half stewed in grease, like a Dutch dish, to be thrown into the Thames and cooled, glowing hot, in that surge, like a horseshoe. Think of that, hissing hot. Think of that, Master Brooke. Ford. In good sadness, sir. I am sorry that for my sake you have suffered all this. My suit, then, is desperate. You'll undertake her no more? Falstaff. Master Brooke, I will be thrown into Etna, as I have been into Thames, ere I will leave her thus. Her husband is this morning gone a-birding. I have received from her another embassy of meeting. 'Twixt 8 and 9 is the hour, Master Brooke. Ford. 'Tis past 8 already, sir. Falstaff. Is it? I will then address me to my appointment. Come to me at your convenient leisure, and you shall know how I speed. And the conclusion shall be crowned with your enjoying her. Adieu, you shall have her, Master Brooke. Master Brooke, you shall cuckold Ford. Exit Falstaff. Ford. Ha. Is this a vision? Is this a dream? Do I sleep? Master Ford. Awake. Master Ford. There's a whole maid in your best coat, Master Ford. 'Tis to be married. 'Tis to have linen and buck-baskets. Well, I will proclaim myself what I am. That I will now take the lecture. He is at my house. He cannot scape me. 'Tis impossible he should. He cannot creep into a halfpenny purse, nor into a pepper-box, but, lest the devil that guides him should aid him, I will search impossible places, though what I am I cannot avoid. Yet to be what I would not shall not make me tame. If I have horns to make one mad, let the proverb go with me. I'll be horn-mad. Exit. Act 4. Scene I. The street. Enter Mistress Page, Mistress Quickly, and William. Mistress Page. Is he at Master Ford's already, think'st thou? Mistress Quickly. Sure he is by this, or will be presently, but truly he is very courageous mad about his throwing into the water. Mistress Ford desires you to come suddenly. Mistress Page. I'll be with her by and by. I'll but bring my young man here to school. Look where his master comes. 'Tis a playing day, I see. Enter Sir Hugh Evans. How now, Sir Hugh? No school today. Evans. No. Master Slender is let the boys leave to play. Mistress Quickly. Blessing of his heart. Mistress Page. Sir Hugh, my husband says my son profits nothing in the world at his book. I pray you ask him some questions in his accidents. Evans. Come hither. William. Hold up your head. Come. Mistress Page. Come on. Sirrah, hold up your head, answer your master. Be not afraid. Evans. William, how many numbers is in nouns? William. 2. Mistress quickly. Truly, I thought there had been one number more, because they say OD's nouns. Evans. Peace your tattlings. What is fair, William? William. Poulture. Mistress quickly. Polecats? There are fairer things than polecats, sure. Evans. You are of very simplicity, Oman. I pray you. Peace. What is lapis, William? William. A stone. Evans. And what is the stone, William? William. A pebble. Evans. No. It is lapis, I pray you remember in your praying. William. Lapis. Evans. That is a good William. What is he, William? That does lend articles? William. Articles are borrowed of the pronoun, and be thus declined. Singularator, nominativo, hic, hake, hoc. Evans. Nominativo, hig, hag, hog, pray you. Mark. Genitivo, huiusque. What is your accusative case? William. Accusativo, hink. Evans. I pray you, have your remembrance, child. Accusativo, hung, hang, hog. Mistress quickly. Hang hog is Latin for bacon, I warrant you. Evans. Leave your prables, Omonda. What is the vocative case, William? William. O vocativo. O. Evans. Remember, William. Vocative is carrot. Mistress quickly. And that's a good root. Evans. Oman. Forbear. Mistress Page. Peace. Evans. What is your genitive case plural, William? William. Genitive case? Evans. I. William. Genitive. Horum. Harem. Horum. Mistress quickly. Vengeance of Jenny's case. Fie on her. Never name her. Child. If she be a whore. Evans. For shame, Oman. Mistress quickly. You do ill to teach the child such words. He teaches him to hick and to hack, which they'll do fast enough of themselves, and to call whorum. Fie upon you. Evans. Oman. Art thou lunatics? Hast thou no understandings for thy cases, and the numbers of the genders? Thou art as foolish Christian creatures as I would desires. Mistress Page. To quickly. Prithee, hold thy peace. Evans. Show me now, William, some declensions of your pronouns. William. Forsooth, I have forgot. Evans. It is ca, quay, quat out if you forget your cas, your quas, and your quats. You must be preaches, go your ways and play, go. Mistress Page. He is a better scholar than I thought he was. Evans. He is a good sprag memory, farewell. Mistress Page. Mistress Page. Adieu, good Sir Hugh. Exit Sir Hugh Evans. Get you home. Boy come, we stay too long. Exeunt. Scene 2, a room in Ford's house. Enter Falstaff and Mistress Ford. Falstaff. Mistress Ford, your sorrow hath eaten up my sufferance. I see you are obsequious in your love, and I profess requital to a hair's breadth, not only, Mistress Ford, in the simple office of love, but in all the accoutrement, compliment, and ceremony of it. But are you sure of your husband now? Mistress Ford. He's a-birding, sweet Sir John. Mistress Page. Within. What ho, Gossip Ford, what ho? Mistress Ford. Step into the chamber, Sir John. Exit Falstaff. Enter Mistress Page. Mistress Page. How now, sweetheart? Who's at home besides yourself? Mistress Ford. Why, none but mine own people. Mistress Page. Indeed? Mistress Ford. No, certainly. Aside to her. Speak louder. Mistress Page. Truly, I am so glad you have nobody here. Mistress Ford. Why? Mistress Page. Why, woman, your husband is in his old loons again. He so takes on yonder with my husband, so rails against all married mankind, so curses all Eve's daughters, of what complexion soever, and so buffets himself on the forehead, crying, peer out, that any madness I ever yet beheld seemed but tameness, civility, and patience. To this his distemper he is in now. I am glad the fat knight is not here. Mistress Ford. Why, does he talk of him? Mistress Page. Of none but him, and swears he was carried out the last time he searched for him in a basket. Protests to my husband he is now here, and hath drawn him and the rest of their company from their sport to make another experiment of his suspicion, but I am glad the knight is not here, now he shall see his own foolery. Mistress Ford. How near is he, Mistress Page? Mistress Page. Hard by, at street end. He will be here anon. Mistress Ford. I am undone. The knight is here. Mistress Page. Why, then, you are utterly shamed, and he's but a dead man. What a woman are you! Away with him, away with him. Better shame than murder. Mistress Ford. Which way should he go? How should I bestow him? Shall I put him into the basket again? Enter Falstaff. Falstaff. No, I'll come no more. I the basket, may I not go out ere he come? Mistress Page. Alas, 3 of Master Ford's brothers watch the door with pistols, that none shall issue out, otherwise you might slip away ere he came. But what make you here? Falstaff. What shall I do? I'll creep up into the chimney. Mistress Ford. There they always use to discharge their birding pieces. Mistress Page. Creep into the kiln hole. Falstaff. Where is it? Mistress Ford. He will seek there, on my word, neither press, coffer, chest, trunk, well, vault, but he hath an abstract for the remembrance of such places, and goes to them by his note. There is no hiding you in the house. Falstaff. I'll go out then. Mistress Page. If you go out in your own semblance, you die, Sir John, unless you go out disguised. Mistress Ford. How might we disguise him? Mistress Page. Alas the day, I know not, there is no woman's gown big enough for him. Otherwise he might put on a hat, a muffler, and a kerchief, and so escape. Falstaff. Good hearts, devise something, any extremity rather than a mischief. Mistress Ford. My maid's aunt, the fat woman of Brentford, has a gown above. Mistress Page. On my word, it will serve him. She's as big as he is, and there's her thrummed hat, and her muffler too. Run up, Sir John. Mistress Ford. Go, go. Sweet Sir John. Mistress Page, and I will look some linen for your head. Mistress Page. Quick, quick. We'll come dress you straight. Put on the gown the while. Exit Falstaff. Mistress Ford. I would my husband would meet him in this shape. He cannot abide the old woman of Brentford. He swears she's a witch, forbade her my house, and hath threatened to beat her. Mistress Page. Heaven guide him to thy husband's cudgel, and the devil guide his cudgel afterwards. Mistress Ford. But is my husband coming? Mistress Page. Aye, in good sadness is he, and talks of the basket too. Howsoever he hath had intelligence. Mistress Ford. We'll try that, for I'll appoint my men to carry the basket again, to meet him at the door with it as they did last time. Mistress Page. Nay, but he'll be here presently. Let's go dress him like the witch of Brentford. Mistress Ford. I'll first direct my men what they shall do with the basket to go up. I'll bring linen for him straight. Exit Mistress Ford. Mistress Page. Hang him, dishonest varlet. We cannot misuse him enough. We'll leave a proof, by that which we will do. Wives may be merry and yet honest too. We do not act that often jest and laugh. 'Tis old but true. Still swine eats all the draught. Exit. Enter Mistress Ford with John and Robert. Mistress Ford. Go, sirs, take the basket again on your shoulders. Your master is hard at door. If he bid you set it down, obey him quickly. Dispatch. Exit Mistress Ford. John. Come, come, take it up. Robert. Pray heaven it be not full of night again. John. I hope not. I had lief as bear so much lead. Enter Ford, Page, Shallow, Caius, and Sir Hugh Evans. Ford. Aye, but if it prove true, Master Page, have you any way then to unfold me again? Set down the basket, villain. Somebody call my wife, youth in a basket. Oh, you panderly rascals. There's a knot, a gin, a pack, a conspiracy against me. Now shall the devil be shamed. What, wife, I say? Come, come forth. Behold what honest clothes you send forth to bleaching. Page. Why, this passes, Master Ford. You are not to go loose any longer. You must be pinioned. Evans. Why, this is lunatics. This is mad as a mad dog. Shallow. Indeed, Master Ford, this is not well, indeed. Ford. So say I too, sir. Enter Mistress Ford. Come hither, Mistress Ford. Mistress Ford, the honest woman, the modest wife, the virtuous creature, that hath the jealous fool to her husband. I suspect without cause, mistress, do I? Mistress Ford. Heaven be my witness you do, if you suspect me in any dishonesty. Ford. Well said, brazen face. Hold it out. Come forth, Sirrah. Pulls clothes out of the basket. Page. This passes. Mistress Ford. Are you not ashamed? Let the clothes alone. Ford. I shall find you anon. Evans. 'Tis unreasonable. Will you take up your wife's clothes? Come, away. Ford. Empty the basket, I say. Mistress Ford. Why, man, why? Ford. Master Page, as I am a man, there was one conveyed out of my house yesterday in this basket. Why may not he be there again? In my house I am sure he is. My intelligence is true. My jealousy is reasonable. Pluck me out all the linen. Mistress Ford. If you find a man there, he shall die a flea's death. Page. Here's no man. Shallow. By my fidelity, this is not well, Master Ford. This wrongs you. Evans. Master Ford, you must pray, and not follow the imaginations of your own heart. This is jealousies. Ford. Well, he's not here I seek for. Page. No, nor nowhere else but in your brain. Ford. Help to search my house this one time. If I find not what I seek, show no color for my extremity. Let me forever be your table sport. Let them say of me as jealous as Ford, that searched a hollow walnut for his wife's leman. Satisfy me once more search with me. Exeunt John and Robert with the basket. Mistress Ford. What, home, Mistress Page. Come you, and the old woman down. My husband will come into the chamber. Ford. Old woman? What old woman's that? Mistress Ford. Why, it is my maid's aunt of Brentford. Ford. A witch, a queen, an old cousining queen. Have I not forbid her my house? She comes of errands, does she? We are simple men. We do not know what's brought to pass under the profession of fortune-telling. She works by charms, by spells, by the figure, and such daubery as this is beyond our element. We know nothing. Come down, you witch, you hag, you. Come down, I say. Mistress Ford. Nay, good sweet husband, good gentleman, let him not strike the old woman. Enter Falstaff disguised as an old woman, led by Mistress Page. Mistress Page. Come, Mother Pratt. Come, give me your hand. Ford. I'll Pratt her. Beats him. Out of my door. You witch, you rag, you baggage, you polecat, you runyon. Out, out. I'll conjure you. I'll fortune tell you. Exit Falstaff. Mistress Page. Are you not ashamed? I think you have killed the poor woman. Mistress Ford. Nay, he will do it. 'Tis a goodly credit for you. Ford. Hang her, witch. Evans. By no, I think the oman is a witch indeed. I like not when a oman has a great beard. I spy a great beard under her muffler. Ford. Will you follow, gentlemen? I beseech you follow. See but the issue of my jealousy. If I cry out thus upon no trail, never trust me when I open again. Page. Let's obey his humor a little further. Come, gentlemen. Exeunt Ford, Page, Caius, Evans, and Shallow. Mistress Page. Trust me, he beat him most pitifully. Mistress Ford. Nay, by mass, that he did not. He beat him most unpitifully, methought. Mistress Page. I'll have the cudgel hallowed and hung o'er the altar. He hath done meritorious service. Mistress Ford. What think you? May we, with the warrant of womanhood and the witness of a good conscience, pursue him with any further revenge? Mistress Page. The spirit of wantonness is sure scared out of him. If the devil have him not in fee simple, with fine and recovery, he will never, I think, in the way of waste, attempt us again. Mistress Ford. Shall we tell our husbands how we have served him? Mistress Page. Yes, by all means, if it be but to scrape the figures out of your husband's brains. If they can find in their hearts the poor unvirtuous fat knight shall be any further afflicted, We two will still be the ministers. Mistress Ford. I'll warrant they'll have him publicly shamed, and methinks there would be no period to the jest should he not be publicly shamed. Mistress Page. Come, to the forge with it, then shape it. I would not have things cool. Exeunt. Scene 3. A room in the Garter Inn. Enter host and Bardolph. Bardolph. Sir, the Germans desire to have 3 of your horses. The Duke himself will be tomorrow at court, and they are going to meet him. Host. What Duke should that be come so secretly? I hear not of him in the court. Let me speak with the gentlemen. They speak English? Bardolph. Sir, I'll call them to you. Host. They shall have my horses, but I'll make them pay. I'll sauce them. They have had my house a week at command. I have turned away my other guests. They must come off. I'll sauce them come. Exeunt. Scene 4. A room in Ford's house. Enter Page, Ford, Mistress Page, Mistress Ford, and Sir Hugh Evans. Evans. 'Tis one of the best discretions of Oman as ever I did look upon. Page. And did he send you both these letters at an instant? Mistress Page. Within a quarter of an hour. Ford. Pardon me, wife, henceforth, do what thou wilt. I rather will suspect the sun with cold than thee with wantonness. Now doth thy honor stand in him that was of late an heretic, as firm as faith. Page. 'Tis well, no more. Be not as extreme in submission as an offense. But let our plot go forward, let our wives yet once again, to make us public sport, appoint a meeting with this old fat fellow, where we may take him and disgrace him for it. Ford. There is no better way than that they spoke of. Page. How? To send him word they'll meet him in the park at midnight? Fie, he'll never come. Evans. You say he has been thrown in the rivers, and has been grievously peat in as an old Oman. Methinks there should be terrors in him, that he should not come. Methinks his flesh is punished. He shall have no desires. Page. So think I too. Mistress Ford. Devise but how you'll use him when he comes, and let us too devise to bring him thither. Mistress Page. There is an old tale goes that Herne the Hunter, sometime a keeper here in Windsor Forest, doth all the winter time, at still midnight, walk round about an oak, with great ragged horns, and there he blasts the tree, and takes the cattle, and makes milch kine yield blood, and shakes a chain in a most hideous and dreadful manner. You have heard of such a spirit, and well you know the superstitious idle-headed eld received and did deliver to our age this tale of Herne the Hunter for a truth. Page. Why, yet there want not many that do fear in deep of night to walk by this Herne's oak. But what of this? Mistress Ford. Marry, this is our device. That Falstaff at that oak shall meet with us, disguised like Herne, with huge horns on his head. Page. Well, let it not be doubted but he'll come, and in this shape. When you have brought him thither, what shall be done with him? What is your plot? Mistress Page. That likewise have we thought upon, and thus. Nan Page my daughter, and my little son, and 3 or 4 more of their growth, we'll dress like urchins, oafs and fairies, green and white, with rounds of waxen tapers on their heads and rattles in their hands upon a sudden, as Falstaff, she, and I are newly met. Let them from forth a soppet rush at once with some diffused song. Upon their sight we too in great amazeness will fly. Then let them all encircle him about, and fairy-like, to pinch the unclean knight, and ask him why, that hour of fairy revel, in their so sacred paths he dares to tread in shape profane. Mistress Ford. Until he tell the truth, let the supposed fairies pinch him sound, and burn him with their tapers. Mistress Page. The truth being known, we'll all present ourselves, dishorn the spirit, and mock him home to Windsor. Ford. The children must be practiced well to this, or they'll ne'er do tea. Evans. I will teach the children their behaviors, and I will be like a jackanapes also, to burn the night with my tabor. Ford. That will be excellent. I'll go buy them vizards. Mistress Page. My Nan shall be the queen of all the fairies, finely attired in a robe of white. Page. That silk will I go buy. Aside. And in that time, shall Master Slender steal my Nan away, and marry her at Eton. Go. Send to Falstaff straight. Ford. Nay. I'll to him again in name of Brooke. He'll tell me all his purpose sure. He'll come. Mistress Page. Fear not you that go. Get us properties and tricking for our fairies. Evans. Let us about it to it is admirable pleasures and fairy honest knaveries. Exeunt Page, Ford and Evans. Mistress Page. Go, Mistress Ford. Send quickly to Sir John to know his mind. Exit Mistress Ford. I'll to the doctor, he hath my good will, and none but he, to marry with Nan Page. That slender, though well landed, is an idiot, and he my husband best of all affects. The doctor is well moneyed, and his friends potent at court. He, none but he, shall have her, though 20,000 worthier come to crave her. Exit. Scene V. A room in the Garter Inn. Enter host and simple. Host. What wouldst thou have, boor? What? Thick skin. Speak, breathe, discuss. Brief, short, quick, snap. Simple. Marry, sir. I come to speak with Sir John Falstaff from Master Slender. Host. There's his chamber, his house, his castle, his standing bed and truckle bed. 'Tis painted about with the story of the prodigal, fresh and new. Go. Knock and called. He'll speak like an anthropophaginian unto thee. Knock, I say. Simple. There's an old woman, a fat woman, gone up into his chamber. I'll be so bold as stay, sir, till she come down. I come to speak with her, indeed. Host. Huh? A fat woman? The night may be robbed. I'll call. Bully night. Bully Sir John. Speak from thy lungs military. Art thou there? It is thine host, thine Ephesian, calls. Falstaff. A above. How now, mine host? Host. Here's a Bohemian Tartar tarries the coming down of thy fat woman. Let her descend. Bully. Let her descend. Why chambers are honorable. Fie. Privacy? Fie. Enter Falstaff. Falstaff. There was, mine host, an old fat woman even now with me, but she's gone. Simple. Pray you, sir, was not the wise woman of Brentford? Falstaff. Aye, Mary was it. Musselshell, what would you with her? Simple. My master, sir, my master Slender, sent to her, seeing her go through the streets, to know, sir, whether one in Ym, sir, that beguiled him of a chain, had the chain or no. Falstaff. I spake with the old woman about it. Simple. And what says she, I pray, sir? Falstaff. Mary, she says that the very same man that beguiled Master Slender of his chain cozened him of it. Simple. I would I could have spoken with the woman herself. I had other things to have spoken with her too, from him. Falstaff. What are they? Let us know. Host. I come quick. Simple. I may not conceal them, sir. Falstaff. Conceal them, or thou deest. Simple. Why, sir, they were nothing but about mistress and page, to know if it were my master's fortune to have her or no. Falstaff. 'Tis his fortune. Simple. What, sir? Falstaff. To have her, or no. Go. Say the woman told me so. Simple. May I be bold to say so, sir? Falstaff. Aye, sir. Like who more bold? Simple. I thank your worship. I shall make my master glad with these tidings. Exit Simple. Host. Thou art clerkly. Thou art clerkly. Sir John, was there a wise woman with thee? Falstaff. Aye, that there was, mine host. One that hath taught me more wit than ever I learned before in my life. And I paid nothing for it neither, but was paid for my learning. Enter Bardolph. Bardolph. Out. Alas, sir, cousinage, mere cousinage. Host. Where be my horses? Speak well of them, Varletto. Bardolph. Run away with the cousiners, for so soon as I came beyond Eton, they threw me off from behind one of them, in a slough of mire, and set spurs and away, like 3 German devils, 3 Dr. Faustuses. Host. They are gone, but to meet the Duke, villain. Do not say they be fled. Germans are honest men. Enter Sir Hugh Evans. Evans. Where's mine host? Host. What is the matter, sir? Evans. Have a care of your entertainments. There is a friend of mine come to town, tells me there is 3 cousin Germans that has cousined all the hosts of Readings, of Maidenhead, of Colebrook, of horses and money. I tell you for good will. Look you are wise, and full of jibes and flouting stocks, and 'tis not convenient you should be cousined. Fare you well. Exit Evans. Enter Dr. Caius. Caius. Vir is mine host de jartier? Host. Here, Master Doctor, in perplexity and doubtful dilemma. Caius. I cannot tell vad is dat, but it is telling me that you make grand preparation for a Duke de Jamini. Be why my trot. Dear is no Duke that the court is no to come, I tell you for goodwill adieu. Exit Dr. Caius. Host. Hue and cry, villain, go. Assist me, knight. I am undone. Fly, run, hue and cry, villain, I am undone. Exeunt host and Bardolph. Falstaff. I would all the world might be cozened, for I have been cozened and beaten too. If it should come to the ear of the court how I have been transformed, and how my transformation hath been washed and cudgelled, they would melt me out of my fat drop by drop, and liquor fishermen's boots with me. I warrant they would whip me with their fine wits till I were as crestfallen as a dried pear. I never prospered since I forswore myself at Primero. Well, if my wind were but long enough, I would repent. Enter Mistress quickly. Now, whence come you? Mistress quickly. From the two parties, forsooth. Falstaff. The devil take one party and his damn the other, and so they shall be both bestowed. I have suffered more for their sakes, more than the villainous inconstancy of man's disposition is able to bear. Mistress quickly. And have not they suffered? Yes, I warrant, speciously one of them, Mistress Ford, good heart, is beaten black and blue, that you cannot see a white spot about her. Falstaff. What tell'st thou me of black and blue? I was beaten myself into all the colours of the rainbow, and was like to be apprehended for the witch of Brentford, but that my admirable dexterity of wit, my counterfeiting the action of an old woman, delivered me. The knave constable had set me the stocks, the common stocks, for a witch. Mistress quickly. Sir, let me speak with you in your chamber. You shall hear how things go, and, I warrant, to your content, here is a letter will say somewhat good hearts. What ado here is to bring you together. Sure. One of you does not serve heaven well, that you are so crossed. Falstaff. Come up into my chamber. Exeunt. Scene 6. Another room in the Garter Inn. Enter Fenton and Host. Host. Master Fenton. Talk not to me, my mind is heavy. I will give over all. Fenton. Yet hear me speak, assist me in my purpose, and as I am a gentleman, I'll give thee £100 in gold more than your loss. Host. I will hear you, Master Fenton, and I will, at the least, keep your counsel. Fenton. From time to time I have acquainted you with the dear love I bear to fair and page, who mutually hath answered my affection, so far forth as herself might be her chooser. Even to my wished I have a letter from her of such contents as you will wonder at, the mirth whereof so larded with my matter that neither singly can be manifested without the show of both, wherein fat Falstaff hath a great scene. The image of the jest I'll show you here at large. Hark, good mine host. Tonight at Herne's Oak, just 'twixt 12 and 1, must my sweet Nan present the fairy queen. The purpose why is here, in which disguise, while other jests are something rank on foot, her father hath commanded her to slip away with Slender, and with him at Eton immediately to marry. She hath consented. Now, sir, her mother, even strong against that match and firm for Dr. Caius, hath appointed that he shall likewise shuffle her away, while other sports are tasking of their minds, and at the deanery, where a priest attends, straight marry her, though this her mother's plot she, seemingly obedient, likewise hath made promise to the doctor. Now thus it rests. Her father means she shall be all in white, and in that habit, when Slender sees his time to take her by the hand and bid her go, she shall go with him. Her mother hath intended the better to denote her to the doctor, for they must all be masked and visored. That quaint in green she shall be loose and robed, with ribbons pendant flaring about her head, and when the doctor spies his vantage ripe, to pinch her by the hand. And on that token the maid hath given consent to go with him. Host. Which means she to deceive, father or mother. Fenton. Both, my good host, to go along with me. And here it rests, that you'll procure the vicar to stay for me at church, 'twixt 12 and 1, and in the lawful name of marrying, to give our hearts united ceremony. Host. Well, husband your device. I'll to the vicar. Bring you the maid. You shall not lack a priest. Fenton. So shall I evermore be bound to thee. Besides, I'll make a present recompense. Exeunt. Act V. Scene I. A room in the Garter Inn. Enter Falstaff and Mistress quickly. Falstaff. Prithee, no more prattling. I'll hold, this is the third time. I hope good luck lies in odd numbers away. Go. They say there is divinity in odd numbers, either in nativity, chance, or death away. Mistress quickly. I'll provide you a chain, and I'll do what I can to get you a pair of horns. Falstaff. Away, I say. Time wears, hold up your head, and mince. Exit Mistress quickly. Enter Ford. How now, Master Brooke? Master Brooke, the matter will be known tonight or never. Be you in the park about midnight, at Hearn's Oak, and you shall see wonders. Ford. Went you not to her yesterday, sir, as you told me you had appointed? Falstaff. I went to her, Master Brooke, as you see, like a poor old man, but I came from her, Master Brooke, like a poor old woman. That same knave Ford, her husband, hath the finest mad devil of jealousy in him. Master Brooke, that ever governed frenzy, I will tell you he beat me grievously, in the shape of a woman. For in the shape of man, Master Brooke, I fear not Goliath with a weaver's beam, because I know also life is a shuttle. I am in haste. Go along with me. I'll tell you all, Master Brooke, since I plucked geese, played truant, and whipped top. I knew not what 'twas to be beaten till lately. Follow me. I'll tell you strange things of this knave Ford, on whom tonight I will be revenged, and I will deliver his wife into your hand. Follow, strange things in hand, Master Brooke. Follow. Exeunt. Scene 2. Windsor Park. Enter Page, shallow and slender. Page. Come, come. We'll couch the castle ditch till we see the light of our fairies. Remember, son slender, my daughter, slender. I, forsooth, that I have spoke with her, and we have a nay word how to know one another. I come to her in white and cry, Mum. She cries, Budget, and by that we know one another. Shallow. That's good too, but what needs either your mum or her budget? The white will decipher her well enough. It hath struck 10 o'clock. Page. The night is dark, light, and spirits will become it well. Heaven prosper our sport. No man means evil but the devil, and we shall know him by his horns. Let's away. Follow me. Exeunt. Scene 3. The street in Windsor. Enter Mistress Page, Mistress Ford, and Dr. Caius. Mistress Page. Master Doctor, my daughter is in green. When you see your time, take her by the hand, away with her to the deanery, and dispatch it quickly. Go before into the park. We two must go together. Caius. I know what I have to do. Adieu. Mistress Page. Fare you well, sir. Exit Caius. My husband will not rejoice so much at the abuse of Falstaff as he will chafe at the doctor's marrying my daughter, but 'tis no matter, better a little chiding than a great deal of heartbreak. Mistress Ford. Where is Nan now, and her troop of fairies, and the Welsh devil Hugh? Mistress Page. They are all couched in a pit hard by Hearn's Oak, with obscured lights, which, at the very instant of Falstaff's and our meeting, they will at once display to the night. Mistress Ford. That cannot choose but amaze him. Mistress Page. If he be not amazed, he will be mocked. If he be amazed, he will every way be mocked. Mistress Ford. We'll betray him finely. Mistress Page. Against such ludsters and their lechery, those that betray them do no treachery. Mistress Ford. The hour draws on. To the oak, to the oak. Exeunt. Scene 4. Windsor Park. Enter Sir Hugh Evans disguised, and children as fairies. Evans. Trib, trib, fairies come, and remember your parts, be polled. I pray you. Follow me into the pit, and when I give the watchwords, do as I bid you. Come, come, trib, trib. Exeunt. Scene V. Another part of the park. Enter Falstaff wearing a buck's head. Falstaff. The Windsor bell hath struck 12. The minute draws on. Now the hot-blooded gods assist me. Remember, Jove, thou wast a bull for thy Europa. Love set on thy horns, O powerful love, that in some respects makes a beast a man, in some other a man a beast. You were also, Jupiter, a swan for the love of Leda. O omnipotent love, how near the god drew to the complexion of a goose. A fault done first in the form of a beast, O Jove, a beastly fault. And then another fault in the semblance of a fowl. Think on't, Jove, a foul fault. When gods have hot backs, what shall poor men do? For me, I am here a Windsor stag, and the fattest, I think. The forest, send me a cool rut time, Jove, or who can blame me to piss my tallow? Who comes here? My doe. Enter Mistress Ford and Mistress Page. Mistress Ford. Sir John? Art thou there? My dear. My male dear? Falstaff. My doe with the black scut. Let the sky rain potatoes, let it thunder to the tune of green sleeves, hail kissing comfits and snow erringos. Let there come a tempest of provocation, I will shelter me here. He embraces her. Mistress Ford. Mistress Page is come with me, sweetheart. Falstaff. Divide me like a bribed buck, each a haunch, I will keep my sides to myself. My shoulders for the fellow of this walk, and my horns I bequeath your husbands. Am I a woodman, huh? Speak I like Herne the Hunter? Why, now is Cupid a child of conscience. He makes restitution. As I am a true spirit. Welcome. A noise of horns within. Mistress Page. Alas, what noise? Mistress Ford. Heaven forgive our sins. Falstaff. What should this be? Mistress Ford and Mistress Page. Away, away. They run off. Falstaff. I think the devil will not have me damned, lest the oil that's in me should set hell on fire. He would never else cross me thus. Enter Mistress quickly as the Queen of Fairies, Sir Hugh Evans as a satyr, Pistol as hobgoblin, and Page and children as fairies, carrying tapers. Mistress quickly. Fairies, black, gray, green, and white. You moonshine revelers and shades of night. You orphan heirs of fixed destiny, attend your office and your quality. Crier hobgoblin, make the fairy oh yes. Pistol. Elves, list your names. Silence, you airy toys. Cricket, to Windsor chimneys shalt thou leap, where fires thou find'st unraked and hearths unswept. There pinch the maids as blue as bilberry. Our radiant queen hates sluts and sluttery. Falstaff. They are fairies, he that speaks to them shall die. I'll wink and couch, oh man their works must I. Lies down upon his face. Evans. Where's Bede? Go you, and where you find a maid that ere she sleep has thrice her prayers said, rein up the organs of her fantasy. Sleep she is sound as careless infancy. But those asleep and think not on their sins, pinch them. Arms, legs, backs, shoulders, sides, and shins. Mistress quickly. About. Search Windsor Castle, elves, within and out. Strew good luck, oafs on every sacred room, that it may stand till the perpetual doom in state as wholesome as in state, 'tis fit, worthy the owner and the ownerate. The several chairs of order look you scour with juice of balm and every precious flower, each fair installment, coat, and several crest, with loyal blazon, evermore be blessed. And nightly, meadow fairies, look you sing, like to the garter's compass, in a ring. Expressure that it bears, green let it be, more fertile fresh than all the field to see. And honey soit camal why pince right in emerald tufts, flowers purple, blue and white, like sapphire, pearl, and rich embroidery, buckled below fair knighthoods bending knee. Fairies use flowers for their charactery. Away, disperse. But till 'tis 1 o'clock, our dance of custom round about the oak of Herne, the hunter let us not forget. Evans. Pray you, lock hand in hand, yourselves in order set, and 20 glow-worms shall our lanterns be, to guide our measure round about the tree. But stay, I smell a man of Middle-earth. Falstaff. Heavens defend me from that Welsh fairy, lest he transform me to a piece of cheese. Pistol. Vile worm, thou wast o'erlooked even in thy birth. Mistress quickly. With trial fire touch me his finger end. If he be chaste, the flame will back descend and turn him to no pain. But if he start, it is the flesh of a corrupted heart. Pistol. A trial, come. Evans. Come. Well, this would take fire? They put the tapers to his fingers, and he starts. Falstaff. Oh. Mistress quickly. Corrupt, and tainted in desire. About him, fairies, sing a scornful rhyme, and as you trip, still pinch him to your time. Song. Fie on sinful fantasy. Fie on lust and luxury. Lust is but a bloody fire, kindled with unchaste desire, fed in heart, whose flames aspire, as thoughts do blow them, higher and higher. Pinch him, fairies, mutually. Pinch him for his villainy. Pinch him and burn him and turn him about, till candles and starlight and moonshine be out. During the song they pinch him, and Dr. Caius comes one way and steals away a boy in green, and Slender another way takes a boy in white. Fenton comes in and steals away in page. A noise of hunting is heard within, and all the fairies run away. Falstaff pulls off his buck's head and rises up. Enter Page, Ford, Mistress Page, and Mistress Ford. Page. Nay, do not flight, I think we have watched you now. Will none but Herne the hunter serve your turn? Mistress Page. I pray you, come. Hold up the jest no higher. Now, good Sir John, how like you Windsor wives? See you these, husband? She points to the horns. Do not these fair yokes become the forest better than the town? Ford. Now, sir, who's a cuckold now? Master Brooke. Falstaff's a knave, a cuckoldly knave. Here are his horns, Master Brooke, and Master Brooke he hath enjoyed nothing of Ford's but his buck-basket, his cudgel, and 20 pounds of money, which must be paid to Master Brooke. His horses are arrested for it, Master Brooke. Mistress Ford. Sir John, we have had ill luck. We could never meet. I will never take you for my love again, but I will always count you my dear. Falstaff. I do begin to perceive that I am made an ass. Ford. I, and an ox too, both the proofs are extant. Falstaff. And these are not fairies? I was 3 or 4 times in the thought they were not fairies, and yet the guiltiness of my mind, the sudden surprise of my powers, drove the grossness of the foppery into a received belief, in despite of the teeth of all rhyme and reason, that they were fairies. See now how wit may be made a jack-o'-lant when 'tis upon ill employment. Evans. Sir John Falstaff, serve God, and leave your desires, and fairies will not pince you. Ford. Well said, Fairy Hugh. Evans. And leave you your jealousies too, I pray you. Ford. I will never mistrust my wife again, till thou art able to woo her in good English. Falstaff. Have I laid my brain in the sun, and dried it, that it wants matter to prevent so gross o'erreaching as this? Am I ridden with a Welsh goat too? Shall I have a coxcomb of frieze? 'Tis time I were choked with a piece of toasted cheese. Evans. Seas is not good to give putter, your belly is all putter. Falstaff. Seas and putter? Have I lived to stand at the taunt of one that makes fritters of English? This is enough to be the decay of lust and late walking through the realm. Mistress Page. Why, Sir John, do you think, though we would have thrust virtue out of our hearts by the head and shoulders, and have given ourselves without scruple to hell, that ever the devil could have made you our delight? Ford. What, a hodge pudding? A bag of flax? Mistress Page. A puffed man? Page. Old, cold, withered, and of intolerable entrails? Ford. And one that is as slanderous as Satan? Page. And as poor as Job? Ford. And as wicked as his wife? Evans. And given to fornications, and to taverns, and sack, and wine, and metheglins, and to drinkings, and swearings, and starings, pribbles, and prabbles? Falstaff. Well, I am your theme, you have the start of meat, I am dejected. I am not able to answer the Welsh flannel, ignorance itself is a plummet o'er me, use me as you will. Ford. Marry, sir, will bring you to Windsor to one Master Brooke, that you have cozened of money, to whom you should have been a pander over and above that you have suffered. I think to repay that money will be a biting affliction. Page. Yet be cheerful, knight, thou shalt eat a posset tonight at my house, where I will desire thee to laugh at my wife, that now laughs at thee, tell her Master Slender hath married her daughter. Mistress Page. Aside. Doctors doubt that if and Page be my daughter, she is, by this, Dr. Caius' wife. Enter Slender. Slender. Whoa, ho ho, Father Page. Page. Son, how now? How now, son? Have you dispatched? Slender. Dispatched? I'll make the best in Gloucestershire know on't, would I were hanged. Lyles. Page. Of what, son? Slender. I came yonder at Eton to marry mistress and page, and she's a great lubberly boy. If it had not been I the church, I would have swinged him, or he should have swinged me. If I did not think it had been in Page, would I might never stir. And 'tis a postmaster's boy. Page. Upon my life, then, you took the wrong. Slender. What need you tell me that? I think so. When I took a boy for a girl, if I had been married to him, for all he was in woman's apparel, I would not have had him. Page. Why, this is your own folly. Did not I tell you how you should know my daughter by her garments? Slender. I went to her in white and cried, Mum, and she cried, Budget, as Anne and I had appointed, and yet it was not Anne, but a postmaster's boy. Mistress Page. Good George, be not angry. I knew of your purpose, turned my daughter into green, and indeed she is now with the doctor at the deanery, and they're married. Enter Dr. Caius. Cius. Veer is Mistress Page? By gar, I am cousined. I ha married un garçon, a boy. Un paysan, by gar, aboy.it is not in Paged, by gar, I am cousined. Mistress Page. Why, did you take her in green? Caius. I, by gar, and 'tis aboy.by gar. I'll raise all Windsor. Ford. This is strange. Who hath got the right Anne? Enter Fenton and Page. Page. My heart misgives me. Here comes Master Fenton. How now, Master Fenton? And pardon, good father, good my mother, pardon. Page. Now, mistress, how chance you went not with Master Slender? Mistress Page. Why went you not with Master Doctor, maid? Fenton. You do amaze her. Hear the truth of it. You would have married her most shamefully, where there was no proportion held in love. The truth is, she and I, long since contracted, are now so sure that nothing can dissolve us. Offense is wholly that she hath committed, and this deceit loses the name of craft, of disobedience, or unduteous title, since therein she doth evitate and shun 1,000 irreligious cursed hours, which forced marriage would have brought upon her. Ford. Stand not amazed. Here is no remedy. In love, the heavens themselves do guide the state. Money buys lands, and wives are sold by fate. Falstaff. I am glad, though you have ta'en a special stand to strike at me, that your arrow hath glanced. Page. Well, what remedy? Fenton. Heaven give thee joy. What cannot be eschewed must be embraced. Falstaff. When night dogs run, all sorts of deer are chased. Mistress Page. Well, I will muse no further. Master Fenton, heaven give you many, many merry days. Good husband, let us every one go home, and laugh this sport o'er by a country fire, Sir John and all. Ford. Let it be so, Sir John. To Master Brooke you yet shall hold your word, for he tonight shall lie with Mistress Ford. Exeunt. A Midsummer Night's Dream. Contents. Act I. Scene I. Athens. A room in the palace of Theseus. Scene 2. The same. A room in a cottage. Act 2. Scene I. A wood near Athens. Scene 2. Another part of the wood. Act 3. Scene I. The wood. Scene 2. Another part of the wood. Act 4. Scene I. The wood. Scene 2. Athens. A room in Quince's house. Act V. Scene I. Athens. An apartment in the palace of Theseus. Dramatis Personae. Theseus, Duke of Athens. Hippolyta, Queen of the Amazons, betrothed to Theseus Egeus, father to Hermia. Hermia, daughter to Aegis, in love with Lysander Helena, in love with Demetrius Lysander, in love with Hermia. Demetrius, in love with Hermia Philostrat, master of the revels to Theseus. Quince, the carpenter. Snug, the joiner. Bottom, the weaver. Flute, the bellowsmender. Snout, the tinker. Starveling, the tailor. Oberon, king of the fairies. Titania, queen of the fairies. Puck, or Robin Goodfellow, a fairy peas blossom, fairy. Cobweb, fairy. Moth, fairy. Mustard seed, fairy. Pyramus, Thisbe. Wall, moonshine, lion. Characters in the interlude performed by the clowns. Other fairies attending their king and queen attendants on Theseus and Hippolyta. Scene. Athens, and a wood not far from it. Act I. Scene I. Athens. A room in the palace of Theseus. Enter Theseus, Hippolyta, Philostrate, and attendants. Theseus. Now, fair Hippolyta, our nuptial hour draws on apace. For happy days bring in another moon. But oh, methinks, how slow this old moon wanes. She lingers my desires, like to a stepdame or a dowager, long withering out a young man's revenue. Hippolyta. For days will quickly steep themselves in night. For nights will quickly dream away the time. And then the moon, like to a silver bow new bent in heaven, shall behold the night of our solemnities. Theseus. Go, Philostrate, stir up the Athenian youth to merriments. Awake the pert and nimble spirit of mirth. Turn melancholy forth to funerals. The pale companion is not for our pomp. Exit Philostrate. Hippolyta, I wooed thee with my sword, and won thy love doing thee injuries. But I will wed thee in another key, with pomp, with triumph, and with revelling. Enter Aegis, Hermia, Lysander, and Demetrius. Aegis. Happy be Theseus, our renowned duke. Theseus. Thanks, good Aegis. What's the news with thee? Aegis. Full of vexation come I, with complaint against my child, my daughter Hermia. Stand forth, Demetrius. Why, noble lord? This man hath my consent to marry her. Stand forth, Lysander, and my gracious duke. This man hath bewitched the bosom of my child. Thou, Lysander, thou hast given her rhymes, and interchanged love tokens with my child. Thou hast by moonlight at her window sung, with feigning voice, verses of feigning love, and stolen the impression of her fantasy with bracelets of thy hair, rings, gauds, conceits, knacks, trifles, nosegays, sweetmeats, messengers of strong prevailment in unhardened youth. With cunning hast thou filched my daughter's heart, turned her obedience, which is due to me, to stubborn harshness, and, my gracious duke, be it so. She will not hear before your grace consent to marry with Demetrius, I beg. The ancient privilege of Athens, as she is mine, I may dispose of her, which shall be either to this gentleman or to her death, according to our law immediately provided in that case. Theseus. What say you, Hermia? Be advised, fair maid. To you your father should be as a god, one that compassed your beauties, yea, and one to whom you are but as a form in wax by him imprinted, and within his power to leave the figure or disfigure it. Demetrius is a worthy gentleman. Hermia. So is Lysander. Theseus. In himself he is, but in this kind, wanting your father's voice, the other must be held the worthier. Hermia. I would my father looked but with my eyes. Theseus. Rather your eyes must with his judgment look. Hermia. I do entreat your grace to pardon me. I know not by what power I am made bold, nor how it may concern my modesty, in such a presence here to plead my thoughts. But I beseech your grace that I may know the worst that may befall me in this case, if I refuse to wed Demetrius. Theseus. Either to die the death, or to abjure for ever the society of men. Therefore, fair Hermia, question your desires, know of your youth, examine well your blood, whether, if you yield not to your father's choice, you can endure the livery of a nun. For I to be in shady cloister mewed, to live a barren sister all your life, chanting faint hymns to the cold fruitless moon. Thrice blessed they that master so their blood to undergo such maiden pilgrimage. But earthlier happy is the rose distilled than that which, withering on the virgin thorn, grows, lives, and dies, in single blessedness. Hermia. So will I grow, so live, so die, my lord, ere I will yield my virgin patent up unto his lordship, whose unwished yoke my soul consents not to give sovereignty. Theseus. Take time to pause, and by the next new moon the sealing day betwixt my love and me for everlasting bond of fellowship. Upon that day either prepare to die for disobedience to your father's will, or else to wed Demetrius, as he would, or on Diana's altar to protest for austerity and single life. Demetrius. Relent, sweet Hermia, and Lysander, yield thy crazed title to my certain right. Lysander. You have her father's love, Demetrius. Let me have Hermia's. Do you marry him? Aegis. Scornful Lysander. True, he hath my love, And what is mine my love shall render him, and she is mine, and all my right of her I do estate unto Demetrius. Lysander, I am, my lord, as well derived as he, as well possessed. My love is more than his. My fortunes every way is fairly ranked, if not with vantage, as Demetrius. And which is more than all these boasts can be, I am beloved of beauteous Hermia. Why should not I then prosecute my right? Demetrius, I'll avouch it to his head, made love to Neater's daughter, Helena, and won her soul. And she, sweet lady, devoutly dotes in idolatry, upon this spotted and inconstant man. Theseus, I must confess that I have heard so much, and with Demetrius thought to have spoke thereof. But, being overfull of self-affairs, my mind did lose it. But, Demetrius, come, Aegis, you shall go with me. I have some private schooling for you both. For you, fair Hermia, look you arm yourself to fit your fancies to your father's will, or else the law of Athens yields you up, which by no means we may extenuate, to death, or to a vow of single life. Come, my Hippolyta, what cheer, my love? Demetrius and Aegis, go along. I must employ you in some business against our nuptial, and confer with you of something nearly that concerns yourselves. Aegis, with duty and desire we follow you. Exeunt all but Lysander and Hermia. Lysander, how now, my love? Why is your cheek so pale? How chance the roses there do fade so fast? Hermia, belike for want of rain, which I could well beteem them from the tempest of my eyes. Lysander, I me, for aught that I could ever read, could ever hear by tale or history, the course of true love never did run smooth. But either it was different in blood. Hermia, O cross, too high to be enthralled to low. Lysander, or else misgraft in respect of years. Hermia, O spite, too old to be engagged to young. Lysander, or else it stood upon the choice of friends. Hermia, O hell, to choose love by another's eyes. Lysander, or, if there were a sympathy in choice, war, death, or sickness did lay siege to it, making it momentary as a sound, swift as a shadow, short as any dream, brief as the lightning in the collied night that, in a spleen, unfolds both heaven and earth, and, ere a man hath power to say, behold, the jaws of darkness do devour it up, so quick bright things come to confusion. Hermia, if then true lovers have ever crossed, it stands as an edict in destiny. Then let us teach our trial patience, because it is a customary cross, as due to love as thoughts and dreams and sighs, wishes and tears, poor fancy's followers. Lysander, a good persuasion. Therefore, hear me, Hermia. I have a widow aunt, a dowager of great revenue, and she hath no child. From Athens is her house remote 7 leagues, and she respects me as her only son. There, gentle Hermia, may I marry thee, and to that place the sharp Athenian law cannot pursue us. If thou lovest me then, steal forth thy father's house tomorrow night, and in the wood, a league without the town, where I did meet thee once with Helena to do observance to a morn of May, there will I stay for thee. Hermia, my good Lysander, I swear to thee by Cupid's strongest bow, by his best arrow with the golden head, by the simplicity of Venus' doves, by that which knitteth souls and prospers loves, and by that fire which burned the Carthage queen when the false Trojan under sail was seen, by all the vows that ever men have broke, in number more than ever women spoke. In that same place thou hast appointed me, tomorrow truly will I meet with thee. Lysander, keep promise, love look, here comes Helena. Enter Helena. Hermia, God speed fair Helena. Whither away? Helena, call you me fair? That fair again unsay. Demetrius loves your fared, O happy fair. Your eyes are lodestars, and your tongue's sweet air more tunable than lark to shepherd's ear, when wheat is green, when hawthorn buds appear. Sickness is catching o'er favor so. Yours would I catch, fair Hermia, ere I go. My ear should catch your voice, my eye your eye, my tongue should catch your tongue's sweet melody. Were the world mine, Demetrius being baited, the rest I'd give to be to you translated. Oh, teach me how you look, and with what art you sway the motion of Demetrius' heart. Hermia, I frown upon him, yet he loves me still. Helena. Oh, that your frowns would teach my smiles such skill. Hermia. I give him curses, yet he gives me love. Helena. Oh, that my prayers could such affection move. Hermia. The more I hate, the more he follows me. Helena. The more I love, the more he hateth me. Hermia. His folly, Helena, is no fault of mine. Helena. None but your beauty. Would that fault were mine. Hermia. Take comfort. He no more shall see my face. Lysander and myself will fly this place. Before the time I did Lysander see, seemed Athens as a paradise to me. Oh, then, what graces in my love do dwell, that he hath turned a heaven into hell. Lysander. Helen, to you our minds we will unfold. Tomorrow night, when Phoebe doth behold her silver visage in the watery glass, decking with liquid pearl the bladed grass, a time that lovers' flights doth still conceal, through Athens' gates have we Davies to steal. Hermia. And in the wood where often you and I upon faint primrose beds were wont to lie, emptying our bosoms of their counsel sweet, there my Lysander and myself shall meet, and thence from Athens turn away our eyes, to seek new friends and stranger companies. Farewell, sweet playfellow, pray thou for us, and good luck grant thee thy Demetrius. Keep word, Lysander, we must starve our sight from lovers' food, till morrow deep midnight. Lysander. I will. My Hermia. Exit Hermia. Helena. Adieu. As you on him, Demetrius dote on you. Exit Lysander. Helena. How happy some o'er others some can be. Through Athens I am thought as fair as she. But what of that? Demetrius thinks not so. He will not know what all but he do know. And as he errs, doting on Hermia's eyes, so I, admiring of his qualities. Things base and vile, holding no quantity, love can transpose to form and dignity. Love looks not with the eyes, but with the mind, and therefore is winged Cupid painted blind. Nor hath love's mind of any judgment taste. Wings and no eyes, figure unheedy haste. And therefore is love said to be a child, because in choice he is so oft beguiled. As waggish boys in game themselves forswear, so the boy love is perjured everywhere. For, ere Demetrius looked on Hermia's eyne, he hailed down oaths that he was only mine. And when this hail some heat from Hermia felt, so he dissolved, and showers of oaths did melt. I will go tell him of fair Hermia's flight. Then to the wood will he tomorrow night pursue her. And for this intelligence if I have thanks, it is a dear expense. But herein mean I to enrich my pain, to have his sight thither and back again. Exit Helena. Scene 2, the same. A room in a cottage enter Quince, snug, bottom, flute, snout, and starveling. Quince. Is all our company here? Bottom. You were best to call them generally, man by man, according to the script. Quince. Here is the scroll of every man's name, which is thought fit through all Athens, to play in our interlude before the Duke and Duchess, on his wedding day at night. Bottom. First, good Peter Quince, say what the play treats on, then read the names of the actors, and so grow to a point. Quince. Mary, our play is the most lamentable comedy and most cruel death of Pyramus and Thisbe. Bottom. A very good piece of work, I assure you, and a merry now, good Peter Quince. Call forth your actors by the scroll masters, spread yourselves. Quince. Answer, as I call you, Nick Bottom, the weaver. Bottom. Ready. Name what part 1 am for, and proceed. Quince. You, Nick Bottom, are set down for Pyramus. Bottom. What is Pyramus, a lover or a tyrant? Quince. A lover, that kills himself most gallantly for love. Bottom. That will ask some tears in the true performing of it. If I do it, let the audience look to their eyes. I will move storms. I will condole in some measure, though the rest. Yet my chief humor is for a tyrant. I could play Vicless rarely, or a part to tear a cat in, to make all split. The raging rocks, and shivering shocks, shall break the locks of prison gates, and Phibiscar shall shine from far, and make and mar the foolish fates. This was lofty. Now name the rest of the players. This is Urkel's vein. Tyrant's vein. A lover is more condoling. Quince. Francis Flute. the bellows mender. Flute. Here, Peter Quince. Quince. Flute, you must take Thisbe on you. Flute. What is Thisbe? A wandering knight? Quince. It is the lady that Pyramus must love. Flute. Nay, faith. Let not me play a woman, I have a beard coming. Quince. That's all one, you shall play it in a mask, and you may speak as small as you will. Bottom. And I may hide my face. Let me play Thisbe too. I'll speak in a monstrous little voice. Thisne, Thisne. Ah, Pyramus, my lover dear. Thy Thisbe dear. And lady dear. Quince. No, no. You must play Pyramus. And flute, you Thisbe. Bottom. Well, proceed. Quince. Robin Starveling. The tailor. Starveling. Here, Peter Quince. Quince. Robin Starveling, you must play Thisbe's mother. Tom Snout. The tinker. Snout. Here, Peter Quince. Quince. You, Pyramus' father. Myself, Thisbe's father. Snug, the joiner. You, the lion's part, and I hope here is a play fitted. Snug. Have you the lion's part written? Pray you, if it be, give it me, for I am slow of study. Quince. You may do it extempore, for it is nothing but roaring. Bottom. Let me play the lion too. I will roar that I will do any man's heart good to hear me. I will roar that I will make the duke say, let him roar again. Let him roar again. Quince. If you should do it too terribly, you would fright the duchess and the ladies, that they would shriek. And that were enough to hang us all. All. That would hang us every mother's son. Bottom. I grant you, friends, if you should fright the ladies out of their wits, they would have no more discretion but to hang us, but I will aggravate my voice so, that I will roar you as gently as any sucking dove. I will roar you and 'twere any nightingale. Quince. You can play no part but Pyramus, for Pyramus is a sweet-faced man. A proper man as one shall see in a summer's day. A most lovely gentlemanlike man, therefore you must needs play Pyramus. Bottom. Well, I will undertake it. What beard were I best to play it in? Quince. Why, what you will. Bottom. I will discharge it in either your straw-color beard, your orange tawny beard, your purple and grain beard, or your French crown color beard, your perfect yellow. Quince. Some of your French crowns have no hair at all, and then you will play bare-faced, but, masters, here are your parts, and I am to entreat you, request you, and desire you, to con them by tomorrow night, and meet me in the palace wood, a mile without the town, by moonlight. There will we rehearse, for if we meet in the city, we shall be dogged with company, and our devices known. In the meantime, I will draw a bill of properties, such as our play wants. I pray you fail me not. Bottom. We will meet, and there we may rehearse most obscenely and courageously. Take pains, be perfect. Adieu. Quince. At the Duke's Oak we meet. Bottom. Enough hold, or cut bowstrings. Exeunt. Act 2. Scene I. A wood near Athens. Enter a fairy at one door, and Puck at another. Puck. How now? Spirit. Whither wander you? Fairy. Over hill, over dale, thorough bush, thorough briar, over park, over pale, thorough flood, thorough fire. I do wander everywhere, swifter than the moon's sphere, and I serve the fairy queen, to do her orbs upon the green. The cowslips tall her pensioners be, in their gold coats spots you see. Those be rubies, fairy favors, in those freckles live their savors. I must go seek some dewdrops here, and hang a pearl in every cowslip's ear. Farewell, thou lob of spirits, I'll be gone. Our queen and all her elves come here anon. Puck. The king doth keep his revels here tonight. Take heed the queen come not within his sight, for Oberon is passing fell in wrath, because that she, as her attendant, hath a lovely boy, stolen from an Indian king. She never had so sweet a changeling, and jealous Oberon would have the child knight of his train, to trace the forests wild. But she perforce withholds the loved boy, crowns him with flowers, and makes him all her joy. And now they never meet in grove or green, by fountain clear, or spangled starlight sheen, but they do square, that all their elves for fear creep into acorn cups, and hide them there. Fairy. Either I mistake your shape and making quite, or else you are that shrewd and knavish sprite called Robin Goodfellow, Are not you he that frights the maidens of the villagery, skim milk, and sometimes labor in the quern, and bootless make the breathless housewife churn, and sometime make the drink to bear no barm, mislead night wanderers, laughing at their harm? Those that hobgoblin call you, and sweet Puck, you do their work, and they shall have good luck. Are not you he? Puck, thou speak'st aright. I am that merry wanderer of the night. I jest to Oberon, and make him smile, when I have fat and bean-fed horse beguile, neighing in likeness of a filly foal, and sometime lurk I in a gossip's bowl, in very likeness of a roasted crab, and when she drinks, against her lips I bob, and on her withered dewlap pour the ale. The wisest ant, telling the saddest tale, sometime for 3-foot stool mistaketh me. Then slip I from her bum, down topples she, and tailor cries, and falls into a cough, and then the whole choir hold their hips and laugh and waxen in their mirth and knees, and swear a merrier hour was never wasted there. But room, fairy, here comes Oberon. Fairy, and here my mistress, would that he were gone. Enter Oberon at one door, with his train, and Titania at another, with hers. Oberon, ill met by moonlight, proud Titania. Titania, what, jealous Oberon? Fairies, skip hence. I have forsworn his bed and company. Oberon, tarry, rash wanton. Am not I thy lord? Titania, then I must be thy lady. But I know when thou hast stolen away from fairyland, and in the shape of Corin sat all day playing on pipes of corn, and versing love to amorous Phillida, why art thou here, come from the farthest steep of India, but that, forsooth, the bouncing Amazon, your buskined mistress and your warrior love, to Theseus must be wedded, and you come to give their bed joy and prosperity? Oberon, how canst thou thus, for shame, Titania, glance at my credit with Hippolyta, knowing I know thy love to Theseus? Didst not thou lead him through the glimmering night from Perigenia, whom he ravished, and make him with fair Eglise break his faith, with Ariadne and Antiope? Titania, these are the forgeries of jealousy, and never, since the middle summer's spring, met we on hill, in dale, forest, or mead, by paved fountain, or by rushy brook, or on the beached margent of the sea, to dance our ringlets to the whistling wind, but with thy brawls thou hast disturbed our sport. Therefore the winds, piping to us in vain, as in revenge, have sucked up from the sea contagious fogs, which, falling in the land, hath every pelting river made so proud that they have overborne their continents. The ox hath therefore stretched his yoke in vain, the ploughman lost his sweat, and the green corn hath rotted ere his youth attained a beard. The fold stands empty in the drowned field, and crows are fatted with the Murrian flock. The Nine-Men's Morris is filled up with mud, and the quaint mazes in the wanton green, for lack of tread, are undistinguishable. The human mortals want their winter here. No night is now with him or carol blessed. Therefore the moon, the governess of floods, pale in her anger, washes all the air, that rheumatic diseases do abound. And thorough this distemperature we see the seasons alter. Hoary-headed frosts fall in the fresh lap of the crimson rose, and on old Heme's thin and icy crown an odorous chaplet of sweet summer buds is, as in mockery, set. The spring, the summer, the childing autumn, angry winter, change their wonted liveries, and the mazed world, by their increase, now knows not which is which. And this same progeny of evils comes from our debate, from our dissension. We are their parents and original. Oberon, do you amend it? Then it lies in you. Why should Titania cross her Oberon? I do but beg a little changeling boy to be my henchman. Titania, set your heart at rest. The fairyland buys not the child of me. His mother was a votaress of my order, and in the spiced Indian air, by night, full often hath she gossiped by my side, and sat with me on Neptune's yellow sands, marking the embarked traders on the flood, when we have laughed to see the sails conceive, and grow big-bellied with the wanton wind, which she, with pretty and with swimming gait following, her womb then rich with my young squire, would imitate and sail upon the land, to fetch me trifles and return again, as from a voyage, rich with merchandise. But she, being mortal, of that boy did die, and for her sake do I rear up her boy, and for her sake I will not part with him. Oberon, how long within this would intend you stay? Titania, perchance till after Theseus' wedding day. If you will patiently dance in our round, and see our moonlight revels, go with us. If not, shun me, and I will spare your haunts. Oberon, give me that boy and I will go with thee. Titania, not for thy fairy kingdom, fairies, away. We shall chide downright if I longer stay. Exit Titania with her train. Oberon, well, go thy way, thou shalt not from this grove till I torment thee for this injury. My gentle Puck, come hither, thou rememberest since once I sat upon a promontory, and heard a mermaid on a dolphin's back uttering such dulcet and harmonious breath that the rude sea grew civil at her song, and certain stars shot madly from their spheres to hear the sea maid's music. Puck, I remember. Oberon, that very time I saw, but thou couldst not, flying between the cold moon and the earth, Cupid all armed. A certain aim he took at a fair vestal, throned by the west, and loosed his love shaft smartly from his bow, as it should pierce 100,000 hearts. But I might see young Cupid's fiery shaft quenched in the chaste beams of the watery moon. And the imperial votress passed on, in maiden meditation, fancy-free. Yet marked I where the bolt of Cupid fell. It fell upon a little western flower, before milk-white, now purple with love's wound, and maidens call it love in idleness. Fetch me that flower, the herb I showed thee once. The juice of it on sleeping eyelids laid will make or man or woman madly dote upon the next live creature that it sees. Fetch me this herb, and be thou here again ere the Leviathan can swim a league. Puck, I'll put a girdle round about the earth in 40 minutes. Exit Puck. Oberon, having once this juice, I'll watch Titania when she is asleep, and drop the liquor of it in her eyes. The next thing then she waking looks upon, be it on lion, bear, or wolf, or bull, on meddling monkey, or on busy ape, she shall pursue it with the soul of love. And ere I take this charm from off her sight, as I can take it with another herb, I'll make her render up her page to me. But who comes here? I am invisible, and I will overhear their conference. Enter Demetrius, Helena following him. Demetrius, I love thee not, therefore pursue me not. Where is Lysander and fair Hermia? The one I'll slay, the other slayeth me. Thou toldst me they were stolen into this wood, and here am I, and woed within this wood because I cannot meet with Hermia. Hence, get thee gone, and follow me no more. Helena, you draw me, you hard-hearted adamant, but yet you draw not iron, for my heart is true as steel. Leave you your power to draw, and I shall have no power to follow you. Demetrius, do I entice you? Do I speak you fair? Or rather do I not in plainest truth tell you I do not, nor I cannot love you? Helena, and even for that do I love you the more. I am your spaniel, and Demetrius, the more you beat me, I will fawn on you. Use me but as your spaniel, spurn me, strike me, neglect me, lose me. Only give me leave, unworthy as I am, to follow you. What worser place can I beg in your love, and yet a place of high respect with me, than to be used as you use your dog? Demetrius, tempt not too much the hatred of my spirit, for I am sick when I do look on thee. Helena, and I am sick when I look not on you. Demetrius, you do impeach your modesty too much to leave the city and commit yourself into the hands of one that loves you not, to trust the opportunity of night and the ill counsel of a desert place, with the rich worth of your virginity. Helena, your virtue is my privilege, for that it is not night when I do see your face, therefore I think I am not in the night. Nor doth this would lack worlds of company, for you, in my respect, are all the world. Then how can it be said I am alone when all the world is here to look on me? Demetrius, I'll run from thee and hide me in the brakes, and leave thee to the mercy of wild beasts. Helena, the wildest hath not such a heart as you. Run when you will, the story shall be chonged. Apollo flies, and Daphne holds the chase. The dove pursues the griffin. The mild hind makes speed to catch the tiger, bootless speed, when cowardice pursues and valor flies. Demetrius, I will not stay thy questions, let me go, or if thou follow me, do not believe, but I shall do thee mischief in the wood. Helena, I, in the temple, in the town, the field, you do me mischief, fie, Demetrius. Your wrongs do set a scandal on my sex. We cannot fight for love as men may do. We should be wooed, and we're not made to woo. Exit Demetrius. I'll follow thee, and make a heaven of hell, to die upon the hand I love so well. Exit Helena. Oberon. Fare thee well, nymph, ere he do leave this grove. Thou shalt fly him, and he shall seek thy love. Enter Puck. Hast thou the flower there? Welcome, wanderer. Puck. Aye, there it is. Oberon. I pray thee give it me. I know a bank where the wild thyme blows, where oxlips and the nodding violet grows, quite over-canopied with luscious woodbine, with sweet musk roses, and with eglantine. There sleeps Titania sometime of the night, lulled in these flowers with dances and delight. And there the snake throws her enameled skin, weed wide enough to wrap a fairy in. And with the juice of this I'll streak her eyes, and make her full of hateful fantasies. Take thou some of it and seek through this grove. A sweet Athenian lady is in love with a disdainful youth, anoint his eyes. But do it when the next thing he espies may be the lady, thou shalt know the man by the Athenian garments he hath on. Affect it with some care, that he may prove more fond on her than she upon her love. And look thou meet me ere the first cock crow. Puck. Fear not, my lord, your servant shall do so. Exeunt. Scene 2. Another part of the wood. Enter Titania with her train. Titania. Come, now a roundel and a fairy song. Then for the third part of a minute, hence. Some to kill cankers in the musk-rose buds. Some war with Remus for their leathern wings, to make my small elves coats. And some keep back the clamorous owl, that nightly hoots and wonders at our quaint spirits. Sing me now asleep. Then to your offices and let me rest. Fairies sing. First fairy. You spotted snakes with double tongue, thorny hedgehogs, be not seen. Newts and blind worms do no wrong. Come not near our fairy queen. Chorus. Philomel, with melody. Sing in our sweet lullaby. Lula, lula, lullaby. Lula, lula, lullaby. Never harm, nor spell, nor charm. Come our lovely lady nigh. So good night, with lullaby. First fairy. Weaving spiders, come not here. Hence, you long-legged spinners, hence. Beetles black, approach not near. Worm nor snail do no offense. Chorus. Philomel with melody, and see. Second fairy. Hence away. Now all is well. One aloof stands sentinel. Exeunt fairies, Titania sleeps. Enter Oberon. Oberon. What thou sayest when thou dost wake. Squeezes the flower on Titania's eyelids. Do it for thy true love take. Love and languish for his sake. Be it ounce or cat or bear. Pard or boar with bristled hair. In thy eye that shall appear. When thou waxed, it is thy dear. Wake when some vile thing is near. Exit. Enter Lysander and Hermia. Lysander. Fair love, you faint with wandering in the wood. And, to speak troth, I have forgot our way. We'll rest us, Hermia, if you think it good, and tarry for the comfort of the day. Hermia. Be it so, Lysander. Find you out of bed, for I upon this bank will rest my head. Lysander. One turf shall serve as pillow for us both. One heart, one bed, two bosoms, and one troth. Hermia. Nay, good Lysander. For my sake, my dear, lie further off yet, do not lie so near. Lysander. Oh, take the sense, sweet, of my innocence. Love takes the meaning in love's conference. I mean that my heart unto yours is knit, so that but one heart we can make of it, two bosoms interchained with an oath, so then two bosoms and a single troth. Then by your side no bedroom me deny. For lying so, Hermia, I do not lie. Hermia. Lysander riddles very prettily. Now much beshrew my manners and my pride, if Hermia meant to say Lysander lied. But, gentle friend, for love and courtesy lie further off, in human modesty. Such separation as may well be said becomes a virtuous bachelor and a maid. So far be distant, and good night, sweet friend. Thy love ne'er alter till thy sweet life end. Lysander. Amen, amen. To that fair prayer say I, and then end life when I end loyalty. Here is my bed, sleep give thee all his rest. Hermia, with half that wish the wisher's eyes be pressed. They sleep. Enter Puck. Puck, through the forest have I gone, but Athenian found I none, on whose eyes I might approve this flower's force in stirring love. Night in silence. Who is here? Weeds of Athens he doth wear. This is he, my master said, despise the Athenian maid, and hear the maiden, sleeping sound, on the dank and dirty ground. Pretty soul, she durst not lie near this lack love, this kill courtesy. Churl, upon thy eyes I throw all the power this charm doth owe. When thou wax'st let love forbid sleep his seat on thy eyelid. So awake when I am gone, for I must now to Oberon. Exit. Enter Demetrius and Helena, running. Helena, stay, though thou kill me, sweet Demetrius. Demetrius, I charge thee, hence, and do not haunt me thus. Helena, oh, wilt thou darkling leave me? Do not so. Demetrius, stay, on thy peril. I alone will go. Exit Demetrius. Helena, oh, I am out of breath in this fond chase. The more my prayer, the lesser is my grace. Happy is Hermia, wheresoe'er she lies, for she hath blessed and attractive eyes. How came her eyes so bright? Not with salt tears. If so, my eyes are oftener washed than hers. No, no, I am as ugly as a bear, for beasts that meet me run away for fear. Therefore no marvel though Demetrius do, as a monster, fly my presence thus. What wicked and dissembling glass of mine made me compare with Hermia's fiery eyne? But who is here? Lysander on the ground, dead or asleep? I see no blood, no wound. Lysander, if you live, good sir, awake. Lysander, waking, and run through fire I will for thy sweet sake. Transparent Helena, nature shows art, that through thy bosom makes me see thy heart. Where is Demetrius? Oh, how fit a word is that vile name to perish on my sword. Helena, do not say so, Lysander, say not so. What though he love your Hermia? Lord, what though? Yet Hermia still loves you, then be content. Lysander, content with Hermia? No, I do repent the tedious minutes I with her have spent. Not Hermia, but Helena I love, who will not change a raven for a dove. The will of man is by his reason swayed, and reason says you are the worthier maid. Things growing are not ripe until their season. So I, being young, till now ripe not to reason, and touching now the point of human skill, reason becomes the marshal to my will, and leads me to your eyes, where I o'erlook love's stories, written in love's richest book. Helena, wherefore was I to this keen mockery born? When at your hands did I deserve this scorn? Is not enough, young man, that I did never, no, nor never can deserve a sweet look from Demetrius' eye, but you must flout my insufficiency? Good troth, you do me wrong, good sooth, you do, in such disdainful manner me to woo. But fare you well, perforce I must confess, I thought you lord of more true gentleness. Oh, that a lady of one man refist, should of another therefore be abused. Exit. Lysander, she sees not Hermia. Hermia, sleep thou there, and never mayst thou come Lysander near. For, as a surfeit of the sweetest things the deepest loathing to the stomach brings, or as the heresies that men do leave are hated most of those they did deceive, so thou, my surfeit and my heresy, of all be hated, but the most of me, and all my powers, address your love and might to honor Helen, and to be her knight. Exit. Hermia, starting. Help me, Lysander, help me. Do thy best to pluck this crawling serpent from my breast. I me, for pity. What a dream was here. Lysander, look how I do quake with fear. Methought a serpent eat my heart away, and you sat smiling at his cruel prey. Lysander, what, removed? Lysander, Lord, what, out of hearing, gone? No sound, no word? Alack, where are you? Speak, and if you hear, speak of all loves. I swoon almost with fear. No? Then I well perceive you are not nigh. Either death, or you I'll find immediately. Exit. Act 3. Scene I. The wood. The queen of fairies still lying asleep. Enter bottom, quince, snout, starveling, snug, and flute. Bottom, are we all met? Quince, pat, pat. And here's a marvelous convenient place for our rehearsal. This green plot shall be our stage, this hawthorn break our tiring house, and we will do it in action, as we will do it before the Duke. Bottom, Peter Quince? Quince, what sayest thou, bully Bottom? Bottom, there are things in this comedy of Pyramus and Thisbe that will never please. First, Pyramus must draw a sword to kill himself, which the ladies cannot abide. How answer you that? Snout, by our Lakin, a parlous fear. Starveling, I believe we must leave the killing out, when all is done. Bottom, not a whit. I have a device to make all well. Write me a prologue, and let the prologue seem to say we will do no harm with our swords, and that Pyramus is not killed indeed. And for the more better assurance, tell them that I Pyramus am not Pyramus but Bottom the Weaver. This will put them out of fear. Quince, well, we will have such a prologue, and it shall be written in 8 and 6. Bottom, no, make it 2 more. Let it be written in 8 and 8. Snout, will not the ladies be afeard of the lion? Starveling, I fear it, I promise you. Bottom, masters, you ought to consider with yourselves, to bring in, God shield us. A lion among ladies is a most dreadful thing, for there is not a more fearful wildfowl than your lion living, and we ought to look to it. Snout, therefore another prologue must tell he is not a lion. Bottom, nay, you must name his name, and half his face must be seen through the lion's neck, and he himself must speak through, saying thus, or to the same defect, ladies, or, fair ladies, I would wish you, or, I would request you, or, I would entreat you, not to fear, not to tremble. My life for yours, if you think I come hither as a lion, it were pity of my life. No, I am no such thing. I am a man as other men are, and there, indeed, let him name his name, and tell them plainly he is Snug the Joiner. Quince, well, it shall be so, but there is 2 hard things. That is, to bring the moonlight into a chamber, for you know, Pyramus and Thisbe meet by moonlight. Snout, doth the moon shine that night we play our play? Bottom, a calendar, a calendar. Look in the almanac. Find out moonshine, find out moonshine. Quince, yes, it doth shine that night. Bottom, why, then may you leave a casement of the great chamber window, where we play, open, and the moon may shine in at the casement. Quince, aye, or else one must come in with a bush of thorns and a lantern, and say he comes to disfigure or to present the person of moonshine. Then there is another thing. We must have a wall in the great chamber, for Pyramus and Thisbe, says the story, did talk through the chink of a wall. Snout, you can never bring in a wall. What say you, Bottom? Bottom, some man or other must present wall, and let him have some plaster, or some loam, or some rough cast about him, to signify wall. And let him hold his fingers thus, and through that cranny shall Pyramus and Thisbe whisper. Quince, if that may be, then all is well. Come, sit down, every mother's son, and rehearse your parts. Pyramus, you begin. When you have spoken your speech, enter into that break, and so everyone according to his cue. Enter Puck behind. Puck, what hempen homespuns have we swaggering here, so near the cradle of the fairy queen? What, a play toward? I'll be an auditor. An actor too, perhaps, if I see cause. Quince, speak. Pyramus. Thisbe, stand forth. Pyramus, Thisbe, the flowers of odious savors sweet. Quince, odors, odors. Pyramus, odors, savors sweet. So hath thy breath, my dearest Thisbe dear. But hark, a voice. Stay thou but here a while, and by I will to thee appear. Exit. Puck, a stranger Pyramus than e'er played here. Exit. Thisbe, must I speak now? Quince, aye, marry, must you. For you must understand he goes but to see a noise that he heard, and is to come again. Thisbe, most radiant Pyramus, most lily-white of hue, of color like the red rose on triumphant briar, most brisky juvenile, and eke most lovely Jew, as true as truest horse, that yet would never tire. I'll meet thee, Pyramus, at Ninny's tomb. Quince, Nina's tomb, man? Why, You must not speak that yet, that you answer to Pyramus. You speak all your part at once. Cues and all the Pyramus enter. Your cue is past. It is never tire. Thisbe. Oh, as truest horse, that yet would never tire. Enter Puck and Bottom with an ass's head. Pyramus. If I were fair, Thisbe, I were only thine. Quince. O monstrous! O strange! We are haunted, pray. Masters, fly. Masters, help. Exeunt clowns. Puck. I'll follow you. I'll lead you about around, through bog, through bush, through brake, through briar. Sometime a horse I'll be, sometime a hound, a hog, a headless bear, sometime a fire, and neigh, and bark, and grunt, and roar, and burn, like horse, hound, hog, bear, fire, at every turn. Exit. Bottom. Why do they run away? This is a knavery of them to make me afeard. Enter Snout. Snout. O Bottom, thou art changed. What do I see on thee? Bottom. What do you see? You see an ass head of your own, do you? Exit Snout. Enter Quince. Quince. Bless thee, Bottom. Bless thee. Thou art translated. Exit. Bottom. I see their knavery. This is to make an ass of me, to fright me, if they could. But I will not stir from this place. Do what they can. I will walk up and down here, and I will sing, that they shall hear I am not afraid. Sings. The ouzel cock, so black of hue, with orange tawny bill. The throstle with his notes so true, the wren with little quill. Titania. Waking. What angel wakes me from my flowery bed? Bottom. Sings. The finch, the sparrow, and the lark, the plain-song cuckoo gray, whose note full many a man doth mark, and dares not answer nay. For, indeed, who would set his wit to so foolish a bird? Who would give a bird the lie, though he cry cuckoo never so? Titania. I pray thee, gentle mortal, sing again. Mine ear is much enamored of thy note. So is mine eye enthralled to thy shape, and thy fair virtues force perforce doth move me, on the first view, to say, to swear, I love thee. Bottom. Methinks, mistress, you should have little reason for that, and yet, to say the truth, reason and love keep little company together nowadays. The more the pity that some honest neighbors will not make them friends, nay, I can gleek upon occasion. Titania. Thou art as wise as thou art beautiful. Bottom. Not so, neither. But if I had wit enough to get out of this wood, I have enough to serve mine own turn. Titania. Out of this wood do not desire to go. Thou shalt remain here whether thou wilt or no. I am a spirit of no common rate. The summer still doth tend upon my state, and I do love thee, therefore, go with me. I'll give thee fairies to attend on thee, and they shall fetch thee jewels from the deep and sing, while thou on pressed flowers dost sleep. And I will purge thy mortal grossness, so that thou shalt like an airy spirit goat, peas blossom, cobweb, moth, and mustard seed. Enter 4 fairies. Peas blossom. Ready. Cobweb. And I. Moth. And I. Mustard seed. And I. All. Where shall we go? Titania. Be kind and courteous to this gentleman. Hop in his walks and gambol in his eyes. Feed him with apricots and dewberries, with purple grapes, green figs, and mulberries. The honeybags steal from the humblebees, and for night tapers, crop their waxen thighs, and light them at the fiery glow-worm's eyes, to have my love to bed and to arise, and pluck the wings from painted butterflies, to fan the moonbeams from his sleeping eyes. Nod to him, elves, and do him courtesies. Peas blossom. Hail, mortal. Cobweb. Hail. Moth. Hail. Mustard seed. Hail. Bottom. I cry your worship's mercy, heartily. I beseech your worship's name. Cobweb. Cobweb. Bottom. I shall desire you of more acquaintance, good Master Cobweb. If I cut my finger, I shall make bold with you. Your name, honest gentleman? Peas blossom. Peas blossom. Bottom. I pray you, commend me to Mistress Squash, your mother, and to Master Peas God, your father, good Master Peas blossom. I shall desire you of more acquaintance too. Your name, I beseech you, sir? Mustard seed. Mustard seed. Bottom. Good Master Mustard seed. I know your patience well, that same cowardly giant like ox beef hath devoured many a gentleman of your house, I promise you. Your kindred hath made my eyes water ere now. I desire you of more acquaintance, good master mustard seed. Titania, come, wait upon him. Lead him to my bower. The moon, methinks, looks with a watery eye, and when she weeps, weeps every little flower, lamenting some enforced chastity. Tie up my love's tongue, bring him silently. Exeunt. Scene 2. Another part of the wood enter Oberon. Oberon, I wonder if Titania be awacked. Then, what it was that next came in her eye, which she must dote on in extremity. Enter Puck. Here comes my messenger, how now? Mad spirit? What night rule now about this haunted grove? Puck, my mistress with a monster is in love. Near to her close and consecrated bower, while she was in her dull and sleeping hour, a crew of patches, rude mechanicals, that work for bread upon Athenian stalls, were met together to rehearse a play intended for great Theseus' nuptial day. The shallowest thick skin of that barren sort who Pyramus presented in their sport, forsook his scene and entered in a break. When I did him at this advantage take, an ass's knoll I fixed on his head. Anon, his Thisbe must be answered, and forth my mimic comes when they him spy, as wild geese that the creeping fowler eye, or russet-pated chuffs, many in sort, rising and cawing at the gun's report, sever themselves and madly sweep the sky. So at his sight away his fellows fly, and at our stamp, here o'er and o'er one falls. He murder cries and help from Athens calls. Their sense thus weak, lost with their fears, thus strong, made senseless things begin to do them wrong. For briars and thorns at their apparel snatch, some sleeves, some hats, from yielders all things catch. I led them on in this distracted fear, and left sweet Pyramus translated there. When in that moment, so it came to pass, Titania whacked, and straightway loved an ass. Oberon, this falls out better than I could devise. But hast thou yet latched the Athenian's eyes with the love juice, as I did bid thee do? Puck, I took him sleeping, that is finished too, and the Athenian woman by his side, that, when he whacked, of force she must be wide. Enter Demetrius and Hermia. Oberon, stand close, this is the same Athenian. Puck, this is the woman, but not this the man. Demetrius, oh, I rebuke you him that loves you so. Lay breath so bitter on your bitter foe. Hermia, now I but chide, but I should use thee worse, for thou, I fear, hast given me cause to curse. If thou hast slain Lysander in his sleep, being o'er shoes in blood, plunge in the deep, and kill me too. The sun was not so true unto the day as he to me, would he have stolen away from sleeping Hermia? I'll believe as soon this whole earth may be bored, and that the moon may through the centre creep, and so displease her brother's noontide with antipodes. It cannot be but thou hast murdered him. So should a murderer look, so dead, so grim. Demetrius, so should the murdered look, and so should I, pierced through the heart with your stern cruelty. Yet you, the murderer, look as bright, as clear, as yonder Venus in her glimmering sphere. Hermia, what's this to my Lysander? Where is he? Ah, good Demetrius, wilt thou give him me? Demetrius, I had rather give his carcass to my hounds. Hermia, out dog, out cur, thou drivest me past the bounds of maiden's patience. Hast thou slain him, then? Henceforth be never numbered among men. O once tell true, even for my sake. Durst thou have looked upon him, being awake, and hast thou killed him sleeping? O brave touch, could not a worm, an adder, do so much? An adder did it, for with doubler tongue than thine, thou serpent, never adder stung. Demetrius, you spend your passion on a misprised mood. I am not guilty of Lysander's blood, nor is he dead, for aught that I can tell. Hermia, I pray thee, tell me then that he is well. Demetrius, and if I could, what should I get therefore? Hermia, a privilege never to see me more, and from thy hated presence part one so. See me no more, whether he be dead or no. Exit. Demetrius, there is no following her in this fierce vein. Here, therefore, for a while I will remain. So sorrow's heaviness doth heavier grow for debt that bankrupt sleep doth sorrow owe, which now in some slight measure it will pay, if for his tinder here I make some stay. Lies down. Oberon, what hast thou done? Thou hast mistaken quite, and laid the love-juice on some true love's sight. Of thy misprision must perforce ensue some true love turned, and not a false turn true. Puck. Then fate o'errules, that, one man holding troth, a million fail, confounding oath on oath. Oberon. About the wood go swifter than the wind, and Helena of Athens look thou find. All fancy sick she is, and pale of cheer, with sighs of love, that costs the fresh blood dear. By some illusion see thou bring her here. I'll charm his eyes against she do appear. Puck. I go, look how I go, swifter than arrow from the Tartar's bow. Exit. Oberon. Flower of this purple dye, hit with Cupid's archery, sink in apple of his eye. When his love he doth espy, let her shine as gloriously as the Venus of the sky dot. When thou wax'st, if she be by, beg of her for remedy. Enter Puck. Puck. Captain of our fairy band, Helena is here at hand, and the youth mistook by me, pleading for a lover's fee. Shall we their fond pageant see? Lord, what fools these mortals be! Oberon. Stand aside, the noise they make will cause Demetrius to awake. Puck. Then will two at once woo one. That must needs be sport alone, and those things do best please me that befall preposterously. Enter Lysander and Helena. Lysander. Why should you think that I should woo in scorn? Scorn and derision never come in tears. Look, when I vow, I weep, and vows so born, in their nativity all truth appears. How can these things in me seem scorn to you, bearing the badge of faith, to prove them true? Helena. You do advance your cunning more and more. When truth kills truth, O devilish holy fray! These vows are Hermia's. Will you give her o'er? Weigh oath with oath, and you will nothing weigh. Your vows to her and me, put in two scales, will even weigh, and both as light as tails. Lysander. I had no judgment when to her I swore. Helena. Nor none, in my mind, now you give her o'er. Lysander. Demetrius loves her, and he loves not you. Demetrius. Waking. O Helen, goddess, nymph, perfect, divine, to what, my love, shall I compare thine eyne? Crystal is muddy, oh how ripe and show thy lips, those kissing cherries, tempting grow, that pure congealed white, high Taurus snow, fanned with the eastern wind, turns to a crow when thou hold'st up thy hand. Oh, let me kiss this princess of pure white, this seal of bliss. Helena. O spite, O hell, I see you all are bent to set against me for your merriment. If you were civil and knew courtesy, you would not do me thus much injury. Can you not hate me, as I know you do, but you must join in souls to mock me too? If you were men, as men you are in show, you would not use a gentle lady so, to vow and swear and superpraise my parts, when I am sure you hate me with your hearts. You both are rivals, and love Hermia, and now both rivals, to mock Helena. A trim exploit, a manly enterprise, to conjure tears up in a poor maid's eyes with your derision. None of noble sort would so offend a virgin, and extort a poor soul's patience, all to make you sport. Lysander. You are unkind, Demetrius. Be not so, for you love Hermia. This you know I know. And here, with all good will, with all my heart, in Hermia's love I yield you up my part. And yours of Helena to me bequeath, whom I do love and will do till my death. Helena. Never did mockers waste more idle breath. Demetrius. Lysander, keep thy Hermia, I will none. If e'er I loved her, all that love is gone. My heart to her but is guest-wise sojourned, and now to Helen is at home returned, there to remain. Lysander. Helen, it is not so. Demetrius. Disparage not the faith thou dost not know, lest to thy peril thou abide it dear. Look where thy love comes, yonder is thy dear. Enter Hermia. Hermia. Dark night, that from the eye his function takes, the ear more quick of apprehension makes. Wherein it doth impair the seeing sense, it pays the hearing double recompense. Thou art not by mine eye, Lysander, found. Mine ear, I thank it, brought me to thy sound. But why unkindly didst thou leave me so? Lysander, why should he stay whom love doth press to go? Hermia, what love could press Lysander from my side? Lysander, Lysander's love, that would not let him bide, fair Helena, who more engilds the night than all yon fiery oes and eyes of light. Why seek'st thou me? Could not this make thee know the hate I bear thee made me leave thee so? Hermia, you speak not as you think, it cannot be. Helena, lo, she is one of this confederacy. Now I perceive they have conjoined all three to fashion this false sport in spite of me. Injurious Hermia, most ungrateful maid, have you conspired, have you with these contrived, to bait me with this foul derision? Is all the counsel that we two have shard, the sisters' vows, the hours that we have spent, when we have chid the hasty-footed time for parting us, oh, is all forgot? All school-days friendship, childhood innocence? We, Hermia, like two artificial gods, have with our needles created both one flower, both on one sampler, sitting on one cushion, both warbling of one song, both in one key, as if our hands, our sides, voices, and minds had been incorporate, so we grew together, like to a double cherry, seeming parted, but yet a union in partition, two lovely berries molded on one stem. So, with two seeming bodies, but one heart, two of the first, like coats in heraldry, due but to one, and crowned with one crest. And will you rent our ancient love asunder, to join with men in scorning your poor friend? It is not friendly, 'tis not maidenly. Our sex, as well as I, may chide you for it, though I alone do feel the injury. Hermia, I am amazed at your passionate words. I scorn you not. It seems that you scorn me. Helena, have you not set Lysander, as in scorn, to follow me and praise my eyes and face? And made your other love, Demetrius, who even but now did spurn me with his foot, to call me goddess, nymph, divine and rare, precious, celestial? Wherefore speaks he this to her he hates? And wherefore doth Lysander deny your love, so rich within his soul, and tender me, forsooth, affection, but by your setting on, by your consent? What though I be not so in grace as you, so hung upon with love, so fortunate, but miserable most, to love unloved? This you should pity rather than despise. Hermia, I understand not what you mean by this. Helena, I do persever, counterfeit sad looks, make mouths upon me when I turn my back, wink each at other. Hold the sweet jest up. This sport, well carried, shall be chronicled. If you have any pity, grace, or manners, you would not make me such an argument. But fare ye well, 'tis partly my own fault, which death or absence soon shall remedy. Lysander, stay, gentle Helena, hear my excuse, my love, my life, my soul, fair Helena. Helena, oh excellent. Hermia, sweet, do not scorn her so. Demetrius, if she cannot entreat, I can compel. Lysander, thou canst compel no more than she entreat. Thy threats have no more strength than her weak prayers. Helen, I love thee, by my life I do. I swear by that which I will lose for thee to prove him false that says I love thee not. Demetrius, I say I love thee more than he can do. Lysander, if thou say so, withdraw, and prove it too. Demetrius, quick, come. Hermia, Lysander, whereto tends all this? Lysander, away, you Ethiop. Demetrius, no, no doubt he will. Seem to break loose, take on as you would follow. But yet come not, you are a tame man, go. Lysander, hang off, thou cat, thou burr. Vile thing, let loose, or I will shake thee from me like a serpent. Hermia, why are you grown so rude? What change is this, sweet love? Lysander, thy love? Out, tawny Tartar, out, out, loathed medicine. O hated potion hence. Hermia, do you not jest? Helena, yes, sooth, and so do you. Lysander, Demetrius, I will keep my word with thee. Demetrius, I would I had your bond, for I perceive a weak bond holds you. I'll not trust your word. Lysander, what, Should I hurt her, strike her, kill her dead? Although I hate her, I'll not harm her so. Hermia, what can you do me greater harm than hate? Hate me? Wherefore? O me, what news, my love? Am not I Hermia? Are not you Lysander? I am as fair now as I was erewhile. Since night you loved me, yet since night you left me. Why then, you left me? Oh, the gods forbid. In earnest, shall I say, Lysander, I by my life, and never did desire to see thee more. Therefore be out of hope, of question, of doubt. Be certain, nothing truer. 'Tis no jest that I do hate thee and love Helena. Hermia, O me, you juggler, you canker blossom, you thief of love. What? Have you come by night and stolen my love's heart from him? Helena, fine, faith, have you no modesty, no maiden shame, no touch of bashfulness? What? Will you tear impatient answers from my gentle tongue? Fie, fie, you counterfeit, you puppet, you. Hermia, puppet. Why so? That way goes the game. Now I perceive that she hath made compare between our statures. She hath urg'd her height, and with her personage, her tall personage, her height, forsooth, she hath prevailed with him. And are you grown so high in his esteem because I am so dwarfish and so low? How low am I, thou painted maypole? Speak, how low am I? I am not yet so low but that my nails can reach unto thine eyes. Helena, I pray you, though you mock me, gentlemen, let her not hurt me. I was never cursed. I have no gift at all in shrewishness. I am a right maid for my cowardice. Let her not strike me. You perhaps may think, because she is something lower than myself, that I can match her. Hermia, lower. Hark, again. Helena, good Hermia, do not be so bitter with me. I evermore did love you, Hermia, did ever keep your counsels, never wronged you, save that, in love unto Demetrius, I told him of your stealth unto this wood. He followed you. For love I followed him. But he hath chid me hence, and threatened me to strike me, spurn me, nay, to kill me too. And now, so you will let me quiet go, to Athens will I bear my folly back, and follow you no further. Let me go. You see how simple and how fond I am. Hermia, why, get you gone, who is that hinders you? Helena, a foolish heart that I leave here behind. Hermia, what, with Lysander? Helena, with Demetrius. Lysander, be not afraid. She shall not harm thee, Helena. Demetrius, no, sir, she shall not, though you take her part. Helena, oh, when she's angry, she is keen and shrewd. She was a vixen when she went to school, and though she be but little, she is fierce. Hermia, little again, nothing but low and little? Why will you suffer her to flout me thus? Let me come to her. Lysander, get you gone, you dwarf. You minimus, of hindring not grass made. You bead, you acorn. Demetrius, you are too officious. In her behalf that scorns your services. Let her alone, speak not of Helena. Take not her part. For if thou dost intend never so little show of love to her, thou shalt abye it. Lysander, now she holds me not. Now follow, if thou darest, to try whose right of thine or mine is most in Helena. Demetrius, follow. Nay, I'll go with thee, cheek by jowl. Exeunt Lysander and Demetrius. Hermia, you mistress, all this coil is long of you. Nay, go not back. Helena, I will not trust you, nor longer stay in your cursed company. Your hands than mine are quicker for a fray. My legs are longer, though, to run away. Exit. Hermia, I am amazed, and know not what to say. Exit. Pursuing Helena. Oberon, this is thy negligence. Still thou mistakest, or else committ'st thy knaveries wilfully. Puck, believe me, king of shadows, I mistook. Did not you tell me I should know the man by the Athenian garments he had on? And so far blameless proves my enterprise that I have nointed an Athenian's eyes. And so far am I glad it so did sort, as this their jangling I esteem a sport. Oberon, thou sayest these lovers seek a place to fight. High therefore, Robin, overcast the night. The starry welkin cover thou anon with drooping fog, as black as Acheron. and lead these testy rivals so astray as one come not within another's way. Like to Lysander sometime frame thy tongue, then stir Demetrius up with bitter wrong, and sometime rail thou like Demetrius. And from each other look thou lead them thus, till o'er their brows death counterfeiting sleep with leaden legs and batty wings doth creep. Then crush this herb into Lysander's eye, whose liquor hath this virtuous property, to take from thence all error with his might and make his eyeballs roll with wonted sight. When they next wake, all this derision shall seem a dream and fruitless vision. And back to Athens shall the lovers wend, with league whose date till death shall never end. Whiles I in this affair do thee employ, I'll to my queen, and beg her Indian boy, and then I will her charmed eye release from monsters' view, and all things shall be peace. Puck, my fairy lord, this must be done with haste, for night's swift dragons cut the clouds full fast, and yonder shines Aurora's harbinger, at whose approach ghosts wandering here and there troop home to churchyards, damned spirits all, that in crossways and floods have burial, already to their wormy beds are gone. For fear lest day should look their shames upon, they wilfully themselves exile from light, and must for aye consort with black-browed night. Oberon, but we are spirits of another sort. I with the morning's love have oft made sport, and like a forester, the groves may tread even till the eastern gate, all fiery red, opening on Neptune with fair blessed beams, turns into yellow gold his salt green streams. But, notwithstanding, haste, make no delay. We may effect this business yet ere day. Exit Oberon. Puck, up and down, I will lead them up and down. I am feared in field and town. Goblin, lead them up and down. Here comes one. Enter Lysander. Lysander, where art thou, proud Demetrius? Speak thou now. Puck, here, villain, drawn and ready, where art thou? Lysander, I will be with thee straight. Puck, follow me then to plainer ground. Exit Lysander as following. The voice. Enter Demetrius. Demetrius. Lysander, speak again. Thou runaway, thou coward. Art thou fled? Speak, I in some bush? Where dost thou hide thy head? Puck, thou coward. Art thou bragging to the stars, telling the bushes that thou look'st for wars, and wilt not come? Come, recreant, come, thou child. I'll whip thee with a rod, he is defilled that draws a sword on thee. Demetrius. Yeah, art thou there? Puck, follow my voice. We'll try no manhood here. Exeunt. Enter Lysander. Lysander. He goes before me, and still dares me on. When I come where he calls, then he is gone. The villain is much lighter-heeled than I. I followed fast, but faster he did fly, that fallen am I in dark uneven way, and here will rest me come, thou gentle day. Lies down. For if but once thou show me thy grey light, I'll find Demetrius, and revenge this spite. Sleeps. Enter Puck and Demetrius. Puck. Ho, ho, ho. Coward, why comest thou not? Demetrius. Abide me, if thou darest. For well I what thou run'st before me, shifting every place, and darest not stand, nor look me in the face. Where art thou? Puck. Come hither. I am here. Demetrius. Nay, then, thou mock'st me, thou shalt by this dear if ever I thy face by daylight see. Now go thy way, faintness constraineth me to measure out my length on this cold bed. By day's approach look to be visited. Lies down and sleeps. Enter Helena. Helena. O weary night, O long and tedious night, abate thy hours. Shine, comforts, from the east, that I may back to Athens by daylight, from these that my poor company detest, and sleep, that sometimes shuts up sorrow's eye, steal me a while from mine own company. Sleeps. Puck. Yet but three? Come one more. Two of both kinds makes up four. Here she comes, cursed and sad. Cupid is a knavish lad, thus to make poor females mad. Enter Hermia. Hermia. Never so weary, never so in woe, bedabbled with the dew, and torn with briars. I can no further crawl, no further go. My legs can keep no pace with my desires. Here will I rest me till the break of day. Heaven shield Lysander, if they mean a fray. Lies down. Puck, on the ground, sleep sound, I'll apply, to your eye, gentle lover, remedy, squeezing the juice on, Lysander's eye. When thou waxed, thou taxed, true delight, in the sight of thy former lady's eye, and the country proverb known, that every man should take his own, in your waking shall be shown. Jack shall have Jill, naught shall go ill, the man shall have his mare again, and all shall be well. Exit Puck. Act 4. Scene I. The wood. Lysander, Demetrius, Helena, and Hermia still asleep. Enter Titania and Bottom, Peas Blossom, Cobweb, Moth, Mustard Seed, and other fairies attending. Oberon. Behind, unseen. Titania. Come, sit thee down upon this flowery bed, while I thy amiable cheeks do coy, and stick musk roses in thy sleek smooth head, and kiss thy fair large ears, my gentle joy. Bottom. Where's Peas Blossom? Peas Blossom. Ready. Bottom. Scratch my head. Peas Blossom. Where's Monsieur Cobweb? Cobweb. Ready. Bottom. Monsieur Cobweb, good monsieur, get you your weapons in your hand and kill me a red-hipped humblebee on the top of a thistle. And good monsieur, bring me the honey-bag. Oh, not fret yourself too much in the action, monsieur. And good monsieur, have a care the honey bag break not. I would be loath to have you overflown with a honey bag. Signor, where's Monsieur Mustard Seed? Mustard Seed. Ready. Bottom. Give me your neef, Monsieur Mustard Seed, pray you. Leave your courtesy, good monsieur. Mustard Seed. What's your will? Bottom. Nothing, good monsieur. But to help Cavalery Cobweb to scratch, I must to the barber's, monsieur. For methinks I am marvellous hairy about the face, and I am such a tender ass, if my hair do but tickle me, I must scratch. Titania. What? Wilt thou hear some music, my sweet love? Bottom. I have a reasonable good ear in music, let us have the tongs and the bones. Titania. Or say, sweet love, what thou desirest to eat. Bottom. Truly, a peck of provender. I could munch your good dry oats, methinks I have a great desire to a bottle of hay. Good hay, sweet hay, hath no fellow. Titania. I have a venturous fairy that shall seek the squirrel's hoard, and fetch thee new nuts. Bottom. I had rather have a handful or two of dried peas, but, I pray you, let none of your people stir me. I have an exposition of sleep come upon me. Titania. Sleep thou, and I will wind thee in my arms. Fairies, be gone, and be all ways away. So doth the woodbine the sweet honeysuckle gently entwist, the female ivy so inrinks the barky fingers of the elm. Oh, how I love thee! How I dote on thee! They sleep. Oberon advances enter. Puck. Oberon. Welcome, good Robin. Sayest thou this sweet sight? Her dotage now I do begin to pity. For, meeting her of late behind the wood, seeking sweet favors for this hateful fool, I did upbraid her and fall out with her. For she is hairy temples then had rounded with coronet of fresh and fragrant flowers, and that same dew, which sometime on the buds was wont to swell like round and orient pearls, stood now within the pretty floweriet's eyes, like tears that did their own disgrace bewail. When I had at my pleasure taunted her, and she in mild terms begged my patience, I then did ask of her her changeling child, which straight she gave me, and her fairy sent to bear him to my bower in fairyland. And now I have the boy. I will undo this hateful imperfection of her eyes. And, gentle Puck, take this transformed scalp from off the head of this Athenian swain, that he awaking when the other do, may all to Athens back again repair, and think no more of this night's accidents, but as the fierce vexation of a dream. But first I will release the fairy queen, touching her eyes with an herb. Be as thou wast wont to be, see as thou was wont to see. Dian's bud o'er Cupid's flower hath such force and blessed power. Now, my Titania, wake you, my sweet queen. Titania, my Oberon, what visions have I seen? Methought I was enamored of an ass. Oberon, there lies your love. Titania, how came these things to pass? Oh, how mine eyes do loathe his visage now. Oberon, silence awhile. Robin, take off this head. Titania, music call, and strike more dead than common sleep, of all these five the sense. Titania, music, ho, music, such as charmeth sleep. Puck, now when thou waxed, with thine own fool's eyes peep. Oberon, sound, music, still music. Come, my queen, take hands with me, and rock the ground whereon these sleepers be. Now thou and I are new in amity, and will tomorrow midnight solemnly dance in Duke Theseus' house triumphantly, and bless it to all fair prosperity. There shall the pairs of faithful lovers be wedded, with Theseus, all in jollity. Puck, fairy king, attend and mark. I do hear the morning lark. Oberon, then, my queen, in silence sad, trip we after night's shade. We the globe can compass soon, swifter than the wandering moon. Titania, come, my lord, and in our flight, tell me how it came this night that I sleeping here was found with these mortals on the ground. Exeunt, horns sound within. Enter Theseus, Hippolyta, Aegis, and train. Theseus, go, one of you, find out the forester. For now our observation is performed, and since we have the vaward of the day, my love shall hear the music of my hounds. Uncouple in the western valley, let them go. Dispatch, I say, and find the forester. Exit an attendant. We will, fair queen, up to the mountain's top, and mark the musical confusion of hounds and echo in conjunction. Hippolyta, I was with Hercules and Cadmus once, when in a wood of Crete they bayed the bear with hounds of Sparta. Never did I hear such gallant chiding. For, besides the groves, the skies, the fountains, every region near seemed all one mutual cry. I never heard so musical a discord, such sweet thunder. Theseus, my hounds are bred out of the Spartan kind, so flued, so sanded, and their heads are hung with ears that sweep away the morning dew. Crook-kneed and dew-lapped like Thessalian bulls, slow in pursuit, but matched in mouth like bells, each under each, the cry more tunable was never hollowed to, nor cheered with horn, in Crete, in Sparta, nor in Thessaly. Judge when you hear. But, soft, what nymphs are these? Aegis, my lord, this is my daughter here asleep, and this Lysander. This Demetrius is. This Helena, old Neater's Helena. I wonder of their being here together. Theseus, no doubt they rose up early to observe the rite of May, and hearing our intent, came here in grace of our solemnity. But speak, Aegis, is not this the day that Hermia should give answer of her choice? Aegis, it is, my lord. Theseus, go, bid the huntsmen wake them with their horns. Horns, and shout within, Demetrius, Lysander, Hermia, and Helena wake and start up. Good morrow, friends, St. Valentine is past. Begin these wood birds but to couple now? Lysander, pardon, my lord. He and the rest kneel to Theseus. Theseus, I pray you all, stand up. I know you two are rival enemies. How comes this gentle concord in the world, that hatred is so far from jealousy to sleep by hate, and fear no enmity? Lysander, my lord, I shall reply amazedly, half sleep, half waking. But as yet, I swear, I cannot truly say how I came here. But, as I think, for truly would I speak, and now I do bethink me, so it is. I came with Hermia hither, our intent was to be gone from Athens, where we might be without the peril of the Athenian law. Aegis, enough, enough, my lord. You have enough. I beg the law upon his head. They would have stolen away, they would, Demetrius, thereby to have defeated you and me. You of your wife, and me of my consent that she should be your wife. Demetrius, my lord, fair Helen told me of their stealth, of this their purpose hither to this wood, and I in fury hither followed them, fair Helena in fancy following me. But, my good lord, I wot not by what power, but by some power it is, my love to Hermia, melted as the snow, seems to me now as the remembrance of an idol god which in my childhood I did dote upon. And all the faith, the virtue of my heart, the object and the pleasure of mine eye, is only Helena. Theo her, my lord, was I betrothed ere I saw Hermia. But like a sickness did I loathe this food. But, as in health, come to my natural taste. Now I do wish it, love it, long for it, and will for evermore be true to it. Theseus, fair lovers, you are fortunately met. Of this discourse we more will hear anon. Aegis, I will overbear your will. For in the temple, by and by with us, these couples shall eternally be knit. And, for the morning now is something worn, our purposed hunting shall be set aside. Away with us to Athens. 3 and 3. We'll hold a feast in great solemnity. Come, Hippolyta, exeunt Theseus, Hippolyta, Aegis and train. Demetrius. These things seem small and undistinguishable, like far-off mountains turned into clouds. Hermia. Methinks I see these things with parted eye, when everything seems double. Helena. So methinks. And I have found Demetrius like a jewel, mine own, and not mine own. Demetrius. Are you sure that we are awake? It seems to me that yet we sleep. We dream. Do not you think the Duke was here, and bid us follow him? Hermia. Yea, and my father. Helena. And Hippolyta. Lysander. And he did bid us follow to the temple. Demetrius. Why, then, we are awake. Let's follow him, and by the way let us recount our dreams. Exeunt. Bottom. Waking. When my cue comes, call me, and I will answer. My next is, most fair Pyramus. Hi-ho. Peter Quince. Flute, the bellows mender. Snout, the tinker. Starveling. God's my life. Stolen hints, and left me asleep. I have had a most rare vision, I have had a dream. Past the wit of man to say what dream it was, man is but an ass if he go about to expound this dream methought I was. There is no man can tell what methought I was and methought I had. But man is but a patched fool if he will offer to say what methought I had. The eye of man hath not heard, the ear of man hath not seen. Man's hand is not able to taste, his tongue to conceive, nor his heart to report. What my dream was I will get Peter Quince to write a ballad of this dream. It shall be called Bottom's Dream, because it hath no bottom, and I will sing it in the latter end of a play, before the Duke peradventure, to make it the more gracious, I shall sing it at her death. Exit. Scene 2. Athens. A room in Quince's house. Enter Quince, flute, snout, and starveling. Quince. Have you sent to Bottom's house? Is he come home yet? Starveling. He cannot be heard of, out of doubt he is transported. Flute. If he come not, then the play is marred, it goes not forward, doth it? Quince. It is not possible, you have not a man in all Athens able to discharge Pyramus, but he. Flute. No, he hath simply the best wit of any handicraft man in Athens. Quince. Yea, and the best person too, and he is a very paramour for a sweet voice. Flute. You must say paragon, a paramour is, God bless us, a thing of naught. Enter Snug. Snug. Masters, the Duke is coming from the temple, and there is 2 or 3 lords and ladies more married. If our sport had gone forward, we had all been made men. Flute. O sweet bully Bottom. Thus hath he lost 6 pence a day during his life. He could not have scaped 6 pence a day, and the Duke had not given him 6 pence a day for playing Pyramus. I'll be hanged. He would have deserved it. 6 pence a day in Pyramus, or nothing. Enter Bottom. Bottom. Where are these lads? Where are these hearts? Quince. Bottom. O most courageous day. O most happy hour. Bottom. Masters, I am to discourse wonders. But ask me not what, for if I tell you, I am not true Athenian, I will tell you everything, right as it fell out. Quince. Let us hear, sweet Bottom. Bottom. Not a word of me, all that I will tell you is, that the Duke hath dined, get your apparel together, good strings to your beards, new ribbons to your pumps. Meet presently at the palace. Every man look o'er his part, for the short and the long is, our play is preferred in any case. Let Thisbe have clean linen, and let not him that plays the lion pare his nails, for they shall hang out for the lion's claws, and most dear actors, eat no onions nor garlic, for we are to utter sweet breath, and I do not doubt but to hear them say it is a sweet comedy, and no more words away. Go away. Exeunt. Act V. Scene I. Athens. An apartment in the palace of Theseus. Enter Theseus, Hippolyta, Philostrate, lords, and attendants. Hippolyta. 'Tis strange, my Theseus, that these lovers speak of. Theseus. More strange than true, I never may believe these antique fables, nor these fairy toys. Lovers and madmen have such seething brains, such shaping fantasies, that apprehend more than cool reason ever comprehends. The lunatic, the lover, and the poet are of imagination all compact. One sees more devils than vast hell can hold. That is the madman. The lover, all is frantic, sees Helen's beauty in a brow of Egypt. The poet's eye, in a fine frenzy rolling, doth glance from heaven to earth, from earth to heaven. And as imagination bodies forth the forms of things unknown, the poet's pen turns them to shapes, and gives to airy nothing a local habitation and a name. Such tricks hath strong imagination, that if it would but apprehend some joy, it comprehends some bringer of that joy. Or in the night, imagining some fear, how easy is a bush supposed to bear? Hippolyta. But all the story of the night told over, and all their minds transfigured so together, more witnesseth than fancy's images, and grows to something of great constancy. But, howsoever, strange and admirable, enter lovers, Lysander, Demetrius, Hermia, and Helena. Theseus. Here come the lovers, full of joy and mirth. Joy, gentle friends, joy and fresh days of love accompany your hearts. Lysander. More than to us. Wait in your royal walks, your board, your bed. Theseus. Come now. What masks, what dances shall we have, to wear away this long age of 3 hours between our after-supper and bedtime? Where is our usual manager of mirth? What revels are in hand? Is there no play to ease the anguish of a torturing hour? Call Philostrate. Philostrate. Here, mighty Theseus. Theseus. Say, what abridgment have you for this evening? What mask? What music? How shall we beguile the lazy time, if not with some delight? Philostrate. There is a brief how many sports are ripe. Make choice of which your highness will see first. Giving a paper. Theseus. Reads, the battle with the centaurs, to be sung by an Athenian eunuch to the harp. Will none of that have I told my love and glory of my kinsman Hercules. The riot of the tipsy bacchanals, tearing the Thracian singer in their rage? That is an old device, and it was played when I from Thebes came last a conqueror. The thrice 3 muses mourning for the death of learning, late deceased in beggary. That is some satire, keen and critical, not sorting with a nuptial ceremony. A tedious brief scene of young Pyramus and his love Thisbe. Very tragical mirth. Merry and tragical? Tedious and brief? That is hot ice and wondrous strange snow. How shall we find the concord of this discord? Philostrate. A play there is, my lord, some 10 words long, which is as brief as I have known a play. But by 10 words, my lord, it is too long, which makes it tedious, for in all the play there is not one word apt, one player fitted. And tragical, my noble lord, it is, for Pyramus therein doth kill himself, which, when I saw rehearsed, I must confess, made mine eyes water. But more merry tears the passion of loud laughter never shed. Theseus. What are they that do play it? Philostrate. Hard-handed men that work in Athens here, which never labored in their minds till now, and now have toiled their unbreathed memories with this same play against your nuptial. Theseus. And we will hear it. Philostrate. No, my noble lord, it is not for you. I have heard it over, and it is nothing, nothing in the world, unless you can find sport in their intense, extremely stretched and conned with cruel pain to do you service. Theseus. I will hear that play, for never anything can be amiss when simpleness and duty tender it. Go, bring them in, and take your places, ladies. Exit Philostrate. Hippolyta. I love not to see wretchedness o'ercharged, and duty in his service perishing. Theseus. Why, gentle sweet, you shall see no such thing. Hippolyta. He says they can do nothing in this kind. Theseus. The kinder we, to give them thanks for nothing. Our sport shall be to take what they mistake. And what poor duty cannot do, noble respect takes it in might, not merit. Where I have come, great clerks have purposed to greet me with premeditated welcomes. Where I have seen them shiver and look pale, make periods in the midst of sentences, throttle their practiced accent in their fears, and in conclusion, dumbly have broke off, not paying me a welcome, trust me, sweet. Out of this silence yet I picked a welcome, And in the modesty of fearful duty I read, as much as from the rattling tongue of saucy and audacious eloquence. Love, therefore, and tongue-tied simplicity in least speak most to my capacity. Enter Philostrate. Philostrate. So please your grace, the prologue is addressed. Theseus. Let him approach. Flourish of trumpets, enter the prologue. Prologue. If we offend, it is with our good will. That you should think, we come not to offend, but with good will to show our simple skill, that is the true beginning of our end. Consider then, we come but in despite. We do not come, as minding to content you. Our true intent is, all for your delight we are not here that you should here repent you. The actors are at hand, and by their show, you shall know all that you are like to know. Theseus. This fellow doth not stand upon points. Lysander. He hath rid his prologue like a rough colt. He knows not the stop. A good moral, my lord. It is not enough to speak, but to speak true. Hippolyta. Indeed, he hath played on this prologue like a child on a recorder, a sound, but not in government. Theseus. His speech was like a tangled chain, nothing impaired, but all disordered. Who is next? Enter Pyramus and Thisbe, wall, moonshine and lion as in dumb show. Prologue. Gentles, perchance you wonder at this show, but wonder on, till truth make all things plain. This man is Pyramus, if you would know. This beauteous lady Thisbe is certain. This man, with lime and rough cast, doth present wall, that vile wall which did these lovers sunder. And through wall's chink, poor souls, they are content to whisper, at the which let no man wonder. This man, with lantern, dog, and bush of thorn, presenteth moonshine. For, if you will know, by moonshine did these lovers think no scorn to meet at Ninus' tomb, there to woo. This grisly beast, which Lion hight by name, the trusty Thisbe, coming first by night, did scare away, or rather did affright. And as she fled, her mantle she did fall, which Lion vile with bloody mouth did stain. Anon comes Pyramus, sweet youth and tall, and finds his trusty Thisbe's mantle slain. Whereat with bloody blameful blade, he bravely broached his boiling bloody breast, and Thisbe, tarrying in mulberry shade, his dagger drew, and died. For all the rest, let lion, moonshine, wall, and lovers twain at large discourse while here they do remain. Exeunt prologue. Pyramus, Thisbe, lion, and moonshine. Theseus. I wonder if the lion be to speak. Demetrius. No wonder, my lord. Point one lion may, when many asses do. Wall. In this same interlude it doth befall that I, one snout by name, present a wall, and such a wall as I would have you think that had in it a crannied hole or chink, through which the lovers, Pyramus and Thisbe, did whisper often very secretly. This loam, this rough cast, and this stone, doth show that I am that same wall. The truth is so, and this the cranny is right and sinister, through which the fearful lovers are to whisper. Theseus. Would you desire lime and hair to speak better? Demetrius. It is the wittiest petition that ever I heard discourse, my lord. Theseus. Pyramus draws near the wall. Silence. Enter Pyramus. Pyramus. O grim-looked night! O night with hue so black! O night, which ever art when day is not! O night! O night! Alack, alack, alack! I fear my Thisbe's promise is forgot. And thou, O wall, O sweet, O lovely wall, that stands between her father's ground and mine. Thou wall, O sweet and lovely wall, show me thy chink, to blink through with mine eyne. Wall holds up his fingers. Thanks, courteous wall. Jove shield thee well for this. But what see I? No Thisbe do I see. O wicked wall, through whom I see no bliss, cursed be thy stones for thus deceiving me. Theseus. The wall, methinks, being sensible, should curse again. Pyramus. No, in truth, sir, he should not. Deceiving me is Thisbe's cue. She is to enter now, and I am to spy her through the wall. You shall see it will fall pat as I told you. Yonder she comes. Enter Thisbe. Thisbe. O wall, full often hast thou heard my moans, for parting my fair Pyramus and me. My cherry lips have often kissed thy stones with lime and hair knit up in thee. Pyramus. I see a voice. Now will I to the chink, to spy, and I can hear my Thisbe's face. Thisbe? Thisbe. My love thou art. My love, I think. Pyramus. Think what thou wilt. I am thy lover's grace, and like Lymander am I trusty still. Thisbe. And I like Helen, till the fates me kill. Pyramus. Not Shaphalus to Procrus was so true. Thisbe. As Shaphalus to Procrus, I to you. Pyramus. Oh, kiss me through the hole of this vile wall. Thisbe. I kiss the wall's hole, not your lips at all. Pyramus. Wilt thou at Ninny's tomb meet me straightway? Thisbe. Tide life, tide death, I come without delay. Wall. Thus have I, wall, my part discharged so, and being done, thus wall away doth go. Exeunt wall, Pyramus and Thisbe. Theseus. Now is the mural down between the two neighbors. Demetrius. No remedy, my lord, when walls are so willful to hear without warning. Hippolyta. This is the silliest stuff that ever I heard. Theseus. The best in this kind are but shadows, and the worst are no worse, if imagination amend them. Hippolyta. It must be your imagination then, and not theirs. Theseus. If we imagine no worse of them than they of themselves, they may pass for excellent men. Here come two noble beasts in, a man and a lion. Enter lion and moonshine. Lion. You, ladies, you, whose gentle hearts do fear the smallest monstrous mouse that creeps on floor, may now, perchance, both quake and tremble here, when lion rough in wildest rage doth roar. Then know that I, one snug the joiner, am a lion fell, nor else no lion's dam. For if I should as lion come in strife into this place, 'twere pity on my life. Theseus. A very gentle beast, and of a good conscience. Demetrius. The very best at a beast, my lord, that e'er I saw. Lysander. This lion is a very fox for his valor. Theseus. True, and a goose for his discretion. Demetrius. Not so, my lord, for his valor cannot carry his discretion, and the fox carries the goose. Theseus. His discretion, I am sure, cannot carry his valor. For the goose carries not the foxit as well. Leave it to his discretion, and let us listen to the moon. Moonshine. This lantern doth the horn moon present. Demetrius. He should have worn the horns on his head. Theseus. He is no crescent, and his horns are invisible within the circumference. Moonshine. This lantern doth the horned moon present. Myself the man I, the moon do seem to be. Theseus. This is the greatest error of all the rest. The man should be put into the lantern. How is it else the man I the moon? Demetrius. He dares not come there for the candle, for you see, it is already in snuff. Hippolyta. I am aweary of this moon, what he would change. Theseus. It appears by his small light of discretion that he is in the wane. But yet, in courtesy, in all reason, we must stay the time. Lysander. Proceed. Moon. Moon. All that I have to say is to tell you that the lantern is the moon. I the man, I the moon. This thorn bush my thorn bush, and this dog my dog. Demetrius. Why, all these should be in the lantern, for all these are in the moon, but silence. Here comes Thisbe. Enter Thisbe. Thisbe. This is old Ninny's tomb. Where is my love? Lion. Oh, the lion roars. Thisbe runs off. Demetrius. Well roared, lion. Theseus. Well run, Thisbe. Hippolyta. Well shown, moon. Truly, the moon shines with a good grace. The lion tears. Thisbe's mantle and exit. Theseus. Well-moused, lion. Demetrius. And then came Pyramus. Lysander. And so the lion vanished. Enter Pyramus. Pyramus. Sweet moon, I thank thee for thy sunny beams. I thank thee, moon, for shining now so bright. For, by thy gracious golden, glittering gleams, I trust to take of truest Thisbe sight. But stay, O spite, but mark, poor night, what dreadful dole is here. Eyes, do you see? How can it be? O dainty duck, O dear, thy mantle good, what, stained with blood? Approach, ye Furies fell. O Fates, come, come, cut thread and thrum, quail, rush, conclude, and quell. Theseus, this passion, and the death of a dear friend, would go near to make a man look sad. Hippolyta, beshrew my heart, but I pity the man. Pyramus, O wherefore, nature, didst thou lions frame, since lion vile hath here deflowered my dear? Which is, no, no, which was the fairest dame that lived, that loved, that licked, that looked with cheer. Come, tears, confound, out, sword, and wound. The pap of Pyramus, I that left pap, where heart doth hop. Thus die I, thus, thus, thus. Now am I dead, now am I fled. My soul is in the sky. Tongue, lose thy light. Moon, take thy flight. Now die, 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 die. Dies exit moonshine. Demetrius, no die, but an ace for him. For he is but one. Lysander, less than an ace man. For he is dead, he is nothing. Theseus, with the help of a surgeon, he might yet recover and prove an ass. Hippolyta, how chance moonshine is gone before Thisbe comes back and finds her lover. Theseus, she will find him by starlight. Enter Thisbe. Here she comes, and her passion ends the play. Hippolyta, methinks she should not use a long one for such a Pyramus. I hope she will be brief. Demetrius, a mote will turn the balance, which Pyramus, which Thisbe, is the better. He for a man, God warrant us. She for a woman, God bless us. Lysander, she hath spied him already with those sweet eyes. Demetrius, and thus she means, videlicet. Thisbe, asleep, my love? What? Dead, my dove. O Pyramus, arise. Speak, speak quite dumb. Dead, dead? A tomb must cover thy sweet eyes. These lily lips, this cherry nose, these yellow cowslip cheeks, are gone, are gone. Lovers, make moan. His eyes were green as leeks. O sisters three, come, come to me, with hands as pale as milk. Lay them in gore, since you have shore, with shears his thread of silk. Tongue, not a word. Come, trusty sword. Come, blade, my breast imbrue, and farewell, friends. Thus Thisbe ends. Adieu, adieu, adieu. Dies. Theseus, moonshine and lion are left to bury the dead. Demetrius, I, and wall too. Bottom, no, I assure you. The wall is down that parted their fathers. Will it please you to see the epilogue, or to hear a burgomask dance between two of our company? Theseus, no epilogue, I pray you. For your play needs no excuse, never excuse. For when the players are all dead there need none to be blamed. Mary, if he that writ it had played Pyramus, and hanged himself in Thisbe's garter, it would have been a fine tragedy, and so it is, truly, and very notably discharged. But come, your burgomask, let your epilogue alone. Hear a dance of clowns. The iron tongue of midnight hath told 12. Lovers, to bed. 'Tis almost fairy time. I fear we shall outsleep the coming morn, as much as we this night have overwatched. This palpable gross play hath well beguiled the heavy gate of night. Sweet friends, to bed. A fortnight hold we this solemnity in nightly revels and new jollity. Exeunt. Enter Puck. Puck. Now the hungry lion roars, and the wolf behowls the moon, whilst the heavy ploughman snores, all with weary task fordone. Now the wasted brands do glow, whilst the screech owl, screeching loud, puts the wretch that lies in woe in remembrance of a shroud. Now it is the time of night, that the graves, all gaping wide, every one lets forth his sprite, in the churchway paths to glide. And we fairies that do run, by the triple Hecate's team, from the presence of the sun, following darkness like a dream, now our frolic, not a mouse, shall disturb this hallowed house. I am sent with broom before, to sweep the dust behind the door. Enter Oberon and Titania with their train. Oberon, through the house give glimmering light, by the dead and drowsy fire. Every elf and fairy sprite hop as light as bird from briar, and this ditty after me, sing and dance it trippingly. Titania, first rehearse your song by rote, to each word a warbling note. Hand in hand, with fairy grace, will we sing and bless this place. Song and dance. Oberon. Now, until the break of day, through this house each fairy stray. To the best bride bed will we, which by us shall blessed be, and the issue there create, ever shall be fortunate. So shall all the couples three ever true and loving be, and the blots of nature's hand shall not in their issue stand. Never mole, hairlip, nor scar, nor mark prodigious, such as are despised in nativity, shall upon their children be. With this field do consecrate, every fairy take his gate, and each several chamber bless, through this palace, with sweet peace, and the owner of it blessed. Ever shall it in safety rest. Trip away, make no stay. Meet me all by break of day. Exion Oberon, Titania, and train. Puck. If we shadows have offended, think but this, and all is mended, that you have but slumbered here while these visions did appear. And this weak and idle theme, no more yielding but a dream. Gentles, do not reprehend. If you pardon, we will mend. And, as I am an honest Puck, if we have unearned luck, now to 'scape the serpent's tongue, we will make amends ere long. Else the Puck a liar call. So, good night unto you all. Give me your hands, if we be friends, and Robin shall restore amends. Exit. Much ado about nothing. Contents. Act I. Scene I. Before Leonato's house. Scene 2. A room in Leonato's house. Scene 3. Another room in Leonato's house. Act 2. Scene I. A hall in Leonato's house. Scene 2. Another room in Leonato's house. Scene 3. Leonato's garden. Act 3. Scene I. Leonato's garden. Scene 2. A room in Leonato's house. Scene 3. A street. Scene 4. A room in Leonato's house. Scene V. Another room in Leonato's house. Act 4. Scene I. The inside of a church. Scene 2. A prison. Act V. Scene I. Before Leonato's house. Scene 2. Leonato's garden. Scene 3. The inside of a church. Scene 4. A room in Leonato's house. Dramatis Personae. Don Pedro, Prince of Aragon. Don John, his bastard brother. Claudio, a young lord of Florence. Benedict, a young lord of Padua. Leonato, governor of Messina. Antonio, his brother. Balthasar, servant to Don Pedro. Baracchio, follower of Don John. Conrade, follower of Don John. Dogberry, a constable. Verges, a headborough. Friar Francis, a sexton. A boy. Hero, daughter to Leonato. Beatrice, niece to Leonato. Margaret, waiting gentlewoman attending on Hero. Ursula, waiting gentlewoman attending on Hero. Messengers, watch, attendants, and see. Scene Messina. Act I. Scene I. Before Leonato's house. Enter Leonato, Hero, Beatrice, and others, with a messenger. Leonato. I learn in this letter that Don Pedro of Aragon comes this night to Messina. Messenger. He is very near by this. He was not 3 leagues off when I left him. Leonato. How many gentlemen have you lost in this action? Messenger. But few of any sort, and none of name. Leonato. A victory is twice itself when the achiever brings home full numbers. I find here that Don Pedro hath bestowed much honor on a young Florentine called Claudio. Messenger. Much deserved on his part, and equally remembered by Don Pedro. He hath borne himself beyond the promise of his age, doing in the figure of a lamb the feats of a lion. He hath indeed bettered expectation than you must expect of me to tell you how. Leonato. He hath an uncle here in Messina will be very much glad of it. Messenger. I have already delivered him letters, and there appears much joy in him. Even so much that joy could not show itself modest enough without a badge of bitterness. Leonato. Did he break out into tears? Messenger. In great measure. Leonato. A kind overflow of kindness, there are no faces truer than those that are so washed. How much better is it to weep at joy than to joy at weeping? Beatrice. I pray you. Is Signor Mountanto returned from the wars or no? Messenger. I know none of that name, lady. There was none such in the army of any sort. Leonato. What is he that you ask for, niece? Hero. My cousin means Signor Benedict of Padua. Messenger. Oh, he is returned, and as pleasant as ever he was. Beatrice. He set up his bills here in Messina and challenged Cupid at the flight. And my uncle's fool, reading the challenge, subscribed for Cupid, and challenged him at the bird bolt, I pray you. How many hath he killed and eaten in these wars? But how many hath he killed? 4, indeed. I promise to eat all of his killing. Leonato. Faith, niece, you tax Signor Benedict too much. But he'll be meet with you, I doubt it not. Messenger. He hath done good service, lady, in these wars. Beatrice. You had musty victual, and he hath holp to eat it. He is a very valiant trencher man. He hath an excellent stomach. Messenger. And a good soldier too, lady. Beatrice. And a good soldier to a lady. But what is he to a lord? Messenger. A lord to a lord, a man to a man, stuffed with all honorable virtues. Beatrice. It is so indeed. He is no less than a stuffed man. But for the stuffing, well, we are all mortal. Leonato. You must not, sir, mistake my niece. There is a kind of merry war betwixt Signor Benedict and her. They never meet, but there's a skirmish of wit between them. Beatrice. Alas, he gets nothing by that, and our last conflict 4 of his 5 wits went halting off, and now is the whole man governed with one. So that if he have wit enough to keep himself warm, let him bear it for a difference between himself and his horse. For it is all the wealth that he hath left to be known a reasonable creature, who is his companion now. He hath every month a new sworn brother. Messenger. Is't possible? Beatrice. Very easily possible. He wears his faith, but as the fashion of his hat. It ever changes with the next block. Messenger. I see, lady, the gentleman is not in your books. Beatrice. No, and he were, I would burn my study, but I pray you, who is his companion? Is there no young squarer now that will make a voyage with him to the devil? Messenger. He is most in the company of the right noble Claudio. Beatrice. O Lord, he will hang upon him like a disease. He is sooner caught than the pestilence, and the taker runs presently mad. God help the noble Claudio. If he have caught the Benedict, it will cost him £1,000 ere he be cured. Messenger. I will hold friends with you, lady. Beatrice. Do, good friend. Leonato. You will never run mad, niece? Beatrice. No, not till a hot January. Messenger. Don Pedro is approached. Enter Don Pedro, Don John, Claudio, Benedict, Balthasar, and others. Don Pedro. Good Signor Leonato, you are come to meet your trouble. The fashion of the world is to avoid cost, and you encounter it. Leonato. Never came trouble to my house in the likeness of your grace, for trouble being gone, comfort should remain. But when you depart from me, sorrow abides and happiness takes his leave. Don Pedro. You embrace your charge too willingly. I think this is your daughter. Leonato. Her mother hath many times told me so. Benedict. Were you in doubt, sir, that you asked her? Leonato. Signor Benedict, no, for then were you a child. Don Pedro. You have it full, Benedict. We may guess by this what you are, being a man. Truly the lady fathers herself. Be happy, lady, for you are like an honorable father. Benedict. If Signor Leonato be her father, she would not have his head on her shoulders for all Messina, as like him as she is. Beatrice. I wonder that you will still be talking, Signor Benedict. Nobody marks you. Benedict. What? My dear Lady Disdain, are you yet living? Beatrice. Is it possible Disdain should die while she hath such meat food defeated as Signor Benedict? Courtesy itself must convert to disdain if you come in her presence. Benedict. Then is courtesy a turncoat, but it is certain I am loved of all ladies, only you accept it. And I would I could find in my heart that I had not a hard heart. For, truly, I love none. Beatrice. A dear happiness to women. They would else have been troubled with a pernicious suitor. I thank God and my cold blood. I am of your humor for that. I had rather hear my dog bark at a crow than a man swear he loves me. Benedict. God keep your ladyship still in that mind. So some gentleman or other shall scape a predestinate scratched face. Beatrice. Scratching could not make it worse, and 'twere such a face as yours were. Benedict. Well, you are a rare parrot teacher. Beatrice. A bird of my tongue is better than a beast of yours. Benedict, I would my horse had the speed of your tongue, and so good a continuer, but keep your way. I God's name, I have done. Beatrice, you always end with a jade's trick. I know you of old. Don Pedro, that is the sum of all, Leonardo. Signor Claudio and Signor Benedict, my dear friend Leonardo hath invited you all. I tell him we shall stay here at the least a month, and he heartily prays some occasion may detain us longer. I dare swear he is no hypocrite, but prays from his heart. Leonardo, if you swear, my lord, you shall not be forsworn. To Don John, let me bid you welcome, my lord. Being reconciled to the prince your brother, I owe you all duty. Don John, I thank you. I am not of many words, but I thank you. Leonardo, please at your grace lead on. Don Pedro, your hand, Leonardo. We will go together. Exeunt all but Benedict and Claudio. Claudio, Benedict, didst thou note the daughter of Signor Leonardo? Benedict, I noted her not, but I looked on her. Claudio, is she not a modest young lady? Benedict, do you question me, as an honest man should do, for my simple true judgment? Or would you have me speak after my custom, as being a professed tyrant to their sex? Claudio, no. I pray thee speak in sober judgment. Benedict, why, I faith, methinks she's too low for a high praise, too brown for a fair praise, and too little for a great praise. Only this commendation I can afford her, that were she other than she is, she were unhandsome, and being no other but as she is, I do not like her. Claudio, thou thinkest I am in sport. I pray thee tell me truly how thou likest her. Benedict, would you buy her, that you inquire after her? Claudio, can the world buy such a jewel? Benedict, yea, and a case to put it into, but speak you this with a sad brow? Or do you play the flouting jack, to tell us Cupid is a good hair-finder, and Vulcan a rare carpenter? Come, in what key shall a man take you, to go in the song? Claudio, in mine eye she is the sweetest lady that ever I looked on. Benedict, I can see yet without spectacles, and I see no such matter. There's her cousin, and she were not possessed with a fury, exceeds her as much in beauty as the 1st of May doth the last of December, but I hope you have no intent to turn husband, have you? Claudio, I would scarce trust myself, though I had sworn to the contrary, if Hero would be my wife. Benedict, is't come to this, in faith? Hath not the world one man, but he will wear his cap with suspicion? Shall I never see a bachelor of 60 again? Go to, I faith. And thou wilt needs thrust thy neck into a yoke, where the print of it, and sigh away Sundays. Re-enter Don Pedro. Look, Don Pedro is returned to seek you. Don Pedro, what secret hath held you here, that you followed not to Leonardo's? Benedict, I would your grace would constrain me to tell. Don Pedro, I charge thee on thy allegiance. Benedict, you hear, Count Claudio. I can be secret as a dumb man. I would have you think so, but on my allegiance mark you this, on my allegiance. He is in love with who? Now that is your grace's part, mark how short his answer is. With Hero, Leonardo's short daughter. Claudio, if this were so, so were it uttered. Benedict, like the old tale, my lord, it is not so, nor 'twas not so, but indeed God forbid it should be so. Claudio, if my passion change not shortly, God forbid it should be otherwise. Don Pedro, amen, if you love her, for the lady is very well worthy. Claudio, you speak this to fetch me in, my lord. Don Pedro, by my troth, I speak my thought. Claudio, and in faith, my lord, I spoke mine. Benedict, and by my 2 faiths and troths, my lord, I spoke mine. Claudio, that I love her, I feel. Don Pedro, that she is worthy, I know. Benedict, that I neither feel how she should be loved, nor know how she should be worthy, is the opinion that fire cannot melt out of me. I will die in it at the stake. Don Pedro, thou wast ever an obstinate heretic in the despite of beauty. Claudio, and never could maintain his part, but in the force of his will. Benedict, that a woman conceived me, I thank her. That she brought me up, I likewise give her most humble thanks. But that I will have a wreck heat winded in my forehead, or hang my bugle in an invisible baldric, All women shall pardon me, because I will not do them the wrong to mistrust any. I will do myself the right to trust none. And the fine is, for the which I may go the finer, I will live a bachelor. Don Pedro, I shall see thee, ere I die, look pale with love. Benedick, with anger, with sickness, or with hunger, my lord. Not with love. Prove that ever I lose more blood with love than I will get again with drinking. Pick out mine eyes with a ballad-maker's pin, and hang me up at the door of a brothel house for the sign of blind Cupid. Don Pedro, well, if ever thou dost fall from this faith, thou wilt prove a notable argument. Benedick, if I do, hang me in a bottle like a cat and shoot at me, and he that hits me, let him be clapped on the shoulder and called Adam. Don Pedro, well, as time shall try. In time the savage bull doth bear the yoke. Benedick, the savage bull may, but if ever the sensible Benedick bear it, pluck off the bull's horns and set them in my forehead, and let me be vilely painted, and in such great letters as they write, here is good horse to hire, let them signify under my sign, here you may see Benedick the married man. Claudio, if this should ever happen, thou wouldst be horn-mad. Don Pedro, nay, if Cupid have not spent all his quiver in Venice, thou wilt quake for this shortly. Benedick, I look for an earthquake too then. Don Pedro, well, you will temporize with the hours. I in the meantime, good Signor Benedick, repair to Leonato's. Commend me to him, and tell him I will not fail him at supper, for indeed he hath made great preparation. Benedick, I have almost matter enough in me for such an embassage, and so I commit you, Claudio, to the tuition of God. From my house, if I had it. Don Pedro, the 6th of July, your loving friend, Benedick. Benedick, nay, mock not, the body of your discourse is sometime guarded with fragments, and the guards are but slightly basted on neither. Ere you flout old ends any further, examine your conscience, and so I leave you. Exit. Claudio, my liege, your highness now may do me good. Don Pedro, my love is thine to teach. Teach it but how, and thou shalt see how apt it is to learn any hard lesson that may do thee good. Claudio, hath Leonato any son, my lord? Don Pedro, no child but Hero, she's his only heir. Dost thou affect her, Claudio? Claudio, oh, my lord, when you went onward on this ended action, I looked upon her with a soldier's eye, that licked, but had a rougher task in hand than to drive liking to the name of love. But now I am returned, and that war thoughts have left their places vacant. In their rooms come thronging soft and delicate desires, all prompting me how fair young Hero is, saying, I licked her ere I went to wars. Don Pedro, thou wilt be like a lover presently, and tire the hearer with a book of words. If thou dost love fair Hero, cherish it, and I will break with her, and with her father, and thou shalt have her. Was not to this end that thou beganst to twist so fine a story? Claudio, how sweetly you do minister to love, that no loves grief by his complexion. But lest my liking might too sudden seem, I would have salved it with a longer treatise. Don Pedro, what need the bridge much broader than the flood? The fairest grant is the necessity. Look, what will serve is fit. 'Tis once, thou lovest, and I will fit thee with the remedy. I know we shall have revelling tonight. I will assume thy part in some disguise, and tell fair Hero I am Claudio. And in her bosom I'll unclasp my heart, and take her hearing prisoner with the force and strong encounter of my amorous tale. Then after to her father will I break, and the conclusion is, she shall be thine. In practice let us put it presently. Exeunt. Scene 2, a room in Leonato's house. Enter Leonato and Antonio, meeting. Leonato, how now, brother? Where is my cousin your son? Hath he provided this music? Antonio, he is very busy about it, but, brother, I can tell you strange news that you yet dreamt not of. Leonato, are they good? Antonio, as the event stamps them, but they have a good cover, they show well outward. The prince and Count Claudio, walking in a thick-pleached alley in my orchard, were thus much overheard by a man of mine. The prince discovered to Claudio that he loved my niece your daughter and meant to acknowledge it this night in a dance, and if he found her accordant, He meant to take the present time by the top and instantly break with you of it. Leonato, hath the fellow any wit that told you this? Antonio, a good sharp fellow. I will send for him, and question him yourself. Leonato, no, no. We will hold it as a dream till it appear itself, but I will acquaint my daughter withal, that she may be the better prepared for an answer. If peradventure this be true, go you and tell her of it. Several persons crossed the stage. Cousins, you know what you have to do. I cry you mercy, friend. Go you with me, and I will use your skill, good cousin. Have a care this busy time. Exeunt. Scene 3, another room in Leonato's house. Enter Don John and Conrade. Conrade, what the good year, my lord? Why are you thus out of measure sad? Don John, there is no measure in the occasion that breeds. Therefore the sadness is without limit. Conrade, you should hear reason. Don John, and when I have heard it, what blessings brings it? Conrade, if not a present remedy, at least a patient sufferance. Don John, I wonder that thou, being as thou say'st thou art, born under Saturn, goest about to apply a moral medicine to a mortifying mischief. I cannot hide what I am. I must be sad when I have cause, and smile at no man's jests. Eat when I have stomach, and wait for no man's leisure. Sleep when I am drowsy, and tend on no man's business. Laugh when I am merry, and claw no man in his humor. Conrade, yeah, but you must not make the full show of this till you may do it without controlment. You have of late stood out against your brother, and he hath ta'en you newly into his grace. Where it is impossible you should take true root, but by the fair weather that you make yourself. It is needful that you frame the season for your own harvest. Don John, I had rather be a canker in a hedge than a rose in his grace, and it better fits my blood to be disdained of all than to fashion a carriage to rob love from any. In this, though I cannot be said to be a flattering honest man, it must not be denied but I am a plain-dealing villain. I am trusted with a muzzle and enfranchised with a clog. Therefore I have decreed not to sing in my cage. If I had my mouth, I would bite. If I had my liberty, I would do my liking. In the meantime, let me be that I am, and seek not to alter me. Conrade, can you make no use of your discontent? Don John, I make all use of it. For I use it only. Who comes here? Enter Baracchio. What news, Baracchio? Baracchio, I came yonder from a great supper. The prince your brother is royally entertained by Leonato, and I can give you intelligence of an intended marriage. Don John, will it serve for any model to build mischief on? What is he for a fool that betroths himself to unquietness? Baracchio, marry, it is your brother's right hand. Don John, who? The most exquisite Claudio? Baracchio, even he. Don John, a proper squire. And who? And who? Which way looks he? Baracchio, marry, on Hero, the daughter and heir of Leonato. Don John, a very forward March chick. How came you to this? Baracchio, being entertained for a perfumer, as I was smoking a musty room, comes me the prince and Claudio, hand in sad conference. I whipped me behind the arras, and there heard it agreed upon that the prince should woo Hero for himself, and having obtained her, give her to Count Claudio. Don John, come, come, let us thither. This may prove food to my displeasure. That young startup hath all the glory of my overthrow. If I can cross him any way, I bless myself every way. You are both sure, and will assist me? Conrade to the death, my lord. Don John, let us to the great supper. Their cheer is the greater that I am subdued. Would the cook were of my mind. Shall we go to prove what's to be done? Baracchio, we'll wait upon your lordship. Exeunt. Act 2. Scene I. A hall in Leonato's house. Enter Leonato, Antonio, Hero, Beatrice and others. Leonato, was not Count John here at supper? Antonio, I saw him not. Beatrice, how tartly that gentleman looks. I never can see him, but I am heartburned an hour after. Hero, he is of a very melancholy disposition. Beatrice, he were an excellent man that were made just in the midway between him and Benedick. The one is too like an image and says nothing, and the other too like my lady's eldest son, evermore tattling. Leonato, then half Signor Benedick's tongue in Count John's mouth, and half Count John's melancholy in Signor Benedick's face. Beatrice. With a good leg and a good foot, uncle, and money enough in his purse, such a man would win any woman in the world if it could get her goodwill. Leonardo. By my troth, niece, thou wilt never get thee a husband, if thou be so shrewd of thy tongue. Antonio. In faith, she's too cursed. Beatrice. Too cursed is more than cursed. I shall lessen God sending that way. For it is said, God sends a cursed cow short horns, but to a cow too cursed he sends none. Leonardo. So, by being too cursed, God will send you no horns? Beatrice. Just, if he send me no husband. For the which blessing I am at him upon my knees every morning and evening, Lord. I could not endure a husband with a beard on his face. I had rather lie in the woolen. Leonardo. You may light on a husband that hath no beard. Beatrice. What should I do with him? Dress him in my apparel, and make him my waiting gentlewoman? He that hath a beard is more than a youth, and he that hath no beard is less than a man. And he that is more than a youth is not for me, and he that is less than a man, I am not for him. Therefore I will even take sixpence in earnest of the bear-ward, and lead his apes into hell. Leonardo. Well then, go you into hell? Beatrice. No, but to the gate, and there will the devil meet me, like an old cuckold, with horns on his head, and say, Get you to heaven, Beatrice, get you to heaven. Here's no place for you maids, so deliver I up my apes, and away to St. Peter for the heavens. He shows me where the bachelors sit, and there live we as merry as the day is long. Antonio. To Hero. Well, niece, I trust you will be ruled by your father. Beatrice. Yes, faith. It is my cousin's duty to make curtsy and say, Father, as it please you, but yet for all that, cousin, let him be a handsome fellow, or else make another curtsy and say, Father, as it please me. Leonardo. Well, niece, I hope to see you one day fitted with a husband. Beatrice. Not till God make men of some other metal than earth, would it not grieve a woman to be overmastered with a piece of valiant dust? To make an account of her life to a clod of wayward marl? No, uncle, I'll none. Adam's sons are my brethren, and truly, I hold it a sin to match in my kindred. Leonardo. Daughter, remember what I told you. If the prince do solicit you in that kind, you know your answer. Beatrice. The fault will be in the music, cousin, if you be not wooed in good time. If the prince be too important, tell him there is measure in everything, and so dance out the answer for, hear me, hero. Wooing, wedding, and repenting is as a Scotch jig, a measure, and a sync-pace. The first suit is hot and hasty, like a Scotch jig, and full as fantastical. The wedding, mannerly modest, as a measure, full of state and ancientry. And then comes repentance, and with his bad legs, falls into the sync-pace faster and faster, till he sink into his grave. Leonardo. Cousin, you apprehend passing shrewdly. Beatrice. I have a good eye, uncle. I can see a church by daylight. Leonardo. The revelers are entering, brother. Make good room. Enter Don Pedro, Claudio, Benedict, Balthasar, Don John, Baracchio, Margaret, Ursula, and others, masked. Don Pedro. Lady, will you walk about with your friend? Hero. So you walk softly and look sweetly and say nothing. I am yours for the walk, and especially when I walk away. Don Pedro. With me in your company? Hero. I may say so when I please. Don Pedro. And when please you to say so? Hero. When I like your favor. For God defend the lute should be like the case. Don Pedro. My visor is Philemon's roof. Within the house is Jove. Hero. Why, then, your visor should be thatched. Don Pedro. Speak low, if you speak love. Takes her aside. Balthasar. Well, I would you did like me. Margaret. So would not I, for your own sake, for I have many ill qualities. Balthasar. Which is one? Margaret. I say my prayers aloud. Balthasar. I love you the better. The hearers may cry amen. Margaret. God match me with a good dancer. Balthasar. Amen. Margaret. And God keep him out of my sight when the dance is done. Answer. Clerk. Balthasar. No more words. The clerk is answered. Ursula. I know you well enough. You are Signor Antonio. Antonio, at a word, I am not. Ursula, I know you by the waggling of your head. Antonio, to tell you true, I counterfeit him. Ursula, you could never do him so ill well, unless you were the very man that hears his dry hand up and down. You are he, you are he. Antonio, at a word, I am not. Ursula, come, come. Do you think I do not know you by your excellent wit? Can virtue hide itself? Go to, mum, you are he. Graces will appear, and there's an end. Beatrice, will you not tell me who told you so? Benedick, no, you shall pardon me. Beatrice, nor will you not tell me who you are? Benedick, not now. Beatrice, that I was disdainful, and that I had my good wit out of the 100 merry tales. Well, this was Signor Benedick that said so. Benedick, what's he? Beatrice, I am sure you know him well enough. Benedick, not I, believe me. Beatrice, did he never make you laugh? Benedick, I pray you, what is he? Beatrice, why, he is the prince's jester, a very dull fool. Only his gift is in devising impossible slanders. None but libertines delight in him, and the commendation is not in his wit, but in his villainy. For he both pleases men and angers them, and then they laugh at him and beat him, and I am sure he is in the Fleet. I would he had boarded me. Benedick, when I know the gentleman, I'll tell him what you say. Beatrice, do. He'll but break a comparison or two on me, which, peradventure not marked or not laughed at, strikes him into melancholy. And then there's a partridge wing saved, for the fool will eat no supper that night. Music within, we must follow the leaders. Benedick, in every good thing. Beatrice, nay, if they lead to any ill, I will leave them at the next turning. Danced, then exeunt all but Don John, Berachio, and Claudio. Don John, sure my brother is amorous on Hero, and hath withdrawn her father to break with him about it. The ladies follow her, and but one visor remains. Berachio, and that is Claudio. I know him by his bearing. Don John, are you not Signor Benedick? Claudio, you know me well. I am he. Don John, Signor, you are very near my brother in his love. He is enamored on Hero. I pray you, dissuade him from her. She is no equal for his birth. You may do the part of an honest man in it. Claudio, how know you he loves her? Don John, I heard him swear his affection. Berachio, so did I too, and he swore he would marry her tonight. Don John, come, let us to the banquet. Exeunt Don John and Berachio. Claudio, thus answer I in name of Benedick, but hear these ill news with the ears of Claudio. 'Tis certain so. The prince woos for himself. Friendship is constant in all other things save in the office and affairs of love. Therefore all hearts in love use their own tongues. Let every eye negotiate for itself, and trust no agent. For beauty is a witch against whose charms faith melteth into blood. This is an accident of hourly proof, which I mistrusted not. Farewell, therefore, Hero. Re-enter Benedick. Benedick, Count Claudio? Claudio, yeah, the same. Benedick, come, will you go with me? Claudio, whither? Benedick, even to the next willow. About your own business, Count, what fashion will you wear the garland of? About your neck, like a usurer's chain? Or under your arm, like a lieutenant's scarf? You must wear it one way, for the prince hath got your Hero. Claudio, I wish him joy of her. Benedick, why, that's spoken like an honest drovier. So they sell bullocks, but did you think the prince would have served you thus? Claudio, I pray you, leave me. Benedick, ho, now you strike like the blind man. 'Twas the boy that stole your meat, and you'll beat the post. Claudio, if it will not be, I'll leave you. Exit. Benedick, alas, poor hurt fowl, now will he creep into sedges, but that my lady Beatrice should know me, and not know me. The prince's fool. Ha! It may be I go under that title because I am merry, yeah, but so I am apt to do myself wrong. I am not so reputed. It is the base though bitter disposition of Beatrice that puts the world into her person, and so gives me out. Well, I'll be revenged as I may. Re-enter Don Pedro. Don Pedro. Now, Signor, where's the Count? Did you see him? Benedick. Troth, my lord, I have played the part of Lady Fame, and I found him here as melancholy as a lodge in a warren. I told him, and I think I told him true, that your grace had got the good will of this young lady, and I offered him my company to a willow tree, either to make him a garland, as being forsaken, or to bind him up a rod, as being worthy to be whipped. Don Pedro, to be whipped. What's his fault? Benedict. The flat transgression of a schoolboy, who, being overjoyed with finding a bird's nest, shows it his companion, and he steals it. Don Pedro, wilt thou make a trust a transgression? The transgression is in the stealer. Benedict. Yet it had not been amiss the rod had been made, and the garland too. For the garland he might have worn himself, and the rod he might have bestowed on you, who, as I take it, have stolen his bird's nest. Don Pedro, I will but teach them to sing, and restore them to the owner. Benedict, if their singing answer your saying, by my faith, you say honestly. Don Pedro, the Lady Beatrice hath a quarrel to you. The gentleman that danced with her told her she is much wronged by you. Benedict, oh, she misused me past the endurance of a block. An oak but with one green leaf on it would have answered her. My very visor began to assume life and scold with her. She told me, not thinking I had been myself, that I was the prince's jester, that I was duller than a great thaw, huddling jest upon jest with such impossible conveyance upon me, that I stood like a man at a mark, with a whole army shooting at me. She speaks poniards, and every word stabs. If her breath were as terrible as her terminations, there were no living near her. She would infect to the North Star. I would not marry her, though she were endowed with all that Adam had left him before he transgressed. She would have made Hercules have turned spit, yea, and have cleft his club to make the fire tube come. Talk not of her. You shall find her the infernal eight in good apparel. I would to God some scholar would conjure her, for certainly, while she is here, a man may live as quiet in hell as in a sanctuary, and people sin upon purpose because they would go thither. So indeed, all disquiet, horror, and perturbation follow her. Re-enter Claudio, Beatrice, Hero, and Leonardo. Don Pedro, look, here she comes. Benedict, will your grace command me any service to the world's end? I will go on the slightest errand now to the antipodes that you can devise to send me on. I will fetch you a toothpicker now from the furthest inch of Asia, bring you the length of Prester John's foot, fetch you a hair off the great Cham's beard. Do you any embassage to the pygmies, rather than hold 3 words conference with this harpy? You have no employment for me? Don Pedro, none, but to desire your good company. Benedict, O God, sir, here's a dish I love not. I cannot endure my lady tongue. Exit. Don Pedro, come, lady, come. You have lost the heart of Signor Benedict. Beatrice, indeed, my lord, he lent it me a while, and I gave him use for it, a double heart for a single one. Marry, once before he won it of me with false dice. Therefore your grace may well say I have lost it. Don Pedro, you have put him down, lady, you have put him down. Beatrice, so I would not he should do me, my lord, lest I should prove the mother of fools. I have brought Count Claudio, whom you sent me to seek. Don Pedro, why, how now, Count? Wherefore are you sad? Claudio, not sad, my lord. Don Pedro, how then? Sick? Claudio, neither, my lord. Beatrice, the Count is neither sad, nor sick, nor merry, nor well, but civil Count, civil as an orange, and something of that jealous complexion. Don Pedro, I faith, lady, I think your blazon to be true, though I'll be sworn, if he be so, his conceit is false. Here, Claudio, I have wooed in thy name, and fair Hero is won. I have broke with her father, and his good will obtained. Name the day of marriage, and God give thee joy. Leonardo, Count, take of me my daughter, and with her my fortunes. His grace hath made the match, and all grace say amen to it. Beatrice, speak, Count, 'tis your cue. Claudio, silence is the perfectest herald of joy. I were but little happy, if I could say how much, lady, as you are mine, I am yours. I give away myself for you and dote upon the exchange. Beatrice, speak, cousin. Or, if you cannot, Stop his mouth with a kiss, and let not him speak neither. Don Pedro. In faith, lady, you have a merry heart. Beatrice. Yeah, my lord. I thank it, poor fool. It keeps on the windy side of care. Why cousin tells him in his ear that he is in her heart. Claudio. And so she doth, cousin. Beatrice. Good lord, for alliance. Thus goes everyone to the world but I, and I am sunburnt. I may sit in a corner and cry hi-ho for a husband. Don Pedro. Lady Beatrice, I will get you one. Beatrice. I would rather have one of your father's getting. Hath your grace ne'er a brother like you? Your father got excellent husbands, if a maid could come by them. Don Pedro. Will you have me, lady? Beatrice. No, my lord, unless I might have another for working days. Your grace is too costly to wear every day, but, I beseech your grace, pardon me. I was born to speak all mirth and no matter. Don Pedro. Your silence most offends me, and to be merry best becomes you. For out of question, you were born in a merry hour. Beatrice. No, sure, my lord, my mother cried. But then there was a star danced, and under that was I born, cousins. God give you joy. Leonardo. Niece, will you look to those things I told you of? Beatrice. I cry you mercy, uncle. By your grace's pardon. Exit. Don Pedro. By my troth, a pleasant-spirited lady. Leonardo. There's little of the melancholy element in her, my lord. She is never sad but when she sleeps, and not ever sad then, for I have heard my daughter say, she hath often dreamed of unhappiness and waked herself with laughing. Don Pedro. She cannot endure to hear tell of a husband. Leonardo. Oh, by no means. She mocks all her wooers out of suit. Don Pedro. She were an excellent wife for Benedick. Leonardo. O lord, my lord, if they were but a week married, they would talk themselves mad. Don Pedro. Count Claudio. When mean you to go to church? Claudio. Tomorrow, my lord. Time goes on crutches till love have all his rights. Leonardo. Not till Monday, my dear son, which is hence a just 7 night. And a time too brief too, to have all things answer my mind. Don Pedro. Come, you shake the head at so long a breathing. But, I warrant thee, Claudio, the time shall not go dully by us. I will in the interim undertake one of Hercules' labors, which is, to bring Signor Benedick and the Lady Beatrice into a mountain of affection the one with the other. I would fain have it a match, and I doubt not but to fashion it, if you three will but minister such assistance as I shall give you direction. Leonardo. My lord, I am for you, though it cost me 10 nights' watchings. Claudio. And I, my lord. Don Pedro. And you too, gentle hero? Hero. I will do any modest office, my lord, to help my cousin to a good husband. Don Pedro. And Benedick is not the unhopefullest husband that I know, thus far can I praise him. He is of a noble strain, of approved valor and confirmed honesty. I will teach you how to humor your cousin, that she shall fall in love with Benedick, and I, with your 2 helps, will so practice on Benedick that, in despite of his quick wit and his queasy stomach, he shall fall in love with Beatrice. If we can do this, Cupid is no longer an archer. His glory shall be ours, for we are the only love gods. Go in with me, and I will tell you my drift. Exeunt. Scene 2. Another room in Leonardo's house. Enter Don John and Beracchio. Don John. It is so. The Count Claudio shall marry the daughter of Leonardo. Beracchio. Yeah, my lord, but I can cross it. Don John. Any bar, any cross, any impediment will be medicinable to me. I am sick in displeasure to him, and whatsoever comes athwart his affection ranges evenly with mine. How canst thou cross this marriage? Beracchio. Not honestly, my lord, but so covertly that no dishonesty shall appear in me. Don John. Show me briefly how. Beracchio. I think I told your lordship, a year since, how much I am in the favor of Margaret, the waiting gentlewoman to Hero. Don John. I remember. Beracchio. I can, at any unseasonable instant of the night, appoint her to look out at her lady's chamber window. Don John. What life is in that, to be the death of this marriage? Beracchio. The poison of that lies in you to temper. Go you to the prince your brother. Spare not to tell him that he hath wronged his honor in marrying the renowned Claudio, whose estimation do you mightily hold up to a contaminated stale, such a one as Hero. Don John, what proof shall I make of that? Berachio, proof enough to misuse the prince, to vex Claudio, to undo Hero, and kill. Leonato, look you for any other issue? Don John, only to despite them, I will endeavor anything. Berachio, go then. Find me a meet hour to draw Don Pedro and the Count Claudio alone. Tell them that you know that Hero loves me. Intend a kind of zeal both to the prince and Claudio, as, in love of your brother's honor, who hath made this match and his friend's reputation, who is thus like to be cozened with the semblance of a maid, that you have discovered thus, they will scarcely believe this without trial. Offer them instances, which shall bear no less likelihood than to see me at her chamber window. Hear me call Margaret Hero, hear Margaret term me Claudio, and bring them to see this the very night before the intended wedding. For in the meantime I will so fashion the matter that Hero shall be absent, and there shall appear such seeming truth of Hero's disloyalty, that jealousy shall be called assurance, and all the preparation overthrown. Don John, grow this to what adverse issue it can. I will put it in practice, be cunning in the working this, and thy fee is 1,000 ducats. Berachio, be you constant in the accusation, and my cunning shall not shame me. Don John, I will presently go learn their day of marriage. Exeunt. Scene 3. Leonatos. Garden. Enter Benedick. Benedick. Boy. Enter a boy. Boy. Signor? Benedick. In my chamber window lies a book. Bring it hither to me in the orchard. Boy. I am here already, sir. Benedick. I know that, but I would have thee hence and here again. Exit boy. I do much wonder that one man, seeing how much another man is a fool when he dedicates his behaviors to love, will, after he hath laughed at such shallow follies in others, become the argument of his own scorn by falling in love. And such a man as Claudio I have known, when there was no music with him but the drum and the fife. And now had he rather hear the tabor and the pipe. I have known when he would have walked 10 mile afoot to see a good armor. And now will he lie 10 nights awake, carving the fashion of a new doublet. He was wont to speak plain and to the purpose, like an honest man and a soldier. And now is he turned orthography. His words are a very fantastical banquet, just so many strange dishes. May I be so converted, and see with these eyes? I cannot tell. I think not. I will not be sworn but love may transform me to an oyster. But I'll take my oath on it, till he have made an oyster of me, he shall never make me such a fool. One woman is fair, yet I am well. Another is wise, yet I am well. Another virtuous, yet I am well. But till all graces be in one woman shall not come in my grace. Rich she shall be, that's certain. Wise, or I'll none. Virtuous, or I'll never cheapen her. Fair, or I'll never look on her. Mild, or come not near me. Noble, or not I for an angel. Of good discourse, an excellent musician, and her hair shall be of what color it please God. Ha! The prince and Monsieur Love. I will hide me in the arbor. Withdraws. Enter Don Pedro, Leonato, and Claudio, followed by Balthasar and musicians. Don Pedro. Come, shall we hear this music? Claudio. Yeah, my good lord, how still the evening is, as hushed on purpose to grace harmony. Don Pedro. See you where Benedick hath hid himself? Claudio. Oh, very well, my lord. The music ended. We'll fit the kid fox with a pennyworth. Don Pedro. Come, Balthasar. We'll hear that song again. Balthasar. Oh, good my lord. Tax not so bad a voice to slander music any more than once. Don Pedro. It is the witness still of excellency, to put a strange face on his own perfection. I pray thee, sing, and let me woo no more. Balthasar. Because you talk of wooing I will sing. Since many a wooer doth commence his suit to her, he thinks not worthy. Yet he woos, yet will he swear he loves. Don Pedro. Nay, pray thee come. Or if thou wilt hold longer argument, do it in notes. Balthasar. Note this before my notes. There's not a note of mine that's worth the noting. Don Pedro. Why these are very crotchets that he speaks. Notes, notes, forsooth, and nothing. Music. Benedick. Now, divine air. Now is his soul ravished. Is it not strange that sheep's guts should hale souls out of men's bodies? Well, a horn for my money, when all's done. Balthasar sings. Sigh no more, ladies, sigh no more. Men were deceivers ever. One foot in sea, and one on shore, to one thing constant never. Then sigh not so, but let them go, and be you blithe and bonny, converting all your sounds of woe into hey nonny, nonny. Sing no more ditties, sing no mo of dumps so dull and heavy. The fraud of men was ever so, since summer first was leavy. Then sigh not so, but let them go, and be you blithe and bonny, converting all your sounds of woe into hey nonny, nonny. Don Pedro, by my troth, a good song. Balthasar, and an ill singer, my lord. Don Pedro, ha, no, no, faith. Thou singest well enough for a shift. Benedick, aside, and he had been a dog that should have howled thus, they would have hanged him. And I pray God his bad voice bode no mischief. I had as lief have heard the night raven, come what plague could have come after it. Don Pedro, Mary, dost thou hear, Balthasar? I pray thee, get us some excellent music, for tomorrow night we would have it at the Lady Hero's chamber window. Balthasar, the best I can, my lord. Don Pedro. Dio so, farewell. Exeunt Balthasar and musicians. Come hither, Leonato. What was it you told me of today, that your niece Beatrice was in love with Signor Benedick? Claudio. Oh, aside to Don Pedro, stalk on, stalk on. The foul sits, I did never think that lady would have loved any man. Leonato. No, nor I neither. But most wonderful that she should so dote on Signor Benedick, whom she hath in all outward behaviors seemed ever to abhor. Benedick. Aside. Is possible? Sits the wind in that corner? Leonato. By my troth, my lord, I cannot tell what to think of it, but that she loves him with an enraged affection. It is past the infinite of thought. Don Pedro. Maybe she doth but counterfeit. Claudio. Faith, like enough. Leonato. O God. Counterfeit. There was never counterfeit of passion, came so near the life of passion as she discovers it. Don Pedro. Why, what effects of passion shows she? Claudio. Aside, bait the hook well, this fish will bite. Leonato. What effects, my lord? She will sit you. To Claudio. You heard my daughter tell you how. Claudio. She did, indeed. Don Pedro. How, I pray you. You amaze me. I would have thought her spirit had been invincible against all assaults of affection. Leonato. I would have sworn it had, my lord, especially against Benedick. Benedick. Aside, I should think this a gull, but that the white-bearded fellow speaks it. Knavery cannot, sure, hide itself in such reverence. Claudio. Aside, he hath ta'en the infection. Hold it up. Don Pedro. Hath she made her affection known to Benedick? Leonato. No, and swears she never will. That's her torment. Claudio. 'Tis true, indeed. So your daughter says, shall I, says she, that have so often countered him with scorn, write to him that I love him? Leonato. This says she now when she is beginning to write to him. For she'll be up 20 times a night, and there will she sit in her smock till she have writ a sheet of paper. My daughter tells us all. Claudio. Now you talk of a sheet of paper. I remember a pretty jest your daughter told us of. Leonato. Oh, when she had writ it, and was reading it over, she found Benedick and Beatrice between the sheet? Claudio. That. Leonato. Oh, she tore the letter into 1,000 halfpence. Railed at herself, that she should be so immodest to write to one that she knew would flout her. I measure him, says she, by my own spirit, for I should flout him, if he writ to me. Though I love him, I should. Claudio. Then down upon her knees she falls, weeps, sobs, beats her heart, tears her hair, prays, curses, O sweet Benedick, God give me patience. Leonato. She doth indeed. My daughter says so, and the ecstasy hath so much overborne her, that my daughter is sometimes afeard she will do a desperate outrage to herself. It is very true. Don Pedro. It were good that Benedick knew of it by some other, if she will not discover it. Claudio. To what end? He would make but a sport of it and torment the poor lady worse. Don Pedro. And he should. It were an alms to hang him. She's an excellent sweet lady, and, out of all suspicion, she is virtuous. Claudio. And she is exceeding wise. Don Pedro. In everything but in loving Benedick. Leonato. Oh, my lord, wisdom and blood combating in so tender a body, we have 10 proofs to 1 that blood hath the victory. I am sorry for her, as I have just cause, being her uncle and her guardian. Don Pedro. I would she had bestowed this dotage on me. I would have daffed all other respects and made her half myself. I pray you, tell Benedick of it, and hear what he will say. Leonato. Were it good, think you? Claudio. Hero thinks surely she will die, for she says she will die if he love her not, and she will die ere she make her love known, and she will die if he woo her, rather than she will bate one breath of her accustomed crossness. Don Pedro. She doth well. If she should make tender of her love, 'tis very possible he'll scorn it, for the man, as you know all, hath a contemptible spirit. Claudio. He is a very proper man. Don Pedro. He hath indeed a good outward happiness. Claudio. For God, and in my mind, very wise. Don Pedro. He doth indeed show some sparks that are like wit. Claudio. And I take him to be valiant. Don Pedro. As Hector, I assure you. And in the managing of quarrels you may say he is wise, for either he avoids them with great discretion, or undertakes them with a most Christian-like fear. Leonato. If he do fear God, a must necessarily keep peace. If he break the peace, he ought to enter into a quarrel with fear and trembling. Don Pedro. And so will he do. For the man doth fear God, howsoever it seems not in him by some large jests he will make. Well, I am sorry for your niece. Shall we go seek Benedick and tell him of her love? Claudio. Never tell him, my lord. Let her wear it out with good counsel. Leonato. Nay, that's impossible. She may wear her heart out first. Don Pedro. Well, we will hear further of it by your daughter. Let it cool the while. I love Benedick well, and I could wish he would modestly examine himself, to see how much he is unworthy so good a lady. Leonato. My lord. Will you walk? Dinner is ready. Claudio. Aside. If he do not dote on her upon this, I will never trust my expectation. Don Pedro. Aside. Let there be the same net spread for her, and that must your daughter and her gentlewoman carry. The sport will be, when they hold one in opinion of another's dotage, and no such matter. That's the scene that I would see, which will be merely a dumb show. Let us send her to call him in to dinner. Exeunt Don Pedro, Claudio, and Leonato. Benedick. Advancing from the arbor. This can be no trick. The conference was sadly born. They have the truth of this from Hero. They seem to pity the lady. It seems her affections have their full bent. Love me? Why, it must be requited that I hear how I am censured. They say I will bear myself proudly, if I perceive the love come from her. They say, too, that she will rather die than give any sign of affection. I did never think to marry. I must not seem proud. Happy are they that hear their detractions, and can put them to mending. They say the lady is fair. 'Tis a truth, I can bear them witness, and virtuous. 'Tis so, I cannot reprove it, and wise, but for loving me. By my troth, it is no addition to her wit, nor no great argument of her folly, for I will be horribly in love with her. I may chance have some odd quirks and remnants of wit broken on me, because I have railed so long against marriage. But doth not the appetite alter? A man loves the meat in his youth that he cannot endure in his age. Shall quips and sentences and these paper bullets of the brain awe a man from the career of his humor? No. The world must be peopled. When I said I would die a bachelor, I did not think I should live till I were married. Here comes Beatrice. Be why this day. She's a fair lady. I do spy some marks of love in her. Enter Beatrice. Beatrice. Against my will I am sent to bid you come in to dinner. Benedick. Fair Beatrice, I thank you for your pains. Beatrice. I took no more pains for those thanks than you take pains to thank me. If it had been painful, I would not have come. Benedick. You take pleasure then in the message? Beatrice. Yeah, just so much as you may take upon a knife's point. and choke a daw withal. You have no stomach, Signor. Fare you well. Exit. Benedick. Ha! Against my will I am sent to bid you come in to dinner. There's a double meaning in that. I took no more pains for those thanks than you took pains to thank me. That's as much as to say, any pains that I take for you is as easy as thanks. If I do not take pity of her, I am a villain. If I do not love her, I am a Jude. I will go get her picture. Exit. Act 3. Scene I. Leonato's garden. Enter Hero, Margaret, and Ursula. Hero. Good Margaret, run thee to the parlor. There shalt thou find my cousin Beatrice proposing with the prince and Claudio. Whisper her ear and tell her, I and Ursula walk in the orchard, and our whole discourse is all of her. Say that thou overheardst us, and bid her steal into the pleached bower, where honeysuckles, ripened by the sun, forbid the sun to enter. Like favorites, made proud by princes, that advance their pride against that power that bred it, there will she hide her, to listen our. Propose, this is thy office. Bear thee well in it, and leave us alone. Margaret. I'll make her come, I warrant you, presently. Exit. Hero. Now, Ursula, when Beatrice doth come, as we do trace this alley up and down, our talk must only be of Benedick. When I do name him, let it be thy part to praise him more than ever man did merit. My talk to thee must be how Benedick is sick in love with Beatrice. Of this matter is little Cupid's crafty arrow made, that only wounds by hearsay. Enter Beatrice behind. Now begin. For look where Beatrice, like a lapwing, runs close by the ground, to hear our conference. Ursula. The pleasantest angling is to see the fish cut with her golden oars the silver stream, and greedily devour the treacherous bait. So angle we for Beatrice, who even now is couched in the woodbine coverture. Fear you not my part of the dialogue. Hero. Then go we near her, that her ear lose nothing of the false sweet bait that we lay for it. They advance to the bower. No, truly, Ursula, she is too disdainful. I know her spirits are as coy and wild as haggards of the rock. Ursula. But are you sure that Benedick loves Beatrice so entirely? Hero. So says the prince, and my new troth lord. Ursula. And did they bid you tell her of it, madam? Hero. They did entreat me to acquaint her of it, but I persuaded them, if they loved Benedick, to wish him wrestle with affection, and never to let Beatrice know of it. Ursula. Why did you so? Doth not the gentleman deserve as full as fortunate a bed as ever Beatrice shall couch upon? Hero. O God of love, I know he doth deserve as much as may be yielded to a man. But nature never framed a woman's heart of prouder stuff than that of Beatrice. Disdain and scorn ride sparkling in her eyes, misprising what they look on, and her wit values itself so highly, that to her all matter else seems weak. She cannot love, nor take no shape nor project of affection. She is so self-endeared. Ursula. Sure I think so. And therefore certainly it were not good she knew his love, lest she make sport at it. Hero. Why, you speak truth. I never yet saw man, how wise, how noble young, how rarely feathered, but she would spell him backward. If fair facete, she would swear the gentleman should be her sister. If black, why nature, drawing of an antic, made a foul blot. If tall, a lance ill-headed. If low, an agate very vilely cut. If speaking, why, a vein blown with all winds. If silent, why, a block moved with none. So turns she every man the wrong side out, and never gives to truth and virtue that which simpleness and merit purchaseth. Ursula. Sure, such carping is not commendable. Hero. No, not to be so odd and from all fashions, as Beatrice is, cannot be commendable. But who dare tell her so? If I should speak, she would mock me into air. Oh, she would laugh me out of myself, press me to death with wit. Therefore let Benedick, like covered fire, consume away in sighs, waste inwardly. It were a better death than die with mocks, which is as bad as die with tickling. Ursula. Yet tell her of it. Hear what she will say. Hero. No. Rather I will go to Benedick, and counsel him to fight against his passion. And, truly, I'll devise some honest slanders to stain my cousin with. One doth not know how much an ill word may empoison liking. Ursula. Oh, do not do your cousin such a wrong. She cannot be so much without true judgment, having so swift and excellent a wit as she is pleased to have, as to refuse so rare a gentleman as Signor Benedick. Hero, he is the only man of Italy, always excepted my dear Claudio. Ursula, I pray you, be not angry with me, madam, speaking my fancy. Signor Benedick, for shape, for bearing, argument, and valor, goes foremost in report through Italy. Hero, indeed, he hath an excellent good name. Ursula, his excellence did earn it, ere he had it. When are you married, madam? Hero, why, every day, tomorrow come, go in. I'll show thee some attires, and have thy counsel which is the best to furnish me tomorrow. Ursula, she's limbed, I warrant you. We have caught her, madam. Hero, if it prove so, then loving goes by haps. Some Cupid kills with arrows, some with traps. Exeunt Hero and Ursula. Beatrice, advancing. What fire is in mine ears? Can this be true? Stand I condemned for pride and scorn so much? Contempt, farewell? And maiden pride, adieu. No glory lives behind the back of such. And Benedick, love on. I will requite thee, taming my wild heart to thy loving hand. If thou dost love, my kindness shall incite thee to bind our loves up in a holy band. For others say thou dost deserve, and I believe it better than reportingly. Exit. Scene 2, a room in Leonato's house. Enter Don Pedro, Claudio, Benedick, and Leonato. Don Pedro, I do but stay till your marriage be consummate, and then go I toward Aragon. Claudio, I'll bring you thither, my lord, if you'll vouchsafe me. Don Pedro, nay, that would be as great a soil in the new gloss of your marriage, as to show a child his new coat and forbid him to wear it. I will only be bold with Benedick for his company. For, from the crown of his head to the sole of his foot, he is all mirth. He hath twice or thrice cut Cupid's bowstring, and the little hangman dare not shoot at him. He hath a heart as sound as a bell, and his tongue is the clapper. For what his heart thinks, his tongue speaks. Benedick, gallants, I am not as I have been. Leonato, so say I. Methinks you are sadder. Claudio, I hope he be in love. Don Pedro, hang him, truant. There's no true drop of blood in him to be truly touched with love. If he be sad, he wants money. Benedick, I have the toothache. Don Pedro, draw it. Benedick, hang it. Claudio, you must hang it first, and draw it afterwards. Don Pedro, what? Sigh for the toothache? Leonato, where is but a humor or a worm? Benedick, well, everyone can master a grief, but he that has it. Claudio, yet say I, he is in love. Don Pedro, there is no appearance of fancy in him, unless it be a fancy that he hath to strange disguises, as to be a Dutchman today, a Frenchman tomorrow, or in the shape of two countries at once, as a German from the waist downward, all slops, and a Spaniard from the hip upward, no doublet, unless he have a fancy to this foolery, as it appears he hath. He is no fool for fancy, as you would have it appear he is. Claudio, if he be not in love with some woman, there is no believing old signs. A brushes his hat a mornings. What should that bode? Don Pedro, hath any man seen him at the barber's? Claudio, no, but the barber's man hath been seen with him, and the old ornament of his cheek hath already stuffed tennis balls. Leonato, indeed he looks younger than he did, by the loss of a beard. Don Pedro, nay, rubs himself with civet. Can you smell him out by that? Claudio, that's as much as to say the sweet youth's in love. Don Pedro, the greatest note of it is his melancholy. Claudio, and when was he want to wash his face? Don Pedro, yeah, or to paint himself. For the which, I hear what they say of him. Claudio, nay, but his jesting spirit, which is now crept into a lute string, and now governed by stops. Don Pedro, indeed, that tells a heavy tale for him. Conclude he is in love. Claudio, nay, but I know who loves him. Don Pedro, that would I know too. I warrant, one that knows him not. Claudio, yes, and his ill conditions, and in despite of all, dies for him. Don Pedro, she shall be buried with her face upwards. Benedick, Yet is this no charm for the toothic old signor? Walk aside with me. I have studied 8 or 9 wise words to speak to you, which these hobby horses must not hear. Exeunt Benedick and Leonato. Don Pedro, for my life, to break with him about Beatrice. Claudio, 'tis even so, Hero and Margaret have by this played their parts with Beatrice, and then the two bears will not bite one another when they meet. Enter Don John. Don John, my lord and brother, God save you. Don Pedro, good din, brother. Don John, if your leisure served, I would speak with you. Don Pedro, in private? Don John, if it please you, yet Count Claudio may hear, for what I would speak of concerns him. Don Pedro, what's the matter? Don John, to Claudio, means your lordship to be married tomorrow? Don Pedro, you know he does. Don John, I know not that, when he knows what I know. Claudio, if there be any impediment, I pray you discover it. Don John, you may think I love you not. Let that appear hereafter, and aim better at me by that I now will manifest for my brother. I think he holds you well, and in dearness of heart hath hoped to effect your ensuing marriage. Surely suit ill spent and labor ill bestowed. Don Pedro, why, what's the matter? Don John, I came hither to tell you, and circumstances shortened, for she has been too long a talking of, the lady is disloyal. Claudio, who? Hero? Don John, even she. Leonato's hero, your hero, every man's hero. Claudio, disloyal? Don John, the word's too good to paint out her wickedness. I could say, she were worse. Think you of a worse title, and I will fit her to it, wonder not till further warrant. Go but with me tonight, you shall see her chamber window entered, even the night before her wedding day. If you love her then, tomorrow wed her, but it would better fit your honor to change your mind. Claudio, may this be so? Don Pedro, I will not think it. Don John, if you dare not trust that you see, confess not that you know. If you will follow me, I will show you enough. And when you have seen more and heard more, proceed accordingly. Claudio, if I see anything tonight, why I should not marry her tomorrow, in the congregation, where I should wed, there will I shame her. Don Pedro, and as I wooed for thee to obtain her, I will join with thee to disgrace her. Don John, I will disparage her no farther till you are my witnesses. Bear it coldly but till midnight, and let the issue show itself. Don Pedro, O day untowardly turned. Claudio, O mischief strangely thwarting. Don John, O plague right well prevented. So will you say when you have seen the sequel. Exeunt. Scene 3. A street. Enter Dogberry and Verges, with the watch. Dogberry, are you good men and true? Verges, yeah, or else it were pity, but they should suffer salvation, body and soul. Dogberry, nay, that were a punishment too good for them, if they should have any allegiance in them, being chosen for the prince's watch. Verges, well, give them their charge, neighbor Dogberry. Dogberry, first, who think you the most desartless man to be constable? First watch, Hugh Oatcake, sir, or George Seacole, for they can write and read. Dogberry, come hither, neighbor Seacole, God hath blessed you with a good name. To be a well-favored man is the gift of fortune, but to write and read comes by nature. Second watch, both which, Master Constable. Dogberry, you have, I knew it would be your answer well, for your favor, sir, why, give God thanks, and make no boast of it. And for your writing and reading, let that appear when there is no need of such vanity. You are thought here to be the most senseless and fit man for the constable of the watch. Therefore bear you the lantern, this is your charge. You shall comprehend all vagrom men. You are to bid any man stand in the prince's name. Second watch, how if a will not stand? Dogberry, why, then, take no note of him, but let him go, and presently call the rest of the watch together, and thank God you are rid of a knave. Verges, if he will not stand when he is bidden, he is none of the prince's subjects. Dogberry, true, and they are to meddle with none but the prince's subjects. You shall also make no noise in the streets. 4. For the watch to babble and to talk is most tolerable and not to be endured. Second watch, we will rather sleep than talk. We know what belongs to a watch. Dogberry, Why, you speak like an ancient and most quiet watchman, for I cannot see how sleeping should offend. Only have a care that your bills be not stolen well. You are to call at all the alehouses, and bid those that are drunk get them to bed. Second watch. How if they will not? Dogberry. Why then, let them alone till they are sober. If they make you not then the better answer, you may say they are not the men you took them for. Second watch. Well, sir. Dogberry. If you meet a thief, you may suspect him, by virtue of your office, to be no true man. And for such kind of men, the less you meddle or make with them, why, the more is for your honesty. Second watch. If we know him to be a thief, shall we not lay hands on him? Dogberry. Truly, by your office, you may. But I think they that touch pitch will be defiled. The most peaceable way for you, if you do take a thief, is to let him show himself what he is and steal out of your company. Verges. You have been always called a merciful man, partner. Dogberry. Truly, I would not hang a dog by my will, much more a man who hath any honesty in him. Verges. If you hear a child cry in the night, you must call to the nurse and bid her still it. Second watch. How if the nurse be asleep and will not hear us? Dogberry. Why then, depart in peace, and let the child wake her with crying. For the ewe that will not hear her lamb when it bays, will never answer a calf when he bleats. Verges. 'Tis very true. Dogberry. This is the end of the charge. You, constable, are to present the prince's own person. If you meet the prince in the night, you may stay him. Verges. Nay, by Our Lady that I think, I cannot. Dogberry. 5 shillings to 1 aunt. With any man that knows the statutes, he may stay him. Marry, not without the prince be willing. For, indeed, the watch ought to offend no man, and it is an offense to stay a man against his will. Verges. By Our Lady, I think it be so. Dogberry. Ha, ah, ha. Well, masters, good night. And there be any matter of weight chances, call up me. Keep your fellows' counsels and your own, and good night. Come, neighbor. Second watch. Well, masters, we hear our charge. Let us go sit here upon the church bench till 2, and then all to bed. Dogberry. One word more, honest neighbors, that I pray you, watch about Signor Leonato's door. For the wedding being there tomorrow, there is a great coil tonight. Adieu. Be vigilant, I beseech you. Exeunt Dogberry and Verges. Enter Barrachio and Conrade. Barrachio. What, Conrade? Watch. Aside, peace. Stir not. Barrachio. Conrade, I say. Conrade. Here, man. I am at thy elbow. Barrachio. Mass, and my elbow itched. I thought there would a scab follow. Conrade. I will owe thee an answer for that, and now forward with thy tale. Barrachio. Stand thee close then under this penthouse, for it drizzles rain, and I will, like a true drunkard, utter all to thee. Watch. Aside, some treason, masters, yet stand close. Barrachio. Therefore know, I have earned of Don John 1,000 ducats. Conrade. Is it possible that any villainy should be so dear? Barrachio. Thou shouldst rather ask if it were possible any villainy should be so rich. For when rich villains have need of poor ones may make what price they will. Conrade. I wonder at it. Barrachio. That shows thou art unconfirmed. Thou knowest that the fashion of a doublet, or a hat, or a cloak, is nothing to a man. Conrade. Yes, it is apparel. Barrachio. I mean, the fashion. Conrade. Yes, the fashion is the fashion. Barrachio. Tush. I may as well say the fool's the fool, but sayest thou not what a deformed thief this fashion is? Watch. Aside. I know that deformed. Has been a vile thief this 7 years. A goes up and down like a gentleman. I remember his name. Barrachio. Didst thou not hear somebody? Conrade. No, 'twas the vane on the house. Barrachio. Sayest thou not, I say, what a deformed thief this fashion is? How giddily he turns about all the hot bloods between 14 and 35, sometime fashioning them like Pharaoh's soldiers in the Ricci painting, sometime like God-Bel's priests in the old church window, sometime like the shaven Hercules in the smirched worm-eaten tapestry, where his codpiece seems as massy as his club. Conrade. All this I see, and I see that the fashion wears out more apparel than the man. But art not thou thyself giddy with the fashion too, that thou hast shifted out of thy tale into telling me of the fashion? Berachio. Not so neither. But know, that I have tonight wooed Margaret, the Lady Hero's gentlewoman, by the name of Hero. She leans me out at her mistress' chamber window, bids me 1,000 times good night. I tell this tale vilely. I should first tell thee how the prince, Claudio, and my master, planted and placed and possessed by my master Don John, saw far off in the orchard this amiable encounter, Conrade, and thought they Margaret was Hero? Berachio. 2 of them did, the prince and Claudio. But the devil my master knew she was Margaret, and partly by his oaths which first possessed them, partly by the dark night, which did deceive them, but chiefly by my villainy, which did confirm any slander that Don John had made, away went Claudio enraged. Swore he would meet her, as he was appointed, next morning at the temple, and there, before the whole congregation, shame her with what he saw o'ernight, and send her home again without a husband. First watch. We charge you in the prince's name, stand. Second watch. Call up the right master constable. We have here recovered the most dangerous piece of lechery that ever was known in the Commonwealth. First watch. And one deformed is one of them. I know him. Wears a lock. Conrade. Masters, masters. Second watch. You'll be made bring deformed forth, I warrant you. Conrade. Masters. First watch. Never speak. We charge you let us obey you to go with us. Berachioed. We are like to prove a goodly commodity, being taken up of these men's bills. Conrade. A commodity in question. I warrant you've come. We'll obey you. Exeunt. Scene 4. A room in Leonato's house. Enter Hero, Margaret, and Ursula. Hero. Good Ursula. Wake my cousin Beatrice, and desire her to rise. Ursula. I will, lady. Hero. And bid her come hither. Ursula. Well. Exit. Margaret. Troth. I think your other rebotto were better. Hero. No, pray thee, good Meg. I'll wear this. Margaret. By my troth's not so good, and I warrant your cousin will say so. Hero. My cousin's a fool, and thou art another. I'll wear none but this. Margaret. I like the new tire within excellently, if the hair were a thought browner. And your gown's a most rare fashion. I faith, I saw the Duchess of Milan's gown that they praise so. Hero. Oh, that exceeds, they say. Margaret. By my troth, but a nightgown in respect of yours. Cloth o' gold and cuts and laced with silver, set with pearls, down sleeves, side sleeves, and skirts round, underborne with a bluish tinsel. But for a fine, quaint, graceful, and excellent fashion, yours is worth 10 on't. Hero. God give me joy to wear it, for my heart is exceeding heavy. Margaret. 'Twill be heavier soon by the weight of a man. Hero. Fie upon thee. Art not ashamed? Margaret. Of what, lady? Of speaking honorably? Is not marriage honorable in a beggar? Is not your lord honorable without marriage? I think you would have me say, saving your reverence, a husband, and bad thinking do not rest true speaking. I'll offend nobody. Is there any harm in the heavier for a husband? None, I think, and it be the right husband and the right wife. Otherwise 'tis light and not heavy. Ask my lady Beatrice else. Here she comes. Enter Beatrice. Hero. Good morrow, coz. Beatrice. Good morrow, sweet Hero. Hero. Why, how now? Do you speak in the sick tune? Beatrice. I am out of all other tune, methinks. Margaret. Claps into Light o' Love. That goes without a burden. Do you sing it, and I'll dance it. Beatrice. Ye, Light o' Love with your heels. Then, if your husband have stables enough, you'll see he shall lack no barns. Margaret. Oh, illegitimate construction. I scorn that with my heels. Beatrice. 'Tis almost 5 o'clock, cousin. 'Tis time you were ready. By my troth, I am exceeding ill. Hi-ho. Margaret. For a hawk, a horse, or a husband? Beatrice. For the letter that begins them all, H. Margaret. Well, and you be not turned Turk, there's no more sailing by the star. Beatrice. What means the fool, tro? Margaret. Nothing I. but God send everyone their heart's desire. Hero, these gloves the Count sent me. They are an excellent perfume. Beatrice, I am stuffed, cousin. I cannot smell. Margaret, a maid and stuffed. There's goodly catching of cold. Beatrice, oh, God help me. God help me. How long have you professed apprehension? Margaret, ever since you left it, doth not my wit become me rarely? Beatrice, it is not seen enough. You should wear it in your CAP. Why, my troth, I am sick. Margaret, get you some of this distilled Carduus Benedictus, and lay it to your heart. It is the only thing for a qualm. Hero, there thou prickst her with a thistle. Beatrice, Benedictus. Why Benedictus? You have some moral in this Benedictus. Margaret, moral? No, by my troth, I have no moral meaning. I meant plain holy thistle. You may think, perchance, that I think you are in love. Nay, by Our Lady, I am not such a fool to think what I list, nor I list not to think what I can. Nor, indeed, I cannot think, if I would think my heart out of thinking, that you are in love, or that you will be in love, or that you can be in love. Yet Benedict was such another, and now is he become a man. He swore he would never marry, and yet now, in despite of his heart, he eats his meat without grudging. And how you may be converted, I know not, but methinks you look with your eyes as other women do. Beatrice, what pace is this that thy tongue keeps? Margaret, not a false gallop. Re-enter Ursula. Ursula, Madam, withdraw. The prince, the count, Signor Benedict, Don John, and all the gallants of the town are come to fetch you to church. Hero, help to dress me. Good coz, good Meg, good Ursula. Exeunt. Scene V. Another room in Leonato's house. Enter Leonato and Dogberry and Verges. Leonato, what would you with me, honest neighbor? Dogberry, marry, sir, I would have some confidence with you. That discerns you nearly. Leonato, brief, I pray you, for you see it is a busy time with me. Dogberry, marry, this it is, sir. Verges, yes, in truth it is, sir. Leonato, what is it, my good friends? Dogberry, Goodman Verges, sir, speaks a little off the matter. An old man, sir, and his wits are not so blunt as, God help, I would desire they were. But, in faith, honest as the skin between his brows. Verges, yes, I thank God, I am as honest as any man living. That is an old man and no honester than I. Dogberry, comparisons are odorous, palabrous. Neighbor Verges. Leonato, neighbors, you are tedious. Dogberry, it pleases your worship to say so, but we are the poor duke's officers. But truly, for mine own part, if I were as tedious as a king, I could find in my heart to bestow it all of your worship. Leonato, all thy tediousness on me. Ah, Dogberry, yeah, and 'twere 1,000 pound more than 'tis, for I hear as good exclamation on your worship as of any man in the city, and though I be but a poor man, I am glad to hear it. Verges, and so am I. Leonato, I would fain know what you have to say. Verges, marry, sir, our watch tonight, accepting your worship's presence, ha ta'en a couple of as errant knaves as any in Messina. Dogberry, a good old man, sir. He will be talking, as they say, when the age is in, the wit is out. God help us. It is a world to see. Well said, I faith, neighbor Verges. Well, God's a good man, and 2 men ride of a horse, one must ride behind, an honest soul. I faith, sir, by my troth he is, as ever broke bread. But God is to be worshipped. All men are not alike, alas. Good neighbor. Leonato, indeed, neighbor, he comes too short of you. Dogberry, gifts that God gives. Leonato, I must leave you. Dogberry, one word, sir. Our watch, sir, have indeed comprehended 2 auspicious persons, and we would have them this morning examined before your worship. Leonato, take their examination yourself and bring it me. I am now in great haste, as may appear unto you. Dogberry, it shall be suffocance. Leonato, drink some wine ere you go. Fare you well. Enter a messenger. Messenger, my lord, they stay for you to give your daughter to her husband. Leonato, I'll wait upon them. I am ready. Exeunt Leonato and messenger. Dogberry. Go, good partner. Go get you to Francis Seacole. Bid him bring his pen and inkhorn to the jail. We are now to examination these men. Verges. And we must do it wisely. Dogberry. We will spare for no wit, I warrant you. Here's that shall drive some of them to a non-cum. Only get the learned writer to set down our excommunication and meet me at the jail. Exeunt. Act 4. Scene I. The inside of a church. Enter Don Pedro, Don John, Leonato, Friar Francis, Claudio, Benedict, Hero, Beatrice, and C. Leonato. Come, Friar Francis, be brief. Only to the plain form of marriage, and you shall recount their particular duties afterwards. Friar. You come hither, my lord, to marry this lady? Claudio. No. Leonato. To be married to her, friar. You come to marry her. Friar. Lady. You come hither to be married to this count? Hero. I do. Friar. If either of you know any inward impediment, why you should not be conjoined, I charge you, on your souls, to utter it. Claudio. Know you any, Hero? Hero. None, my lord. Friar. Know you any, Count? Leonato. I dare make his answer, none. Claudio. Oh, what men dare do, what men may do, what men daily do, not knowing what they do. Benedict. How now? Interjections? Why then, some be of laughing as ha, he. Claudio. Stand thee by, friar father, by your leave. Will you with free and unconstrained soul give me this maid, your daughter? Leonato. As freely, son, as God did give her me. Claudio. And what have I to give you back whose worth may counterpoise this rich and precious gift? Don Pedro. Nothing, unless you render her again. Claudio. Sweet prince, you learn me noble thankfulness. There, Leonato, take her back again. Give not this rotten orange to your friend. She's but the sign and semblance of her honor. Behold, how like a maid she blushes here. Oh, what authority and show of truth can cunning sin cover itself withal? Comes not that blood as modest evidence to witness simple virtue? Would you not swear, all you that see her, that she were a maid, by these exterior shows? But she is none. She knows the heat of a luxurious bed. Her blush is guiltiness, not modesty. Leonato. What do you mean, my lord? Claudio. Not to be married, not to knit my soul to an approved wanton. Leonato. Dear my lord, if you, in your own proof, have vanquished the resistance of her youth, and made defeat of her virginity. Claudio. I know what you would say. If I have known her, you will say she did embrace me as a husband, and so extenuate the forehand sin. No, Leonato, I never tempted her with word too large, but as a brother to his sister showed bashful sincerity and comely love. Hero. And seemed I ever otherwise to you? Claudio. Out on thee. Seeming. I will write against it. You seem to me as Dian in her orb, as chaste as is the bud ere it be blown. But you are more intemperate in your blood than Venus, or those pampered animals that rage in savage sensuality. Hero. Is my lord well, that he doth speak so wide? Leonato. Sweet prince, why speak not you? Don Pedro. What should I speak? I stand dishonored, that have gone about to link my dear friend to a common stale. Leonato. Are these things spoken, or do I but dream? Don John. Sir, they are spoken, and these things are true. Benedict. This looks not like a nuptial. Hero. True. O God. Claudio. Leonato. Stand I here? Is this the prince? Is this the prince's brother? Is this face Hero's? Are our eyes our own? Leonato. All this is so, but what of this, my lord? Claudio. Let me but move one question to your daughter, and by that fatherly and kindly power that you have in her, bid her answer truly. Leonato. I charge thee do so, as thou art my child. Hero. Oh, God defend me. How am I beset? What kind of catechizing call you this? Claudio. To make you answer truly to your name. Hero. Is it not Hero? Who can blot that name with any just reproach? Claudio. Marry, that can Hero. Hero itself can blot out hero's virtue. What man was he talked with you yesternight out at your window, betwixt 12 and 1? Now, if you are a maid, answer to this. Hero. I talked with no man at that hour, my lord. Don Pedro. Why, then are you no maiden? Leonardo. I am sorry you must hear. Upon my honor, myself, my brother, and this grieved count, did see her, hear her, at that hour last night, talk with a ruffian at her chamber window, who hath indeed, most like a liberal villain, confessed the vile encounters they have had 1,000 times in secret. Don John. Fie, fie. They are not to be nommed, my lord, not to be spoke of. There is not chastity enough in language without offense to utter them. Thus, pretty lady, I am sorry for thy much misgovernment. Claudio. O hero, what a hero hadst thou been, if half thy outward graces had been placked about thy thoughts and counsels of thy heart. But fare thee well, most foul, most fair. Farewell, thou pure impiety and impious purity. For thee I'll lock up all the gates of love, and on my eyelids shall conjecture hang, to turn all beauty into thoughts of harm, and never shall it more be gracious. Leonardo. Hath no man's dagger here a point for me? Hero swoons. Beatrice. Why, how now, cousin? Wherefore sink you down? Don John. Come, let us go these things, come thus to light, smother her spirits up. Exeunt Don Pedro, Don John, and Claudio. Benedick. How doth the lady? Beatrice. Dead, I think. Help, uncle. Hero. Why, hero. Uncle. Signor Benedick. Friar. Leonardo. O fate, take not away thy heavy hand. Death is the fairest cover for her shame that may be wished for. Beatrice. How now, cousin Hero? Friar. Have comfort, lady. Leonardo. Dost thou look up? Friar. Yea. Wherefore should she not? Leonardo. Wherefore? Why, doth not every earthly thing cry shame upon her? Could she here deny the story that is printed in her blood? Do not live, hero. Do not ope thine eyes. For, did I think thou wouldst not quickly die, thought I thy spirits were stronger than thy shames, myself would, on the rearward of reproaches, strike at thy life. Grieved I had but one. Should I for that at frugal nature's frame? Oh, one too much by thee, why had I one? Why ever wast thou lovely in my eyes? Why had I not with charitable hand took up a beggar's issue at my gates, who smirched thus and mirrored with infamy? I might have said, no part of it is mine. This shame derives itself from unknown loins, but mine and mine I loved, and mine I praised, and mine that I was proud on. Mine so much that I myself was to myself not mine, valuing of her. Why, she, oh, she is fallen into a pit of ink, that the wide sea hath drops too few to wash her clean again, and salt too little which may season give to her foul, tainted flesh. Benedick. Sir, be patient. For my part, I am so atterred in wonder, I know not what to say. Beatrice. Oh, on my soul, my cousin is belied. Benedick. Lady, were you her bedfellow last night? Beatrice. No, truly, not. Although until last night, I have this 12-month been her bedfellow. Leonardo. Confirmed. Oh, that is stronger maid, which was before barred up with ribs of iron. Would the two princes lie? And Claudio lie, who loved her so, that, speaking of her foulness, washed it with tears? Hence from her. Let her die. Friar. Hear me a little, for I have only been silent so long, and given way unto this course of fortune, by noting of the lady. I have marked 1,000 blushing apparitions to start into her face. 1,000 innocent shames and angel whiteness bear away those blushes, and in her eye there hath appeared a fire, to burn the errors that these princes hold against her maiden truth. Call me a fool. Trust not my reading nor my observations, which with experimental seal doth warrant the tenure of my book. Trust not my age, my reverence, calling, nor divinity, if this sweet lady lie not guiltless here under some biting error. Leonardo. Friar. It cannot be. Thou sayest that all the grace that she hath left is that she will not add to her damnation a sin of perjury. she not denies it. Why seekst thou then to cover with excuse that which appears in proper nakedness? Friar. Lady, what man is he you are accused of? Hero. They know that do accuse me, I know none. If I know more of any man alive than that which maiden modesty doth warrant, let all my sins lack mercy. O my father, prove you that any man with me conversed at hours unmeet, or that I yesternight maintained the change of words with any creature, refuse me, hate me, torture me to death. Friar. There is some strange misprision in the princes. Benedict. 2 of them have the very bent of honor, and if their wisdoms be misled in this, the practice of it lives in John the Bastard, whose spirits toil in frame of villainies. Leonato. I know not if they speak but truth of her, these hands shall tear her. If they wrong her honor, the proudest of them shall well hear of it. Time hath not yet so dried this blood of mine, nor age so eat up my invention, nor fortune made such havoc of my means, nor my bad life reft me so much of friends, but they shall find, awacked in such a kind, both strength of limb and policy of mind, ability in means and choice of friends, to quit me of them throughly. Friar. Pause a while, and let my counsel sway you in this case. Your daughter here the princes left for dead. Let her a while be secretly kept in, and publish it that she is dead indeed. Maintain a mourning ostentation, and on your family's old monument hang mournful epitaphs and do all rites that appertain unto a burial. Leonato. What shall become of this? What will this do? Friar. Mary, this well carried shall on her behalf change slander to remorse. That is some good. But not for that dream I on this strange course, but on this travail look for greater birth. She dying, as it must be so maintained, upon the instant that she was accused, shall be lamented, pitied, and excused of every hearer. For it so falls out that what we have we prize not to the worth whiles we enjoy it, but being lacked and lost, why, then we rack the value. Then we find the virtue that possession would not show us whiles it was ours, so will it fare with Claudio. When he shall hear she died upon his words, the idea of her life shall sweetly creep into his study of imagination, and every lovely organ of her life shall come apparelled in more precious habit, more moving, delicate, and full of life into the eye and prospect of his soul, than when she lived indeed. Then shall he mourn, if ever love had interest in his liver, and wish he had not so accused her, no, though he thought his accusation true. Let this be so, and doubt not but success will fashion the event in better shape than I can lay it down in likelihood. But if all aim but this be levelled false, the supposition of the lady's death will quench the wonder of her infamy. And if it sort not well, you may conceal her, as best befits her wounded reputation, in some reclusive and religious life, out of all eyes, tongues, minds, and injuries. Benedict. Signor Leonato, let the friar advise you. And though you know my inwardness and love is very much unto the prince and Claudio, yet, by mine honor, I will deal in this as secretly and justly as your soul should with your body. Leonato. Being that I flow in grief, the smallest twine may lead me. Friar. 'Tis well consented. Presently away. For to strange sores strangely they strain the cure. Come, lady, die to live. This wedding day perhaps is but prolonged. Have patience and endure. Exeunt Friar, Hero, and Leonato. Benedict. Lady Beatrice, have you wept all this while? Beatrice. Yea, and I will weep a while longer. Benedict. I will not desire that. Beatrice. You have no reason. I do it freely. Benedict. Surely I do believe your fair cousin is wronged. Beatrice. How much might the man deserve of me that would right her? Benedict. Is there any way to show such friendship? Beatrice. A very even way, but no such friend. Benedict. May a man do it? Beatrice. It is a man's office, but not yours. Benedict. I do love nothing in the world so well as you. Is not that strange? Beatrice. As strange as the thing I know not that it were as possible for me to say I loved nothing so well as you. But believe me not, and yet I lie not. I confess nothing, nor I deny nothing. I am sorry for my cousin. Benedict. By my sword, Beatrice, thou lovest me. Beatrice. Do not swear by it, and eat it. Benedick, I will swear by it that you love me, and I will make him eat it that says I love not you. Beatrice, will you not eat your word? Benedick, with no sauce that can be devised to it, I protest I love thee. Beatrice, why then, God forgive me. Benedick, what offense, sweet Beatrice? Beatrice, you have stayed me in a happy hour. I was about to protest I loved you. Benedick, and do it with all thy heart. Beatrice, I love you with so much of my heart that none is left to protest. Benedick, come, bid me do anything for thee. Beatrice, kill Claudio. Benedick, ha, not for the wide world. Beatrice, you kill me to deny it, farewell. Benedick, tarry, sweet Beatrice. Beatrice, I am gone, though I am here. There is no love in you. Nay, I pray you, let me go. Benedick, Beatrice, Beatrice, in faith, I will go. Benedick, we'll be friends first. Beatrice, you dare easier be friends with me than fight with mine enemy. Benedick, is Claudio thine enemy? Beatrice, is he not approved in the height of villain, that hath slandered, scorned, dishonored my kinswoman? Oh, that I were a man, what? Bear her in hand until they come to take hands, and then, with public accusation, uncovered slander, unmitigated rancor. O God, that I were a man! I would eat his heart in the marketplace. Benedick, hear me, Beatrice. Beatrice, talk with a man out at a window. A proper saying. Benedick, nay, but Beatrice. Beatrice, sweet hero, she is wronged, she is slandered, she is undone. Benedick, beat. Beatrice, princes and counties. Surely, a princely testimony, a goodly count confect, a sweet gallant, surely. Oh, that I were a man for his sake, or that I had any friend would be a man for my sake. But manhood is melted into curtsies, valor into compliment, and men are only turned into tongue, and trim ones too. He is now as valiant as Hercules, that only tells a lie and swears that I cannot be a man with wishing, therefore I will die a woman with grieving. Benedick, tarry, good Beatrice, be why this hand. I love thee. Beatrice, use it for my love some other way than swearing by it. Benedick, think you in your soul the Count Claudio hath wronged Hero? Beatrice, yea, as sure as I have a thought or a soul. Benedick, enough. I am engaged. I will challenge him. I will kiss your hand, and so leave you to be why this hand. Claudio shall render me a dear account, as you hear of me. So think of me. Go, comfort your cousin. I must say she is dead, and so, farewell. Exeunt. Scene 2. A prison. Enter Dogberry, Verges, and Sexton, in gowns, and the watch, with Conrade and Barrachio. Dogberry, is our whole assembly appeared? Verges, oh, a stool and a cushion for the sexton. Sexton, which be the malefactors? Dogberry, marry, that am I and my partner. Verges, nay, that's certain. We have the exhibition to examine. Sexton, but which are the offenders that are to be examined? Let them come before Master Constable. Dogberry, yeah, marry, let them come before me. What is your name, friend? Barrachio. Barrachio. Dogberry, pray write down Barrachio yours, Sirrah. Conrade, I am a gentleman, sir, and my name is Conrade. Dogberry, write down Master Gentleman Conrade. Masters, do you serve God? Both. Yes, sir, we hope. Dogberry, write down that they hope they serve God, and write God first, for God defend. But God should go before such villains. Masters, it is proved already that you are little better than false knaves, and it will go near to be thought so shortly. How answer you for yourselves? Conrade, marry, sir, we say we are none. Dogberry, a marvelous witty fellow, I assure you. But I will go about with him. Come you hither, Sirrah. A word in your ear. Sir, I say to you, it is thought you are false knaves. Barrachio, sir, I say to you we are none. Dogberry, well, stand aside for God. They are both in a tale. Have you writ down that they are none? Sexton, Master Constable, you go not the way to examine. You must call forth the watch that are their accusers. Dogberry, yeah, marry, That's the eftest way. Let the watch come forth, masters, I charge you. In the prince's name, accuse these men. First watch. This man said, Sir, that Don John, the prince's brother, was a villain. Dogberry. Write down Prince John a villain. Why? This is flat perjury, to call a prince's brother villain. Baracchio. Master Constable. Dogberry. Pray thee, fellow, peace. I do not like thy look, I promise thee. Sexton. What heard you him say else? Second watch. Mary, that he had received 1,000 ducats of Don John for accusing the lady hero wrongfully. Dogberry. Flat burglary as ever was committed. Verges. Yeah, by the mass that it is. Sexton. What else, fellow? First watch. And that Count Claudio did mean, upon his words, to disgrace hero before the whole assembly, and not marry her. Dogberry. O villain, thou wilt be condemned into everlasting redemption for this. Sexton. What else? Second watch. This is all. Sexton. And this is more, masters, than you can deny. Prince John is this morning secretly stolen away. Hero was in this manner accused, in this manner refused, and upon the grief of this, suddenly died Master Constable. Let these men be bound and brought to Leonato's. I will go before and show him their examination. Exit. Dogberry. Come, let them be opinioned. Verges. Let them be in the hands. Conrade. Off. Coxcomb. Dogberry. God's my life. Where's the sexton? Let him write down the prince's officer Coxcomb. Come, bind them, thou naughty varlet. Conrade. Away. You are an ass. You are an ass. Dogberry. Dost thou not suspect my place? Dost thou not suspect my years? Oh, that he were here to write me down an ass. But, masters, remember that I am an ass. Though it be not written down, yet forget not that I am an ass. No, thou villain, thou art full of piety, as shall be proved upon thee by good witness. I am a wise fellow, and which is more, an officer, and which is more, a householder, and which is more, as pretty a piece of flesh as any in Messina, and one that knows the law, go to, and a rich fellow enough, go to, and a fellow that hath had losses, and one that hath 2 gowns, and everything handsome. About him, bring him away. Oh, that I had been writ down an ass. Exeunt. Act V. Scene I. Before Leonato's house. Enter Leonato and Antonio. Antonio. If you go on thus, you will kill yourself, and 'tis not wisdom thus to second grief against yourself. Leonato. I pray thee, cease thy counsel, which falls into mine ears as profitless as water in a sieve. Give not me counsel, nor let no comforter delight mine ear, but such a one whose wrongs do suit with mine. Bring me a father that so loved his child, whose joy of her is overwhelmed like mine, and bid him speak of patience. Measure his woe the length and breadth of mine, and let it answer every strain for strain, as thus for thus, and such a grief for such, in every lineament, branch, shape, and form. If such a one will smile and stroke his beard, bid sorrow wag, cry him when he should groan, patch grief with proverbs, make misfortune drunk with candle wasters, bring him yet to me, and I of him will gather patience. But there is no such man. For, brother, men can counsel and speak comfort to that grief which they themselves not feel. But, tasting it, their counsel turns to passion, which before would give preceptual medicine to rage, fetter strong madness in a silken thread, charm ache with air and agony with words. No, no, 'tis all men's office to speak patience to those that wring under the load of sorrow, but no man's virtue nor sufficiency to be so moral when he shall endure the like himself. Therefore give me no counsel. My griefs cry louder than advertisement. Antonio. Therein do men from children nothing differ. Leonato. I pray thee peace. I will be flesh and blood. For there was never yet philosopher that could endure the toothache patiently. However, they have writ the style of gods and made a push at chance and sufferance. Antonio. Yet bend not all the harm upon yourself. Make those that do offend you suffer too. Leonato. There thou speak'st reason. Nay, I will do so. My soul doth tell me Hero is belied, and that shall Claudio know. So shall the prince, and all of them that thus dishonor her. Antonio. Here comes the prince and Claudio hastily. Enter Don Pedro and Claudio. Don Pedro. Good din, good din. Claudio. Good day to both of you. Leonardo. Hear you, my lords. Don Pedro. We have some haste, Leonardo. Leonardo. Some haste, my lord. Well, fare you well, my lord. Are you so hasty now? Well, all is one. Don Pedro. Nay, do not quarrel with us, good old man. Antonio. If he could right himself with quarreling, some of us would lie low. Claudio. Who wrongs him? Leonardo. Marry, thou dost wrong me, thou dissembler, thou. Nay, never lay thy hand upon thy sword. I fear thee not. Claudio. Marry, beshrew my hand, if it should give your age such cause of fear. In faith, my hand meant nothing to my sword. Leonardo. Tush, tush, man. Never fleer and jest at me. I speak not like a dotard nor a fool, as, under privilege of age, to brag what I have done being young, or what would do, were I not old. No, Claudio, to thy head. Thou hast so wronged mine innocent child and me that I am forked to lay my reverence by, and with gray hairs and bruise of many days, do challenge thee to trial of a man. I say thou hast belied mine innocent child. Thy slander hath gone through and through her heart, and she lies buried with her ancestors. Oh, in a tomb where never scandal slept, save this of hers, framed by thy villainy. Claudio. My villainy? Leonardo. Thine, Claudio. Thine, I say. Don Pedro. You say not right, old man. Leonardo. My lord, I'll prove it on his body, if he dare, despite his nice fence and his active practice, his May of youth and bloom of lustihood. Claudio. Away. I will not have to do with you. Leonardo. Canst thou so daff me? Thou hast killed my child. If thou kill'st me, boy, thou shalt kill a man. Antonio. He shall kill two of us, and men indeed. But that's no matter. Let him kill one first. Win me and wear me. Let him answer me. Come, follow me, boy, come. Sir boy, come, follow me. Sir boy, I'll whip you from your foining fence. Nay, as I am a gentleman, I will. Leonardo. Brother. Antonio. Content yourself, God knows I loved my niece. And she is dead, slandered to death by villains, that dare as well answer a man indeed as I dare take a serpent by the tongue. Boys, apes, braggarts, jacks, milksops. Leonardo. Brother Anthony. Antonio. Hold you content, what man? I know them, yea, and what they weigh, even to the utmost scruple, scambling, outfacing, fashion-monging boys, that lie in cog and flout, deprave and slander, go antically, show outward hideousness, and speak off half a dozen dangerous words, how they might hurt their enemies, if they durst. And this is all. Leonardo. But, brother Anthony. Antonio. Come, 'tis no matter. Do not you meddle, let me deal in this. Don Pedro. Gentlemen both, we will not wake your patience. My heart is sorry for your daughter's death. But on my honor, she was charged with nothing but what was true and very full of proof. Leonardo. My lord. Don Pedro. I will not hear you. Leonardo. No? Come, brother. Away, I will be heard. Antonio. And shall, or some of us will smart for it. Exeunt Leonardo and Antonio. Enter Benedick. Don Pedro. See, here comes the man we went to seek. Claudio. Now, Signor, what news? Benedick. Good day, my lord. Don Pedro. Welcome, Signor. You are almost come to part, almost a fray. Claudio. We had like to have had our two noses snapped off with two old men without teeth. Don Pedro. Leonardo and his brother, what thinkst thou? Had we fought, I doubt we should have been too young for them. Benedick. In a false quarrel there is no true valor. I came to seek you both. Claudio. We have been up and down to seek thee, for we are high-proof melancholy, and would fain have it beaten away. Wilt thou use thy wit? Benedick. It is in my scabbard. Shall I draw it? Don Pedro. Dost thou wear thy wit by thy side? Claudio. Never any did so, though very many have been beside their wit. I will bid thee draw, as we do the minstrels. Draw, to pleasure us. Don Pedro. As I am an honest man, he looks pale. Art thou sick or angry? Claudio. What courage, man! What though care killed a cat? Thou hast mettle enough in thee to kill care. Benedick. Sir, I shall meet your wit in the career, and you charge it against me. I pray you choose another subject. Claudio. Nay then, give him another staff. This last was broke cross. Don Pedro. By this light, he changes more and more. I think he be angry indeed. Claudio. If he be, he knows how to turn his girdle. Benedick. Shall I speak a word in your ear? Claudio. God bless me from a challenge. Benedick. Aside to Claudio. You are a villain, I jest not. I will make it good how you dare, with what you dare, and when you dare to deal me right, or I will protest your cowardice. You have killed a sweet lady, and her death shall fall heavy on you. Let me hear from you. Claudio. Well, I will meet you, so I may have good cheer. Don Pedro. What? A feast, a feast. Claudio. I faith, I thank him. He hath bid me to a calf's head and a capon, the which if I do not carve most curiously, say my knife's naught, shall I not find a woodcock too? Benedick. Sir, your wit ambles well. It goes easily. Don Pedro. I'll tell thee how Beatrice praised thy wit the other day. I said, Thou hadst a fine wit. True, says she, a fine little one. No, said I, a great wit. Right, said she, a great gross one. Nay, said I, a good wit. Just, said she, it hurts nobody. Nay, said I, the gentleman is wise. Certain, said she, a wise gentleman. Nay, said I, he hath the tongues. That I believe, said she, for he swore a thing to me on Monday night, which he forswore on Tuesday morning. There's a double tongue, there's two tongues. Thus did she, an hour together, trans-shape thy particular virtues. Yet at last she concluded with a sigh, Thou wast the properest man in Italy. Claudio. For the which she wept heartily and said she cared not. Don Pedro. Yeah, that she did. But yet, for all that, and if she did not hate him deadly, she would love him dearly. The old man's daughter told us all. Claudio. All, and moreover, God saw him when he was hid in the garden. Don Pedro. But when shall we set the savage bull's horns on the sensible Benedick's head? Claudio. Yeah, and text underneath, Here dwells Benedick the married man. Benedick. Fare you well, boy. You know my mind. I will leave you now to your gossip-like humor. You break jests as braggarts do their blades, which, God be thanked, hurt not. Why, Lord, for your many courtesies I thank you. I must discontinue your company. Your brother the bastard is fled from Messina. You have, among you, killed a sweet and innocent lady, for my Lord Lackbeard there. He and I shall meet. Until then, peace be with him. Exit. Don Pedro. He is in earnest. Claudio. In most profound earnest. And, I'll warrant you, for the love of Beatrice. Don Pedro. And hath challenged thee? Claudio. Most sincerely. Don Pedro. What a pretty thing man is when he goes in his doublet and hose and leaves off his wit. Claudio. He is then a giant to an ape, but then is an ape a doctor to such a man. Don Pedro. But, soft you. Let me be. Pluck up, my heart, and be sad. Did he not say my brother was fled? Enter Dogberry, Verges, and the watch, with Conrade and Barrachio. Dogberry. Come you, sir. If justice cannot tame you, she shall ne'er weigh more reasons in her balance. Nay, and you be a cursing hypocrite once, you must be looked to. Don Pedro. How now? Two of my brother's men bound. Barrachio one. Claudio. Hearken after their offense, my lord. Don Pedro. Officers, what offense have these men done? Dogberry. Marry, sir, they have committed false report. Moreover, they have spoken untruths. Secondarily, they are slanders. Sixth and lastly, they have belied a lady. Thirdly, they have verified unjust things. And to conclude, they are lying knaves. Don Pedro. First, I ask thee what they have done. Thirdly, I ask thee what's their offense. Sixth and lastly, why they are committed. And to conclude, what you lay to their charge. Claudio. Rightly reasoned, and in his own division. And by my troth, there's one meaning well suited. Don Pedro, who have you offended, masters, that you are thus bound to your answer? This learned constable is too cunning to be understood. What's your offense? Borachio, sweet prince, let me go no farther to mine answer. Do you hear me? And let this count kill me, I have deceived even your very eyes. What your wisdoms could not discover, these shallow fools have brought to light, who in the night overheard me confessing to this man how Don John your brother incensed me to slander the lady Hero, how you were brought into the orchard and saw me court Margaret in Hero's garments, how you disgraced her, when you should marry her, why villainy they have upon record, which I had rather seal with my death than repeat over to my shame. The lady is dead upon mine and my master's false accusation. And briefly, I desire nothing but the reward of a villain. Don Pedro, runs not this speech like iron through your blood? Claudio, I have drunk poison whiles he uttered it. Don Pedro, but did my brother set thee on to this? Borachio, yeah, and paid me richly for the practice of it. Don Pedro, he is compassed and framed of treachery, and fled he is upon this villainy. Claudio, sweet Hero, now thy image doth appear in the rare semblance that I loved at first. Dogberry, come, bring away the plaintiffs. By this time our sexton hath reformed Signor Leonato of the matter, and masters, do not forget to specify, when time and place shall serve, that I am an ass. Verges, here comes Master Signor Leonato, and the sexton too. Re-enter Leonato, Antonio, and the sexton. Leonato, which is the villain? Let me see his eyes, that, when I note another man like him, I may avoid him. Which of these is he? Borachio, if you would know your wronger, look on me. Leonato, art thou the slave that with thy breath hast killed mine innocent child? Borachio, yea, even I alone. Leonato, no, not so, villain. Thou beliest thyself. Here stand a pair of honorable men. A third is fled, that had a hand in it. I thank you, princes, for my daughter's death. Record it with your high and worthy deeds. 'Twas bravely done, if you bethink you of it. Claudio, I know not how to pray your patience, yet I must speak. Choose your revenge yourself. Impose me to what penance your invention can lay upon my sin. Yet shinned I not but in mistaking. Don Pedro, by my soul, nor I. And yet, to satisfy this good old man, I would bend under any heavy weight that he'll enjoin me to. Leonato, I cannot bid you bid my daughter live, that were impossible, but, I pray you both, possess the people in Messina hear how innocent she died, and if your love can labor aught in sad invention, hang her an epitaph upon her tomb, and sing it to her bones. Sing it tonight. Tomorrow morning come you to my house, and since you could not be my son-in-law, be yet my nephew. My brother hath a daughter, almost the copy of my child that's dead, and she alone is heir to both of us. Give her the right you should have given her cousin, and so dies my revenge. Claudio, O noble sir, your overkindness doth wring tears from me. I do embrace your offer, and dispose for henceforth of poor Claudio. Leonato, tomorrow then I will expect your coming. Tonight I take my leave. This naughty man shall face to face be brought to Margaret, who, I believe, was packed in all this wrong, heerd to it by your brother. Borachio, no, by my soul she was not, nor knew not what she did when she spoke to me, but always hath been just and virtuous in anything that I do know by her. Dogberry, moreover, sir, which, indeed, is not under white and black, this plaintiff here, the offender, did call me ass. I beseech you, let it be remembered in his punishment, and also, the watch heard them talk of one deformed. They say he wears a key in his ear and a lock hanging by it, and borrows money in God's name, the which he hath used so long and never paid, that now men grow hard-hearted, and will lend nothing for God's sake. Pray you, examine him upon that point. Leonato, I thank thee for thy care and honest pains. Dogberry, your worship speaks like a most thankful and reverent youth, and I praise God for you. Leonato, there's for thy pains. Dogberry, God save the foundation. Leonato, go, I discharge thee of thy prisoner, and I thank thee. Dogberry, I leave an errant knave with your worship, which I beseech your worship to correct yourself. For the example of others, God keep your worship. I wish your worship well. God restore you to health. I humbly give you leave to depart, and if a merry meeting may be wished, God prohibit it. Come, neighbor. Exeunt Dogberry and Verges. Leonardo. Until tomorrow morning, lords, farewell. Antonio. Farewell, my lords. We look for you tomorrow. Don Pedro. We will not fail. Claudio. Tonight I'll mourn with Hero. Exeunt Don Pedro and Claudio. Leonardo. To the watch. Bring you these fellows on. We'll talk with Margaret. How her acquaintance grew with this lewd fellow. Exeunt. Scene 2. Leonardo's garden. Enter Benedick and Margaret. Meeting. Benedick. Pray thee, sweet Mistress Margaret, deserve well at my hands by helping me to the speech of Beatrice. Margaret. Will you then write me a sonnet in praise of my beauty? Benedick. In so high a style, Margaret, that no man living shall come over it. For, in most comely truth, thou deservest it. Margaret. To have no man come over me. Why, shall I always keep below stairs? Benedick. Thy wit is as quick as the greyhound's mouth. It catches. Margaret. And yours as blunt as the fencer's foils, which hit, but hurt not. Benedick. A most manly wit, Margaret. It will not hurt a woman. And so, I pray thee, call Beatrice, I give thee the bucklers. Margaret. Give us the swords, we have bucklers of our own. Benedick. If you use them, Margaret, you must put in the pikes with a vice, and they are dangerous weapons for maids. Margaret. Well, I will call Beatrice to you, who I think hath legs. Benedick. And therefore will come. Exit Margaret. The God of love, that sits above, and knows me, how pitiful I deserve. I mean in singing, but in loving, Leander the good swimmer, Troilus the first employer of panders, and a whole book full of these quondam carpetmongers, whose names yet run smoothly in the even road of a blank verse. Why, they were never so truly turned over and over as my poor self in love Mary. I cannot show it in rhyme. I have tried. I can find out no rhyme to lady but baby, an innocent rhyme. For scorn, horn, a hard rhyme. For school, fool, a babbling rhyme. Very ominous endings. No, I was not born under a rhyming planet, nor I cannot woo in festival terms. Enter Beatrice. Sweet Beatrice, wouldst thou come when I called thee? Beatrice. Yea, Signor, and depart when you bid me. Benedick. Oh, stay but till then. Beatrice. Then is spoken. Fare you well now, and yet, ere I go, let me go with that I came for, which is, with knowing what hath passed between you and Claudio. Benedick. Only foul words, and thereupon I will kiss thee. Beatrice. Foul words is but foul wind, and foul wind is but foul breath, and foul breath is noisome. Therefore I will depart unkissed. Benedick. Thou hast fright the word out of his right sense, so forcible is thy wit, but I must tell thee plainly, Claudio undergoes my challenge, and either I must shortly hear from him, or I will subscribe him a coward, and, I pray thee now, tell me, for which of my bad parts didst thou first fall in love with me? Beatrice. For them all together, which maintain so politic a state of evil that they will not admit any good part to intermingle with them. But for which of my good parts did you first suffer love for me? Benedick. Suffer love, a good epithet. I do suffer love indeed, for I love thee against my will. Beatrice. In spite of your heart, I think, alas, poor heart, if you spite it for my sake, I will spite it for yours, for I will never love that which my friend hates. Benedick. Thou and I are too wise to woo peaceably. Beatrice. It appears not in this confession. There's not one wise man among 20 that will praise himself. Benedick. An old instance, Beatrice, that lived in the time of good neighbors. If a man do not erect in this age his own tomb ere he dies, he shall live no longer in monument than the bell rings and the widow weeps. Beatrice. And how long is that, think you? Benedick. Question. Why, an hour in clamor and a quarter in room. Therefore is it most expedient for the wise, if Don Worm, his conscience, find no impediment to the contrary, to be the trumpet of his own virtues, as I am to myself, so much for praising myself, who, I myself will bear witness, is praiseworthy. And now tell me, how doth your cousin? Beatrice. Very ill. Benedick. And how do you? Beatrice. Very ill too. Benedick. Serve God. Love me and mend, there will I leave you too. For here comes one in haste. Enter Ursula. Ursula. Madam, you must come to your uncle. Yonder's old coil at home. It is proved, my lady hero hath been falsely accused, the prince and Claudio mightily abused. And Don John is the author of all, who is fled and gone. Will you come presently? Beatrice. Will you go hear this news, Signor? Benedick. I will live in thy heart, die in thy lap, and be buried in thy eyes. And moreover I will go with thee to thy uncle's. Exeunt. Scene 3. The inside of a church. Enter Don Pedro, Claudio, and attendants, with music and tapers. Claudio. Is this the monument of Leonato? A lord. It is, my lord. Claudio. Reads from a scroll. Epitaph. Done to death by slanderous tongues was the hero that here lies. Death, in guerdon of her wrongs, gives her fame which never dies. So the life that died with shame lives in death with glorious fame. Hang thou there upon the tomb, praising her when I am dumb. Now, music, sound, and sing your solemn hymn. Song. Pardon, goddess of the night, those that slew thy virgin night. For the which, with songs of woe, round about her tomb they go. Midnight, assist our moan. Help us to sigh and groan. Heavily, heavily. Graves, yawn and yield your dead, till death be uttered. Heavily, heavily. Claudio. Now, unto thy bones good night. Yearly will I do this right. Don Pedro. Good morrow, masters. Put your torches out. The wolves have prayed. And look, the gentle day, before the wheels of Phoebus, round about dapples the drowsy east with spots of gray. Thanks to you all, and leave us, fare you well. Claudio. Good morrow, masters, each his several way. Don Pedro. Come, let us hence and put on other weeds, and then to Leonato's we will go. Claudio. And Hymen now with luckier issue speeds than this for whom we read up this woe. Exeunt. Scene 4. A room in Leonato's house. Enter Leonato, Antonio, Benedick, Beatrice, Margaret, Ursula, Friar Francis, and Hero. Friar. Did I not tell you she was innocent? Leonato. So are the prince and Claudio, who accused her upon the error that you heard debated. But Margaret was in some fault for this, although against her will, as it appears in the true course of all the question. Antonio. Well, I am glad that all things sort so well. Benedick. And so am I, being else by faith and fork to call young Claudio to a reckoning for it. Leonato. Well, daughter, and you gentlewomen all, withdraw into a chamber by yourselves, and when I send for you, come hither masked. The prince and Claudio promised by this hour to visit me. Exeunt ladies. You know your office, brother. You must be father to your brother's daughter, and give her to young Claudio. Antonio. Which I will do with confirmed countenance. Benedick. Friar. I must entreat your pains, I think. Friar. To do what, Signor? Benedick. To bind me, or undo me, one of them. Signor Leonato, truth it is, good Signor. Your niece regards me with an eye of favor. Leonato. That I my daughter lent her, 'tis most true. Benedick. And I do with an eye of love requite her. Leonato. The sight whereof I think, you had from me, from Claudio, and the prince, but what's your will? Benedick. Your answer, sir, is enigmatical. But, for my will is your good will may stand with ours, this day to be conjoined in the state of honorable marriage, in which, good friar, I shall desire your help. Leonato. My heart is with your liking. Friar. And my help, here comes the prince and Claudio. Enter Don Pedro and Claudio, with attendants. Don Pedro. Good morrow to this fair assembly. Leonato. Good morrow, prince. Good morrow, Claudio. We here attend you. Are you yet determined today to marry with my brother's daughter? Claudio. I'll hold my mind. Were she an Ethiop? Leonato. Call her forth, brother. Here's the friar ready. Exit Antonio. Don Pedro. Good morrow, Benedick. Why? What's the matter? That you have such a February face, so full of frost, of storm and cloudiness? Claudio. I think he thinks upon the savage bull. Tush. Fear not, man. We'll tip thy horns with gold, and all Europa shall rejoice at thee, as once Europa did at lusty Jove, when he would play the noble beast in love. Benedick. Bull Jove, sir, had an amiable low, and some such strange bull leaped your father's cow, and got a calf in that same noble feat, much like to you, for you have just his bleat. Claudio. For this I owe you. Here comes other reckonings. Re-enter Antonio, with the ladies masked. Which is the lady I must seize upon? Antonio. This same is she, and I do give you her. Claudio. Why then, she's mine, sweet. Let me see your face. Leonato. No, that you shall not, till you take her hand before this friar, and swear to marry her. Claudio. Give me your hand. Before this holy friar, I am your husband, if you like of me. Hero. And when I lived, I was your other wife. Unmasking. And when you loved, you were my other husband. Claudio. Another hero. Hero. Nothing certainer. One hero died defilled, but I do live, and surely as I live, I am a maid. Don Pedro. The former hero. Hero that is dead. Leonato. She died, my lord, but whiles her slander lived. Friar. All this amazement can I qualify, when after that the holy rites are ended, I'll tell you largely of fair hero's death. Meantime, let wonder seem familiar, and to the chapel let us presently. Benedick. Soft and fair, friar, which is Beatrice? Beatrice. Unmasking. I answer to that name, what is your will? Benedick. Do not you love me? Beatrice. Why, no. No more than reason. Benedick. Why, then, your uncle and the prince and Claudio have been deceived, for they swore you did. Beatrice. Do not you love me? Benedick. Troth, no. No more than reason. Beatrice. Why, then my cousin, Margaret and Ursula, are much deceived, for they did swear you did. Benedick. They swore that you were almost sick for me. Beatrice. They swore that you were well-nigh dead for me. Benedick. 'Tis no such matter, then you do not love me? Beatrice. No, truly, but in friendly recompense. Leonato. Come, cousin, I am sure you love the gentleman. Claudio. And I'll be sworn upon T that he loves her. For here's a paper written in his hand, a halting sonnet of his own pure brain, fashioned to Beatrice. Hero. And here's another, writ in my cousin's hand, stolen from her pocket, containing her affection unto Benedick. Benedick. A miracle. Here's our own hands against our hearts. Come, I will have thee. But, by this light, I take thee for pity. Beatrice. I would not deny you. But, by this good day, I yield upon great persuasion, and partly to save your life, for I was told you were in a consumption. Benedick. Peace. I will stop your mouth. Kisses her. Don Pedro. How dost thou? Benedick. The married man. Benedick. I'll tell thee what, prince. A college of witcrackers cannot flout me out of my humor. Dost thou think I care for a satire or an epigram? No. If man will be beaten with brains, I shall wear nothing handsome about him. In brief, since I do purpose to marry, I will think nothing to any purpose that the world can say against it, and therefore never flout at me for what I have said against it, for man is a giddy thing. And this is my conclusion for thy part, Claudio. I did think to have beaten thee. But, in that thou art like to be my kinsman, live unbruised, and love my cousin, Claudio, I had well hoped thou wouldst have denied Beatrice, that I might have cudgeled thee out of thy single life, to make thee a double dealer, which, out of question, thou wilt be, if my cousin do not look exceeding narrowly to thee. Benedick. Come, come, we are friends, let's have a dance ere we are married, that we may lighten our own hearts and our wives' heels. Leonato. We'll have dancing afterward. Benedick. First, of my word. Therefore play. Music. Prince, thou art sad. Get thee a wife, get thee a wife. There is no staff more reverent than one tipped with horn. Enter messenger. Messenger. My lord, your brother John is ta'en in flight, and brought with armed men back to Messina. Benedict. Think not on him till tomorrow. I'll devise the brave punishments for him. Strike up, pipers. Dance exeunt. The Tragedy of Othello, The Moor of Venice. Contents. Act I. Scene I. Venice. A street. Scene 2. Venice, another street. Scene 3. Venice. A council chamber. Act 2. Scene I. A seaport in Cyprus. A platform. Scene 2. A street. Scene 3. A hall in the castle. Act 3. Scene I. Cyprus before the castle. Scene 2. Cyprus. A room in the castle. Scene 3. Cyprus, the garden of the castle. Scene 4. Cyprus before the castle. Act 4. Scene I. Cyprus before the castle. Scene 2. Cyprus. A room in the castle. Scene 3. Cyprus, another room in the castle. Act V. Scene I. Cyprus. A street. Scene 2. Cyprus. A bedchamber in the castle. Dramatis Personae. Duke of Venice. Brabantio, a senator of Venice and Desdemona's father. Other senators. Gratiano, brother to Brabantio Lodovico, kinsman to Brabantio Othello, a noble Moor in the service of Venice. Cassio, his lieutenant. Iago, his ancient. Montano, Othello's predecessor in the government of Cyprus. Roderigo, a Venetian gentleman clown, servant to Othello. Desdemona, daughter to Brabantio and wife to Othello. Emilia, wife to Iago. Bianca, mistress to Cassio. Officers, gentlemen, messenger, musicians, herald, sailor, attendants, and sea. Scene. The first act in Venice, during the rest of the play at a seaport in Cyprus. Act I. Scene I. Venice. A street. Enter Roderigo and Iago. Roderigo. Tush, never tell me. I take it much unkindly that thou, Iago, who hast had my purse, as if the strings were thine, shouldst know of this. Iago. 'Sblood. But you will not hear me. If ever I did dream of such a matter, abhor me. Roderigo. Thou toldst me, thou didst hold him in thy hate. Iago. Despise me if I do not point 3 great ones of the city, in personal suit to make me his lieutenant, off cap to him. And by the faith of man, I know my price, I am worth no worse a place. But he, as loving his own pride and purposes, evades them, with a bombast circumstance, horribly stuffed with epithets of war. And in conclusion, non suits my mediators. For of Certes, says he, I have already chose my officer. And what was he? Forsooth, a great arithmetician, one Michael Cassio, a Florentine, a fellow almost damned in a fair wife, that never set a squadron in the field, nor the division of a battle knows more than a spinster, unless the bookish Theoric, wherein the togged consuls can propose as masterly as he. Mere prattle without practice is all his soldiership, but he, sir, had the election, and I, of whom his eyes had seen the proof at Rhodes, at Cyprus, and on other grounds, Christian and heathen, must be believed. And calmed by debitor and creditor, this countercaster, he, in good time, must his lieutenant be, and I, God bless the mark, his moorships ancient. Roderigo. By heaven, I rather would have been his hangman. Iago. Why, there's no remedy, 'tis the curse of service. Preferment goes by letter and affection, and not by old gradation, where each second stood heir to the first. Now, sir, be judge yourself whether I in any just term am a fin to love the more. Roderigo. I would not follow him then. Iago. Oh, sir, content you. I follow him to serve my turn upon him. We cannot all be masters, nor all masters cannot be truly followed. You shall mark many a duteous and knee-crooking knave that, doting on his own obsequious bondage, wears out his time, much like his master's ass, for naught but provender, and when he's old, cashiered. Whip me such honest knaves. Others there are who, trimmed in forms and visages of duty, keep yet their hearts attending on themselves, and throwing but shows of service on their lords, do well thrive by them, and when they have linned their coats, do themselves homage. These fellows have some soul, and such a one do I profess myself, for, sir, it is as sure as you are Roderigo, were I the Moor, I would not be Iago. In following him, I follow but myself. Heaven is my judge, not I for love and duty, but seeming so for my peculiar end. For when my outward action doth demonstrate the native act and figure of my heart in complement extern, 'tis not long after but I will wear my heart upon my sleeve for daws to peck at. I am not what I am. Roderigo, what a full fortune does the thick lips owe, if he can carry it thus. Iago, call up her father, rouse him, make after him, poison his delight, proclaim him in the streets, incense her kinsman, and though he in a fertile climate dwell, plague him with flies. Though that his joy be joy, yet throw such changes of vexation on't, as it may lose some color. Roderigo, here is her father's house, I'll call aloud. Iago, do, with like timorous accent and dire yell as when, by night and negligence, the fire is spied in populous cities. Roderigo, what ho, Brabantio? Signor Brabantio, ho. Iago, awake. What ho, Brabantio? Thieves, thieves. Look to your house, your daughter, and your bags. Thieves, thieves. Brabantio appears above at a window. Brabantio, what is the reason of this terrible summons? What is the matter there? Roderigo, Signor, is all your family within? Iago, are your doors locked? Brabantio, why, wherefore ask you this? Iago, zounds, sir, you're robbed. For shame, put on your gown. Your heart is burst. You have lost half your soul. Even now, very now, an old black ram is tupping your white. You arise, arise, awake the snorting citizens with the bell, or else the devil will make a grandsire of you. Arise, I say. Brabantio, what? Have you lost your wits? Roderigo, most reverend Signor, do you know my voice? Brabantio, not I. What are you? Roderigo, my name is Roderigo. Brabantio, the worser welcome. I have charged thee not to haunt about my doors. In honest plainness thou hast heard me say my daughter is not for thee, and now in madness, being full of supper and distempering draughts, upon malicious bravery, dost thou come to start my quiet. Roderigo, sir. Brabantio, but thou must needs be sure. My spirit and my place have in them power to make this bitter to thee. Roderigo, patience, good sir. Brabantio, what tell'st thou me of robbing? This is Venice, my house is not a grange. Roderigo, most grave Brabantio, in simple and pure soul I come to you. Iago, zounds, sir, you are one of those that will not serve God if the devil bid you. Because we come to do you service, and you think we are ruffians, you'll have your daughter covered with a Barbary horse. You'll have your nephews neigh to you. You'll have coursers for cousins and genets for Germans. Brabantio, what profane wretch art thou? Iago, I am one, sir, that comes to tell you your daughter and the Moor are now making the beast with two backs. Brabantio, thou art a villain. Iago, you are a senator. Brabantio, this thou shalt answer, I know thee. Roderigo, Roderigo, sir, I will answer anything, but I beseech you, if 't be your pleasure, and most wise consent, as partly I find it is, that your fair daughter, at this odd even and dull watch o' the night, transported with no worse nor better guard, but with a knave of common hire, a gondolier, to the gross clasps of a lascivious Moor. If this be known to you, and your allowance, we then have done you bold and saucy wrongs. But if you know not this, my manners tell me, we have your wrong rebuke, O not believe that from the sense of all civility, I thus would play and trifle with your reverence. Your daughter, if you have not given her leave, I say again, hath made a gross revolt, tying her duty, beauty, wit, and fortunes in an extravagant and wheeling stranger of here and everywhere. Straight satisfy yourself. If she be in her chamber or your house, let loose on me the justice of the state for thus deluding you. Brabantio, strike on the tinder, ho! Give me a taper. Call up all my people. This accident is not unlike my dream. Belief of it oppresses me already. Light, I say, light. Exit from above. Iago, farewell, for I must leave you. It seems not meet nor wholesome to my place to be product, as if I stay I shall against the morb, for I do know the state. However this may gall him with some check, cannot with safety cast him, for he's embarked with such loud reason to the Cyprus wars, which even now stand in act, that, for their souls, another of his fathom they have none to lead their business and which regard, though I do hate him as I do hell pains, yet, for necessity of present life, I must show out a flag and sign of love, which is indeed but sign that you shall surely find him. Lead to the Sagittary the raised search, and there will I be with him, so farewell. Exit. Enter Brabantio with servants and torches. Brabantio. It is too true and evil gone she is, and what's to come of my despised time? Is naught but bitterness now, Roderigo. Where didst thou see her? O unhappy girl! With the Moor, say'st thou? Who would be a father? How didst thou know 'twas she? Oh, she deceives me past thought. What said she to you? Get more tapers. Raise all my kindred, are they married? Think you? Roderigo. Truly I think they are. Brabantio. O heaven! How got she out? O treason of the blood! Fathers, from hence trust not your daughters' minds by what you see them as they're not charms by which the property of youth and maidhood may be abused. Have you not read, Roderigo, of some such thing? Roderigo. Yes, sir, I have indeed. Brabantio. Call up my brother Datto. Would you had her some one way, some another, Dio, you know where we may apprehend her and the more? Roderigo. I think I can discover him, if you please to get good guard, and go along with me. Brabantio. Pray you lead on. At every house I'll call. I may command at most get weapons, ho, and raise some special officers of night. On, good Roderigo, I will deserve your pains. Exeunt. Scene 2. Venice, another street. Enter Othello, Iago, and attendants with torches. Iago. Though in the trade of war I have slain men, yet do I hold it very stuff, the conscience to do no contrived murder. I lack iniquity sometimes to do me service. 9 or 10 times I had thought to have yerked him here under the ribs. Othello. 'Tis better as it is. Iago. Nay, but he prated, and spoke such scurvy and provoking terms against your honor, that with the little godliness I have, I did full hard forbear him. But I pray you, sir, are you fast married? Be assured of this, that the Magnifico is much beloved and hath in his effect a voice potential as double as the Duke's. He will divorce you, or put upon you what restraint and grievance the law, with all his might to enforce it on, will give him cable. Othello. Let him do his spite. My services, which I have done the signory, shall out-tongue his complaints, 'tis yet to know. Which, when I know that boasting is an honor, I shall promulgate. I fetch my life and being from men of royal siege, and my demerits may speak unbonneted to as proud a fortune as this that I have reached, for no Iago, but that I love the gentle Desdemona, I would not my unhoused free condition put into circumscription and confine for the sea's worth, but look, what lights come yond. Iago. Those are the raised father and his friends. You were best go in. Othello. Not I. I must be found. My parts, my title, and my perfect soul shall manifest me rightly diesit they? Iago. By Janus, I think no. Enter Cassio and officers with torches. Othello. The servants of the Duke and my lieutenant. The goodness of the night upon you, friends. What is the news? Cassio. The Duke does greet you, General, and he requires your post-haste appearance even on the instant. Othello. What is the matter, think you? Cassio. Something from Cyprus, as I may divine. It is a business of some heat. The galleys have sent a dozen sequent messengers this very night at one another's heels, and many of the consuls, riced and met, are at the Duke's already. You have been hotly called for, when, being not at your lodging to be found, the Senate hath sent about 3 several quests to search you out. Othello. 'Tis well I am found by you. I will but spend a word here in the house, and go with you. Exit. Cassio. Ancient. What makes he here? Iago. Faith, he tonight hath boarded a land carrack. If it prove lawful prize, he's made forever. Cassio. I do not understand. Iago. He's married. Cassio. To who? Enter Othello. Iago. Married to come, Captain. Will you go? Othello. Have with you. Cassio. Here comes another troop to seek for you. Enter Brabantio, Roderigo, and officers with torches and weapons. Iago. It is Brabantio General, be advised, he comes to bad intent. Othello. Holla. Stand there. Roderigo. Signor. It is the Moor. Brabantio. Down with him, thief. They draw on both sides. Iago. You. Roderigo. Come, sir, I am for you. Othello. Keep up your bright swords, for the dew will rust them. Good signor, you shall more command with years than with your weapons. Brabantio. O thou foul thief, where hast thou stowed my daughter? Damned as thou art, thou hast enchanted her, for I'll refer me to all things of sense, if she in chains of magic were not bound. Whether a maid so tender, fair, and happy, so opposite to marriage, that she shunned the wealthy curled darlings of our nation, would ever have, to incur a general mock, run from her guardage to the sooty bosom of such a thing as thou, to fear, not to delight. Judge me the world, if 'tis not gross in sense, that thou hast practiced on her with foul charms, abused her delicate youth with drugs or minerals that weakens motion. I'll have disputed on. 'Tis probable and palpable to thinking. I therefore apprehend and do attach thee for an abuser of the world, a practicer of arts inhibited and out of warrant. Lay hold upon him, if he do resist, subdue him at his peril. Othello. Hold your hands, both you of my inclining and the rest. Were it my cue to fight, I should have known it without a prompter. Where will you that I go to answer this your charge? Brabantio. To prison, till fit time. Of law and course of direct session call thee to answer. Othello. What if I do obey? How may the Duke be therewith satisfied, whose messengers are here about my side, upon some present business of the state? To bring me to him? Officer. 'Tis true, most worthy signor, the Duke's in council, and your noble self, I am sure, is sent for. Brabantio. How? The Duke in council? In this time of the night? Bring him away. Mine's not an idle cause. The Duke himself, or any of my brothers of the state, cannot but feel this wrong as 'twere their own. For if such actions may have passage free, bond slaves and pagans shall our statesmen be. Exeunt. Scene 3. Venice. A council chamber. The Duke and senators sitting at a table, officers attending. Duke. There is no composition in these news that gives them credit. First Senator. Indeed, they are disproportioned. My letters say 107 galleys. Duke. And mine 140. Second Senator. And mine 200. But though they jump not on a just account, as in these cases, where the aim reports, 'tis oft with difference, yet do they all confirm a Turkish fleet, and bearing up to Cyprus. Duke. Nay, it is possible enough to judgment. I do not so secure me in the error, but the main article I do approve in fearful sense. Sailor. Within. What ho? What ho? What ho? Officer. A messenger from the galleys. Enter sailor. Duke. Now, what's the business? Sailor. The Turkish preparation makes for Rhodes, so was I bid report here to the state by Signor Angelo. Duke. How say you by this change? First Senator. This cannot be. By no assay of reason, 'tis a pageant to keep us in false gaze when we consider the importancy of Cyprus to the Turk. And let ourselves again but understand that, as it more concerns the Turk than Rhodes, so may he with more facile question bear it, for that it stands not in such warlike brace, but altogether lacks the abilities that Rhodes is dressed in. If we make thought of this, we must not think the Turk is so unskilful to leave that latest which concerns him first, neglecting an attempt of ease and gain, to wake and wage a danger profitless. Duke. Nay, in all confidence, he's not for Rhodes. Officer. Here is more news. Enter a messenger. Messenger. The Ottomites, reverend and gracious, steering with due course toward the Isle of Rhodes, have there enjointed them with an after fleet. First Senator. Aye, so I thought. How many, as you guess? Messenger. Of 30 sail, and now they do re-stem their backward course, bearing with frank appearance their purposes towards Cyprus. Signor Montano, your trusty and most valiant servitor, with his free duty recommends you thus, and prays you to believe him. Duke. 'Tis certain, then, for Cyprus. Marcus Luchicos, is not he in town? First Senator. He's now in Florence. Duke. Write from us to him. Post haste dispatch. First Senator. Here comes Brabantio and the valiant Moor. Enter Brabantio, Othello, Iago, Roderigo, and officers. Duke, valiant Othello, we must straight employ you against the general enemy Ottoman. To Brabantio, I did not see you. Welcome, gentle signor. We lacked your counsel and your help tonight. Brabantio, so did I yours, good your grace. Pardon me. Neither my place, nor aught I heard of business hath riced me from my bed, nor doth the general care take hold on me. For my particular grief is of so floodgate and o'erbearing nature that it engluts and swallows other sorrows, and it is still itself. Duke, why, what's the matter? Brabantio, my daughter. Oh, my daughter. Duke and senators. Dead? Brabantio, aye, to me. She is abused, stolen from me, and corrupted by spells and medicines bought of mountebanks. For nature so preposterously to err, being not deficient, blind, or lame of sense, sans witchcraft could not. Duke, who or he be, that in this foul proceeding hath thus beguiled your daughter of herself, and you of her? The bloody book of law you shall yourself read in the bitter letter, after your own sense, yea, though our proper son stood in your action. Brabantio, humbly I thank your grace. Here is the man, this Moor, whom now it seems your special mandate for the state affairs hath hither brought. All, we are very sorry for t. Duke, to Othello, what, in your own part, can you say to this? Brabantio, nothing, but this is so. Othello, most potent, grave, and reverend signors, my very noble and approved good masters, that I have ta'en away this old man's daughter, it is most true, true, I have married her. The very head and front of my offending hath this extent, no more rude am I in my speech, and little blessed with the soft phrase of peace. For since these arms of mine had 7 years' pith, till now some 9 moons wasted, they have used their dearest action in the tented field, and little of this great world can I speak, more than pertains to feats of broil and battle, and therefore little shall I grace my cause in speaking for myself, yet, by your gracious patience, I will a round, unvarnished tale deliver of my whole course of love. What drugs, what charms, what conjuration, and what mighty magic! For such proceeding I am charged withal, I won his daughter. Brabantio, a maiden never bold, of spirit so still and quiet that her motion blushed at herself, and she, in spite of nature, of years, of country, credit, everything, to fall in love with what she feared to look on. It is judgment maimed and most imperfect that will confess perfection so could err against all rules of nature, and must be driven to find out practices of cunning hell. Why this should be I therefore vouch again, that with some mixtures powerful o'er the blood, or with some dram conjured to this effect, he wrought upon her. Duke, to vouch this is no proof, without more wider and more overt test than these thin habits and poor likelihoods of modern seeming do prefer against him. First Senator, but, Othello, speak. Did you by indirect and forced courses subdue and poison this young maid's affections? Or came it by request, and such fair question as soul to soul affordeth? Othello, I do beseech you, send for the lady to the Sagittary, and let her speak of me before her father. If you do find me foul in her report, the trust, the office I do hold of you, not only take away, but let your sentence even fall upon my life. Duke, fetch Desdemona hither. Othello, ancient, conduct them, you best know the place. Exeunt Iago and attendants. Until she come, as truly as to heaven I do confess the vices of my blood, so justly to your grave ears I'll present how I did thrive in this fair lady's love, and she in mine. Duke, say it, Othello. Othello, her father loved me, oft invited me, still questioned me the story of my life, from year to year, the battles, sieges, fortunes, that I have passed. I ran it through, even from my boyish days to the very moment that he bade me tell it, wherein I spake of most disastrous chances, of moving accidents by flood and field, of hairbreadth scapes I imminent deadly breach, of being taken by the insolent foe and sold to slavery, of my redemption thence and portents in my traveller's history, wherein of Anter's vast and deserts idle, rough quarries, rocks, and hills whose heads touch heaven, It was my hint to speak. Such was the process, and of the cannibals that each other eat, the anthropophagi, and men whose heads do grow beneath their shoulders, this to hear would Desdemona seriously incline. But still the house affairs would draw her thence, which ever as she could with haste dispatch, she'd come again, and with a greedy ear devour up my discourse, which I observing, took once a pliant hour, and found good means to draw from her a prayer of earnest heart that I would all my pilgrimage dilate, whereof by parcels she had something heard, but not intentively that I did consent, and often did beguile her of her tears, when I did speak of some distressful stroke that my youth suffered. My story being done, she gave me for my pains a world of sighs. She swore, in faith, 'twas strange, 'twas passing strange, 'twas pitiful, 'twas wondrous pitiful. She wished she had not heard it, yet she wished that heaven had made her such a man. She thanked me, and bade me, if I had a friend that loved her, I should but teach him how to tell my story, and that would woo her. Upon this hint I spake. She loved me for the dangers I had passed, and I loved her that she did pity them. This only is the witchcraft I have used. Here comes the lady, let her witness it. Enter Desdemona, Iago, and attendants. Duke, I think this tale would win my daughter too. Good Brabantio, take up this mangled matter at the best. Men do their broken weapons rather use than their bare hands. Brabantio, I pray you hear her speak. If she confess that she was half the wooer, destruction on my head, if my bad blame light on the man. Come hither, gentle mistress. Do you perceive in all this noble company where most you owe obedience? Desdemona, my noble father, I do perceive here a divided duty. To you I am bound for life and education. My life and education both do learn me how to respect you. You are the lord of duty. I am hitherto your daughter, but here's my husband. And so much duty as my mother showed to you, preferring you before her father, so much I challenge that I may profess due to the more my lord. Brabantio, God be with you. I have done. Please it your grace, on to the state affairs. I had rather to adopt a child than get it done. Come hither, Moor. I here do give thee that with all my heart which, but thou hast already, with all my heart I would keep from thee. For your sake, jewel, I am glad at soul I have no other child. For thy escape would teach me tyranny, to hang clogs on them. I have done, my lord. Duke, let me speak like yourself and lay a sentence, which as a grice or step may help these lovers into your favor. When remedies are past, the griefs are ended by seeing the worst, which late on hopes depended. To mourn a mischief that is past and gone is the next way to draw new mischief on. What cannot be preserved when fortune takes, patience her injury a mockery makes. The rob that smiles steals something from the thief. He robs himself that spins a bootless grief. Brabantio, so let the Turk of Cyprus us beguile, we lose it not so long as we can smile. He bears the sentence well, that nothing bears but the free comfort which from thence he hears. But he bears both the sentence and the sorrow that, to pay grief, must of poor patience borrow. These sentences to sugar or to gall, being strong on both sides, are equivocal, but words are words. I never yet did hear that the bruised heart was pierced through the ear. I humbly beseech you, proceed to the affairs of state. Duke, the Turk with a most mighty preparation makes for Cyprus Othello. The fortitude of the place is best known to you, and though we have there a substitute of most allowed sufficiency, yet opinion, a sovereign mistress of effects, throws a more safer voice on you. You must therefore be content to slubber the gloss of your new fortunes with this more stubborn and boisterous expedition. Othello, the tyrant custom, most grave senators, hath made the flinty and steel couch of war my thrice-driven bed of down. I do anize a natural and prompt alacrity. I find in hardness, and do undertake this present wars against the Ottomites. Most humbly, therefore, bending to your state, I crave fit disposition for my wife, due reference of place and exhibition, with such accommodation and besort as levels with her breeding. Duke, if you please, beat at her father's. Brabantio, I'll not have it so. Othello, nor I. Desdemona, nor I that I would not there reside, to put my father in impatient thoughts, by being in his eye most gracious Duke, To my unfolding lend your prosperous ear, and let me find a charter in your voice T, assist my simpleness. Duke. What would you, Desdemona? Desdemona, that I did love the more to live with him, my downright violence and storm of fortunes may trumpet to the world. My heart's subdued even to the very quality of my lord. I saw Othello's visage in his mind, and to his honors and his valiant parts did I my soul and fortunes consecrate. So that, dear lords, if I be left behind, a moth of peace, and he go to the war, the rights for which I love him are bereft me, and I a heavy interim shall support by his dear absence. Let me go with him. Othello, let her have your voice. Vouch with me, heaven, I therefore beg it not to please the palate of my appetite, nor to comply with heat, the young affects in me defunct, and proper satisfaction, but to be free and bounteous to her mind. And heaven defend your good souls that you think I will your serious and great business scant, for she is with me, when light-winged toys of feathered Cupid seal with wanton dullness my speculative and offict instruments, that my disports corrupt and taint my business. Let housewives make a skillet of my helm, and all indine and base adversities make head against my estimation. Duke, be it as you shall privately determine, either for her stay or going, the affair cries haste, and speed must answer it. First Senator, you must away tonight. Othello, with all my heart. Duke, at 9 the morning here we'll meet again. Othello, leave some officer behind, and he shall our commission bring to you, with such things else of quality and respect as doth import you. Othello, so please your grace, my ancient, a man he is of honesty and trust, to his conveyance I assign my wife, with what else needful your good grace shall think to be sent after me. Duke, let it be so. Good night to everyone. To Brabantio, and, noble signor, if virtue no delighted beauty lack, your son-in-law is far more fair than black. First Senator, adieu, brave Moor, use Desdemona well. Brabantio, look to her more, if thou hast eyes to see. She has deceived her father, and may thee. Exeunt Duke, Senators, Officers, and see. Othello, my life upon her faith. Honest Iago, my Desdemona must I leave to thee. I prithee, let thy wife attend on her, and bring them after in the best advantage. Come, Desdemona, I have but an hour of love, of worldly matters and direction. To spend with thee, we must obey the time. Exeunt Othello and Desdemona. Roderigo, Iago, Iago, what sayst thou, noble heart? Roderigo, what will I do, thinkest thou? Iago, why, go to bed and sleep. Roderigo, I will incontinently drown myself. Iago, if thou dost, I shall never love thee after. Why, thou silly gentleman. Roderigo, it is silliness to live, when to live is torment. And then have we a prescription to die when death is our physician. Iago, O villainous! I have looked upon the world for 4 times 7 years, and since I could distinguish betwixt a benefit and an injury, I never found man that knew how to love himself. Ere I would say I would drown myself for the love of a guinea hen, I would change my humanity with a baboon. Roderigo, what should I do? I confess it is my shame to be so fond, but it is not in my virtue to amend it. Iago, virtue, a fig. 'Tis in ourselves that we are thus or thus. Our bodies are gardens, to the which our wills are gardeners, so that if we will plant nettles or sow lettuce, set hyssop and weed up thyme, supply it with one gender of herbs or distract it with many, either to have it sterile with idleness or manured with industry, why, the power and corrigible authority of this lies in our wills. If the balance of our lives had not one scale of reason to poise another of sensuality, the blood and baseness of our natures would conduct us to most preposterous conclusions, but we have reason to cool our raging motions, our carnal stings, our unbidden lusts. Whereof I take this, that you call love, to be a sect, or scion. Roderigo, it cannot be. Iago, it is merely a lust of the blood, and a permission of the will. Come, be a man. Drown thyself? Drown cats and blind puppies. I have professed me thy friend, and I confess me knit to thy deserving with cables of perdurable toughness. I could never better stead thee than now. Put money in thy purse. Follow thou the wars, defeat thy favor with an usurped beard. I say, put money in thy purse. It cannot be that Desdemona should long continue her love to the Moor. Put money in thy purse. Nor he his to her. It was a violent commencement, and thou shalt see an answerable sequestration. Put but money in thy purse. These Moors are changeable in their wills. Fill thy purse with money. The food that to him now is as luscious as locusts shall be to him shortly as acerb as the Colaquintida. She must change for you. When she is sated with his body, she will find the error of her choice. She must have change. She must, therefore, put money in thy purse. If thou wilt needs damn thyself, do it a more delicate way than drowning. Make all the money thou canst. If sanctimony and a frail vow betwixt an erring barbarian and a supersubtle Venetian be not too hard for my wits and all the tribe of hell, thou shalt enjoy her. Therefore make money, a pox of drowning thyself. It is clean out of the way. Seek thou rather to be hanged encompassing thy joy than to be drowned and go without her. Roderigo, wilt thou be fast to my hopes if I depend on the issue? Iago, thou art sure of me. Go. Make money, I have told thee often, and I retell thee again and again. I hate the Moor, why cause is hearted. Thine hath no less reason. Let us be conjunctive in our revenge against him. If thou canst cuckold him, thou dost thyself a pleasure, me a sport. There are many events in the womb of time which will be delivered. Traverse, go, provide thy money. We will have more of this tomorrow. Adieu. Roderigo, where shall we meet the morning? Iago, at my lodging. Roderigo, I'll be with thee betimes. Iago, go to. Farewell. Do you hear, Roderigo? Roderigo, what say you? Iago, no more of drowning, do you hear? Roderigo, I am changed. I'll sell all my land. Exit. Iago, thus do I ever make my fool my purse. For I mine own gain knowledge should profane if I would time expend with such a snipe, but for my sport and profit I hate the Moor. And it is thought abroad that, twixt my sheets he has done my office. I know not if 't be true, but I, for mere suspicion in that kind, will do as if for surety, he holds me well, the better shall my purpose work on him. Cassio's a proper man, let me see now, to get his place, and to plume up my will in double knavery. How? Let's see. After some time, to abuse Othello's ear that he is too familiar with his wife. He hath a person and a smooth dispose, to be suspected, fram to make women false. The Moor is of a free and open nature that thinks men honest that but seem to be so, and will as tenderly be led by the nose as asses are. It is engendered, hell and night must bring this monstrous birth to the world's light. Exit. Act 2. Scene I. A seaport in Cyprus. A platform. Enter Montano and two gentlemen. Montano, what from the Cape can you discern at sea? First gentleman, nothing at all, it is a high-wrought flood. I cannot, twixt the heaven and the main descry a sail. Montano, methinks the wind hath spoke aloud at land. A fuller blast ne'er shook our battlements. If it hath ruffianed so upon the sea, what ribs of oak, when mountains melt on them, can hold the mortise? What shall we hear of this? Second gentleman, a segregation of the Turkish fleet. For do but stand upon the foaming shore, the chidden billow seems to pelt the clouds, the wind-shacked surge, with high and monstrous mane, seems to cast water on the burning bear, and quench the guards of the ever-fixed pole. I never did like molestation view on the enchafed flood. Montano, if that the Turkish fleet be not ensheltered and embayed, they are drowned. It is impossible to bear it out. Enter a third gentleman. Third gentleman, news, lads, our wars are done. The desperate tempest hath so banged the Turks that their designment halts. A noble ship of Venice hath seen a grievous wreck and sufferance on most part of their fleet. Montano, how? Is this true? Third gentleman, the ship is here put in. A Veronessa, Michael Cassio, lieutenant to the warlike Moor Othello, is come on shore, the Moor himself at sea, and is in full commission here for Cyprus. Montano, I am glad on't. 'Tis a worthy governor. Third gentleman, but this same Cassio, though he speak of comfort touching the Turkish loss, yet he looks sadly, and prays the Moor be safe. For they were parted with foul and violent tempest. Montano, pray heavens he be, for I have served him, and the man commands like a full soldier. let's to the seaside, ho! As well to see the vessel that's come in as to throw out our eyes for brave Othello, even till we make the main and the aerial blue an indistinct regard. Third gentleman, come, let's do so. For every minute is expectancy of more arrogance. Enter Cassio. Cassio, thanks you, the valiant of this warlike isle, that so approve the more. Oh, let the heavens give him defense against the elements, for I have lost him on a dangerous sea. Montano, is he well shipped? Cassio, his bark is stoutly timbered, and his pilot a very expert and approved allowance. Therefore my hopes, not surfeited to death, stand in bold cure. Within, a sail, a sail, a sail. Enter a messenger. Cassio, what noise? Messenger, the town is empty. On the brow the sea stand ranks of people, and they cry a sail. Cassio, my hopes do shape him for the governor. A shot. Second gentleman, they do discharge their shot of courtesy. Our friends at least. Cassio, I pray you, sir, go forth, and give us truth who 'tis that is arrived. Second gentleman, I shall. Exit. Montano, but, good lieutenant, is your general with? Cassio, most fortunately. He hath achieved a maid that paragons description and wild fame, one that excels the quirks of blazoning pins, and in the essential vesture of creation does tire the engineer. Enter second gentleman. How now? Who has put in? Second gentleman. 'Tis one Iago, ancient to the general. Cassio, he has had most favorable and happy speed. Tempests themselves, high seas and howling winds, the guttered rocks and congregated sands, traitors ensteeped to clog the guiltless keel, as having sense of beauty, do omit their mortal natures, letting go safely by the divine Desdemona. Montano, what is she? Cassio, she that I spake of, our great captain's captain, left in the conduct of the bold Iago, whose footing here anticipates our thoughts as in speed, great Jove, Othello guard, and swell his sail with thine own powerful breath, that he may bless this bay with his tall ship, make love's quick pants in Desdemona's arms, give renewed fire to our extinct spirits, and bring all Cyprus comfort. Enter Desdemona, Iago, Roderigo, and Emilia. Oh, behold, the riches of the ship is come on shore. Ye men of Cyprus, let her have your knees. Hail to thee, lady, and the grace of heaven, before, behind thee, and on every hand, and wheel thee round. Desdemona, I thank you, valiant Cassio. What tidings can you tell me of my lord? Cassio, he is not yet arrived, nor know I aught but that he's well, and will be shortly here. Desdemona, oh, but I fear, how lost you company? Within, a sail, a sail. Cassio, the great contention of the sea and skies parted our fellowship, but, hark, a sail, guns within. Second gentleman, they give their greeting to the citadel. This likewise is a friend. Cassio, see for the news. Exit gentlemen. Good ancient, you are welcome. To Emilia, welcome, mistress. Let it not gall your patience, good Iago, that I extend my manners. 'Tis my breeding that gives me this bold show of courtesy. Kissing her. Iago, sir, would she give you so much of her lips as of her tongue she oft bestows on me, you would have enough. Desdemona, alas, she has no speech. Iago, in faith, too much. I find it still when I have list to sleep. Marry, before your ladyship, I grant, she puts her tongue a little in her heart, and chides with thinking. Emilia, you have little cause to say so. Iago, come on, come on. You are pictures out of doors, bells in your parlors, wildcats in your kitchens, saints in your injuries, devils being offended, players in your housewifery, and housewives in your beds. Desdemona, oh, fie upon thee, slanderer. Iago, nay, it is true, or else I am a Turk. You rise to play, and go to bed to work. Emilia, you shall not write my praise. Iago, no, let me not. Desdemona, what wouldst thou write of me, if thou shouldst praise me? Iago, O gentle lady, do not put me to't, for I am nothing if not critical. Desdemona, come on, Esseda, there's one gone to the harbor? Iago, aye, madam. Desdemona. I am not merry, but I do beguile the thing I am, by seeming otherwise. Come, how wouldst thou praise me? Iago. I am about it, but indeed, my invention comes from my pate as birdlime does from frieze. It plucks out brains and all, but my muse labors, and thus she is delivered. If she be fair and wise, fairness and wit, the one's for use, the other useth it. Desdemona. Well praised. How if she be black and witty? Iago. If she be black, and thereto have a wit, she'll find a white that shall her blackness fit. Desdemona. Worse and worse. Emilia. How if fair and foolish? Iago. She never yet was foolish that was fair, for even her folly helped her to an heir. Desdemona. These are old fond paradoxes to make fools laugh. The alehouse, what miserable praise hast thou for her that's foul and foolish? Iago. There's none so foul and foolish thereunto, but does foul pranks which fair and wise ones do. Desdemona. O heavy ignorance! Thou praisest the worst best, but what praise couldst thou bestow on a deserving woman indeed? One that in the authority of her merit did justly put on the vouch of very malice itself. Iago. She that was ever fair and never proud, had tongue at will and yet was never loud, never lacked gold and yet went never gay, fled from her wish and yet said, Now I may. She that, being angered, her revenge being nigh, bade her wrongs stay and her displeasure fly. She that in wisdom never was so frail to change the cod's head for the salmon's tail. She that could think and ne'er disclose her mind, see suitors following and not look behind. She was a wight, if ever such wight were. Desdemona. To do what? Iago. To suckle fools and chronicle small beer. Desdemona. O most lame and impotent conclusion! Do not learn of him, Emilia, though he be thy husband. How say you, Cassio? Is he not a most profane and liberal counselor? Cassio. He speaks home, madam. You may relish him more in the soldier than in the scholar. Iago. Aside. He takes her by the palm. Well said. Whisper, with as little a web as this will I ensnare as great a fly as Cassio did I. Smile upon her. Dude, I will jive thee in thine own courtship. You say true. 'Tis so. Indeed, if such tricks as these strip you out of your lieutenantry, it had been better you had not kissed your 3 fingers so oft, which now again you are most apt to play the sir in very good. Well kissed, an excellent courtesy. 'Tis so. Indeed, yet again your fingers to your lips? Would they were clyster pipes for your sake. Trumpets within. The more. I know his trumpet. Cassio. 'Tis truly so. Desdemona. Let's meet him, and receive him. Cassio. Lo, where he comes. Enter Othello and attendants. Othello. O my fair warrior. Desdemona. My dear Othello. Othello. It gives me wonder great is my content to see you here before me. O my soul's joy. If after every tempest come such calms, may the winds blow till they have wakened death, and let the laboring bark climb hills of seas Olympus high, and duck again as low as hells from heaven. If it were now to die, 'twere now to be most happy, for I fear my soul hath her content so absolute that not another comfort like to this succeeds in unknown fate. Desdemona. The heavens forbid, but that our loves and comforts should increase even as our days do grow. Othello. Amen to that, sweet powers. I cannot speak enough of this content. It stops me here. It is too much of joy, and this, the greatest discords be they kiss, that e'er our hearts shall make. Iago. Aside. Oh, you are well tun now, but I'll set down the pegs that make this music, as honest as I am. Othello. Come, let us to the castle. News, friends, our wars are done. The Turks are drowned. How does my old acquaintance of this isle? Honey, you shall be well desired in Cyprus. I have found great love amongst them. O my sweet, I prattle out of fashion, and I dote in mine own comforts. I prithee, good Iago, go to the bay and disembark my coffers. Bring thou the master to the citadel. He is a good one, and his worthiness does challenge much respect. Come, Desdemona, once more well met at Cyprus. Exeunt Othello, Desdemona, and attendants. Iago. Do thou meet me presently at the harbor, come hither, if thou be'st valiant. As, they say, base men being in love have then a nobility in their natures more than is native to them. List me, the lieutenant tonight watches on the court of guard. First, I must tell thee this. Desdemona is directly in love with him. Roderigo. With him? Why, 'tis not possible. Iago. Lay thy finger thus, and let thy soul be instructed. Mark me with what violence she first loved the Moor, but for bragging, and telling her fantastical lies. And will she love him still for prating? Let not thy discreet heart think it. Her I must be fed, and what delight shall she have to look on the devil? When the blood is made dull with the act of sport, there should be, again to inflame it, and to give satiety a fresh appetite, loveliness and favor, sympathy in years, manners, and beauties, all which the Moor is defective in. Now, for one of these required conveniences, her delicate tenderness will find itself abused, begin to heave the gorge, disrelish and abhor the Moor. Very nature will instruct her in it, and compel her to some second choice. Now, sir, this granted, as it is a most pregnant and unforced position, who stands so eminently in the degree of this fortune as Cassio does? A knave very voluble, no further conscionable than in putting on the mere form of civil and humane seeming, for the better compassing of his salt and most hidden loose affection. Why none, why none? A slipper and subtle knave, a finder out of occasions, that has an eye can stamp and counterfeit advantages, though true advantage never present itself. A devilish knave. Besides, the knave is handsome, young, and hath all those requisites in him that folly and green minds look after. A pestilent complete knave, and the woman hath found him already. Roderigo. I cannot believe that in her. She is full of most blessed condition. Iago. Blessed fig's end. The wine she drinks is made of grapes. If she had been blessed, she would never have loved the more blessed pudding. Didst thou not see her paddle with the palm of his hand? Didst not mark that? Roderigo. Yes, that I did, but that was but courtesy. Iago. Lechery, by this hand, an index and obscure prologue to the history of lust and foul thoughts. They met so near with their lips that their breaths embracked together, villainous thoughts. Roderigo. When these mutualities so marshal the way, hard at hand comes the master and main exercise, the incorporate conclusion, pish. But, sir, be you ruled by me, I have brought you from Venice. Watch you tonight for the command. I'll lay it upon you, Cassio knows you not. I'll not be far from you, Dio. You find some occasion to anger Cassio, either by speaking too loud, or tainting his discipline, or from what other course you please, which the time shall more favorably minister. Roderigo. Well, Iago. Sir, he is rash and very sudden in choler, and haply with his truncheon may strike at you. Provoke him that he may, for even out of that will I cause these of Cyprus to mutiny, whose qualification shall come into no true taste again, but by the displanting of Cassio. So shall you have a shorter journey to your desires, by the means I shall then have to prefer them, and the impediment most profitably removed, without the which there were no expectation of our prosperity. Roderigo. I will do this, if I can bring it to any opportunity. Iago. I warrant thee, meet me by and by at the citadel. I must fetch his necessaries ashore. Farewell. Roderigo. Adieu. Exit. Iago. That Cassio loves her, I do well believe it. That she loves him, 'tis apt, and of great credit. The more, howbeit that I endure him not, is of a constant, loving, noble nature. And I dare think, he'll prove to Desdemona a most dear husband. Now, I do love her too, not out of absolute lust, though peradventure I stand accountant for as great a sin, but partly led to diet my revenge, for that I do suspect the lusty Moor hath leaped into my seat, the thought whereof doth, like a poisonous mineral, gnaw my inwards, and nothing can or shall content my soul till I am evened with him, wife for wife, or, failing so, yet that I put the Moor at least into a jealousy so strong that judgment cannot cure, which thing to do, if this poor trash of Venice, whom I trash for his quick hunting, stand the putting on, I'll have our Michael Cassio on the hip, abuse him to the Moor in the rank garb, for I fear Cassio with my nightcap too. Make the Moor thank me, love me, and reward me for making him. egregiously an ass and practising upon his peace and quiet even to madness. 'Tis here, but yet confused. Knavery's plain face is never seen to lust. Exit. Scene 2. A street. Enter Othello's herald with a proclamation. Herald. It is Othello's pleasure, our noble and valiant general, that upon certain tidings now arrived, importing the mere perdition of the Turkish fleet, every man put himself into triumph. Some to dance, some to make bonfires, each man to what sport and revels his edition leads him, for besides these beneficial news, it is the celebration of his nuptial, so much was his pleasure should be proclaimed, all offices are open, and there is full liberty of feasting from this present hour of 5 till the bell have tolled 11. Heaven bless the Isle of Cyprus and our noble General Othello. Exit. Scene 3. A hall in the castle. Enter Othello, Desdemona, Cassio, and attendants. Othello. Good Michael, look you to the guard tonight. Let's teach ourselves that honorable stop, not to outsport discretion. Cassio. Iago hath direction what to do, but notwithstanding with my personal eye will I look to it. Othello. Iago is most honest. Michael, good night, tomorrow with your earliest let me have speech with you. To Desdemona. Come, my dear love. The purchase made, the fruits are to ensue. That profit's yet to come, tween me and you. Good night. Exeunt Othello, Desdemona, and attendants. Enter Iago. Cassio. Welcome, Iago. We must to the watch. Iago. Not this hour, Lieutenant. 'Tis not yet 10 o'clock. Our general cast us thus early for the love of his Desdemona, who let us not therefore blame. He hath not yet made wanton the night with her, and she is sport for Jove. Cassio. She's a most exquisite lady. Iago. And, I'll warrant her, full of game. Cassio. Indeed, she is a most fresh and delicate creature. Iago. What an eye she has! Methinks it sounds a parley to provocation. Cassio. An inviting eye, and yet methinks right modest. Iago. And when she speaks, is it not an alarm to love? Cassio. She is indeed perfection. Iago. Well, happiness to their sheets. Come, Lieutenant, I have a stoup of wine, and here without are a brace of Cyprus gallants that would fain have a measure to the health of black Othello. Cassio. Not tonight. Good Iago, I have very poor and unhappy brains for drinking. I could well wish courtesy would invent some other custom of entertainment. Iago. Oh, they are our friends. But 1 cup. I'll drink for you. Cassio. I have drunk but 1 cup tonight, and that was craftily qualified too, and behold, what innovation it makes here. I am unfortunate in the infirmity, and dare not task my weakness with any more. Iago. What man? 'Tis a night of revels, the gallants desire it. Cassio. Where are they? Iago. Here at the door. I pray you, call them in. Cassio. I'll do't, but it dislikes me. Exit. Iago. If I can fasten but 1 cup upon him, with that which he hath drunk tonight already, he'll be as full of quarrel and offence as my young mistress dog, now my sick fool Roderigo, whom love hath turned almost the wrong side out, to Desdemona hath tonight caressed potations pottle deep, and he's to watch. 3 lads of Cyprus, noble swelling spirits, that hold their honors in a wary distance, the very elements of this warlike isle, have I tonight flustered with flowing cups, and they watch. 2 now, mongst this flock of drunkards, am I to put our Cassio in some action that may offend the isle, but here they come. If consequence do but approve my dream, my boat sails freely, both with wind and stream. Enter Cassio, Montano, and gentleman, followed by servant with wine. Cassio. For God, they have given me a rouse already. Montano. Good faith, a little one. Not past a pint, as I am a soldier. Iago. Some wine ho. Sings. And let me the cannikin clink, clink, and let me the cannikin clink, clink. A soldier's a man. Oh, man's life's but a span. Why then let a soldier drink. Some wine, boys. Cassio. For God, an excellent song. Iago. I learned it in England, where indeed they are most potent in potting. Your Dane, your German, and your swag-bellied Hollander, drink, ho, are nothing to your English. Cassio. Is your Englishman so expert in his drinking? Iago. Why, he drinks you, with facility, your Dane dead drunk. He sweats not to overthrow your Almain. He gives your Hollander a vomit ere the next pottle can be filled. Cassio, to the health of our general. Montano, I am for it, Lieutenant, and I'll do you justice. Iago, O sweet England, sings. King Stephen was a worthy peer. His breeches cost him but a crown. He held them sixpence all too dear, with that he called the tailor lown. He was a wight of high renown, and thou art but of low degree. 'Tis pride that pulls the country down. Then take thine auld cloak about thee. Some wine, ho! Cassio, for God, this is a more exquisite song than the other. Iago, will you hear tea again? Cassio, no, for I hold him to be unworthy of his place that does those things well, God's above all, and there be souls must be saved, and there be souls must not be saved. Iago, it's true, good lieutenant. Cassio, for mine own part, no offense to the general, nor any man of quality, I hope to be saved. Iago, and so do I too, lieutenant. Cassio, but, by your leave, not before me. The lieutenant is to be saved before the ancient. Let's have no more of this. Let's to our affairs, forgive us our sins. Gentlemen, let's look to our business. Do not think, gentlemen, I am drunk. This is my ancient, this is my right hand, and this is my left. I am not drunk now. I can stand well enough, and I speak well enough. All. Excellent well. Cassio. Why, very well then, you must not think, then, that I am drunk. Exit. Montano. To the platform, masters come. Let's set the watch. Iago. You see this fellow that is gone before. He is a soldier fit to stand by Caesar and give direction. And do but see his vice. 'Tis to his virtue a just equinox. The one as long as the other, 'tis pity of him. I fear the trust Othello puts him in, on some odd time of his infirmity, will shake this island. Montano. But is he often thus? Iago. 'Tis evermore the prologue to his sleep. He'll watch the horologe a double set if drink rock not his cradle. Montano. It were well. The general were put in mind of it. Perhaps he sees it not, or his good nature prizes the virtue that appears in Cassio, and looks not on his evils. Is not this true? Enter Roderigo. Iago. Aside to him. How now? Roderigo, I pray you, after the lieutenant, go. Exit Roderigo. Montano. And 'tis great pity that the noble Moor should hazard such a place as his own second with one of an ingraft infirmity. It were an honest action to say so to the Moor. Iago. Not I, for this fair island. I do love Cassio well, and would do much to cure him of this evil, but, hark! What noise? Cry within. Help! Help! Enter Cassio, driving in Roderigo. Cassio. Zounds, you rogue, you rascal. Montano. What's the matter, lieutenant? Cassio. A knave teach me my duty. I'll beat the knave into a twig gin bottle. Roderigo. Beat me? Cassio. Dost thou prate, rogue? Striking Roderigo. Montano. Nay, good lieutenant. I pray you, sir, hold your hand. Cassio. Let me go, sir, or I'll knock you o'er the mazzard. Montano. Come, come, you're drunk. Cassio. Drunk? They fight. Iago. Aside to Roderigo. Away, I say. Go out and cry a mutiny. Exit Roderigo. Nay, good lieutenant. God's will, gentlemen. Help, ho, lieutenant, sir. Montano. Sir, help, masters. Here's a goodly watch indeed. A bell rings. Who's that which rings the bell? Diablo, ho. The town will rise. God's will, lieutenant, hold. You will be shammed forever. Enter Othello and attendants. Othello. What is the matter here? Montano. Zounds, I bleed still. I am hurt to the death. Othello. Hold, for your lives. Iago. Hold, ho. Lieutenant, sir. Montano. Gentlemen, have you forgot all place of sense and duty? Hold. The general speaks to you. Hold, for shame. Othello. Why, how now, ho? From whence saith this? Are we turned Turks? and to ourselves do that which heaven hath forbid the Ottomites? For Christian shame, put by this barbarous brawl. He that stirs next to carve for his own rage holds his soul light. He dies upon his motion. Silence that dreadful bell. It frights the isle from her propriety. What is the matter, masters? Honest Iago, that looks dead with grieving, speak. Who began this? On thy love, I charge thee. Iago, I do not know friends all but now, even now, in quarter, and in terms like bride and groom devastating them for bed. And then, but now, as if some planet had unwitted men, swords out, and tilting one at other's breast, in opposition bloody, I cannot speak any beginning to this peevish odds, and would in action glorious I had lost those legs that brought me to a part of it. Othello, how comes it, Michael, you are thus forgot? Cassio, I pray you, pardon me, I cannot speak. Othello, worthy Montano, you won't be civil. The gravity and stillness of your youth the world hath noted, and your name is great in mouths of wisest censure. What's the matter, that you unlace your reputation thus, and spend your rich opinion for the name of a night brawler? Give me answer to it. Montano, worthy Othello, I am hurt to danger. Your officer, Iago, can inform you, while I spare speech, which something now offends me, of all that I do know. Nor know I aught by me that's said or done amiss this night, unless self-charity be sometimes a vice, and to defend ourselves it be a sin when violence assails us. Othello, now, by heaven, my blood begins my safer guides to rule and passion, having my best judgment collied, essays to lead the way. Zounds, if I stir, or do but lift this arm, the best of you shall sink in my rebuke. Give me to know how this foul rout began, who set it on, and he that is approved in this offense, though he had twinned with me, both at a birth, shall lose me what? In a town of war, yet wild, the people's hearts brimful of fear, to manage private and domestic quarrel, in night, and on the court and guard of safety? 'Tis monstrous, Iago, who began't. Montano, if partially offend, or leagood in office, thou dost deliver more or less than truth, thou art no soldier. Iago, touch me not so near. I had rather have this tongue cut from my mouth than it should do offense to Michael Cassio. Yet I persuade myself, to speak the truth shall nothing wrong him. Thus it is, General. Montano and myself being in speech, there comes a fellow crying out for help, and Cassio following him with determined sword, to execute upon him. Sir, this gentleman steps into Cassio and entreats his pause. Myself the crying fellow did pursue, lest by his clamor, as it so fell out, the town might fall in fright. He, swift of foot, outran my purpose, and I returned the rather for that I heard the clink and fall of swords, and Cassio high in oath, which till tonight I ne'er might say before. When I came back, for this was brief, I found them close together, at blow and thrust, even as again they were when you yourself did part them. More of this matter cannot I report. But men are men. The best sometimes forget. Though Cassio did some little wrong to him, as men in rage strike those that wish them best, yet surely Cassio, I believe, received from him that fled some strange indignity, which patience could not pass. Othello, I know, Iago, thy honesty and love doth mince this matter, making it light to Cassio. Cassio, I love thee, but never more be officer of mine. Enter Desdemona, attended. Look, if my gentle love be not riced up, I'll make thee an example. Desdemona, what's the matter? Othello, all's well now, sweeting, come away to bed. Sir, for your hurts, myself will be your surgeon. Let him off. Montano is led off. Iago, look with care about the town, and silence those whom this vile brawl distracted. Come, Desdemona, 'tis the soldier's life to have their balmy slumbers whacked with strife. Exeunt all but Iago and Cassio. Iago, what, are you hurt, Lieutenant? Cassio, I, past all surgery. Iago, marry, heaven forbid. Cassio, reputation, reputation, reputation. Oh, I have lost my reputation. I have lost the immortal part of myself, and what remains is bestial. Why reputation? Iago, my reputation. Iago, as I am an honest man, I thought you had received some bodily wound. There is more sense in that than in reputation. Reputation is an idle and most false imposition, oft got without merit and lost without deserving. You have lost no reputation at all, unless you repute yourself such a loser. What man? There are ways to recover the general again. You are but now cast in his mood, a punishment more in policy than in malice, even so as one would beat his offenseless dog to affright an imperious lion. Sue to him again, and he's yours. Cassio, I will rather sue to be despised than to deceive so good a commander with so slight, so drunken, and so indiscreet an officer. Drunk, and speak parrot, and squabble, swagger, swear, and discourse fustian with one's own shadow? O thou invisible spirit of wine, if thou hast no name to be known by, let us call thee devil. Iago, what was he that you followed with your sword? What had he done to you? Cassio, I know not. Iago, is't possible? Cassio, I remember a mass of things, but nothing distinctly. A quarrel, but nothing. Wherefore that, O God, that men should put an enemy in their mouths to steal away their brains, that we should with joy, pleasance, revel, and applause, transform ourselves into beasts. Iago, why, but you are now well enough. How came you thus recovered? Cassio, it hath pleased the devil drunkenness to give place to the devil wrath. One unperfectness shows me another, to make me frankly despise myself. Iago, come, you are too severe a moraler. The time, the place, and the condition of this country stands. I could heartily wish this had not befallen. But since it is as it is, mend it for your own good. Cassio, I will ask him for my place again. He shall tell me I am a drunkard. Had I as many mouths as Hydra, such an answer would stop them all. Go be now a sensible man, by and by a fool, and presently a beast. Oh, strange! Every inordinate cup is unblessed, and the ingredient is a devil. Iago, come, come, good wine is a good familiar creature. If it be well used, exclaim no more against it, and good lieutenant, I think you think I love you. Cassio, I have well approved it, Sir. I drunk? Iago, you, or any man living, may be drunk at a time. Man, I'll tell you what you shall do. Our general's wife is now the general. I may say so in this respect, for that he hath devoted and given up himself to the contemplation, mark, and denotement of her parts and graces. Confess yourself freely to her, importune her help to put you in your place again. She is of so free, so kind, so apt, so blessed a disposition. She holds it a vice in her goodness not to do more than she is requested. This broken joint between you and her husband entreat her to splinter, and my fortunes against any lay worth naming. This crack of your love shall grow stronger than it was before. Cassio, you advise me well. Iago, I protest, in the sincerity of love and honest kindness. Cassio, I think it freely, and betimes in the morning I will beseech the virtuous Desdemona to undertake for me. I am desperate of my fortunes if they check me here. Iago, you are in the right. Good night, lieutenant, I must to the watch. Cassio, good night. Honest Iago. Exit. Iago, and what's he then, that says I play the villain? When this advice is free I give an honest, proball to thinking, and indeed the course to win the more again. For 'tis most easy the inclining Desdemona to subdue in any honest suit. She's framed as fruitful as the free elements, and then for her to win the more, were't to renounce his baptism, all seals and symbols of redeemed sin. His soul is so enfettered to her love, that she may make, unmake, do what she list, even as her appetite shall play the god with his weak function. How am I then, a villain to counsel Cassio to this parallel course, directly to his good? Divinity of hell! When devils will the blackest sins put on, they do suggest at first with heavenly shows as I do now. For whiles this honest fool plies Desdemona to repair his fortune, and she for him pleads strongly to the more, I'll pour this pestilence into his ear, that she repeals him for her body's lust, and by how much she strives to do him good, she shall undo her credit with the more. So will I turn her virtue into pitch, and out of her own goodness make the net that shall enmesh them all. Enter Roderigo. How now? Roderigo? Roderigo, I do follow here in the chase, not like a hound that hunts, but one that fills up the sea. Or why my money is almost spent. I have been tonight exceedingly well cudgeled, and I think the issue will be, I shall have so much experience for my pains, and so, with no money at all and a little more wit, return again to Venice. Iago, how poor are they that have not patience! What wound did ever heal but by degrees? Thou know'st we work by wit, and not by witchcraft, and wit depends on dilatory time. Dost not go well? Cassio hath beaten thee, and thou, by that small hurt, hast cashiered Cassio. Though other things grow fair against the sun, yet fruits that blossom first will first be ripe. Content thyself awhile, be why the mass, 'tis morning. Pleasure and action make the hours seem short. Retire thee, go where thou art billeted. Away, I say, thou shalt no more hereafter. Nay, get thee gone. Exit Roderigo. 2 things are to be done. My wife must move for Cassio to her mistress. I'll set her on, myself the while to draw the more apart, and bring him jump when he may Cassio find soliciting his wife die. That's the way. Dull not device by coldness and delay. Exit. Act 3. Scene I. Cyprus before the castle. Enter Cassio and some musicians. Cassio. Masters, play here. I will content your pains. Something that's brief. And bid good morrow, general. Music. Enter Clown. Clown. Why, masters, have your instruments been in Naples, that they speak the nose thus? First Musician. How, sir, how? Clown. Are these, I pray you, wind instruments? First Musician. Ay, marry, are they, sir? Clown. Oh, thereby hangs a tale. First Musician. Whereby hangs a tale, sir? Clown. Marry, sir, by many a wind instrument that I know, but, masters, here's money for you. And the general so likes your music, that he desires you, for love's sake, to make no more noise with it. First Musician. Well, sir, we will not. Clown. If you have any music that may not be heard, 'twould again, but, as they say, to hear music the general does not greatly care. First Musician. We have none such, sir. Clown. Then put up your pipes in your bag, for I'll away to go. Vanish into air, away. Exeunt musicians. Cassio. Dost thou hear, mine honest friend? Clown. No, I hear not your honest friend, I hear you. Cassio. Prithee, keep up thy quillets, there's a poor piece of gold for thee. If the gentlewoman that attends the general's wife be stirring, tell her there's one Cassio entreats her a little favor of speech. Wilt thou do this? Clown. She is stirring, sir. If she will stir hither, I shall seem to notify unto her. Cassio. Do, good my friend. Exit Clown. Enter Iago. In happy time, Iago. Iago. You have not been abed, then? Cassio. Why? No, the day had broke. Before we parted, I have made bold, Iago, to send in to your wife my suit to her is, that she will to virtuous Desdemona procure me some access. Iago. I'll send her to you presently, and I'll devise a mean to draw the more out of the way, that your converse and business may be more free. Cassio. I humbly thank you for it. Exit Iago. I never knew a Florentine more kind and honest. Enter Emilia. Emilia. Good morrow, good lieutenant. I am sorry for your displeasure, but all will sure be well. The general and his wife are talking of it, and she speaks for you stoutly. The more replies that he you hurt is of great fame in Cyprus and great affinity, and that in wholesome wisdom he might not but refuse you. But he protests he loves you and needs no other suitor, but his likings to take the safest occasion by the front to bring you in again. Cassio. Yet, I beseech you, if you think fit, or that it may be done, give me advantage of some brief discourse with Desdemona alone. Emilia. Pray you, come in. I will bestow you where you shall have time to speak your bosom freely. Cassio. I am much bound to you. Exeunt. Scene 2. Cyprus. A room in the castle. Enter Othello, Iago, and gentlemen. Othello. These letters give, Iago, to the pilot, and by him do my duties to the Senate. That done, I will be walking on the works. Repair there to me. Iago. Well, my good lord, I'll do't. Othello. This fortification, gentlemen, shall we seat? Gentlemen. We'll wait upon your lordship. Exeunt. Scene 3, Cyprus, the garden of the castle. Enter Desdemona, Cassio, and Emilia. Desdemona. Be thou assured, good Cassio, I will do all my abilities in thy behalf. Emilia. Good madam. Do that I warrant it grieves my husband as if the cause were his. Desdemona. Oh, that's an honest fellow, oh not doubt, Cassio. But I will have my lord and you again as friendly as you were. Cassio. Bounteous madam. Whatever shall become of Michael Cassio, he's never anything but your true servant. Desdemona. I note that I thank you, you do love my lord. You have known him long, and be you well assured he shall in strangeness stand no farther off than in a politic distance. Cassio. Ay, but lady, that policy may either last so long, or feed upon such nice and waterish diet, or breed itself so out of circumstance, that, I being absent and my place supplied, my general will forget my love and service. Desdemona. Do not doubt that, before Emilia here I give thee warrant of thy place, assure thee, if I do vow a friendship, I'll perform it to the last article. My lord shall never rest. I'll watch him tame, and talk him out of patience. His bed shall seem a school, his board a shrift. I'll intermingle everything he does with Cassio's suit, therefore be merry, Cassio, for thy solicitor shall rather die than give thy cause away. Enter Othello and Iago. Emilia. Madam, here comes my lord. Cassio. Madam, I'll take my leave. Desdemona. Why, stay, and hear me speak. Cassio. Madam, not now, I am very ill at ease, unfit for mine own purposes. Desdemona. Well, do your discretion. Exit Cassio. Iago. Ha, I like not that. Othello. What dost thou say? Iago. Nothing, my lord. Or if, I know not what. Othello. Was not that Cassio parted from my wife? Iago. Cassio. My lord? No, sure, I cannot think it, that he would steal away so guilty-like, seeing you coming. Othello. I do believe 'twas he. Desdemona. How now, my lord? I have been talking with a suitor here, a man that languishes in your displeasure. Othello. Who is't you mean? Desdemona. Why, your lieutenant, Cassio, good my lord. If I have any grace or power to move you, his present reconciliation take. For if he be not one that truly loves you, that errs in ignorance and not in cunning, I have no judgment in an honest face. I prithee call him back. Othello. When he hints now? Desdemona. I, sooth, so humbled, that he hath left part of his grief with me to suffer with him good love. Call him back. Othello. Not now, sweet Desdemon, some other time. Desdemona. But shalt be shortly? Othello. The sooner, sweet, for you. Desdemona. Shalt be tonight at supper? Othello. No, not tonight. Desdemona. Tomorrow dinner then? Othello. I shall not dine at home. I meet the captains at the citadel. Desdemona. Why then tomorrow night, or Tuesday morn, on Tuesday noon, or night, on Wednesday morn. I prithee name the time, but let it not exceed 3 days. I in faith, he's penitent. And yet his trespass in our common reason, save that, they say, the wars must make examples out of their best, is not almost a fault to incur a private check. When shall he come? Tell me, Othello. I wonder in my soul, what you would ask me, that I should deny, or stand so mammering on what? Michael Cassio, that came a-wooing with you, and so many a time, when I have spoke of you dispraisingly, hath ta'en your part, to have so much to do to bring him in. Trust me, I could do much. Othello. Prithee no more, let him come when he will. I will deny thee nothing. Desdemona. Why, this is not a boon. 'Tis as I should entreat you wear your gloves, or feed on nourishing dishes, or keep you warm, or sue to you to do a peculiar profit to your own person. Nay, when I have a suit wherein I mean to touch your love indeed, it shall be full of poise and difficult weight, and fearful to be granted. Othello. I will deny thee nothing. Whereon, I do beseech thee, grant me this, to leave me but a little to myself. Desdemona. Shall I deny you? No, farewell, my lord. Othello. Farewell, my Desdemona, I'll come to thee straight. Desdemona. Emilia, come. Be ye as your fancies teach you. Whatever you be, I am obedient. Exit with Emilia. Othello. Excellent wretch, perdition catch my soul, but I do love thee, and when I love thee not, chaos is come again. Iago. My noble lord. Othello. What dost thou say, Iago? Iago. Did Michael Cassio, when you wooed my lady, know of your love? Othello. He did, from first to last. Why dost thou ask? Iago. But for a satisfaction of my thought. No further harm. Othello. Why of thy thought, Iago? Iago. I did not think he had been acquainted with her. Othello. Oh yes, and went between us very oft. Iago. Indeed? Othello. Indeed? Aye. Indeed, discern'st thou aught in that? Is he not honest? Iago. Honest, my lord? Othello. Honest? Aye, honest. Iago. My lord, for aught I know. Othello. What dost thou think? Iago. Think, my lord? Othello. Think, my lord? By heaven, he echoes me, as if there were some monster in his thought too hideous to be shown. Thou dost mean something. I heard thee say even now, thou likedst not that, when Cassio left my wife, what didst not like? And when I told thee he was of my counsel in my whole course of wooing, thou criedst, indeed, and didst contract and purse thy brow together, as if thou then hadst shut up in thy brain some horrible conceit. If thou dost love me, show me thy thought. Iago. My lord, you know I love you. Othello. I think thou dost. And for I know thou art full of love and honesty, and waste thy words before thou givest them breath. Therefore these stops of thine fright me the more. For such things in a false disloyal knave are tricks of custom, but in a man that's just, they're close dilations, working from the heart, that passion cannot rule. Iago. For Michael Cassio. I dare be sworn I think that he is honest. Othello. I think so too. Iago. Men should be what they seem, or those that be not, would they might seem none. Othello. Certain, men should be what they seem. Iago. Why then, I think Cassio's an honest man. Othello. Nay, yet there's more in this. I prithee, speak to me as to thy thinkings, as thou dost ruminate, and give thy worst of thoughts the worst of words. Iago. Good my lord, pardon me. Though I am bound to every act of duty, I am not bound to that all slaves are free to utter my thoughts. Why, say they are vile and false, as where's that palace whereinto foul things sometimes intrude not, who has a breast so pure but some uncleanly apprehensions keep leets and law days, and in session sit with meditations lawful. Othello. Thou dost conspire against thy friend Iago, if thou but thinkst him wronged and makest his ear a stranger to thy thoughts. Iago. I do beseech you, though I perchance am vicious in my guess, as, I confess, it is my nature's plague to spy into abuses, and of my jealousy shapes faults that are not, that your wisdom from one that so imperfectly conceits would take no notice, nor build yourself a trouble out of his scattering and unsure observance. It were not for your quiet nor your good, nor for my manhood, honesty, or wisdom, to let you know my thoughts. Othello. What dost thou mean? Iago. Good name in man and woman, dear my lord, is the immediate jewel of their souls. Who steals my purse steals trash. 'Tis something, nothing. 'Twas mine, 'tis his, and has been slave to thousands. But he that filches from me my good name robs me of that which not enriches him, and makes me poor indeed. Othello. By heaven, I'll know thy thoughts. Iago. You cannot, if my heart were in your hand, nor shall not, whilst 'tis in my custody. Othello. Huh? Iago. Oh, beware, my lord, of jealousy. It is the greeny-wide monster which doth mock the meat it feeds on. That cuckold lives in bliss who, certain of his fate, loves not his wronger. But oh, what damned minutes tells he o'er who dotes, yet doubts, suspects, yet strongly loves. Othello. Oh misery. Iago. Poor and content is rich and rich enough. But riches fineless is as poor as winter to him that ever fears he shall be poor. Good heaven, the souls of all my tribe defend from jealousy. Othello. Why is this? Think'st thou I'd make a life of jealousy, to follow still the changes of the moon with fresh suspicions? Note yo be once in doubt is once to be resolved. Exchange me for a goat when I shall turn the business of my soul to such exsufflicate and blown surmises, matching thy inference. 'Tis not to make me jealous, to say my wife is fair, feeds well, loves company, is free of speech, sings, plays, and dances well. Where virtue is, these are more virtuous. Nor from mine own weak merits will I draw the smallest fear or doubt of her revolt, for she had eyes and chose me, O Iago. I'll see before I doubt. When I doubt, prove. And on the proof, there is no more but this. Away at once with love or jealousy. Iago, I am glad of it, for now I shall have reason to show the love and duty that I bear you with franker spirit. Therefore, as I am bound, receive it from me, I speak not yet of proof. Look to your wife. Observe her well with Cassio. Wear your eye thus, not jealous nor secure. I would not have your free and noble nature, out of self-bounty, be abused, look to't. I know our country disposition well. In Venice they do let heaven see the pranks they dare not show their husbands. Their best conscience is not to leave undone, but keep unknown. Othello, dost thou say so? Iago, she did deceive her father, marrying you. And when she seemed to shake and fear your looks, she loved them most. Othello, and so she did. Iago, why go to then? She that so young could give out such a seeming, to seal her father's eyes up close as oak, he thought 'twas witchcraft, but I am much to blame. I humbly do beseech you of your pardon for too much loving you. Othello, I am bound to thee forever. Iago, I see this hath a little dashed your spirits. Othello, not a jot, not a jot. Iago, trust me, I fear it has. I hope you will consider what is spoke comes from my love, but I do see your moved. I am to pray you not to strain my speech to grosser issues, nor to larger reach than to suspicion. Othello, I will not. Iago, should you do so, my lord, my speech should fall into such vile success which my thoughts aimed not. Cassio's my worthy friend. My lord, I see your moved. Othello, no, not much moved. I do not think but Desdemona's honest. Iago, long live she so, and long live you to think so. Othello, and yet, how nature erring from itself. Iago, there's the point. As, to be bold with you, not to affect many proposed matches, of her own clime, complexion, and degree, whereto we see in all things nature tends. For one may smell in such a will most rank, foul disproportion, thoughts unnatural. But pardon me, I do not in position distinctly speak of her, though I may fear her will, recoiling to her better judgment, may fall to match you with her country forms, and happily repent. Othello, farewell, farewell. If more thou dost perceive, let me know more. Set on thy wife to observe, leave me, Iago. Iago, going. My lord, I take my leave. Othello, why did I marry? This honest creature doubtless sees and knows more, much more, than he unfolds. Iago, returning. My lord, I would I might entreat your honor to scan this thing no further, leave it to time. Though it be fit that Cassio have his place, for sure he fills it up with great ability, yet if you please to hold him off a while, you shall by that perceive him and his means. Note if your lady strain his entertainment with any strong or vehement importunity, much will be seen in that, and the meantime, let me be thought too busy in my fears, as worthy cause I have to fear I am, and hold her free, I do beseech your honor. Othello, fear not my government. Iago, I once more take my leave. Exit. Othello, this fellow's of exceeding honesty, and knows all qualities with a learned spirit of human dealings. If I do prove her haggard, though that her jesses were my dear heartstrings, I'd whistle her off, and let her down the wind to pray at fortune haply, for I am black, and have not those soft parts of conversation that chamberers have, or for I am declined into the vale of years. Yet that's not much. She's gone, I am abused, and my relief must be to loathe her. O curse of marriage, that we can call these delicate creatures ours, and not their appetites. I had rather be a toad, and live upon the vapor of a dungeon, than keep a corner in the thing I love for others' uses. Yet, 'Tis the plague of great ones, prerogatived are they less than the base. 'Tis destiny unshunnable, like death. Even then this forked plague is fated to us when we do quickened Desdemona comes. If she be false, oh, then heaven mocks itself. I'll not believed. Enter Desdemona and Emilia. Desdemona. How now, my dear Othello? Your dinner, and the generous islanders by you invited, do attend your presence. Othello. I am to blame. Desdemona. Why do you speak so faintly? Are you not well? Othello. I have a pain upon my forehead here. Desdemona. Faith, that's with watching, 'twill away again. Let me but bind it hard, within this hour it will be well. Othello. Your napkin is too little. He puts the handkerchief from him, and she drops it. Let it alone come. I'll go in with you. Desdemona. I am very sorry that you are not well. Exeunt Othello and Desdemona. Emilia. I am glad I have found this napkin. This was her first remembrance from the moor. My wayward husband hath 100 times wooed me to steal it, but she so loves the token, for he conjured her she should ever keep it, that she reserves it evermore about her to kiss and talk to. I'll have the work ta'en out, and give to Iago what he will do with it heaven knows, not I. I nothing but to please his fantasy. Enter Iago. Iago. How now? What are you here alone? Emilia. Do not you chide that I have a thing for you. Iago. A thing for me? It is a common thing. Emilia. Huh? Iago. To have a foolish wife. Emilia. Oh, is that all? What will you give me now for that same handkerchief? Iago. What handkerchief? Emilia. What handkerchief? Why, that the Moor first gave to Desdemona, that which so often you did bid me steal. Iago. Hast stolen it from her? Emilia. No, faith. She let it drop by negligence, and, to the advantage, I being here, took tea up. Look, here it is. Iago. A good wench. Give it me. Emilia. What will you do with't, that you have been so earnest to have me filch it? Iago. Snatching it. Why, what's that to you? Emilia. If it be not for some purpose of import, give tea me again, poor lady. She'll run mad when she shall lack it. Iago. Be not known on't. I have use for it. Go. Leave me. Exit Emilia. I will in Cassio's lodging lose this napkin, and let him find it. Trifles light as air are to the jealous confirmations strong as proofs of holy writ. This may do something. The more already changes with my poison. Dangerous conceits are in their nature's poisons, which at the first are scarce found to distaste, but with a little act upon the blood burn like the mines of Sulphur. I did say so. Enter Othello. Look, where he comes, not poppy, nor mandragora, nor all the drowsy syrups of the world, shall ever medicine thee to that sweet sleep which thou yesterday. Othello. Ha, ha. False to me? Iago. Why, how now, General? No more of that. Othello. Avaunt. Be gone. Thou hast set me on the rack. I swear, 'tis better to be much abused than but to note a little. Iago. How now, my lord? Othello. What sense had I of her stolen hours of lust? I sought not, thought it not, it harmed not me. I slept the next night well, was free and merry. I found not Cassio's kisses on her lips. He that is robbed, not wanting what is stolen, let him not note, and he's not robbed at all. Iago. I am sorry to hear this. Othello. I had been happy if the general camp, pioners and all, had tasted her sweet body, so I had nothing known that. Oh, now, forever farewell the tranquil mind, farewell content, farewell the plumed troops and the big wars that make ambition virtue. Oh, farewell, farewell the neighing steed and the shrill trump, the spirit-stirring drum, the ear-piercing fife, the royal banner, and all quality, pride, pomp, and circumstance of glorious war. And, O you mortal engines, whose rude throats the immortal Jove's dread clamors counterfeit, farewell. Othello's occupation's gone. Iago. Is't possible, my lord? Othello. Villain, be sure thou prove my love a whore. Be sure of it, give me the ocular proof, or, by the worth of man's eternal soul, thou hadst been better have been born a dog than answer my whacked wrath. Iago. Is come to this? Othello. Make me deceit, or at the least so prove it, that the probation bear no hinge nor loop to hang a doubt on, or woe upon thy life. Iago, my noble lord. Othello, if thou dost slander her and torture me, never pray more, abandon all remorse. On horrors head horrors accumulate. Do deeds to make heaven weep, all earth amazed. For nothing canst thou to damnation add greater than that. Iago, O grace, O heaven defend me. Are you a man? Have you a soul or sense? God be why you take mine office. O wretched fool, that livest to make thine honesty a vice. O monstrous world, take note, O world, to be direct and honest is not safe. I thank you for this profit, and from hence I'll love no friend, sith love breeds such offense. Othello, nay, stay, thou shouldst be honest. Iago, I should be wise, for honesty's a fool, and loses that it works for. Othello, by the world, I think my wife be honest, and think she is not. I think that thou art just, and think thou art not. I'll have some proof. Her name, that was as fresh as Dian's visage, is now begrimed and black as mine own face. If there be cords or knives, poison or fire, or suffocating streams, I'll not endure would I were satisfied. Iago, I see, sir, you are eaten up with passion. I do repent me that I put it to you. You would be satisfied? Othello, would? Nay, I will. Iago, and may. But how? How satisfied, my lord? Would you, the supervisor, grossly gape on, behold her topped? Othello, death and damnation. Oh, Iago, it were a tedious difficulty, I think, to bring them to that prospect. Damn them then, if ever mortal eyes do see them bolster more than their own. What then? How then? What shall I say? Where's satisfaction? It is impossible you should see this. Were they as prime as goats, as hot as monkeys, as salt as wolves in pride, and fools as gross as ignorance made drunk? But yet I say, if imputation and strong circumstances, which lead directly to the door of truth, will give you satisfaction, you may have't. Othello, give me a living reason she's disloyal. Iago, I do not like the office, but sith I am entered in this cause so far, pricked to tea by foolish honesty and love, I will go on. I lay with Cassio lately, and being troubled with a raging tooth, I could not sleep. There are a kind of men so loose of soul, that in their sleeps will mutter their affairs. One of this kind is Cassio. In sleep I heard him say, Sweet Desdemona, let us be wary, let us hide our loves, and then, sir, would he gripe and wring my hand, cry, O sweet creature, and then kiss me hard, as if he plucked up kisses by the roots that grew upon my lips, then laid his leg over my thigh, and sight and kissed, and then cried, Cursed fate that gave thee to the moor. Othello, O monstrous, monstrous. Iago, nay, this was but his dream. Othello, but this denoted a foregone conclusion. 'Tis a shrewd doubt, though it be but a dream. Iago, and this may help to thicken other proofs that do demonstrate thinly. Othello, I'll tear her all to pieces. Iago, nay, but be wise, yet we see nothing done. She may be honest yet. Tell me but this, have you not sometimes seen a handkerchief spotted with strawberries in your wife's hand? Othello, I gave her such a one. 'Twas my first gift. Iago, I know not that, but such a handkerchief, I am sure it was your wife's. Did I today see Cassio wipe his beard with? Othello, if it be that. Iago, if it be that, or any that was hers, it speaks against her with the other proofs. Othello, oh, that the slave had 40,000 lives. One is too poor, too weak for my revenge. Now do I see, 'tis true, look here, Iago. All my fond love thus do I blow to heaven. 'Tis gone. Arise, black vengeance, from thy hollow hell. Yield up, O love, thy crown and hearted throne to tyrannous hate. Swell bosom with thy fraught, for 'tis of aspics tongues. Iago, yet be content. Othello, oh, blood. Iago, blood. Iago, patience, I say, your mind perhaps may change. Othello, never. Iago, like to the Pontic Sea, whose icy current and compulsive course ne'er feels retiring ebb, but keeps due on to the Propontic and the Hellespont. Even so my bloody thoughts, with violent pace, shall ne'er look back, ne'er ebb to humble love, till that a capable and wide revenge swallow them up. Now by yond marble heaven, in the due reverence of a sacred vow, kneels. I here engage my words. Iago, do not rise yet. Kneels. Witness, you ever-burning lights above, you elements that clip us round about, witness that here Iago doth give up the execution of his wit, hands, heart, to wronged Othello's service. Let him command, and to obey shall be in me remorse. What bloody business ever? They rise. Othello, I greet thy love, not with vain thanks, but with acceptance bounteous, and will upon the instant put thee to tea. Within these 3 days let me hear thee say that Cassio's not alive. Iago, my friend is dead, 'tis done at your request, but let her live. Othello, damn her, lewd minx. Oh, damn her, damn her. Come, go with me apart. I will withdraw to furnish me with some swift means of death for the fair devil. Now art thou my lieutenant. Iago, I am your own forever. Exeunt. Scene 4. Cyprus before the castle. Enter Desdemona, Emilia, and Clown. Desdemona, do you know, Sirrah, where Lieutenant Cassio lies? Clown, I dare not say he lies anywhere. Desdemona, why, man? Clown, he's a soldier, and for one to say a soldier lies is stabbing. Desdemona, go to, where lodges he? Clown, to tell you where he lodges is to tell you where I lie. Desdemona, can anything be made of this? Clown, I know not where he lodges, and for me to devise a lodging and say he lies here, or he lies there, were to lie in mine own throat. Desdemona, can you inquire him out, and be edified by report? Clown, I will catechize the world for him, that is, make questions and by them answer. Desdemona, seek him, bid him come hither, tell him I have moved my lord on his behalf, and hope all will be well. Clown, to do this is within the compass of man's wit, and therefore I will attempt the doing it. Exit. Desdemona, where should I lose that handkerchief, Emilia? Emilia, I know not, madam. Desdemona, believe me, I had rather have lost my purse full of crusados, and but my noble Moor is true of mind and made of no such baseness as jealous creatures are, it were enough to put him to ill thinking. Emilia, is he not jealous? Desdemona, who? He? I think the son where he was born drew all such humors from him. Emilia, look, where he comes. Enter Othello. Desdemona, I will not leave him now till Cassio be called to him. How is't with you, my lord? Othello, well, my good lady. Aside, oh, hardness to dissemble. How do you? Desdemona? Desdemona, well, my good lord. Othello, give me your hand, this hand is moist. My lady. Desdemona, it yet hath felt no age nor known no sorrow. Othello, this argues fruitfulness and liberal heart. Hot, hot, and moist, this hand of yours requires a sequester from liberty, fasting and prayer, much castigation, exercise devout. For here's a young and sweating devil here that commonly rebels. 'Tis a good hand, a frank one. Desdemona, you may indeed say so, for 'twas that hand that gave away my heart. Othello, a liberal hand, the hearts of old gave hands, but our new heraldry is hands, not hearts. Desdemona, I cannot speak of this. Come now, your promise? Othello, what promise, Chuck? Desdemona, I have sent to bid Cassio come speak with you. Othello, I have a salt and sorry room offends me. Lend me thy handkerchief. Desdemona, here, my lord. Othello, that which I gave you. Desdemona, I have it not about me. Othello, not? Desdemona, no, faith, my lord. Othello, that is a fault. That handkerchief did an Egyptian to my mother give. She was a charmer, and could almost read the thoughts of people. She told her, while she kept it, 'twould make her amiable and subdue my father entirely to her love, but if she lost it, or made a gift of it, my father's I should hold her loathed, and his spirits should hunt after new fancies. She, dying, gave it me and bid me, when my fate would have me wive, To give it her I did so. And take heed on't, make it a darling like your precious eye. To lose or gift away were such perdition as nothing else could match. Desdemona, is't possible? Othello, 'tis true that there's magic in the web of it. A Sibyl that had numbered in the world the sun to course 200 compasses, in her prophetic fury sewed the work. The worms were hallowed that did breed the silk, and it was dyed in mummy, which the skilful conserved of maidens' hearts. Desdemona, indeed, is true? Othello, most veritable, therefore look to t well. Desdemona, then would to God that I had never seen t. Othello, huh? Wherefore? Desdemona, why do you speak so startlingly and rash? Othello, is't lost? Is't gone? Speak, is it out of the way? Desdemona, heaven bless us. Othello, say you? Desdemona, it is not lost, but what and if it were? Othello, how? Desdemona, I say it is not lost. Othello, fetched, let me see t. Desdemona, why, so I can, sir, but I will not now. This is a trick to put me from my suit. Pray you, let Cassio be received again. Othello, fetch me the handkerchief. My mind misgives. Desdemona, come, come. You'll never meet a more sufficient man. Othello, the handkerchief. Desdemona, I pray, talk me of Cassio. Othello, the handkerchief. Desdemona, a man that all his time hath founded his good fortunes on your love, shard dangers with you. Othello, the handkerchief. Desdemona, in sooth, you are to blame. Othello, away. Exit. Emilia, is not this man jealous? Desdemona, I ne'er saw this before. Sure there's some wonder in this handkerchief. I am most unhappy in the loss of it. Emilia, 'tis not a year or two shows us a man. They are all but stomachs and we all but food. They eat us hungrily, and when they are full, they belch us. Enter Cassio and Iago. Look you, Cassio and my husband. Iago, there is no other way. 'Tis she must do tea, and lo, the happiness. Go and importune her. Desdemona, how now, good Cassio, what's the news with you? Cassio, madam, my former suit. I do beseech you that by your virtuous means I may again exist, and be a member of his love, whom I, with all the office of my heart, entirely honor. I would not be delayed. If my offense be of such mortal kind that nor my service past, nor present sorrows, nor purposed merit in futurity, can ransom me into his love again, but to know so must be my benefit. So shall I clothe me in a forked content, and shut myself up in some other course to fortune's alms. Desdemona, alas, thrice gentle Cassio, my advocation is not now in tune. My lord is not my lord, nor should I know him were he in favor as in humor altered. So help me every spirit sanctified, as I have spoken for you all my best, and stood within the blank of his displeasure for my free speech. You must awhile be patient. What I can do I will, and more I will than for myself I dare, let that suffice you. Iago, is my lord angry? Emilia, he went hence but now, and certainly in strange unquietness. Iago, can he be angry? I have seen the cannon, when it hath blown his ranks into the air, and, like the devil, from his very arm puffed his own brother, and can he be angry? Something of moment then I will go meet him. There's matter in't indeed if he be angry. Desdemona, I prithee do so. Exit Iago. Something sure of state, either from Venice, or some unhatched practice made demonstrable here in Cyprus to him, hath puddled his clear spirit, and in such cases men's natures wrangle with inferior things, though great ones are their object, 'tis even so. For let our finger ache, and it endues our other healthful members even to that sense of pain, nay, we must think men are not gods, nor of them look for such observancy as fits the bridal beshrew me much, Emilia, I was unhandsome warrior as I am, arraigning his unkindness with my soul, but now I find I had suborned the witness, and he's indicted falsely. Emilia, pray heaven it be state matters, as you think, and no conception nor no jealous toy concerning you. Desdemona, alas the day, I never gave him cause. Emilia, but jealous souls will not be answered so. They are not ever jealous for the cause, but jealous for they are jealous. 'Tis a monster begot upon itself, born on itself. Desdemona. Heaven keep that monster from Othello's mind. Emilia. Lady. Amen. Desdemona. I will go seek him, Cassio, walk hereabout. If I do find him fit, I'll move your suit, and seek to effect it to my uttermost. Cassio. I humbly thank your ladyship. Exeunt Desdemona and Emilia. Enter Bianca. Bianca. Save you, friend Cassio. Cassio. What make you from home? How is it with you, my most fair Bianca? I faith, sweet love, I was coming to your house. Bianca. And I was going to your lodging, Cassio. What, keep a week away? 7 days and nights? 8 hours, and lovers' absent hours, more tedious than the dial 8 times? O weary reckoning! Cassio. Pardon me, Bianca. I have this while with leaden thoughts been pressed, but I shall in a more continuate time strike off this score of absence, sweet Bianca, giving her Desdemona's handkerchief. Take me this work out. Bianca. O Cassio, whence came this? This is some token from a newer friend. To the felt absence now I feel a cause. Is come to this? Well, well. Cassio. Go to, woman. Throw your vile guesses in the devil's teeth. From whence you have them, you are jealous now that this is from some mistress, some remembrance. No, in good troth, Bianca. Bianca. Why, whose is it? Cassio. I know not, neither did I found it in my chamber. I like the work well ere it be demanded, as like enough it will, I'd have it copied. Take it, and do tea, and leave me for this time. Bianca. Leave you. Wherefore? Cassio. I do attend here on the general, and think it no addition, nor my wish, to have him see me womaned. Bianca. Why, I pray you? Cassio. Not that I love you not, Bianca, but that you do not love me. I pray you bring me on the way a little, and say if I shall see you soon at night. Cassio. 'Tis but a little way that I can bring you, for I attend here, but I'll see you soon. Bianca. 'Tis very good. I must be circumstanced. Exeunt. Act 4. Scene I. Cyprus before the castle. Enter Othello and Iago. Iago. Will you think so? Othello. Think so, Iago? Iago. What? To kiss in private? Othello. An unauthorized kiss. Iago. Or to be naked with her friend in bed an hour or more, not meaning any harm. Othello. Naked in bed, Iago, and not mean harm? It is hypocrisy against the devil. They that mean virtuously and yet do so, the devil their virtue tempts, and they tempt heaven. Iago. So they do nothing. 'Tis a venial slip. But if I give my wife a handkerchief? Othello. What then? Iago. Why then, 'tis hers, my lord, and being hers, she may, I think, bestow it on any man. Othello. She is protectress of her honor too. May she give that? Iago. Her honor is an essence that's not seen. They have it very oft that have it not. But for the handkerchief, Othello. By heaven, I would most gladly have forgot it. Thou saidst, oh, it comes o'er my memory, as doth the raven o'er the infected house, boding to all, he had my handkerchief. Iago. What of that? Othello. That's not so good now. Iago. What? If I had said I had seen him do you wrong? Or heard him say, as knaves be such abroad, who having, by their own importunate suit, or voluntary dotage of some mistress, convinced or supplied them, cannot choose but they must blab. Othello. Hath he said anything? Iago. He hath, my lord, but be you well assured, no more than he'll unswear. Othello. What hath he said? Iago. Faith that he did. I know not what he did. Othello. What? What? Iago. Lie. Othello. With her? Iago. With her, on her, what you will. Othello. Lie with her. Lie on her. We say lie on her when they belie her. Lie with her. That's fulsome. Handkerchief. Confessions. Handkerchief. To confess, and be hanged for his labor first, to be hanged, and then to confess. I tremble at it. Nature would not invest herself in such shadowing passion without some instruction. It is not words that shake me thus. Pish. Noses, ears, and lips. Is't possible? Confess? Handkerchief? O devil. Falls in a trance. Iago. Work on. My medicine. Work. Thus credulous fools are caught, and many worthy and chaste dames even thus, all guiltless, meet reproached. What? Ho! My lord, I say. Othello. Enter Cassio. How now, Cassio? Cassio. What's the matter? Iago. My lord is fallen into an epilepsy. This is his second fit, he had one yesterday. Cassio. Rub him about the temples. Iago. No, forbear. The lethargy must have his quiet course. If not, he foams at mouth, and by breaks out to savage madness. Look, he stirs. Do you withdraw yourself a little while? He will recover straight when he is gone. I would on great occasion speak with you. Exit Cassio. How is it, General? Have you not hurt your head? Othello. Dost thou mock me? Iago. I mock you? No, by heaven. Would you would bear your fortune like a man. Othello. A horned man's a monster and a beast. Iago. There's many a beast, then, in a populous city, and many a civil monster. Othello. Did he confess it? Iago. Good sir, be a man. Think every bearded fellow that's but yacht may draw with you. There's millions now alive that nightly lie in those improper beds which they dare swear peculiar. Your case is better. Oh, 'tis the spite of hell, the fiend's archmock, to lip a wanton in a secure couch, and to suppose her chaste. No, let me know, and knowing what I am, I know what she shall be. Othello. Oh, thou art wise, 'tis certain. Iago. Stand you a while apart. Confine yourself but in a patient list. Whilst you were here o'erwhelmed with your grief, a passion most unsuiting such a man. Cassio came hither, I shifted him away, and laid good skews upon your ecstasy, bade him anon return, and here speak with me, the which he promised. Do but encave yourself, and mark the fleers, the gibes, and notable scorns that dwell in every region of his face. For I will make him tell the tale anew, where, how oft, how long ago, and when he hath and is again to cope your wife. I say, but mark his gesture merry, patience, or I shall say you are all in spleen, and nothing of a man. Othello. Dost thou hear, Iago? I will be found most cunning in my patience. But, dost thou hear? Most bloody. Iago. That's not amiss. But yet keep time in all. Will you withdraw? Othello withdraws. Now will I question Cassio of Bianca, a housewife that by selling her desires buys herself bread and clothes. It is a creature that dotes on Cassio, as 'tis the strumpet's plague to beguile many and be beguiled by one. He, when he hears of her, cannot refrain from the excess of laughter. Here he comes. Enter Cassio. As he shall smile, Othello shall go mad, and his unbookish jealousy must construe poor Cassio's smiles, gestures, and light behavior quite in the wrong. How do you now, Lieutenant? Cassio. The worser that you give me the addition whose one even kills me. Iago. Ply Desdemona well, and you are sure on't. Speaking lower. Now, if this suit lay in Bianca's power, how quickly should you speed? Cassio. Alas, poor caitiff. Othello. Aside. Look how he laughs already. Iago. I never knew a woman love man so. Cassio. Alas, poor rogue. I think, faith, she loves me. Othello. Aside. Now he denies it faintly and laughs it out. Iago. Do you hear, Cassio? Othello. Now he importunes him. To tell it o'er. Go to. Well said, well said. Iago. She gives it out that you shall marry her. Do you intend it? Cassio. Ha, ha, ha. Othello. Do you triumph, Roman? Do you triumph? Cassio. I marry her? What? A customer? I prithee, bear some charity to my wit. Do not think it so unwholesome. Ha, ha, ha. Othello. So they laugh that wins. Iago. Faith, the cry goes that you shall marry her. Cassio. Prithee say true. Iago. I am a very villain else. Othello. Have you scored me? Well. Cassio. This is the monkey's own giving out. She is persuaded I will marry her. Out of her own love and flattery, not out of my promise. Othello. Iago beckons me, now he begins the story. Cassio. She was here even now. She haunts me in every place. I was the other day talking on the sea bank with certain Venetians, and thither comes the bauble, and falls thus about my neck. Othello, crying, "O dear Cassio," as it were. His gesture imports it. Cassio, so hangs and lolls and weeps upon me. So hails and pulls me, ha, ha, ha. Othello, now he tells how she plucked him to my chamber at O. I see that nose of yours, but not that dog I shall throw it to. Cassio, well, I must leave her company. Iago, before me, look where she comes. Enter Bianca. Cassio, 'tis such another fits you. Mary, a perfumed one. What do you mean by this haunting of me? Bianca, let the devil and his dam haunt you. What did you mean by that same handkerchief you gave me even now? I was a fine fool to take it. I must take out the work? A likely piece of work, that you should find it in your chamber, and not know who left it there. This is some minx's token, and I must take out the work? There, give it your hobby horse, wheresoever you had it. I'll take out no work on't. Cassio, how now, my sweet Bianca? How now, how now? Othello, by heaven, that should be my handkerchief. Bianca, if you'll come to supper tonight, you may. If you will not, come when you are next prepared for. Exit. Iago, after her, after her. Cassio, faith, I must. She'll rail in the street else. Iago, will you sup there? Cassio, faith, I intend so. Iago, well, I may chance to see you, for I would very fain speak with you. Cassio, prithee come. Will you? Iago, go to. Say no more. Exit Cassio. Othello, coming forward. How shall I murder him? Iago. Iago, did you perceive how he laughed at his vice? Othello, oh Iago. Iago, and did you see the handkerchief? Othello, was that mine? Iago, yours by this hand. And to see how he prizes the foolish woman your wife. She gave it him, and he hath given it his whore. Othello, I would have him 9 years a-killing that a fine woman, a fair woman, a sweet woman. Iago, nay, you must forget that. Othello, I, let her rot and perish and be damned tonight. For she shall not live, and oh, my heart is turned to stone. I strike it, and it hurts my hand. Oh, the world hath not a sweeter creature. She might lie by an emperor's side, and command him tasks. Iago, nay, that's not your way. Othello, hang her. I do but say what she is, so delicate with her needle, an admirable musician. Oh, she will sing the savageness out of a bear, of so high and plenteous wit and invention. Iago, she's the worse for all this. Othello, oh, 1,000 times, and then of so gentle a condition. Iago, I, too gentle. Othello, nay, that's certain, but yet the pity of it, Iago. Oh, Iago, the pity of it, Iago. Iago, if you are so fond over her iniquity, give her patent to offend, for if it touch not you, it comes near nobody. Othello, I will chop her into messes, cuckold me. Iago, oh, 'tis foul in her. Othello, with mine officer. Iago, that's fouler. Othello, get me some poison, Iago. This night I'll not expostulate with her, lest her body and beauty unprovide my mind again. This night, Iago. Iago, do it not with poison, strangle her in her bed. Even the bed she hath contaminated. Othello, good, good. The justice of it pleases, very good. Iago, and for Cassio, let me be his undertaker, you shall hear more by midnight. Othello, excellent, good. A trumpet within. What trumpet is that same? Enter Lodovico, Desdemona, and attendant. Iago, something from Venice, sure, 'tis Lodovico come from the Duke. See, your wife is with him. Lodovico, save you, worthy general. Othello, with all my heart, sir. Lodovico, the Duke and Senators of Venice greet you. Gives him a packet. Othello, I kiss the instrument of their pleasures. Opens the packet and reads. Desdemona, and what's the news, good cousin Lodovico? Iago, I am very glad to see you, signor. Welcome to Cyprus. Lodovico, I thank you. How does Lieutenant Cassio? Iago, lives, sir. Desdemona, Cousin, there's fallen between him and my lord an unkind breach, but you shall make all well. Othello, are you sure of that? Desdemona, my lord? Othello, reads, this fail you not to do as you will. Lodovico, he did not call. He's busy in the paper. Is there division twixt my lord and Cassio? Desdemona, a most unhappy one. I would do much to atone them, for the love I bear to Cassio. Othello, fire and brimstone. Desdemona, my lord? Othello, are you wise? Desdemona, what, is he angry? Lodovico, maybe the letter moved him, for, as I think, they do command him home, deputing Cassio in his government. Desdemona, trust me, I am glad on't. Othello, indeed. Desdemona, my lord? Othello, I am glad to see you mad. Desdemona, why, sweet Othello? Othello, devil, striking her. Desdemona, I have not deserved this. Lodovico, my lord, this would not be believed in Venice, though I should swear I saw it. 'Tis very much. Make her amends, she weeps. Othello, O devil, devil, if that the earth could teem with woman's tears, each drop she falls would prove a crocodile. Out of my sight. Desdemona, I will not stay to offend you. Going. Lodovico, truly, an obedient lady. I do beseech your lordship, call her back. Othello, mistress. Desdemona, my lord? Othello, what would you with her, sir? Lodovico, who, I, my lord. Othello, I, you did wish that I would make her turn. Sir, she can turn, and yet go on, and turn again, and she can weep, sir, weep, and she's obedient. As you say, obedient, very obedient, proceed you in your tears. Concerning this, sir, O well-painted passion, I am commanded home, get you away. I'll send for you anon. Sir, I obey the mandate, and will return to Venice. Hence, avaunt. Exit Desdemona. Cassio shall have my place, and sir, tonight, I do entreat that we may sup together. You are welcome, sir, to Cyprus, goats, and monkeys. Exit. Lodovico, is this the noble Moor, whom our full senate call all and all sufficient? Is this the nature whom passion could not shake? Whose solid virtue the shot of accident, nor dart of chance could neither graze nor pierce? Iago, he is much chonged. Lodovico, are his wits safe? Is he not light of brain? Iago, he's that he is. I may not breathe my censure what he might be. If what he might he is not, I would to heaven he were. Lodovico, what? Strike his wife. Iago, faith, that was not so well. Yet would I knew that stroke would prove the worst. Lodovico, is it his use? Or did the letters work upon his blood, and new create this fault? Iago, alas, alas, it is not honesty in me to speak what I have seen and known. You shall observe him, and his own courses will denote him so that I may save my speech. Do but go after, and mark how he continues. Lodovico, I am sorry that I am deceived in him. Exeunt. Scene 2. Cyprus. A room in the castle. Enter Othello and Emilia. Othello, you have seen nothing then? Emilia, nor ever heard, nor ever did suspect. Othello, yes, you have seen Cassio and she together. Emilia, but then I saw no harm, and then I heard each syllable that breath made up between them. Othello, what? Did they never whisper? Emilia, never, my lord. Othello, nor send you out o' the way? Emilia, never. Othello, to fetch her fan, her gloves, her mask, nor nothing? Emilia, never, my lord. Othello, that's strange. Emilia, I durst, my lord, to wager she is honest, lay down my soul at stake. If you think other, remove your thought, it doth abuse your bosom. If any wretch have put this in your head, let heaven requite it with the serpent's curse, for if she be not honest, chaste, and true, there's no man happy. The purest of their wives is foul as slander. Othello, bid her come hither. Go. Exit Emilia. She says enough, yet she's a simple bawd that cannot say as much. This is a subtle whore, a closet lock and key of villainous secrets, and yet she'll kneel and pray. I have seen her do tea. Enter Desdemona and Emilia. Desdemona, my lord, what is your will? Othello, pray, Chuck, come hither. Desdemona, what is your pleasure? Othello, let me see your eyes. Look in my face. Desdemona, what horrible fancy's this? Othello, to Emilia, some of your function, mistress, leave procreance alone, and shut the door. Cough or cry him, if anybody come. Your mystery, nay, dispatch. Exit Emilia. Desdemona, upon my knees, what doth your speech import? I understand a fury in your words, but not the words. Othello, why, what art thou? Desdemona, your wife, my lord, your true and loyal wife. Othello, come, swear it, damn thyself, lest, being like one of heaven, the devils themselves should fear to seize thee, therefore be double damned. Swear thou art honest. Desdemona, heaven doth truly know it. Othello, heaven truly knows that thou art false as hell. Desdemona, to whom, my lord? With whom? How am I false? Othello, O Desdemona, away, away, away. Desdemona, alas the heavy day, why do you weep? Am I the motive of these tears, my lord? If haply you my father do suspect an instrument of this your calling back, lay not your blame on me. If you have lost him, why, I have lost him too. Othello, had it pleased heaven to try me with affliction, had they rained all kinds of sores and shames on my bare head, steeped me in poverty to the very lips, given to captivity me and my utmost hopes, I should have found in some place of my soul a drop of patience, but, alas, to make me a fixed figure for the time of scorn to point his slow, unmoving finger at. Yet could I bear that too, well, very well. But there, where I have garnered up my heart, where either I must live or bear no life, the fountain from the which my current runs, or else dries up, to be discarded thence, or keep it as a cistern for foul toads to not engender in. Turn thy complexion there, patience, thou young and rose-lipped cherubin. There, look grim as hell. Desdemona, I hope my noble lord esteems me honest. Othello, oh, as summer flies are in the shambles, that quicken even with blowing, thou weed, who art so lovely fair, and smell'st so sweet, that the sense aches at thee, would thou hadst ne'er been born. Desdemona, alas, what ignorant sin have I committed? Othello, was this fair paper, this most goodly book, made to write whore upon? What committed? Committed, O thou public commoner, I should make very forges of my cheeks, that would to cinders burn up modesty, did I but speak thy deeds. What committed? Heaven stops the nose at it, and the moon winks. The body wind, that kisses all it meets, is hushed within the hollow mine of earth, and will not hear it. What committed? Impudent strumpet, Desdemona, by heaven, you do me wrong. Othello, are not you a strumpet? Desdemona, no, as I am a Christian. If to preserve this vessel for my lord from any other foul unlawful touch be not to be a strumpet, I am none. Othello, what, not a whore? Desdemona, no, as I shall be saved. Othello, is't possible? Desdemona, oh, heaven forgive us. Othello, I cry you mercy then. I took you for that cunning whore of Venice that married with Othello, you, mistress. Enter Emilia, that have the office opposite to St. Peter, and keeps the gate of hell. You. We have done our course, there's money for your pains. I pray you turn the key, and keep our counsel. Exit. Emilia, alas, what does this gentleman conceive? How do you, madam? How do you, my good lady? Desdemona, faith, half asleep. Emilia, good madam, what's the matter with my lord? Desdemona, with who? Emilia, why, with my lord, madam. Desdemona, who is thy lord? Emilia, he that is yours, sweet lady. Desdemona, I have none. Do not talk to me, Emilia. I cannot weep, nor answer have I none, but what should go by water, prithee? Tonight lay on my bed my wedding sheets, remember, and call thy husband hither. Emilia, here's a change indeed. Exit. Desdemona, 'tis meet I should be us so, very meet. How have I been behaved, that he might stick the smallest opinion on my least misuse? Enter Iago and Emilia. Iago. What is your pleasure, madam? How is't with you? Desdemona. I cannot tell. Those that do teach young babes do it with gentle means and easy tasks. He might have chid me so, for, in good faith, I am a child to chiding. Iago. What's the matter, lady? Emilia. Alas, Iago, my lord hath so abhorred her, thrown such despite and heavy terms upon her, as true hearts cannot bear. Desdemona. Am I that name, Iago? Iago. What name, fair lady? Desdemona. Such as she says my lord did say I was. Emilia. He called her whore. A beggar in his drink could not have laid such terms upon his cowlet. Iago. Why did he so? Desdemona. I do not know, and I am sure I am none such. Iago. Do not weep, do not weep. Alas the day. Emilia. Hath she forsook so many noble matches, her father, and her country, and her friends, to be called whore? Would it not make one weep? Desdemona. It is my wretched fortune. Iago. Beshrew him for't. How comes this trick upon him? Desdemona. Nay, heaven doth know. Emilia. I will be hanged, if some eternal villain, some busy and insinuating rogue, some cogging, cousining slave, to get some office, have not Davies this slander, I'll be hanged else. Iago. Fie, there is no such it is impossible. Desdemona. If any such there be, heaven pardon him. Emilia. A halter pardon him, and hell gnaw his bones. Why should he call her whore? Who keeps her company? What place? What time? What form? What likelihood? The more's abused by some most villainous knave, some base notorious knave, some scurvy fellow. O heaven, that such companions then unfold, and put in every honest hand a whip to lash the rascals naked through the world, even from the east to the west. Iago. Speak within door. Emilia. Oh, fie upon them. Some such squire he was that turned your wit the seamy side without, and made you to suspect me with the more. Iago. You are a fool. Go to. Desdemona. Alas, Iago, what shall I do to win my lord again? Good friend, go to him, for by this light of heaven, I know not how I lost him. Here I kneel. If e'er my will did trespass gainst his love, either in discourse of thought or actual deed, or that mine eyes, mine ears, or any sense, delighted them in any other form, or that I do not yet, and ever did, and ever will, though he do shake me off to beggarly divorcement, love him dearly, comfort forswear me. Unkindness may do much, and his unkindness may defeat my life, but never taint my love. I cannot say whore. It does abhor me now I speak the word. To do the act that might the addition earn, not the world's mass of vanity could make me. Iago. I pray you, be content, 'tis but his humor. The business of the state does him offense, and he does chide with you. Desdemona. If 'twere no other. Iago. 'Tis but so, I warrant. Trumpets within. Hark, how these instruments summon to supper. The messengers of Venice stay the meat. Go in, and weep not, all things shall be well. Exeunt Desdemona and Emilia. Enter Roderigo. How now, Roderigo? Roderigo. I do not find that thou dealest justly with me. Iago. What in the contrary? Roderigo. Every day thou daffest me with some device, Iago, and rather, as it seems to me now, keepest from me all conveniency than suppliest me with the least advantage of hope. I will indeed no longer endure it, nor am I yet persuaded to put up in peace what already I have foolishly suffered. Iago. Will you hear me, Roderigo? Roderigo. Faith, I have heard too much, for your words and performances are no kin together. Iago. You charge me most unjustly. Roderigo. With naught but truth, I have wasted myself out of my means. The jewels you have had for me to deliver to Desdemona would half have corrupted a votarist. You have told me she hath received them, and returned me expectations and comforts of sudden respect and acquaintance, but I find none. Iago. Well, go to, very well. Roderigo. Very well, go to, I cannot go to, man. Nor, 'tis not very well, nay, I say, 'tis very scurvy, and begin to find myself fopped in it. Iago. Very well. Roderigo. I tell you, 'tis not very well. I will make myself known to Desdemona. If she will return me my jewels, I will give over my suit and repent my unlawful solicitation. If not, assure yourself I will seek satisfaction of you. Iago, you have said now. Roderigo, I, and said nothing but what I protest intendment of doing. Iago, why, now I see there's metal in thee, and even from this instant do build on thee a better opinion than ever before. Give me thy hand. Roderigo, thou hast taken against me a most just exception, but yet I protest, I have dealt most directly in thy affair. Roderigo, it hath not appeared. Iago, I grant indeed it hath not appeared, and your suspicion is not without wit and judgment, but, Roderigo, if thou hast that in thee indeed, which I have greater reason to believe now than ever, I mean purpose, courage, and valor, this night show it. If thou the next night following enjoy not Desdemona, take me from this world with treachery and devise engines for my life. Roderigo, well, what is it? Is it within reason and compass? Iago, sir, there is a special commission come from Venice to depute Cassio in Othello's place. Roderigo, is that true? Why then Othello and Desdemona return again to Venice? Iago, oh no, he goes into Mauritania, and takes away with him the fair Desdemona, unless his abode be lingered here by some accident, wherein none can be so determinate as the removing of Cassio. Roderigo, how do you mean removing of him? Iago, why, by making him uncapable of Othello's place, knocking out his brains. Roderigo, and that you would have me to do? Iago, aye, if you dare do yourself a profit and a right. He sups tonight with a harlotry, and thither will I go to him. He knows not yet of his honorable fortune. If you will watch his going thence, which I will fashion to fall out between 12 and 1, you may take him at your pleasure. I will be near to second your attempt, and he shall fall between us. Come, stand not amazed at it, but go along with me. I will show you such a necessity in his death, that you shall think yourself bound to put it on him. It is now high supper time, and the night grows to waste about it. Roderigo, I will hear further reason for this. Iago, and you shall be satisfied. Exeunt. Scene 3, Cyprus, another room in the castle. Enter Othello, Lodovico, Desdemona, Emilia, and attendants. Lodovico, I do beseech you, sir, trouble yourself no further. Othello, oh, pardon me. 'Twill do me good to walk. Lodovico, madam, good night. I humbly thank your ladyship. Desdemona, your honor is most welcome. Othello, will you walk, sir? Oh, Desdemona. Desdemona, my lord? Othello, get you to bed on t' instant. I will be returned forthwith. Dismiss your attendant there. Look, be done. Desdemona, I will, my lord. Exeunt Othello, Lodovico, and attendants. Emilia, how goes it now? He looks gentler than he did. Desdemona, he says he will return incontinent. He hath commanded me to go to bed, and bade me to dismiss you. Emilia, dismiss me? Desdemona, it was his bidding, therefore, good Emilia, give me my nightly wearing and adieu. We must not now displease him. Emilia, I would you had never seen him. Desdemona, so would not I. Him why love doth so approve him, that even his stubbornness, his checks, his frowns, prithee, unpin me, have grace and favor in them. Emilia, I have laid those sheets you bade me on the bed. Desdemona, all's one. Good faith, how foolish are our minds. If I do die before thee, prithee, shroud me in one of those same sheets. Emilia, come, come, you talk. Desdemona, my mother had a maid called Barbary. She was in love, and he she loved proved mad and did forsake her. She had a song of Willow, an old thing 'twas, but it expressed her fortune, and she died singing it. That song tonight will not go from my mind. I have much to do, but to go hang my head all at one side and sing it like poor Barbary. Prithee dispatch. Emilia, shall I go fetch your nightgown? Desdemona, no, unpin me here. This Lodovico is a proper man. Emilia, a very handsome man. Desdemona, he speaks well. Emilia, I know a lady in Venice would have walked barefoot to Palestine for a touch of his nether lip. Desdemona, singing. The poor soul sat sighing by a sycamore tree, sing all a green willow, her hand on her bosom, her head on her knee. Sing willow, willow, willow. The fresh streams ran by her, and murmured her moans. Sing willow, willow, willow. Her salt tears fell from her, and softened the stones. Lay by these. Sings. Sing willow, willow, willow. Prithee hie thee till come anon. Sings. Sing all a green willow must be my garland. Let nobody blame him, his scorn I approve. Nay, that's not next, hark. Who is that knocks? Emilia. It's the wind. Desdemona. Sings. I called my love false love, but what said he then? Sing willow, willow, willow. If I court him, O women, you'll couch with him, O men. So get thee gone. Good night, mine eyes do itch. Doth that bode weeping? Emilia. 'Tis neither here nor there. Desdemona. I have heard it said so. These men. Dost thou in conscience think, tell me, Emilia, that there be women do abuse their husbands in such gross kind? Emilia. There be some such, no question. Desdemona. Wouldst thou do such a deed for all the world? Emilia. Why would not you? Desdemona. No, by this heavenly light. Emilia. Nor I neither by this heavenly light. I might do't as well I the dark. Desdemona. Wouldst thou do such a deed for all the world? Emilia. The world's a huge thing, it is a great price for a small vice. Desdemona. In troth, I think thou wouldst not. Emilia. In troth, I think I should, and undo't when I had done marry. I would not do such a thing for a joint ring, nor for measures of lawn, nor for gowns, petticoats, nor caps, nor any petty exhibition. But, for the whole world, why, who would not make her husband a cuckold to make him a monarch? I should venture purgatory for t. Desdemona. Beshrew me, if I would do such a wrong for the whole world. Emilia. Why, the wrong is but a wrong I the world. And having the world for your labor, 'tis a wrong in your own world, and you might quickly make it right. Desdemona. I do not think there is any such woman. Emilia. Yes, a dozen, and as many to the vantage as would store the world they played for. But I do think it is their husbands' faults if wives do fall. Say that they slack their duties and pour our treasures into foreign laps, or else break out in peevish jealousies, throwing restraint upon us, or say they strike us, or scant our former having in despite. Why, we have galls, and though we have some grace, yet have we some revenge. Let husbands know their wives have sense like them. They see and smell and have their palates both for sweet and sour. As husbands have, what is it that they do when they change us for others? Is it sport? I think it is, and doth affection breed it? I think it doth. Is't frailty that thus errs? It is so too, and have not we affections, desires for sport, and frailty, as men have? Then let them use us well, else let them know, the ills we do, their ills instruct us so. Desdemona. Good night, heaven me such usage send, not to pick bad from bad, but by bad mend. Exeunt. Act V. Scene I. Cyprus. A street. Enter Iago and Roderigo. Iago. Here, stand behind this bulk, straight will he come. Wear thy good rapier bare, and put it home. Quick, quick, fear nothing. I'll be at thy elbow. It makes us, or it mars us, think on that, and fix most firm thy resolution. Roderigo. Be near at hand. I may miscarry in tea. Iago. Here, at thy hand, be bold, and take thy stand. Retires to a little distance. Roderigo. I have no great devotion to the deed, and yet he hath given me satisfying reasons. 'Tis but a man gone forth, my sword, he dies. Goes to his stand. Iago. I have rubbed this young quite almost to the sense, and he grows angry now, whether he kill Cassio, or Cassio him, or each do kill the other. Every way makes my gain live. Roderigo. He calls me to a restitution large of gold and jewels that I bobbed from him, as gifts to Desdemona. It must not be if Cassio do remain. He hath a daily beauty in his life that makes me ugly, and besides, the more may unfold me to him. There stand I in much peril. No, he must die, but so, I hear him coming. Enter Cassio. Roderigo. I know his gait. 'Tis he, villain thou deest. Rushes out, and makes a pass at Cassio. Cassio. That thrust had been mine enemy indeed, but that my coat is better than thou knowst. I will make proof of thine. Draws, and wounds Roderigo. Roderigo. Oh, I am slain. Iago rushes from his post, cuts Cassio behind in the leg, and exit. Cassio. I am maimed forever, help. Ho. Murder. Murder. Falls. Enter Othello. Othello. The voice of Cassio. Iago keeps his word. Roderigo. Oh, villain that I am. Othello. It is even so. Cassio. Oh, help. Ho. Light. A surgeon. Othello. 'Tis he. O brave Iago, honest and just, that hast such noble sense of thy friend's wrong. Thou teachest me, minion, your dear lies dead, and your unblessed fate highs. Strumpet, I come. Forth of my heart those charms, thine eyes, are blotted. Thy bed, lust-stained, shall with lust's blood be spotted. Exit. Enter Lodovico and Gratiano. Cassio. What ho? No watch? No passage? Murder. Murder. Gratiano. 'Tis some mischance. The cry is very direful. Cassio. Oh, help. Lodovico. Hark. Roderigo. O wretched villain. Lodovico. 2 or 3 groan. It is a heavy night. These may be counterfeits. Let's think unsafe to come into the cry without more help. Roderigo. Nobody come? Then shall I bleed to death. Enter Iago with a light. Lodovico. Hark. Gratiano. Here's one comes in his shirt, with light and weapons. Iago. Who's there? Whose noise is this that cries on murder? Lodovico. We do not know. Iago. Did not you hear a cry? Cassio. Here. Here. For heaven's sake, help me. Iago. What's the matter? Gratiano. This is Othello's ancient, as I take it. Lodovico. The same indeed. A very valiant fellow. Iago. What are you here that cries so grievously? Cassio. Iago? Oh, I am spoiled, undone by villains. Give me some help. Iago. Oh me, lieutenant. What villains have done this? Cassio. I think that one of them is hereabout, and cannot make away. Iago. Oh, treacherous villains. To Lodovico and Gratiano. What are you there? Come in and give some help. Roderigo. Oh, help me here. Cassio. That's one of them. Iago. Oh, murderous slave. Oh, villain. Stabs Roderigo. Roderigo. Oh, damned Iago. Oh, inhuman dog. Iago. Kill men I the dark. Where be these bloody thieves? How silent is this town? Ho. Murder. Murder. What may you be? Are you of good or evil? Lodovico. As you shall prove us, praise us. Iago. Signor Lodovico? Lodovico. He, sir. Iago. I cry you mercy. Here's Cassio hurt by villains. Gratiano. Cassio. Iago. How is't, brother? Cassio. My leg is cut in 2. Iago. Mary. Heaven forbid. Light, gentlemen. I'll bind it with my shirt. Enter Bianca. Bianca. What is the matter, ho? Who is that cried? Iago. Who is that cried? Bianca. Oh, my dear Cassio. My sweet Cassio. Oh, Cassio. 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 Iago. Oh, notable strumpet. Cassio. May you suspect who they should be that have thus mangled you? Cassio. No. Gratiano. I am sorry to find you thus. I have been to seek you. Iago. Lend me a garter, oh, for a chair, to bear him easily hence. Bianca. Alas, he faints. Oh, Cassio. 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 Iago. Gentlemen all, I do suspect this trash to be a party in this injury. Patience a while, good Cassio, come, come. Lend me a light, know we this face or no? Alas, my friend and my dear countryman Roderigo? No, yes, sure. Oh heaven! Roderigo. Gratiano. What of Venice? Iago. Even he, sir. Did you know him? Gratiano. Know him? I. Iago. Signor Gratiano? I cry you gentle pardon. These bloody accidents must excuse my manners, that so neglected you. Gratiano. I am glad to see you. Iago. How do you, Cassio? Oh, a chair, a chair. Gratiano. Roderigo. Iago. He, 'tis he. A chair brought in. Oh, that's well said, the chair. Some good man bear him carefully from hence. I'll fetch the general surgeon. To Bianca, for you, mistress, save you your labor. He that lies slain here, Cassio, was my dear friend. What malice was between you? Cassio, none in the world, nor do I know the man. Iago, to Bianca. What, look you pale? Oh, bear him out o' the air. Cassio and Roderigo are borne off. Stay you, good gentleman, look you pale, mistress? Do you perceive the ghastness of her eye? Nay, if you stare, we shall hear more anon. Behold her well, I pray you. Look upon her. Do you see, gentlemen? Nay, guiltiness will speak though tongues were out of use. Enter Emilia. Emilia, loss, what's the matter? What's the matter? Husband? Iago. Cassio hath here been set on in the dark by Roderigo, and fellows that are scapt. He's almost slain, and Roderigo dead. Emilia. Alas, good gentleman. Alas, good Cassio. Iago. This is the fruit of whoring. Prithee, Emilia, go know of Cassio where he supped tonight. What do you shake at that? Bianca. He supped at my house, but I therefore shake not. Iago. Oh, did he so? I charge you go with me. Emilia. Fie, fie upon thee, strumpet. Bianca. I am no strumpet, but of life as honest as you that thus abuse me. Emilia. As I? Faugh. Fie upon thee. Iago. Kind gentleman, let's go see poor Cassio dressed. Come, mistress, you must tell's another tale. Emilia. Run you to the citadel, and tell my lord and lady what hath happed. Will you go on afore? Aside. This is the night that either makes me, or foredoes me quite. Exeunt. Scene 2. Cyprus. A bedchamber in the castle. Desdemona in bed asleep. A light burning. Enter Othello. Othello. It is the cause, my soul. Let me not name it to you. You chaste stars. It is the cause, yet I'll not shed her blood, nor scar that whiter skin of hers than snow, and smooth as monumental alabaster. Yet she must die, else she'll betray more men. Put out the light, and then put out the light. If I quench thee, thou flaming minister, I can again thy former light restore. Should I repent me, but once put out thy light, thou cunningst pattern of excelling nature. I know not where is that Promethean heat that can thy light relume. When I have plucked thy rose, I cannot give it vital growth again. It must needs wither, I'll smell it on the tree. Kissing her. Oh, balmy breath, that dost almost persuade justice to break her sword. One more, one more. Be thus when thou art dead, and I will kill thee, and love thee after. Point one more, and this the last. So sweet was ne'er so fatal. I must weep, but they are cruel tears. This sorrow's heavenly. It strikes where it doth love. She wakes. Desdemona. Who's there? Othello? Othello. I. Desdemona. Desdemona. Will you come to bed, my lord? Othello. Have you prayed tonight, Desdemona? Desdemona. I, my lord. Othello. If you bethink yourself of any crime unreconciled as yet to heaven and grace, solicit for it straight. Desdemona. Alack, my lord, what may you mean by that? Othello. Well, do it, and be brief. I will walk by. I would not kill thy unprepared spirit. No, heaven forfend. I would not kill thy soul. Desdemona. Talk you of killing? Othello. I do. Desdemona. Then heaven have mercy on me. Othello. Amen. With all my heart. Desdemona. If you say so, I hope you will not kill me. Othello. Desdemona. And yet I fear you, for you are fatal then when your eyes roll so. Why I should fear I know not, since guiltiness I know not, but yet I feel I fear. Othello. Think on thy sins. Desdemona. They are loves I bear to you. Othello. Ay, and for that thou deest. Desdemona. That death's unnatural that kills for loving. Alas, why not use so your nether lip? Some bloody passion shakes your very frame. These are portents, but yet I hope, they do not point on me. Othello. Peace and be still. Desdemona. I will so doubt what's the matter? Othello. That handkerchief which I so loved and gave thee, thou gav'st to Cassio. Desdemona. No, by my life and soul. Send for the man and ask him. Othello. Sweet soul, take heed of perjury, thou art on thy deathbed. Desdemona. I, but not yet to die. Othello. Yes, presently. Therefore confess thee freely of thy sin. For to deny each article with oath cannot remove nor choke the strong conception that I do groan withal, thou art to die. Desdemona. Then, Lord have mercy on me. Othello. I say, Amen. Desdemona. And have you mercy too. I never did offend you in my life, never loved Cassio but with such general warranty of heaven as I might love. I never gave him token. Othello. By heaven, I saw my handkerchief in S hand. O perjured woman, thou dost stone my heart, and makest me call what I intend to do a murder, which I thought a sacrifice. I saw the handkerchief. Desdemona. He found it then. I never gave it him, send for him hither. Let him confess a truth. Othello. He hath confessed. Desdemona. What, my lord? Othello. That he hath us thee. Desdemona. How? Unlawfully? Othello. I. Desdemona. He will not say so. Othello. No, his mouth is stopped. Honest Iago hath ta'en order for tea. Desdemona. Oh, my fear interprets. What, is he dead? Othello. Had all his hairs been lives, my great revenge had stomach for them all. Desdemona. Alas, he is betrayed and I undone. Othello. Out, strumpet. Weep'st thou for him to my face? Desdemona. Oh, banish me, my lord, but kill me not. Othello. Down, strumpet. Desdemona. Kill me tomorrow, let me live tonight. Othello. Nay, if you strive. Desdemona. But half an hour. Othello. Being done, there is no pause. Desdemona. But while I say one prayer. Othello. It is too late. Smothers her. Emilia. Within. My lord, my lord. What ho? My lord, my lord. Othello. What noise is this? Not dead? Not yet quite dead? I that am cruel am yet merciful, I would not have thee linger in thy pain. So, Emilia. Within. What ho? My lord, my lord. Othello. Who's there? Emilia. Within. Oh, good my lord, I would speak a word with you. Othello. Yes, 'tis Emilia, by and by. She's dead. 'Tis like she comes to speak of Cassio's death. The noise was hided. Ha! No more moving? Still as the grave, shall she come in? Were't good? I think she stirs again. No, what's best to do? If she come in, she'll sure speak to my wife. My wife. My wife. What wife? I have no wife. Oh, insupportable. Oh, heavy hour. Methinks it should be now a huge eclipse of sun and moon, and that the affrighted globe should yawn at alteration. Emilia. Within. I do beseech you, that I may speak with you. Oh, good my lord. Othello. I had forgot thee. Oh, come in, Emilia. Soft, by and by. Let me the curtains draw. Where art thou? Unlocks the door. Enter Emilia. What's the matter with thee now? Emilia. Oh, my good lord, yonder's foul murder's done. Othello. What now? Emilia. But now, my lord. Othello. It is the very error of the moon. She comes more nearer earth than she was wont, and makes men mad. Emilia. Cassio, my lord, hath killed a young Venetian called Roderigo. Othello. Roderigo killed? And Cassio killed? Emilia. No, Cassio is not killed. Othello. Not Cassio killed. Then murder's out of tune, and sweet revenge grows harsh. Desdemona. Oh, falsely murdered. Emilia. Alas, what cry is that? Othello. That? What? Emilia. Out and alas. That was my lady's voice. Help, help, ho, help. O lady, speak again. Sweet Desdemona. O sweet mistress, speak. Desdemona. A guiltless death I die. Emilia. Oh, who hath done this deed? Desdemona. Nobody. I myself, farewell. Commend me to my kind lord. Farewell. She dies. Othello. Why? How should she be murdered? Emilia. Alas, who knows? Othello. You heard her say herself, it was not I. Emilia. She said so, I must needs report the truth. Othello. She's like a liar, gone to burning hell. 'Twas I that killed her. Emilia. Oh, the more angel she, and you the blacker devil. Othello. She turned to folly, and she was a whore. Emilia. Thou dost belie her, and thou art a devil. Othello. She was false as water. Emilia. Thou art rash as fire, to say that she was false. Oh, she was heavenly true. Othello. Cassio did top her. Ask thy husband else. Oh, I were damned beneath all depth in hell, but that I did proceed upon just grounds to this extremity, thy husband knew it all. Emilia. My husband? Othello. Thy husband. Emilia. That she was false to wedlock? Othello. I, with Cassio, nay, had she been true, if heaven would make me such another world of one entire and perfect chrysolite, I'd not have sold her for it. Emilia. My husband? Othello. Aye, 'twas he that told me first. An honest man he is, and hates the slime that sticks on filthy deeds. Emilia. My husband? Othello. What needs this iterance, woman? I say thy husband. Emilia. O mistress, villainy hath made mocks with love. My husband say that she was false? Othello. He, woman. I say thy husband. Dost understand the word? My friend, thy husband. Honest. Honest Iago. Emilia. If he say so, may his pernicious soul rot half a grain a day. He lies to the heart. She was too fond of her most filthy bargain. Othello. Ha. Emilia. Do thy worst. This deed of thine is no more worthy heaven than thou wast worthy her. Othello. Peace, you were best. Emilia. Thou hast not half that power to do me harm as I have to be hurt. O gull. O dolt. As ignorant as dirt. Thou hast done a deed. I care not for thy sword. I'll make thee known, though I lost 20 lives. Help. Help, ho. Help. The Moor hath killed my mistress. Murder. Murder. Enter Montano, Gratiano, and Iago. Montano. What is the matter? How now, General? Emilia. Oh, are you come? Iago? You have done well, that men must lay their murders on your neck. Gratiano. What is the matter? Emilia. Disprove this villain, if thou beest a man. He says thou toldst him that his wife was false. I know thou didst not, thou art not such a villain. Speak, for my heart is full. Iago. I told him what I thought, and told no more than what he found himself was apt and true. Emilia. But did you ever tell him she was false? Iago. I did. Emilia. You told a lie, an odious, damned lie. Upon my soul, a lie, a wicked lie. She false with Cassio? Did you say with Cassio? Iago. With Cassio? Mistress. Go to. Charm your tongue. Emilia. I will not charm my tongue. I am bound to speak. My mistress here lies murdered in her bed. All. Oh heavens forfend. Emilia. And your reports have set the murder on. Othello. Nay, stare not. Masters, it is true indeed. Gratiano. 'Tis a strange truth. Montano. O monstrous act. Emilia. Villainy, villainy, villainy. I think upon't, I think I smelt. O villainy. I thought so, then I'll kill myself for grief. O villainy, villainy. Iago. What, are you mad? I charge you, get you home. Emilia. Good gentleman, let me have leave to speak. 'Tis proper I obey him, but not now. Perchance, Iago, I will ne'er go home. Othello. Oh, 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 hanging over his wife. Emilia. Nay, lay thee down and roar, for thou hast killed the sweetest innocent that e'er did lift up eye. Othello. Rising. Oh, she was foul. I scarce did know you, uncle. There lies your niece, whose breath indeed these hands have newly stopped. I know this act shows horrible and grim. Gratiano. Poor Desdemona. I am glad thy father's dead. Thy match was mortal to him, and pure grief shore his old thread in twain. Did he live now, this sight would make him do a desperate turn, curse his better angel from his side, and fall to reprobance. Othello. 'Tis pitiful, but yet Iago knows that she with Cassio hath the act of shame 1,000 times committed. Cassio confessed it, and she did gratify his amorous works with that recognizance and pledge of love which I first gave her. I saw it in his hand. It was a handkerchief, an antique token my father gave my mother. Emilia. O heaven! O heavenly powers! Iago. Come, hold your peace. Emilia. Twill out. I peace? No, I will speak as liberal as the north. Let heaven and men and devils, let them all, cry shame against me. Yet I'll speak. Iago. Be wise, and get you home. Emilia. I will not. Iago offers to stab his wife. Gratiano. Fie, your sword upon a woman? Emilia. O thou dull Moor, that handkerchief thou speak'st of I found by fortune and did give my husband. For often with a solemn earnestness, more than indeed belonged to such a trifle, he begged of me to steal it. Iago. Villainous whore. Emilia. She give it Cassio? No, alas, I found it, and I did give my husband. Iago. Filth thou least. Emilia. By heaven, I do not, gentlemen. O murderous coxcomb! What should such a fool do with so good a wife? Othello. Are there not stones in heaven but what serve for thunder? Precious villain. Iago stabs Emilia and then runs out. Gratiano. The woman falls, sure. He hath killed his wife. Emilia. I, Dotto, lay me by my mistress' side. Gratiano. He's gone, but his wife's killed. Montano. 'Tis a notorious villain, take you this weapon, which I have here recovered from the Moor. Come, guard the door without, let him not pass, but kill him rather all after that same villain, for 'tis a damned slave. Exit Montano and Gratiano. Othello. I am not valiant neither, but every puny whipster gets my sword. But why should honor outlive honesty? Let it go all. Emilia. What did thy song bode, lady? Hark, canst thou hear me? I will play the swan, and die in music. Sings. Willow, willow, willow. Moor, she was chaste, she loved thee, cruel Moor. So come my soul to bliss, as I speak true. So speaking as I think, I die. She dies. Othello. I have another weapon in this chamber. It is a sword of Spain, the Icebrook's temper. Oh, here it is, uncle. I must come forth. Gratiano. Within. If thou attempt it, it will cost thee dear. Thou hast no weapon, and perforce must suffer. Othello. Look in upon me then, and speak with me, or, naked as I am, I will assault thee. Enter Gratiano. Gratiano. What is the matter? Othello. Behold, I have a weapon. A better never did itself sustain upon a soldier's thigh. I have seen the day that with this little arm and this good sword I have made my way through more impediments than 20 times your stop, but, O vain boast! Who can control his fate? 'Tis not so now. Be not afraid, though you do see me weaponed. Here is my journey's end. Here is my butt, and very sea mark of my utmost sail. Do you go back dismayed? 'Tis a lost fear. Man but a rush against Othello's breast, and he retires. Where should Othello go? Now, how dost thou look now? O ill-starred wench, pale as thy smock, when we shall meet at Compt, this look of thine will hurl my soul from heaven, and fiends will snatch at it, cold, my girl, even like thy chastity. O cursed slave, whip me, ye devils, from the possession of this heavenly sight. Blow me about in winds, roast me in sulphur, wash me in steep-down gulfs of liquid fire. O Desdemon, dead, Desdemon, dead. Oh. Enter Lodovico, Montano, Cassio carried in a chair, and officers with Iago prisoner. Lodovico. Where is this rash and most unfortunate man? Othello. That's he that was Othello, here I am. Lodovico. Where is that viper? Bring the villain forth. Othello. I look down towards his feet, but that's a fable. If that thou be'st a devil, I cannot kill thee. Wounds Iago. Lodovico. Wrench his sword from him. Iago. I bleed, sir, but not killed. Othello. I am not sorry, neither I'd have thee live, For in my sense 'tis happiness to die. Lodovico. O thou Othello, that wert once so good, fallen in the practice of a damned slave, what shall be said to thee? Othello. Why, anything. An honorable murderer, if you will. For naught did I in hate, but all in honor. Lodovico. This wretch hath part confessed his villainy. Did you and he consent in Cassio's death? Othello. I. Cassio. Dear General, I never gave you cause. Othello. I do believe it, and I ask your pardon. Will you, I pray, demand that demi-devil why he hath thus ensnared my soul and body? Iago. Demand me nothing what you know. From this time forth I never will speak word. Lodovico. What? Not to pray. Gratiano. Torments will ope your lips. Othello. Well, thou dost best. Lodovico. Sir, you shall understand what hath befallen, which, as I think, you know not. Here is a letter found in the pocket of the slain Roderigo, and here another, the one of them imports the death of Cassio, to be undertook by Roderigo. Othello. O villain. Cassio. Most heathenish and most gross. Lodovico. Now here's another discontented paper, found in his pocket too. And this, it seems, Roderigo meant to have sent this damned villain. But that, belike, Iago in the interim came in and satisfied him. Othello. O the pernicious caitiff! How came you, Cassio, by that handkerchief that was my wife's? Cassio. I found it in my chamber. And he himself confessed but even now, that there he dropped it for a special purpose which wrought to his desire. Othello. O fool! 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 Cassio. There is besides in Roderigo's letter, how he upbraids Iago, that he made him brave me upon the watch, whereon it came that I was cast, and even but now he spake. After long seeming dead, Iago hurt him. Iago set him on. Lodovico. You must forsake this room, and go with us. Your power and your command is taken off, and Cassio rules in Cyprus for this slave. If there be any cunning cruelty that can torment him much and hold him long, it shall be his. You shall close prisoner rest, till that the nature of your fault be known to the Venetian state. Come, bring away. Othello. Soft you. A word or two before you go. I have done the state some service, and they note. No more of that. I pray you, in your letters, when you shall these unlucky deeds relate, speak of me as I am, nothing extenuate, nor set down aught in malice. Then must you speak of one that loved not wisely but too well, of one not easily jealous, but being wrought, perplexed in the extreme, of one whose hand, like the base Judean, threw a pearl away richer than all his tribe, of one whose subdued eyes, albeit and used to the melting mood, drop tears as fast as the Arabian trees their medicinal gum. Set you down this, and say besides that in Aleppo once, where a malignant and a turbaned Turk beat a Venetian and traducked the state, I took by the throat the circumcised dog, and smote him, thus. Stabs himself? Lodovico. O bloody period! Gratiano. All that spoke is marred. Othello. I kissed thee ere I killed thee in a way but this, killing myself, to die upon a kiss, falling upon Desdemona. Cassio. This did I fear, but thought he had no weapon, for he was great of heart. Lodovico. To Iago. O Spartan dog! More fell than anguish, hunger, or the sea. Look on the tragic loading of this bed. This is thy work, the object poisoned sight. Let it be hid. Gratiano. Keep the house and seize upon the fortunes of the Moor, for they succeed on you, though you, Lord Governor, remains the censure of this hellish villain. The time, the place, the torture, oh, enforce it. Myself will straight aboard, and to the state this heavy act with heavy heart relate. Exeunt. Pericles, Prince of Tyre. Contents. Act I. Chorus, before the palace of Antioch. Scene I. Antioch. A room in the palace. Scene 2. Tyre. A room in the palace. Scene III. Tyre. An antechamber in the palace. Scene 4. Tarsus. A room in the governor's house. Act 2. Chorus. Scene I. Pentapolis. An open place by the seaside. Scene 2. The same. A public way, or platform leading to the lists. Scene 3. The same. A hall of state. a banquet prepared. Scene 4. Tyre. A room in the governor's house. Scene V. Pentapolis. A room in the palace. Act 3. Chorus. Scene I. On shipboard. Scene 2. Ephesus. A room in Saramon's house. Scene 3. Tarsus. A room in Cleon's house. Scene 4. Ephesus. A room in Saramon's house. Act 4. Chorus. Scene I. Tarsus. An open place near the seashore. Scene 2. Mytilene. A room in a brothel. Scene 3. Tarsus. A room in Cleon's house. Scene 4. Before the monument of Marina at Tarsus. Scene V. Mytilene. A street before the brothel. Scene 6. The same. A room in the brothel. Act V. Chorus. Scene I. On board Pericles' ship, off Mytilene. Scene 2. Before the temple of Diana at Ephesus. Scene 3. The temple of Diana at Ephesus. Dramatis Personae. Antiochus, king of Antioch. Pericles, prince of Tyre. Helicanus, Escanes, 2 lords of Tyre. Simonides, king of Pentapolis. Cleon, governor of Tarsus. Lysimachus, governor of Mytilene. Saramon, a lord of Ephesus. Thaliard, a lord of Antioch. Philemon, servant to Saramon. Leonine, servant to Dionysa. Martial, Epander. Bolt, his servant. The daughter of Antiochus. Dionysa, wife to Cleon. Thysa, daughter to Simonides. Marina, daughter to Pericles and Theisa. Lycarida, nurse to Marina. Abad, lords, knights, gentlemen, sailors, pirates, fishermen, and messengers. Diana, Gower, is chorus. Scene, dispersely in various countries. Act I, enter Gower. Before the palace of Antioch. To sing a song that old was sung, from ashes ancient Gower is come. Assuming man's infirmities, to glad your ear and please your eyes. It hath been sung at festivals, on Embereves and Holy Alesh. And lords and ladies in their lives have read it for restoratives. The purchase is to make men glorious, et bonum quo antiquius eo melius. If you, born in these latter times, when wits more ripe, accept my rhymes, and that to hear an old man sing may to your wishes pleasure bring, I life would wish, and that I might waste it for you, like taper light. This Antioch, then, Antiochus the Great built up, this city, for his chiefest seat, the fairest in all Syria. I tell you what mine authors say. This king unto him took a fear, who died and left a female heir, so buxom, blithe, and full of face, as heaven had lent her all his grace, with whom the father liking took, and her to incest did provoke. Bad child, worse father. To entice his own to evil should be done by none, but custom what they did begin was with long use accounted no sin. The beauty of this sinful dame made many princes thither frame, to seek her as a bedfellow, in marriage pleasures playfellow, which to prevent he made a law, to keep her still and men in awe, that whoso asked her for his wife, his riddle told not, lost his life. So for her many a wight did die, as yon grim looks do testify. What now ensues, to the judgment your eye I give, my cause who best can justify. Exit. Scene I. Antioch. A room in the palace. Enter Antiochus, prince, Pericles and followers. Antiochus, young prince of Tyre, you have at large received the danger of the task you undertake. Pericles, I have, Antiochus, and with a soul emboldened with the glory of her praise, think death no hazard in this enterprise. Antiochus, music, bring in our daughter, clothed like a bride, for the embracements even of Jove himself, at whose conception, till Lucina reigned, nature this dowry gave, to glad her presence. The senate house of planets all did sit, to knit in her their best perfections. Music, enter the daughter of Antiochus. Pericles, see where she comes, apparelled like the spring, graces her subjects, and her thoughts the king of every virtue gives renown to men. Her face the book of praises, where is read nothing but curious pleasures, as from thence sorrow were ever raised, and testy wrath could never be her mild companion. You gods that made me man, and sway in love, that have inflamed desire in my breast to taste the fruit of yon celestial tree, or die in the adventure, be my helps, as I am son and servant to your will, to compass such a boundless happiness. Antiochus, Prince Pericles. Pericles, that would be son to great Antiochus. Antiochus, before thee stands this fair Hesperides with golden fruit, but dangerous to be touched. For death-like dragons here affright thee hard. Her face, like heaven, enticeth thee to view her countless glory, which desert must gain, and which, without desert, because thine eye presumes to reach, all the whole heap must die. Yon sometimes famous princes, like thyself, drawn by report, adventurous by desire, tell thee, with speechless tongues and semblance pale, that without covering, save yon field of stars, here they stand martyrs, slain in Cupid's wars, and with dead cheeks advise thee to desist for going on death's net, whom none resist. Pericles, Antiochus, I thank thee, who hath taught my frail mortality to know itself, and by those fearful objects to prepare this body, like to them, to what I must. For death remembered should be like a mirror, who tells us life's but breath, to trust it error. I'll make my will then, and as sick men do who know the world, see heaven, but, feeling woe, gripe not at earthly joys as erst they did. So I bequeath a happy peace to you and all good men, as every prince should do. My riches to the earth from whence they came, to the daughter of Antiochus, but my unspotted fire of love to you. Thus ready for the way of life or death, I wait the sharpest blow, Antiochus. Antiochus, scorning advice, read the conclusion, then, which read and not expounded, 'tis decreed, as these before thee thou thyself shalt bleed. Daughter, of all said yet, mayst thou prove prosperous. Of all said yet, I wish thee happiness. Pericles, like a bold champion, I assume the lists, nor ask advice of any other thought but faithfulness and courage. He reads the riddle. I am no viper, yet I feed on mother's flesh which did me breed. I sought a husband, in which labor I found that kindness in a father. He's father, son, and husband mild. I'm mother, wife, and yet his child. How they may be, and yet in two, as you will live resolve it you. Sharp physic is the last. But, O you powers that give heaven countless eyes to view men's acts, why cloud they not their sights perpetually, if this be true, which makes me pale to read it? Fair glass of light, I loved you, and could still, takes hold of the hand of the princess. Were not this glorious casket stored with ill, but I must tell you, now my thoughts revolt. For he's no man on whom perfections wait that, knowing sin within, will touch the gate. You are a fair viol, and your sense the strings. Who, fingered to make man his lawful music, would draw heaven down, and all the gods to hearken. But being played upon before your time, hell only danceth at so harsh a chime. Good sooth, I care not for you. Antiochus, Prince Pericles, touch not upon thy life, for that's an article within our law, as dangerous as the rest your time's expired. Either expound now, or receive your sentence. Pericles, great king, few love to hear the sins they love to act. 'Twould braid yourself too near for me to tell it. Who has a book of all that monarchs do, he's more secure to keep it shut than shown. For vice repeated is like the wandering wind, blows dust in others' eyes, to spread itself. And yet the end of all is bought thus dear, the breath is gone, and the sore eyes see clear. To stop the air would hurt them, the blind mole casts copped hills towards heaven, to tell the earth is thronged by man's oppression, and the poor worm doth die for't. Kind are earth's gods, in vice their laws their will, and if Jove stray, who dares say Jove doth ill? It is enough you know, and it is fit, what being more known grows worse, to smother it. All love the womb that their first bred, then give my tongue like leave to love my head. Antiochus, aside, heaven, that I had thy head. He has found the meaning, but I will gloze with him. Young prince of Tyre, though by the 10 hour of our strict edict, your exposition misinterpreting, we might proceed to cancel of your days. Yet hope, succeeding from so fair a tree as your fair self, doth tune us otherwise. 40 days longer we do respite you. If by which time our secret be undone, this mercy shows we'll joy in such a son. And until then your entertain shall be as doth befit our honor and your worth. Exeunt all but Pericles. Pericles, how courtesy would seem to cover sin, when what is done is like an hypocrite, the which is good in nothing but in sight. If it be true that I interpret false, then were it certain you were not so bad as with foul incest to abuse your soul, where now you're both a father and a son, by your untimely claspings with your child, which pleasures fits a husband, not a father, and she an eater of her mother's flesh, by the defiling of her parents' bed, and both like serpents are, who though they feed on sweetest flowers, yet they poison breed. Antioch, farewell. For wisdom sees, those men blush not in actions blacker than the night, will shew no course to keep them from the light. One sin, I know, another doth provoke, murders as near to lust as flame to smoke. Poison and treason are the hands of sin, aye, and the targets to put off the shame. Then, lest my life be cropped to keep you clear, by flight I'll shun the danger which I fear. Exit. Re-enter Antiochus. Antiochus, he hath found the meaning, for which we mean to have his head. He must not live to trumpet forth my infamy, nor tell the world Antiochus doth sin in such a loathed manner. And therefore instantly this prince must die, for by his fall my honor must keep high. Who attends us there? Enter Thalyard. Thalyard, doth your highness call? Antiochus, Thalyard, you are of our chamber, and our mind partakes her private actions to your secrecy. And for your faithfulness we will advance you, Thalyard. Behold, here's poison, and here's gold. We hate the prince of Tyre, and thou must kill him. It fits thee not to ask the reason why, because we bid it. Say, is it done? Thalyard, my lord, 'tis done. Antiochus, enough. Enter a messenger. Let your breath cool yourself, telling your haste. Messenger, my lord, Prince Pericles is fled. Exit. Antiochus, as thou wilt live, fly after, and like an arrow shot from a well-experienced archer, hits the mark his eye doth level at. So thou ne'er return unless thou say Prince Pericles is dead. Thalyard, my lord, if I can get him within my pistol's length, I'll make him sure enough. So, farewell to your highness. Antiochus, Thalyard, adieu. Exit Thalyard. Till Pericles be dead, my heart can lend no succor to my head. Exit. Scene 2. Tyre. A room in the palace. Enter Pericles with his lords. Pericles, to lords without, let none disturb us. Why should this change of thoughts, the sad companion, dull-eyed melancholy, be my so used a guest as not an hour in the day's glorious walk or peaceful night, the tomb where grief should sleep, can breed me quiet? Here pleasures court mine eyes, and mine eyes shun them, and danger, which I feared, is at Antioch, whose arm seems far too short to hit me here. Yet neither pleasure's art can joy my spirits, nor yet the other's distance comfort me. Then it is thus, the passions of the mind, that have their first conception by misdread, have after nourishment and life by care. And what was first but fear what might be done, grows elder now and cares it be not done. And so with me, the great Antiochus, gainst whom I am too little to contend, since he so great can make his will his act, will think me speaking, though I swear to silence. Nor boots it me to say I honor him. If he suspect I may dishonor him, and what may make him blush in being known, he'll stop the course by which it might be known. With hostile forces he'll o'erspread the land, and with the ostent of war will look so huge, amazement shall drive courage from the state. Our men be vanquished ere they do resist, and subjects punished that ne'er thought offense, which care of them, not pity of myself, who am no more but as the tops of trees, which fence the roots they grow by, and defend them, makes both my body pine and soul to languish, and punish that before that he would punish. Enter Helicanus with other lords. First Lord, joy and all comfort in your sacred breast. Second Lord, and keep your mind, till you return to us, peaceful and comfortable. Helicanus, peace, peace, and give experience tongue. They do abuse the king that flatter him. For flattery is the bellows blows up sin. The thing the which is flattered, but a spark, to which that spark gives heat and stronger glowing. Whereas reproof, obedient and in order, fits kings, as they are men, for they may err. When Senior Sooth here does proclaim peace, he flatters you, makes war upon your life. Prince, pardon me, or strike me, if you please. I cannot be much lower than my knees. Pericles, all leave us else, but let your cares o'erlook what shipping and what ladings in our haven, and then return to us. Exeunt lords. Helicanus, thou hast moved us. What sayest thou in our looks? Helicanus, an angry brow, dread lord. Pericles, if there be such a dart in princes' frowns, how durst thy tongue move anger to our face? Helicanus, how dares the plants look up to heaven, from whence they have their nourishment? Pericles, thou know'st I have power to take thy life from thee. Helicanus, kneeling, I have ground the axe myself. Do but you strike the blow. Pericles, rise, prithee, rise. Sit down. Thou art no flatterer. I thank thee for it, and heaven forbid that kings should let their ears hear their faults hid. Fit counselor and servant for a prince, who by thy wisdom makest a prince thy servant. What wouldst thou have me do? Helicanus, to bear with patience such griefs as you yourself do lay upon yourself. Pericles, thou speakst like a physician, Helicanus, that ministers a potion unto me that thou wouldst tremble to receive thyself. Attend me, then. I went to Antioch, where, as thou knowst, against the face of death, I sought the purchase of a glorious beauty, from whence an issue I might propagate our arms to princes, and bring joys to subjects. Her face was to mine eye beyond all wonder. The rest, hearken thine ear, as black as incest, which by my knowledge found, the sinful father seemed not to strike, but smooth. But thou know'st this, 'tis time to fear when tyrant seems to kiss, which fear so grew in me I hither fled, under the covering of a careful knight, who seemed my good protector, and, being here, bethought me what was past, what might succeed. I knew him tyrannous, and tyrants' fears decrease not, but grow faster than the years. And should he doubt, as no doubt he doth, that I should open to the listening air how many worthy princes' bloods were shed, to keep his bed of blackness unlaid ope, to lop that doubt, he'll fill this land with arms, and make pretence of wrong that I have done him. When all, for mine, if I may call offence, must feel war's blow, who spares not innocence, which love to all, of which thyself art one, who now reprovest me for it. Helicanus, alas, sir. Pericles, drew sleep out of mine eyes, blood from my cheeks, musings into my mind, with thousand doubts how I might stop this tempest ere it came, and finding little comfort to relieve them, I thought it princely charity to grieve them. Helicanus, well, my lord, since you have given me leave to speak, freely will I speak. Antiochus you fear, and justly too, I think, you fear the tyrant, who either by public war or private treason will take away your life. Therefore, my lord, go travel for a while, till that his rage and anger be forgot, or till the destinies do cut his thread of life. Your rule direct to any. If to me, day serves not light more faithful than I'll be. Pericles, I do not doubt thy faith, but should he wrong my liberties in my absence? Helicanus, we'll mingle our bloods together in the earth, from whence we had our being and our birth. Pericles, Tyre, I now look from thee then, and to Tarsus intend my travel, where I'll hear from thee, and by whose letters I'll dispose myself. The care I had and have of subjects good on thee I lay, whose wisdom's strength can bear it. I'll take thy word for faith, not ask thine oath. Who shuns not to break one will sure crack both. But in our orbs we'll live so round and safe, that time of both this truth shall ne'er convince. Thou showedst a subject shine, I a true prince. Exeunt. Scene III.Tyre.An antechamber in the palace. Enter Thalyard. Thalyard. So, this is Tyre, and this the court. Here must I kill King Pericles, and if I do it not, I am sure to be hanged at home. 'Tis dangerous. Well, I perceive he was a wise fellow and had good discretion, that, being bid to ask what he would of the king, desired he might know none of his secrets. Now do I see he had some reason for it. For if a king bid a man be a villain, he's bound by the indenture of his oath to be one that hushed. Here come the lords of Tyre. Enter Helicanus and Iscanes with other lords of Tyre. Helicanus, you shall not need, my fellow peers of Tyre, further to question me of your king's departure. His sealed commission, left in trust with me, doth speak sufficiently he's gone to travel. Thalyard, aside. How? The king gone? Helicanus, if further yet you will be satisfied, why, as it were unlicensed of your loves, he would depart, I'll give some light unto you. Being at Antioch. Thalyard, aside. What from Antioch? Helicanus, royal Antiochus, on what cause I know not took some displeasure at him. At least he judged so. And doubting lest that he had erred or shinned, to show his sorrow, he'd correct himself. So puts himself unto the shipman's toil, with whom each minute threatens life or death. Thalyard, aside. Well, I perceive. I shall not be hanged now, although I would. But since he's gone, the king's seas must please he, 'scape the land, to perish at the sea. I'll present myself, peace to the lords of Tyre. Helicanus, Lord Thalyard from Antiochus is welcome. Thalyard, from him I come, with message unto princely Pericles. But since my landing I have understood your lord has betook himself to unknown travels, my message must return from whence it came. Helicanus, we have no reason to desire it. Commended to our master, not to us. Yet, ere you shall depart, this we desire, as friends to Antioch, we may feast in Tyre. Exeunt. Scene 4. Tarsus. A room in the governor's house. Enter Cleon, the governor of Tarsus, with Dionysa and others. Cleon, my Dionysa, shall we rest us here, and by relating tales of others' griefs, see if 'twill teach us to forget our own? Dionysa, that were to blow at fire and hope to quench it. For who digs hills because they do aspire throws down one mountain to cast up a higher. O my distressed lord, even such our griefs are. Here they're but felt, and seen with mischief's eyes, but like to groves, being topped, they higher rise. Cleon, O Dionysa, who wanteth food, and will not say he wants it, or can conceal his hunger till he famish. Our tongues and sorrows do sound deep our woes into the air. Our eyes do weep, till tongues fetch breath that may proclaim them louder. That, if heaven slumber while their creatures want, they may awake their helps to comfort them. I'll then discourse our woes, felt several years, and wanting breath to speak. Help me with tears. Dionysa, I'll do my best, sir. Cleon, this Tarsus, o'er which I have the government, a city on whom plenty held full hand, for riches strewed herself even in the streets, whose towers bore heads so high they kissed the clouds, and strangers ne'er beheld but wondered at, whose men and dames so jetted and adorned, like one another's glass to trim them by. Their tables were stored full to glad the sight, and not so much to feed on as delight. All poverty was scorned and pride so great, the name of help grew odious to repeat. Dionysa, oh, 'tis too true. Cleon, but see what heaven can do. By this our change, these mouths, who but of late, earth, sea, and air, were all too little to content and please, although they gave their creatures in abundance. As houses are defiled for want of use, they are now starved for want of exercise. Those palates who, not yet 2 summers younger, must have inventions to delight the taste, would now be glad of bread and beg for it. Those mothers who, to noozle up their babes, thought not too curious, are ready now to eat those little darlings, whom they loved. So sharp are hunger's teeth, that man and wife draw lots who first shall die to lengthen life. Here stands a lord, and there a lady weeping. Here many sink, yet those which see them fall have scarce strength left to give them burial. Is not this true? Dionysa, our cheeks and hollow eyes do witness it. Cleon, oh, let those cities that of plenty's cup and her prosperities so largely taste, with their superfluous riots, hear these tears. The misery of Tarsus may be theirs. Enter a lord. Lord, where's the lord governor? Cleon, here. Speak out thy sorrows which thou bringst in haste, for comfort is too far for us to expect. Lord, we have descried, upon our neighboring shore, A portly sail of ships make hitherward. Cleon. I thought as much. One sorrow never comes but brings an heir that may succeed as his inheritor, and so in ours. Some neighboring nation, taking advantage of our misery, that stuffed the hollow vessels with their power, to beat us down, the which are down already, and make a conquest of unhappy me, whereas no glories got to overcome. Lord, that's the least fear. For, by the semblance of their white flags displayed, they bring us peace, and come to us as favorers, not as foes. Cleon, thou speakst like him untutored to repeat, who makes the fairest show means most deceit. But bring they what they will and what they can, what need we fear? The ground's the lowest, and we are halfway there. Go tell their general we attend him here, to know for what he comes, and whence he comes, and what he craves. Lord, I go, my lord. Exit. Cleon, welcome is peace, if he on peace consist. If wars, we are unable to resist. Enter Pericles with attendants. Pericles, Lord Governor, for so we hear you are. Let not our ships and number of our men be like a beacon fired to amaze your eyes. We have heard your miseries as far as Tyre, and seen the desolation of your streets. Nor come we to add sorrow to your tears, but to relieve them of their heavy load. And these our ships, you happily may think, are like the Trojan horse was stuffed within with bloody veins, expecting overthrow, are stored with corn to make your needy bread, and give them life whom hunger starved half dead. All the gods of Greece protect you, and will pray for you. Pericles, arise, I pray you rise. We do not look for reverence, but for love and harborage for ourself, our ships and men. Cleon, the which when any shall not gratify, or pay you with unthankfulness in thought, be it our wives, our children, or ourselves, the curse of heaven and men succeed their evils, till when, the which I hope shall ne'er be seen, your grace is welcome to our town and us. Pericles, which welcome we'll accept, feast here awhile, until our stars that frown lend us a smile. Exeunt. Act 2. Enter Gower. Gower, here have you seen a mighty king his child, Ewes, to incest bring, a better prince and benign lord, that will prove awful both in deed and word. Be quiet then as men should be, till he hath passed necessity. I'll show you those in trouble's reign, losing a mite, a mountain gain. The good in conversation, to whom I give my benison, is still at Tarsus, where each man thinks all is writ he speaken can, and to remember what he does, build his statue to make him glorious. But tidings to the contrary are brought your eyes. What need speak I? Dumb show enter at one door Pericles talking with Cleon. All the train with them enter at another door a gentleman with a letter to Pericles. Pericles shows the letter to Cleon, gives the messenger a reward, and knights him. Exit Pericles at one door, and Cleon at another. Good Helicane, that stayed at home, not to eat honey like a drone, from others' labors. For though he strive to kill and bad, keep good alive, and to fulfill his prince's desire, sends word of all that haps in Tyre. How Thalyard came full bent with sin and had intent to murder him, and that in Tarsus was not best longer for him to make his rest. He, doing so, put forth to seas, where when men bin, there's seldom ease. For now the wind begins to blow, thunder above and deeps below, make such unquiet, that the ship should house him safe is wrecked and split. And he, good prince, having all lost, by waves from coast to coast is tossed. All perishin of man of pelf, na aught escapen but himself, till fortune, tired with doing bad, threw him ashore, to give him glad. And here he comes, what shall be next? Pardon old Gower. This longs the text. Exit. Scene I.Pentapolis.an open place by the seaside. Enter Pericles. Wet? Pericles. Yet cease your ire, you angry stars of heaven. Wind, rain, and thunder, remember earthly man is but a substance that must yield to you, and I, as fits my nature, do obey you. Alas, the sea hath cast me on the rocks, washed me from shore to shore, and left me breath nothing to think on but ensuing death. Let it suffice the greatness of your powers to have bereft a prince of all his fortunes, and having thrown him from your watery grave, here to have death in peace is all he'll crave. Enter 3 fishermen. First fisherman. What? Ho, pilch. Second fisherman. Ha, come and bring away the nets. First fisherman. What? Patch breach, I say. Third fisherman. What say you, master? First fisherman. Look how thou stirrest now. Come away, or I'll fetch thee with a one-ion. Third fisherman. Faith, master, I am thinking of the poor men that were cast away before us even now. First fisherman. Alas, poor souls, it grieved my heart to hear what pitiful cries they made to us to help them, when, well-a-day, we could scarce help ourselves. Third fisherman. Nay, master, said not I as much when I saw the porpoise how he bounced and tumbled? They say they're half fish, half flesh. A plague on them. They ne'er come, but I look to be washed, master. I marvel how the fishes live in the sea. First fisherman. Why, as men do a-land. The great ones eat up the little ones. I can compare our rich misers to nothing so fitly as to a whale. A plays and tumbles, driving the poor fry before him, and at last devours them all at a mouthful. Such whales have I heard on the land, who never leave gaping till they swallowed the whole parish, church, steeple, bells and all. Pericles. Aside. A pretty moral. Third fisherman. But, master, if I had been the sexton, I would have been that day in the belfry. Second fisherman. Why, man? Third fisherman. Because he should have swallowed me too. And when I had been in his belly, I would have kept such a jangling of the bells, that he should never have left, till he cast bells, steeple, church and parish up again. But if the good King Simonides were of my mind. Pericles. Aside. Simonides? Third fisherman. We would purge the land of these drones, that rob the bee of her honey. Pericles. Aside. How from the finny subject of the sea these fishers tell the infirmities of men, and from their watery empire recollect all that may men approve or men detect. Peace be at your labor, honest fisherman. Second fisherman. Honest. Good fellow, what's that? If it be a day fits you, search out of the calendar, and nobody look after it. Pericles. May see the sea hath cast upon your coast. Second fisherman. What a drunken knave was the sea to cast thee in our way. Pericles. A man whom both the waters and the wind, in that vast tennis court, have made the ball for them to play upon, entreats you pity him. He asks of you, that never used to beg. First fisherman. No, friend, cannot you beg? Here's them in our country of Greece, gets more with begging than we can do with working. Second fisherman. Canst thou catch any fishes then? Pericles. I never practiced it. Second fisherman. Nay, then thou wilt starve, sure. For here's nothing to be got nowadays, unless thou canst fish for't. Pericles. What I have been I have forgot to know, but what I am, want teaches me to think on. A man thronged up with cold. My veins are chill, and have no more of life than may suffice to give my tongue that heat to ask your help, which if you shall refuse, when I am dead, for that I am a man, pray see me buried. First fisherman. Die, quotha? Now God's forbid, and I have a gown here. Come, put it on. Keep thee warm now, afore me, a handsome fellow. Come, thou shalt go home, and we'll have flesh for holidays, fish for fasting days, and moreover puddings and flapjacks, and thou shalt be welcome. Pericles. I thank you, sir. Second fisherman. Hark you, my friend. You said you could not beg? Pericles. I did but crave. Second fisherman. But crave. Then I'll turn craver too, and so I shall 'scape whipping. Pericles. Why, are your beggars whipped then? Second fisherman. Oh, not all, my friend, not all. For if all your beggars were whipped, I would wish no better office than to be beadle, but, master, I'll go draw up the net. Exit with third fisherman. Pericles. Aside. How well this honest mirth becomes their labor. First fisherman. Hark you, sir, do you know where ye are? Pericles. Not well. First fisherman. Why, I'll tell you. This is called Pentapolis, and our king, the good Simonides. Pericles. The good Simonides, do you call him? First fisherman. Aye, sir. And he deserves so to be called for his peaceable reign and good government. Pericles. He is a happy king, since he gains from his subjects the name of good government. How far is his court distant from this shore? First Fisherman. Marry, sir, half a day's journey. And I'll tell you, he hath a fair daughter, and tomorrow is her birthday. And there are princes and knights come from all parts of the world to joust and tourney for her love. Pericles. Were my fortunes equal to my desires, I could wish to make one there. First Fisherman. Oh, sir, things must be as they may, and what a man cannot get, he may lawfully deal for his wife's soul. Re-enter second and third. Fisherman, drawing up a net. Second Fisherman. Help, master, help. Here's a fish hangs in the net, like a poor man's right in the law. 'Twill hardly come out. Bots on't, 'tis come at last, and 'tis turned to a rusty armor. Pericles. An armor, friends? I pray you, let me see it. Thanks, fortune. Yet, that, after all my crosses, thou givest me somewhat to repair myself. And though it was mine own, part of my heritage, which my dead father did bequeath to me, with this strict charge, even as he left his life. Keep it, my Pericles. It hath been a shield twixt me and death, and pointed to this brace. For that it saved me, keep it, in like necessity, the which the gods protect thee from, may defend thee. It kept where I kept, I so dearly loved it, till the rough seas, that spares not any man, took it in rage, though calmed have given again. I thank thee for't. My shipwreck now's no ill, since I have here my father gave in his will. First Fisherman. What mean you, sir? Pericles. To beg of you, kind friends, this coat of worth, for it was sometime target to a king. I know it by this mark, he loved me dearly, and for his sake I wish the having of it, and that you'd guide me to your sovereign court, where with it I may appear a gentleman, and if that ever my low fortune's better, I'll pay your bounties, till then rest your debtor. First Fisherman. Why, wilt thou tourney for the lady? Pericles. I'll show the virtue I have borne in arms. First Fisherman. Why, d'ye take it, and the gods give thee good on't. Second Fisherman. Aye, but hark you, my friend. 'Twas we that made up this garment through the rough seams of the waters. There are certain condolements, certain veils that I hope, sir, if you thrive, you'll remember from whence you had them. Pericles. Believed I will. By your furtherance I am clothed in steel. In spite of all the rapture of the sea, this jewel holds his building on my arm. Unto thy value I will mount myself upon a courser, whose delightful steps shall make the gazer joy to see him tread. Only, my friend, I yet am unprovided of a pair of bases. Second Fisherman. Will sure provide. Thou shalt have my best gown to make thee a pair, and I'll bring thee to the court myself. Pericles. Then honor be but a goal to my will. This day I'll rise, or else add ill to ill. Exeunt. Scene 2. The same, a public way, or platform leading to the lists, a pavilion by the side of it for the reception of the king, princess, lords, etc. Enter Simonides, Thaisa, lords, and attendants. Simonides. Are the knights ready to begin the triumph? First Lord. They are, my liege. And stay your coming to present themselves. Simonides. Return them, we are ready, and our daughter, in honor of whose birth these triumphs are, sits here, like beauty's child, whom nature gat for men to see, and seeing wonder at. Exit a lord. Thaisa. It pleaseth you, my royal father, to express my commendations great, whose merits less. Simonides. It's fit it should be so, for princes are a model, which heaven makes like to itself. As jewels lose their glory if neglected, so princes their renowns if not respected. 'Tis now your honor, daughter, to entertain the labor of each knight in his device. Thaisa. Which, to preserve mine honor, I'll perform. The first knight passes by, and his squire presents his shield to Thaisa. Simonides. Who is the first that doth prefer himself? Thaisa. A knight of Sparta, my renowned father, and the device he bears upon his shield is a black Ethiop reaching at the sun. The word, lux tua vita mihi. Simonides. He loves you well that holds his life of you. The second knight passes by, and his squire presents his shield to Thaisa. Who is the second that presents himself? Thysa, a prince of Macedon, my royal father, and the device he bears upon his shield is an armed knight that's conquered by a lady. The motto thus, in Spanish, Payu por dulzura que por forza. The third knight passes by, and his squire presents his shield to the Isa. Simonides. And what's the third? Thysa, the third of Antioch, and his device, a wreath of chivalry. The word, me Pompey prevexit apex. The fourth knight passes by, and his squire presents his shield to the Isa. Simonides. What is the fourth? Thysa, a burning torch that's turned upside down. The word, quot me lit me extinguit. Simonides. Which shows that beauty hath his power and will, which can as well inflame as it can kill. The fifth knight passes by, and his squire presents his shield to the Isa. Thysa, the fifth, and hand environed with clouds, holding out gold that's by the touchstone tried. The motto thus, sic spectanda fides. The sixth knight, Pericles, passes in rusty armor with bases, and unaccompanied. He presents his device directly to the Isa. Simonides. And what's the sixth and last, the which the knight himself with such a graceful courtesy delivered? Thysa. He seems to be a stranger, but his present is a withered branch that's only green at top. The motto, in hac spe vivo. Simonides. A pretty moral. From the dejected state wherein he is, he hopes by you his fortunes yet may flourish. First Lord. He had need mean better than his outward show can any way speak in his just commend. For by his rusty outside he appears to have practiced more the whipstock than the lance. Second Lord. He well may be a stranger, for he comes to an honored triumph strangely furnished. Third Lord. And on set purpose let his armor rust until this day, to scour it in the dust. Simonides. Opinions but a fool, that makes us scan the outward habit by the inward man. But stay, the knights are coming. We will withdraw into the gallery. Exeunt great shouts within, and all cry, the mean knight. Scene 3, the same. A hall of state. A banquet prepared. Enter Simonides, the Isa, lords, attendants and knights, from tilting. Simonides. Knights, to say you're welcome were superfluous. To place upon the volume of your deeds, as in a title page, your worth in arms, were more than you expect, or more than's fit, since every worth in show commends itself. Prepare for mirth becomes a feast. You are princes and my guests. Thysa, but you, my knight and guest, to whom this wreath of victory I give, and crown you king of this day's happiness. Pericles, 'tis more by fortune, lady, than by merit. Simonides, call it by what you will, the day is yours, and here, I hope, is none that envies it. In framing an artist, art hath thus decreed, to make some good, but others to exceed. And you are her labored scholar, come queen of the feast. For, daughter, so you are, here take your place. Marshal the rest, as they deserve their grace. Knights, we are honored much by good Simonides. Simonides, your presence glads our days. Honor we love, for who hates honor hates the gods above. Marshal, sir, yonder is your place. Pericles, some other is more fit. First Knight, contend not, sir, for we are gentlemen have neither in our hearts nor outward eyes envied the great, nor shall the low despise. Pericles, you are right courteous knights. Simonides, sit, sir, sit. By Jove, I wonder, that is king of thoughts, these cates resist me, he but thought upon. Thysa, by Juno, that is queen of marriage, all viands that I eat do seem unsavory. Wishing him my meat, sure, he's a gallant gentleman. Simonides, he's but a country gentleman, has done no more than other knights have done, has broken a staff or so let it pass. Thysa, to me he seems like diamond to glass. Pericles, yon king's to me like to my father's picture, which tells me in that glory once he was. Had princes sit, like stars, about his throne, and he the sun, for them to reverence. None that beheld him, but, like lesser lights, did veil their crowns to his supremacy. Where now his sun's like a glowworm in the night, the which hath fire in darkness, none in light. Whereby I see that times the king of men, he's both their parent, and he is their grave, and gives them what he will, not what they crave. Simonides. What, are you merry, knights? Knights. Who can be other in this royal presence? Simonides. Here, with a cup that's stored unto the brim, as you do love, fill to your mistress' lips, we drink this health to you. Knights. We thank your grace. Simonides. Yet pause a while, yon knight doth sit too melancholy, as if the entertainment in our court had not a show might countervail his worth. Note it not you, Thysa? Thysa. What is to me, my father? Simonides. O attend, my daughter. Princes in this should live like gods above, who freely give to everyone that comes to honor them. And princes not doing so are like to gnats, which make a sound, but killed are wondered at. Therefore, to make his entrance more sweet, here, say we drink this standing bowl of wine to him. Thysa. Alas, my father, it befits not me unto a stranger knight to be so bold. He may my proffer take for an offense, since men take women's gifts for impudence. Simonides. How? Do as I bid you, or you'll move me else. Thysa. Aside. Now, by the gods, he could not please me better. Simonides. And furthermore tell him, we desire to know of him, of whence he is, his name and parentage. Thysa. The king my father, sir, has drunk to you. Pericles. I thank him. Thysa. Wishing it so much blood unto your life. Pericles. I thank both him and you, and pledge him freely. Thysa. And further he desires to know of you, of whence you are, your name and parentage. Pericles. A gentleman of Tyre. My name, Pericles. My education been in arts and arms, who, looking for adventures in the world, was by the rough seas reft of ships and men, and after shipwreck driven upon this shore. Thysa. He thanks your grace. Names himself Pericles, a gentleman of Tyre, who only by misfortune of the seas bereft of ships and men, cast on this shore. Simonides. Now, by the gods, I pity his misfortune, and will awake him from his melancholy. Come, gentlemen, we sit too long on trifles, and waste the time, which looks for other revels. Even in your armors, as you are addressed, will well become a soldier's dance. I will not have excuse with saying this. Loud music is too harsh for ladies' heads, since they love men in arms as well as beds. The knight's dance. So, this was well asked, 'twas so well performed. Come, sir, here is a lady which wants breathing too, and I have heard you knights of Tyre are excellent in making ladies trip, and that their measures are as excellent. Pericles. In those that practice them they are, my lord. Simonides. Oh, that's as much as you would be denied of your fair courtesy. The knights and ladies dance. Unclasp, unclasp. Thanks, gentlemen, to all. All have done well. To Pericles. But you the best pages and lights to conduct these knights unto their several lodgings. To Pericles. Yours, sir, we have given order to be next our own. Pericles. I am at your grace's pleasure. Simonides. Princes, it is too late to talk of love, and that's the mark I know you level at. Therefore each one betake him to his rest. Tomorrow all for speeding do their best. Exeunt. Scene 4. Tyre. A room in the governor's house. Enter Helicanus and Escanes. Helicanus. No, Escanes, know this of me? Antiochus from incest lived not free, for which the most high gods not minding longer to withhold the vengeance that they had in store due to this heinous capital offense, even in the height and pride of all his glory, when he was seated in a chariot of an inestimable value, and his daughter with him, a fire from heaven came and shriveled up their bodies, even to loathing, for they so stunk, that all those eyes adored them ere their false scorn now their hand should give them burial. Escanes. 'Twas very strange. Helicanus. And yet but justice. For though this king were great, his greatness was no guard to bar heaven's shaft, but sin had his reward. Escanes. 'Tis very true. Enter 2 or 3 lords. First Lord. See, not a man in private conference or council has respect with him but he. Second Lord. It shall no longer grieve without reproof. Third Lord. and cursed be he that will not second it. First Lord, follow me, then Lord Helicane, a word. Helicanus, with me? And welcome, happy day, my lords. First Lord, know that our griefs are risen to the top, and now at length they overflow their banks. Helicanus, your griefs. For what? Wrong not your prince you love. First Lord, wrong not yourself, then, noble Helicane. But if the prince do live, let us salute him, or know what grounds made happy by his breath. If in the world he live, we'll seek him out. If in his grave he rest, we'll find him there. We'll be resolved he lives to govern us, or dead, gives cause to mourn his funeral, and leave us to our free election. Second Lord, whose death's indeed the strongest in our censure. And knowing this kingdom is without a head, like goodly buildings left without a roof soon fall to ruin, your noble self, that best know how to rule and how to reign, we thus submit unto our sovereign. All, live, noble Helicane, Helicanus, for honor's cause, forbear your suffrages. If that you love Prince Pericles, forbear. Take I your wish, I leap into the seas, where's hourly trouble for a minute's ease. A 12-month longer, let me entreat you to forbear the absence of your king. If in which time expired he not return, I shall with aged patience bear your yoke. But if I cannot win you to this love, go search like nobles, like noble subjects, and in your search spend your adventurous worth, whom if you find and win unto return, you shall like diamonds sit about his crown. First Lord, to wisdom he's a fool that will not yield, and since Lord Helicane enjoineth us, we with our travels will endeavor us. Helicanus, then you love us, we you, and we'll clasp hands. When peers thus knit, a kingdom ever stands. Exeunt. Scene v. Pentapolis. A room in the palace. Enter Simonides reading a letter at one door. The knights meet him. First Knight. Good morrow to the good Simonides. Simonides. Knights, from my daughter this I let you know, that for this 12-month she'll not undertake a married life. Her reason to herself is only known, which yet from her by no means can I get. Second Knight. May we not get access to her, my lord? Simonides. Faith, by no means. She hath so strictly tied her to her chamber, that 'tis impossible. 112 moons more she'll wear Diana's livery. This by the eye of Cynthia hath she vowed, and on her virgin honor will not break it. Third Knight. Loath to bid farewell, we take our leaves. Exeunt Knights. Simonides. So, they are well dispatched. Now to my daughter's letter. She tells me here, she'll wed the stranger knight, or never more to view nor day nor light. 'Tis well, mistress. Your choice agrees with mine. I like that well, nay, how absolute she's in't, not minding whether I dislike or no. Well, I do commend her choice, and will no longer have it be delayed. Soft. Here he comes. I must dissemble it. Enter Pericles. Pericles. All fortune to the good Simonides. Simonides. To you as much, sir. I am beholding to you for your sweet music this last night. I do protest my ears were never better fed with such delightful pleasing harmony. Pericles. It is your grace's pleasure to commend, not my desert. Simonides. Sir, you are music's master. Pericles. The worst of all her scholars, my good lord. Simonides. Let me ask you one thing. What do you think of my daughter, sir? Pericles. A most virtuous princess. Simonides. And she is fair too, is she not? Pericles. As a fair day in summer, wondrous fair. Simonides. Sir, my daughter thinks very well of you. Aye, so well that you must be her master, and she will be your scholar. Therefore look to it. Pericles. I am unworthy for her schoolmaster. Simonides. She thinks not so. Peruse this writing else. Pericles. Aside. What's here? A letter, that she loves the knight of Tyre. 'Tis the king's subtlety to have my life. Oh, seek not to entrap me, gracious lord, a stranger and distressed gentleman, that never aimed so high to love your daughter, but bent all offices to honor her. Simonides. Thou hast bewitched my daughter, and thou art a villain. Pericles. By the gods, I have not. Never did thought of mine levy offense, nor never did my actions yet commence a deed might gain her love or your displeasure. Simonides. Traitor, thou least. Pericles. Traitor? Simonides. I, traitor. Pericles. Even in his throat, unless it be the king that calls me traitor, I return the lie. Simonides. Aside. Now, by the gods, I do applaud his courage. Pericles. My actions are as noble as my thoughts, that never relished of a base descent. I came unto your court for honor's cause, and not to be a rebel to her state. And he that otherwise accounts of me, this sword shall prove he's honor's enemy. Simonides. No? Here comes my daughter. She can witness it. Enter the Isa. Pericles. Then, as you are as virtuous as fair, resolve your angry father, if my tongue did e'er solicit, or my hand subscribe to any syllable that made love to you. Thysa. Why, sir, say if you had, who takes offense at that would make me glad. Simonides. Yeah, mistress, are you so peremptory? Aside. I am glad on't with all my heart. I'll tame you. I'll bring you in subjection. Will you, not having my consent, bestow your love and your affections upon a stranger? Aside. Who, for aught I know, may be, nor can I think the contrary, as great in blood as I myself. Therefore hear you, mistress. Either frame your will to mine, and you, sir, hear you, either be ruled by me, or I will make you man and wife. Nay, come, your hands and lips must seal it too, and being joined, I'll thus your hopes destroy, and for further grief, God give you joy. What, are you both pleased? Thysa. Yes, if you love me, sir. Pericles. Even as my life my blood that fosters it. Simonides. What, are you both agreed? Both. Yes, if't please your majesty. Simonides. It pleaseth me so well, that I will see you wed, and then with what haste you can, get you to bed. Exeunt. Act 3. Enter Gower. Gower. Now sleep is slaked hath the rouse. No din but snores about the house, made louder by the o'erfed breast of this most pompous marriage feast. The cat, with eyne of burning coal, now couches for the mouse's hole, and crickets sing at the oven's mouth, are the blither for their drouth. Hymen hath brought the bride to bed, where, by the loss of maidenhead, a babe is moulded, be ye attent, and time that is so briefly spent with your fine fancies quaintly esh. What's dumb in show I'll plain with speech. Dumb show enter, Pericles, and Simonides at one door with attendants. A messenger meets them, kneels, and gives Pericles a letter. Pericles shows it Simonides. The lords kneel to him, then enter the Isa with child, with Lycorida, a nurse. The king shows her the letter. She rejoices. She and Pericles take leave of her father, and depart, with Lycorida and their attendants, then exeunt Simonides and the rest. By many a dern and painful perch of Pericles the careful search, by the 4 opposing coins, which the world together joins, is made with all due diligence that horse and sail and high expense can stead the quest t last from Tyre. Fame answering the most strange inquire, to the court of King Simonides are letters brought. The 10 hour these. Antiochus and his daughter dead. The men of Tyrus on the head of Helicanus would set on the crown of Tyre, but he will none. The mutiny he there hastes to oppress, says to him, if King Pericles come not home in twice 6 moons, he, obedient to their dooms, will take the crown. The sum of this, brought hither to Pentapolis, why ravished the regions round, and everyone with claps can sound, our heir apparent is a king. Who dreamt, who thought of such a thing? Brief, he must hence depart to Tyre. His queen with child makes her desire, which who shall cross? Along to go. Omit we all their dole and woe. Lycorida, her nurse, she takes, and so to sea their vessel shakes on Neptune's billow. Half the flood hath their keel cut, but fortune's mood varies again. The grizzled north disgorges such a tempest forth, that, as a duck for life that dives, so up and down the poor ship drives. The lady shrieks, and well anear does fall and travail with her fear. And, what ensues in this fell storm shall for itself perform. I know relate, action may conveniently the rest convey. which might not what by me is told. In your imagination hold this stage the ship, upon whose deck the sea-tossed Pericles appears to speak. Exit. Scene I. Enter Pericles on shipboard. Pericles, thou god of this great vast, rebuke these surges, which wash both heaven and hell. And thou that hast upon the wind's command, bind them in brass, having called them from the deep. Oh, still thy deafening, dreadful thunders. Gently quench thy nimble, sulphurous flashes. Oh, how, Lycorida, how does my queen? Thou stormest venomously. Wilt thou spit all thyself? The seaman's whistle is as a whisper in the ears of death, unheard, Lycorida. Lucina, oh, divinest patroness, and midwife gentle to those that cry by night, convey thy deity aboard our dancing boat. Make swift the pangs of my queen's travails. Now, Lycorida, enter Lycorida with an infant. Lycorida, here is a thing too young for such a place, who, if it had conceit, would die, as I am like to do. Take in your arms this piece of your dead queen. Pericles, how, Lycorida? Lycorida, patience, good sir, do not assist the storm. Here's all that is left living of your queen, a little daughter. For the sake of it, be manly and take comfort. Pericles, O you gods, why do you make us love your goodly gifts, and snatch them straight away? We here below recall not what we give, and therein may vie honor with you. Lycorida, patience, good sir, even for this charge. Pericles, now, mild may be thy life, for a more blusterous birth had never babe. Quiet and gentle thy conditions, for thou art the rudeliest welcome to this world that ever was prince's child. Happy what follows. Thou hast as chiding a nativity as fire, air, water, earth, and heaven can make, to herald thee from the womb. Even at the first thy loss is more than can thy portage quit, with all thou canst find here. Now, the good gods throw their best eyes upon't. Enter two sailors. First sailor, what courage, sir? God save you. Pericles, courage enough. I do not fear the flaw. It hath done to me the worst yet. For the love of this poor infant, this fresh new seafarer, I would it would be quiet. First sailor, slack the ballins there. Thou wilt not, wilt thou? Blow, and split thyself. Second sailor, but sea room, and the brine and cloudy billow kiss the moon, I care not. First sailor, sir, your queen must overboard. The sea works high, the wind is loud, and will not lie till the ship be cleared of the dead. Pericles, that's your superstition. First sailor, pardon us, sir. With us at sea it has been still observed, and we are strong in custom, therefore briefly yield her, for she must overboard straight. Pericles, as you think meet, most wretched queen. Lycorida, here she lies, sir. Pericles, a terrible childbed hast thou had, my dear. No light, no fire. Unfriendly elements forgot thee utterly. Nor have I time to give thee hallowed to thy grave, but straight must cast thee, scarcely coffined, in the ooze, where, for a monument upon thy bones and ere remaining lamps, the belching whale and humming water must o'erwhelm thy corpse, lying with simple shells. O Lycorida, bid Nestor bring me spices, ink and paper, my casket and my jewels, and bid Nicander bring me the satin coffer. Lay the babe upon the pillow. Hie thee, whiles I say a priestly farewell to her. Suddenly, woman, exit Lycorida. Second sailor, sir, we have a chest beneath the hatches, caulked and bitumed ready. Pericles, I thank thee, mariner. Say, what coast is this? Second sailor, we are near Tarsus. Pericles, thither, gentle mariner. Alter thy course for Tyre. When canst thou reach it? Second sailor, by break of day, if the wind cease. Pericles, oh, make for Tarsus. There will I visit Cleon, for the babe cannot hold out to Tyrus. There I'll leave it at careful nursing. Go thy ways, good mariner. I'll bring the body presently. Exeunt. Scene 2. Ephesus. A room in Ceramon's house. Enter Ceramon, with a servant, and some persons who have been shipwrecked. Ceramon, Philemon, ho! Enter Philemon. Philemon, doth my lord call? Ceramon, get fire and meat for these poor men. 'T has been a turbulent and stormy night. Servant, I have been in many, but such a night as this, till now, I ne'er endured. Saruman, your master will be dead ere you return. There's nothing can be ministered to nature that can recover him. To Philemon, give this to the apothecary, and tell me how it works. Exeunt all but Saruman. Enter two gentlemen. First gentleman, good morrow. Second gentleman, good morrow to your lordship. Saruman, gentlemen, why do you stir so early? First gentleman, sir, our lodgings, standing bleak upon the sea, shook as the earth did quake. The very principles did seem to rend, and all to topple. Pure surprise and fear made me to quit the house. Second gentleman, that is the cause we trouble you so early. 'Tis not our husbandry. Saruman, oh, you say well. First gentleman, but I much marvel that your lordship, having rich tire about you, should at these early hours shake off the golden slumber of repose. 'Tis most strange. Nature should be so conversant with pain, being thereto not compelled. Saruman, I hold it ever. Virtue and cunning were endowments greater than nobleness and riches. Careless airs may the two latter darken and expend, but immortality attends the former, making a man a god. 'Tis known, I ever have studied physic, through which secret art, by turning o'er authorities, I have, together with my practice, made familiar to me and to my aid the blessed infusions that dwell in vegetives, in metals, stones, and I can speak of the disturbances that nature works, and of her cures, which doth give me a more content and course of true delight than to be thirsty after tottering honor, or tie my pleasure up in silken bags, to please the fool and death. Second gentleman, your honor has through Ephesus poured forth your charity, and hundreds call themselves your creatures, who by you have been restored. And not your knowledge, your personal pain, but even your purse, still open, hath built Lord Saruman such strong renown as time shall never. Enter 2 or 3 servants, with a chest. First servant, so, lift there. Saruman, what's that? First servant, sir, even now, did the sea toss upon our shore this chest? 'Tis of some wreck. Saruman, set down, let's look upon't. Second gentleman, 'tis like a coffin, sir. Saruman, whatever it be, 'tis wondrous heavy, wrench it open straight. If the sea's stomach be o'ercharged with gold, 'tis a good constraint of fortune it belches upon us. Second gentleman, 'tis so, my lord. Saruman, how close 'tis caulked and bitumed. Did the sea cast it up? First servant, I never saw so huge a billow, sir, as tossed it upon shore. Saruman, wrench it open. Soft. It smells most sweetly in my sense. Second gentleman, a delicate odor. Saruman, as ever hit my nostril. So up with it. O you most potent gods! What's here? A corpse. First gentleman, most strange. Saruman, shrouded in cloth of state, bombed and entreasured with full bags of spices. A passport too. Apollo, perfect me in the characters, reads from a scroll. Here I give to understand, if e'er this coffin drives a land, I, King Pericles, have lost this queen, worth all our mundane cost. Who finds her, give her burying. She was the daughter of a king. Besides this treasure for a fee, the gods requite his charity. If thou livest, Pericles, thou hast a heart that even cracks for woe. This chance tonight. Second gentleman, most likely, sir. Saruman, nay, certainly tonight, for look how fresh she looks. They were too rough that threw her in the sea. Make a fire within, fetch hither all my boxes in my closet. Exit a servant. Death may usurp on nature many hours, and yet the fire of life kindle again the o'erpressed spirits. I heard of an Egyptian that had 9 hours lain dead, who was by good appliance recovered. Re-enter a servant with napkins and fire. Well said, the fire and cloths. The rough and woeful music that we have, cause it to sound, beseech you the viol once more. How thou stirst, thou block, the music there. I pray you, give her air. Gentlemen, this queen will live. Nature awakes, a warmth breathes out of her. She hath not been entranced above 5 hours. See how she gins to blow into life's flower again. First gentleman, the heavens, through you, increase our wonder and sets up your fame forever. Saruman, she is alive. Behold, her eyelids, cases to those heavenly jewels which Pericles hath lost, begin to part their fringes of bright gold. The diamonds of a most praised water doth appear, to make the world twice rich live, and make us weep to hear your fate, fair creature, rare as you seem to be. She moves. Thysa, oh dear Diana, where am I? Where's my lord? What world is this? Second gentleman, is not this strange? First gentleman, most rare. Saruman, hush, my gentle neighbors, lend me your hands, to the next chamber bear her. Get linen. Now this matter must be looked to, for her relapse is mortal. Come, come, and Aesculapius guide us. Exeunt, carrying her away. Scene 3, Tarsus. A room in Cleon's house. Enter Pericles, Cleon, Dionysa, and Lycurida with Marina in her arms. Pericles, most honored Cleon, I must needs be gone. My 12 months are expired, and Tyrus stands in a litigious peace. You and your lady take from my heart all thankfulness. The gods make up the rest upon you. Cleon, your shafts of fortune, though they hurt you mortally, yet glance full wanderingly on us. Dionysa, oh, your sweet queen, that the strict fates had pleased you had brought her hither, to have blessed mine eyes with her. Pericles, we cannot but obey. The powers above us could I rage and roar as doth the sea she lies in, yet the end must be as 'tis my gentle babe Marina, whom, for she was born at sea, I have named so. Here I charge your charity withal, leaving her the infant of your care, beseeching you to give her princely training, that she may be mannered as she is born. Cleon, fear not, my lord, but think, your grace that fed my country with your corn, for which the people's prayers still fall upon you, must in your child be thought on. If neglection should therein make me vile, the common body, by you relieved, would force me to my duty. But if to that my nature need a spur, the gods revenge it upon me and mine, to the end of generation. Pericles, I believe you. Your honor and your goodness teach me to't, without your vows, till she be married, madam, by bright Diana, whom we honor, all unscissored shall this hair of mine remain. Though I show ill int, so I take my leave. Good madam, make me blessed in your care in bringing up my child. Dionysa, I have one myself, who shall not be more dear to my respect than yours, my lord. Pericles, madam, my thanks and prayers. Cleon, we'll bring your grace e'en to the edge o' the shore, then give you up to the mast Neptune and the gentlest winds of heaven. Pericles, I will embrace your offer. Come, dearest madam. Oh, no tears, Lycurida, no tears. Look to your little mistress, on whose grace you may depend hereafter. Come, my lord. Exeunt. Scene 4. Ephesus. A room in Saruman's house. Enter Saruman and Thysa. Saruman, madam, this letter, and some certain jewels, lay with you in your coffer, which are at your command. Know you the character? Thysa, it is my lord's. That I was shipped at sea, I well remember, even on my groaning time. But whether they're delivered by the holy gods, I cannot rightly say, but since King Pericles, my wedded lord, I ne'er shall see again, a vestal livery will I take me to, and never more have joy. Saruman, madam, if this you purpose as ye speak, Diana's temple is not distant far, where you may abide till your date expire. Moreover, if you please, a niece of mine shall there attend you. Thysa, my recompense is thanks, that's all. Yet my goodwill is great, though the gift small. Exeunt. Act 4. Enter Gower. Gower. Imagine Pericles arrived at Tyre, welcomed and settled to his own desire. His woeful queen we leave at Ephesus, unto Diana there a votaress. Now to Marina bend your mind, whom our fast-growing scene must find at Tarsus, and by Cleon trained in music's letters, who hath gained of education all the grace, which makes her both the heart and place of general wonder. But, alack, that monster envy, off the rack of earned praise, Marina's life seeks to take off by treason's knife. And in this kind our Cleon hath one daughter, and a full-grown wench even ripe for marriage rite. This maid hight Philoten, and it is said for certain in our story, she would ever with Marina be beat when she weaved the slided silk with fingers long, small, white as milk, or when she would with sharp needle wound the cambric, which she made more sound by hurting it, or when to the lute she sung, and made the night bird mute that still records with moan, or when she would with rich and constant pen veil to her mistress Dien. Still this Philoten contends in skill with absolute Marina. So, the dove of Paphos might with the crow vie feathers white Marina gets all praises, which are paid as debts, and not as given. This so darks in Philoten all graceful marks, that Cleon's wife, with envy rare, a present murderer does prepare for good Marina, that her daughter might stand peerless by this slaughter. The sooner her vile thoughts to stead, Lycorida, our nurse, is dead, and cursed Dionysa hath the pregnant instrument of wrath pressed for this blow. The unborn event I do commend to your content. Only I carry wing time, post on the lame feet of my rhyme, which never could I so convey, unless your thoughts went on my way. Dionysa does appear, with Leonine, a murderer. Exit. Scene I.Tarsus.an open place near the seashore. Enter Dionysa with Leonine. Dionysa, thy oath remember. Thou hast sworn to do't, 'tis but a blow, which never shall be known. Thou canst not do a thing in the world so soon. To yield thee so much profit, let not conscience, which is but cold, inflaming love thy bosom, inflame too nicely. Nor let pity, which even women have cast off, melt thee, but be a soldier to thy purpose. Leonine, I will do't, but yet she is a goodly creature. Dionysa, the fitter, then, the gods should have her. Here she comes weeping for her only mistress' death. Thou art resolved? Leonine, I am resolved. Enter Marina with a basket of flowers. Marina, no, I will rob Tellus of her weed to strew thy green with flowers. The yellows, blues, the purple violets and marigolds shall as a carpet hang upon thy grave, while summer days do last. I me, poor maid, born in a tempest, when my mother died. This world to me is like a lasting storm, worrying me from my friends. Dionysa, how now, Marina? Why do you keep alone? How chance my daughter is not with you? Do not consume your blood with sorrowing. Have you a nurse of me? Lord, how your favors changed with this unprofitable woe. Come, give me your flowers, ere the sea mar it. Walk with Leonine. The air is quick there, and it pierces and sharpens the stomach. Come, Leonine, take her by the arm, walk with her. Marina, no, I pray you. I'll not bereave you of your servant. Dionysa, come, I love the king your father and yourself, with more than foreign heart. We every day expect him here. When he shall come and find our paragon to all reports thus blasted, he will repent the breadth of his great voyage. Blame both my lord and me, that we have taken no care to your best courses. Go, I pray you, walk and be cheerful once again. Reserve that excellent complexion, which did steal the eyes of young and old. Care not for me. I can go home alone. Marina, well, I will go, but yet I have no desire to it. Dionysa, come, I know 'tis good for you. Walk half an hour, Leonine, at the least. Remember what I have said. Leonine, I warrant you, madam. Dionysa, I'll leave you, my sweet lady, for a while. Pray, walk softly. Do not heat your blood. What? I must have a care of you. Marina, my thanks, sweet madam. Exit Dionysa. Is this wind westerly that blows? Leonine, southwest. Marina, when I was born the wind was north. Leonine, was so? Marina, my father, as nurse said, did never fear, but cried good seaman to the sailors, galling his kingly hands, hailing ropes, and clasping to the mast, endured a sea that almost burst the deck. Leonine, when was this? Marina, when I was born. Never was waves nor wind more violent, and from the latter tackle washes off a canvas climber. Ha, says one, wolt out? And with a dropping industry they skip from stem to stern. The boatswain whistles, and the master calls and trebles their confusion. Leonine, come, say your prayers. Marina, What mean you? Leonine, if you require a little space for prayer, I grant it. Pray, but be not tedious, for the gods are quick of ear, and I am sworn to do my work with haste. Marina, why will you kill me? Leonine, to satisfy my lady. Marina, why would she have me killed now? As I can remember, by my troth, I never did her hurt in all my life. I never spake bad word, nor did ill turn to any living creature. Believe me, la, I never killed a mouse nor hurt a fly. I trod upon a worm against my will, but I wept for it. How have I offended, wherein my death might yield her any profit, or my life imply her any danger? Leonine, my commission is not to reason of the deed, but do it. Marina, you will not do't for all the world, I hope. You are well favored, and your looks foreshow you have a gentle heart. I saw you lately, when you caught hurt in parting two that fought. Good sooth, it showed well in you. Do so now. Your lady seeks my life. Come you between, and save poor me, the weaker. Leonine, I am sworn, and will dispatch. He seizes her. Enter pirates. First pirate. Hold, villain. Leonine runs away. Second pirate. A prize. A prize. Third pirate. Half part. Mates, half part. Come, let's have her aboard suddenly. Exeunt pirates with Marina. Re-enter Leonine. Leonine, these roguing thieves serve the great pirate Valdez, and they have seized Marina. Let her go. There's no hope she will return. I'll swear she's dead and thrown into the sea, but I'll see further. Perhaps they will but please themselves upon her, not carry her aboard if she remain. Whom they have ravished must by me be slain. Exit. Scene 2. Mytilene. A room in a brothel. Enter Pander, Baud, and Bolt. Pander, Bolt, Bolt. Sir? Pander, search the market narrowly. Mytilene is full of gallants. We lost too much money this mart by being too winchless. Baud, we were never so much out of creatures. We have but poor 3, and they can do no more than they can do. And they with continual action are even as good as rotten. Pander, therefore let's have fresh ones, whatever we pay for them. If there be not a conscience to be used in every trade, we shall never prosper. Baud, thou sayest true. 'Tis not our bringing up of poor bastards, as, I think, I have brought up some 11. Bolt, I, to 11, and brought them down again, but shall I search the market? Baud, what else, man? The stuff we have, a strong wind will blow it to pieces. They are so pitifully sodden. Pander, thou sayest true. They're too unwholesome. O conscience, the poor Transylvanian is dead, that lay with the little baggage. Bolt, aye, she quickly pooped him. She made him roast meat for worms, but I'll go search the market. Exit. Pander, 3 or 4,000 shekels were as pretty a proportion to live quietly, and so give over. Baud, why to give over, I pray you? Is it a shame to get when we are old? Pander, oh, our credit comes not in like the commodity, nor the commodity wages not with the danger. Therefore, if in our youths we could pick up some pretty estate, 'twere not amiss to keep our door hatched. Besides, the sore terms we stand upon with the gods will be strong with us for giving over. Baud, come, other sorts offend as well as we. Pander, as well as we. Aye, and better too. We offend worse, neither is our profession any trade. It's no calling, but here comes Bolt. Re-enter Bolt, with the pirates and Marina. Bolt, to pirates. Come your ways, my masters. You say she's a virgin? First pirate. Oh, sir, we doubt it not. Bolt, master, I have gone through for this piece, you see. If you like her, so. If not, I have lost my earnest. Baud, Bolt, has she any qualities? Bolt, she has a good face, speaks well, and has excellent good clothes. There's no farther necessity of qualities can make her be refused. Baud, what is her price, Bolt? Bolt, I cannot be baited 1 doit of 1,000 pieces. Pander, well, follow me, my masters. You shall have your money presently, wife. Take her in. Instruct her what she has to do, that she may not be raw in her entertainment. Exeunt Pander and pirates. Baud, Bolt, take you the marks of her, the color of her hair, complexion, height, her age, with warrant of her virginity, and cry, he that will give most shall have her first. Such a maidenhead were no cheap thing. If men were as they have been, get this done as I command you. Bolt. Performance shall follow. Exit. Marina. Alack, that Leonine was so slack, so slow. He should have struck, not spoke. Or that these pirates, not enough barbarous, had not o'erboard thrown me for to seek my mother. Bawd. Why lament you, pretty one? Marina. That I am pretty. Bawd. Come, the gods have done their part in you. Marina. I accuse them not. Bawd. You are light into my hands, where you are like to live. Marina. The more my fault. To scape his hands where I was like to die. Bawd. I, and you shall live in pleasure. Marina. No. Bawd. Yes, indeed shall you, and taste gentlemen of all fashions. You shall fare well. You shall have the difference of all complexions. What? Do you stop your ears? Marina. Are you a woman? Bawd. What would you have me be? An I be not a woman. Marina. An honest woman, or not a woman? Bawd. Mary, whip the gosling. I think I shall have something to do with you. Come, you're a young foolish sapling, and must be bowed as I would have you. Marina. The gods defend me. Bawd. If it please the gods to defend you by men, then men must comfort you. Men must feed you. Men stir you up. Bolt's returned. Re-enter Bolt. Now, sir, hast thou cried her through the market? Bolt. I have cried her almost to the number of her hairs. I have drawn her picture with my voice. Bawd. And I prithee tell me, how dost thou find the inclination of the people, especially of the younger sort? Bolt. Faith, they listened to me as they would have hearkened to their father's testament. There was a Spaniard's mouth so watered, that he went to bed to her very description. Bawd. We shall have him here tomorrow with his best ruff on. Bolt. Tonight, but, mistress, do you know the French knight that cowers I the hams? Bawd. Who, Monsieur Verolles? Bolt. He offered to cut a caper at the proclamation, but he made a groan at it, and swore he would see her tomorrow. Bawd. Well, as for him, he brought his disease hither. Here he does but repair it. I know he will come in our shadow, to scatter his crowns in the sun. Bolt. Well, if we had of every nation a traveler, we should lodge them with this sign. To Marina. Pray you, come hither a while, you have fortunes coming upon you, mark me. You must seem to do that fearfully which you commit willingly, despise profit where you have most gain. Deal weep that you live as ye do makes pity in your lovers. Seldom but that pity begets you a good opinion, and that opinion a mere profit. Marina. I understand you not. Bolt. Oh, take her home, mistress, take her home. These blushes of hers must be quenched with some present practice. Bawd. Thou sayest true. I faith so they must. For your bride goes to that with shame which is her way to go with warrant. Bolt. Faith, some do and some do not, but, mistress, if I have bargained for the joint? Bawd. Thou mayst cut a morsel off the spit. Bolt. I may so. Bawd. Who should deny it? Come, young one. I like the manner of your garments well. Bolt. Ay, by my faith, they shall not be changed yet. Bawd. Bolt, spin thou that in the town. Report what a sojourner we have. You'll lose nothing by custom. When nature framed this piece, she meant thee a good turn. Therefore say what a paragon she is, and thou hast the harvest out of thine own report. Bolt. I warrant you, mistress, thunder shall not so awake the beds of eels as my giving out her beauty stirs up the lewdly inclined. I'll bring home some tonight. Bawd. Come your ways, follow me. Marina. If fires be hot, knives sharp, or waters deep, untied I still my virgin knot will keep. Diana. Aid my purpose. Bawd. What have we to do with Diana? Pray you, will you go with us? Exeunt. Scene 3, Tarsus. A room in Cleon's house. Enter Cleon and Dionysa. Dionysa. Why are you foolish? Can it be undone? Cleon. O Dionysa, such a piece of slaughter the sun and moon ne'er looked upon. Dionysa. I think you'll turn a child again. Cleon. Were I chief lord of all this spacious world, I'd give it to undo the deed. A lady, much less in blood than virtue, yet a princess to equal any single crown. O the earth, I, the justice of compare. O villain Leonine, whom thou hast poisoned too. If thou hadst drunk to him, 't had been a kindness becoming well thy face. What canst thou say when noble Pericles shall demand his child? Dionysa, that she is dead. Nurses are not the fates to foster it, nor ever to preserve. She died at night. I'll say so, who can cross it? Unless you play the pious innocent, and for an honest attribute cry out, she died by foul play. Cleon, oh, go to well. Of all the faults beneath the heavens, the gods do like this worst. Dionysa, be one of those that thinks. The petty wrens of Tarsus will fly hence, and open this to Pericles. I do shame to think of what a noble strain you are, and of how coward a spirit. Cleon, to such proceeding, whoever but his approbation added, though not his prime consent, he did not flow from honorable courses. Dionysa, be it so then. Yet none does know, but you, how she came dead, nor none can know, Leonine being gone. She did disdain my child, and stood between her and her fortunes. None would look on her, but cast their gazes on Marina's face, whilst ours was blurted at and held a malkin not worth the time of day. It pierced me through. And though you call my course unnatural, you not your child well-loving, yet I find it greets me as an enterprise of kindness performed to your sole daughter. Cleon, heavens forgive it. Dionysa, and as for Pericles, what should he say? We wept after her hearse, and yet we mourn. Her monument is almost finished, and her epitaphs in glittering golden characters express a general praise to her, and care in us at whose expense 'tis done. Cleon, thou art like the harpy, which, to betray, dost, with thine angel's face, seize with thine eagle's talons. Dionysa, you are like one that superstitiously doth swear to the gods that winter kills the flies, but yet I know you'll do as I advise. Exeunt. Scene 4. Enter Gower, before the monument of Marina at Tarsus. Gower. Thus time we waste, and long leagues make short. Sail seas and cockles, have and wish but fort. Making, to take your imagination, from bourne to bourne, region to region. By you being pardoned, we commit no crime to use one language in each several clime where our scenes seem to live. I do beseech you to learn of me, who stand I the gaps to teach you. The stages of our story. Pericles is now again thwarting the wayward seas, attended on by many a lord and knight, to see his daughter, all his life's delight. Old Helicanus goes along, behind is left to govern, if you bear in mind, old Ascanes, whom Helicanus late advanced in time to great and high estate. Well-sailing ships and bounteous winds have brought this king to Tarsus. Think his pilot thought. So with his steerage shall your thoughts go on, to fetch his daughter home, who first is gone. Like motes and shadows see them move awhile. Your ears unto your eyes I'll reconcile. Dumb show, enter Pericles. At one door with all his train, Cleon and Dionysa at the other. Cleon shows Pericles the tomb, whereat Pericles makes lamentation, puts on sackcloth, and in a mighty passion departs. Then exeunt Cleon and Dionysa. See how belief may suffer by foul show. This borrowed passion stands for true old woe, and Pericles in sorrow all devoured, with sighs shot through, and biggest tears o'ershowered, leaves Tarsus and again embarks. He swears never to wash his face, nor cut his hairs. He puts on sackcloth, and to sea he bears a tempest, which his mortal vessel tears, and yet he rides it out. Now please you with the epitaph is for Marina, writ by wicked Dionysa. Reads the inscription on Marina's monument. The fairest, sweetest, and best lies here, who withered in her spring of year. She was of Tyrus the king's daughter, on whom foul death hath made this slaughter. Marina was she called, and at her birth, Thetis, being proud, swallowed some part o' the earth. Therefore the earth, fearing to be o'erflowed, hath Thetis birth-child on the heavens bestowed. Wherefore she does, and swears she'll never stint, make raging battery upon shores of flint. No visor does become black villainy, so well as soft and tender flattery. Let Pericles believe his daughter's dead, and bear his courses to be ordered by Lady Fortune. While our scene must play his daughter's woe and heavy well-a-day in her unholy service, patience, then, and think you now are all in Mytilene. Exit. Scene V. Mytilene. A street before the brothel. Enter, from the brothel, two gentlemen. First gentleman. Did you ever hear the like? Second gentleman. No, nor never shall do in such a place as this, she being once gone. First gentleman. But to have divinity preached there, did you ever dream of such a thing? Second gentleman. No, no, come. I am for no more bawdy houses. Shall'st go hear the vestals sing? First gentleman. I'll do anything now that is virtuous, but I am out of the road of rutting forever. Exeunt. Scene 6. The same. A room in the brothel. Enter Pander, Bawd, and Bolt. Pander. Well, I had rather than twice the worth of her she had ne'er come here. Bawd. Fie, fie upon her. She's able to freeze the god Priapus and undo a whole generation. We must either get her ravished, or be rid of her when she should do for clients her fitment, and do me the kindness of our profession. She has me her quirks, her reasons, her master reasons, her prayers, her knees, that she would make a Puritan of the devil, if he should cheapen a kiss of her. Bolt. Faith, I must ravish her, or she'll disfurnish us of all our cavaliers, and make our swearers priests. Pander. Now, the pox upon her green sickness for me. Bawd. Faith, there's no way to be rid on't, but by the way to the pox. Here comes the Lord Lysimachus disguised. Bolt. We should have both lord and loun, if the peevish baggage would but give way to customers. Enter Lysimachus. Lysimachus. How now? How a dozen of virginities? Bawd. Now, the gods to bless your honor. Bolt. I am glad to see your honor in good health. Lysimachus. You may so. 'Tis the better for you that your resorters stand upon sound legs. How now? Wholesome iniquity have you that a man may deal withal, and defy the surgeon. Bawd. We have here one, sir, if she would, but there never came her like in Mytilene. Lysimachus. If she do the deed of darkness, thou wouldst say. Bawd. Your honor knows what 'tis to say well enough. Lysimachus. Well, call forth, call forth. Bolt. For flesh and blood, sir, white and red, you shall see a rose, and she were a rose indeed, if she had but. Lysimachus. What, prithee? Bolt. Oh, sir, I can be modest. Lysimachus. That dignifies the renown of a bawd no less than it gives a good report to a number to be chaste. Exit Bolt. Bawd. Here comes that which grows to the stalk. Never plucked yet, I can assure you. Re-enter Bolt with Marina. Is she not a fair creature? Lysimachus. Faith, she would serve after a long voyage at sea. Well, there's for you. Leave us. Bawd. I beseech your honor, give me leave, a word, and I'll have done presently. Lysimachus. I beseech you, do. Bawd. To Marina. First, I would have you note, this is an honorable man. Marina. I desire to find him so, that I may worthily note him. Bawd. Next, he's the governor of this country, and a man whom I am bound to. Marina. If he govern the country, you are bound to him indeed. But how honorable he is in that, I know not. Bawd. Pray you, without any more virginal fencing, will you use him kindly? He will line your apron with gold. Marina. What he will do graciously, I will thankfully receive. Lysimachus. Ha you done? Bawd. My lord, she's not paced yet. You must take some pains to work her to your manage. Come, we will leave his honor and her together. Go thy ways. Exeunt Bawd, Pander, and Bolt. Lysimachus. Now, pretty one, how long have you been at this trade? Marina. What trade, sir? Lysimachus. Why, I cannot name't, but I shall offend. Marina. I cannot be offended with my trade, please you to name it. Lysimachus. How long have you been of this profession? Marina. E'er since I can remember. Lysimachus. Did you go to't so young? Were you a gamester at 5, or at 7? Marina. Earlier too, sir, if now I be one. Lysimachus. Why, the house you dwell in proclaims you to be a creature of sale. Marina. Do you know this house to be a place of such resort, and will come into't? I hear say you are of honorable parts, and are the governor of this place. Lysimachus. Why, Hath your principal made known unto you who I am? Marina. Who is my principal? Lysimachus. Why, your herb-woman. She that sets seeds and roots of shame and iniquity. Oh, you have heard something of my power, and so stand aloof for more serious wooing. But I protest to thee, pretty one, my authority shall not see thee, or else look friendly upon thee. Come, bring me to some private place. Come, come, Marina. If you were born to honor, show it now. If put upon you, make the judgment good that thought you worthy of it. Lysimachus. How's this? How's this? Some more. Be sage. Marina. For me, that am a maid, though most ungentle fortune have placed me in this sty, where, since I came, diseases have been sold dearer than physic. Oh, that the gods would set me free from this unhallowed place, though they did change me to the meanest bird that flies, I, the purer air. Lysimachus. I did not think thou couldst have spoke so well, ne'er dreamed thou couldst. Had I brought hither a corrupted mind, thy speech had altered it. Hold, here's gold for thee. Persever in that clear way thou goest, and the gods strengthen thee. Marina. The good gods preserve you. Lysimachus. For me, be you though that I came with no ill intent, for to me the very doors and windows savor vilely. Fare thee well, thou art a piece of virtue, and I doubt not but thy training hath been noble. Hold, here's more gold for thee. A curse upon him, die he like a thief, that robs thee of thy goodness. If thou dost hear from me, it shall be for thy good. Re-enter Bolt. Bolt. I beseech your honor, one piece for me. Lysimachus. Avaunt, thou damned doorkeeper. Your house but for this virgin that doth prop it, would sink and overwhelm you away. Exit. Bolt. How's this? We must take another course with you, if your peevish chastity, which is not worth a breakfast in the cheapest country under the cope, shall undo a whole household. Let me be gelded like a spaniel. Come your ways. Marina. Whither would you have me? Bolt. I must have your maidenhead taken off, or the common hangman shall execute it. Come your ways. We'll have no more gentlemen driven away. Come your ways, I say. Re-enter Baud. Baud. How now? What's the matter? Bolt. Worse and worse, mistress. She has here spoken holy words to the Lord Lysimachus. Baud. Oh, abominable. Bolt. She makes our profession as it were to stink afore the face of the gods. Baud. Mary, hang her up forever. Bolt. The nobleman would have dealt with her like a nobleman, and she sent him away as cold as a snowball, saying his prayers too. Baud. Bolt, take her away. Use her at thy pleasure. Crack the glass of her virginity, and make the rest malleable. Bolt. And if she were a thornier piece of ground than she is, she shall be plowed. Marina. Hark, hark, you gods. Baud. She conjures. Away with her. Would she had never come within my doors. Mary, hang you. She's born to undo us. Will you not go the way of womankind? Mary, come up, my dish of chastity with rosemary and bays. Exit. Bolt. Come, mistress, come your way with me. Marina. Whither wilt thou have me? Bolt. To take from you the jewel you hold so dear. Marina. Prithee, tell me one thing first. Bolt. Come now, your one thing? Marina. What canst thou wish thine enemy to be? Bolt. Why, I could wish him to be my master, or rather my mistress. Marina. Neither of these are so bad as thou art, since they do better thee in their command. Thou hold'st a place, for which the pain'st fiend of hell would not in reputation change. Thou art the damned doorkeeper to every coistrel that comes inquiring for his tib. To the choleric fisting of every rogue thy ear is liable. Thy food is such as hath been belched on by infected lungs. Bolt. What would you have me do? Go to the wars, would you? Where a man may serve 7 years for the loss of a leg, and have not money enough in the end to buy him a wooden one. Marina. Do anything but this thou doest, empty old receptacles or common shores of filth. Serve by indenture to the common hangman. Any of these ways are yet better than this. For what thou professest, a baboon, could he speak, would own a name too dear that the gods would safely deliver me from this place. Here's gold for thee. If that thy master would gain by me, proclaim that I can sing, weave, sew, and dance, with other virtues, which I'll keep from boast, and I will undertake all these to teach. I doubt not but this populous city will yield many scholars. Bolt. But can you teach all this you speak of? Marina. Prove that I cannot. Take me home again, and prostitute me to the basest groom that doth frequent your house. Bolt. Well, I will see what I can do for thee. If I can place thee, I will. Marina. But amongst honest women. Bolt. Faith, my acquaintance lies little amongst them, but since my master and mistress have bought you, there's no going but by their consent. Therefore I will make them acquainted with your purpose, and I doubt not but I shall find them tractable enough. Come, I'll do for thee what I can. Come your ways. Exeunt. Act V. Enter Gower. Gower. Marina thus the brothel, scapes, and chances into an honest house, our story says. She sings like one immortal, and she dances as goddess-like to her admired lays. Deep clerks she dumps, and with her nailu composes nature's own shape of bud, bird, branch, or berry, that even her art sisters the natural roses. Her inkle, silk, twin with the rubied cherry. That pupils lacks she none of noble race, who pour their bounty on her. And her gain she gives the cursed bawd, here we her place, and to her father turn our thoughts again. Where we left him, on the sea we there him lost. Whence, driven before the winds, he is arrived here where his daughter dwells. And on this coast suppose him now at anchor, the city strived god Neptune's annual feast to keep. From whence Lysimachus our Tyrian ship espies, his banners sable, trimmed with rich expense, and to him in his barge with fervor hies. In your supposing once more put your sight of heavy Pericles. Think this his bark, where what is done in action more if might, shall be discovered. Please you, sit and hark. Exit. Scene I. On board Pericles' ship, off Mytilene, a close pavilion on deck, with a curtain before it. Pericles within it, reclined on a couch, a barge lying beside the Tyrian vessel. Enter two sailors, one belonging to the Tyrian vessel, the other to the barge. To them Helicanus. Tyrian sailor. To the sailor of Mytilene, where is Lord Helicanus? He can resolve you. Oh, here he is. Sir, there's a barge put off from Mytilene, and in it is Lysimachus the governor, who craves to come aboard. What is your will? Helicanus. That he have his, call up some gentlemen. Tyrian sailor. Ho, gentlemen, my lord calls. Enter 2 or 3 gentlemen. First gentleman. Doth your lordship call? Helicanus. Gentlemen, there is some of worth would come aboard. I pray ye, greet them fairly. The gentleman and the 2 sailors descend and go on board the barge. Enter, from thence, Lysimachus and lords, with the gentleman and the 2 sailors. Tyrian sailor. Sir, this is the man that can, in aught you would, resolve you. Lysimachus. Hail, reverend sir. The gods preserve you. Helicanus. And you, sir, to outlive the age I am, and die as I would do. Lysimachus. You wish me well. Being on shore, honoring of Neptune's triumphs, seeing this goodly vessel ride before us, I made to it, to know of whence you are. Helicanus. First, what is your place? Lysimachus. I am the governor of this place you lie before. Helicanus. Sir, our vessel is of Tyre, in it the king. A man who for this 3 months hath not spoken to anyone, nor taken sustenance but to prorogue his grief. Lysimachus. Upon what ground is his distemperature? Helicanus. 'Twould be too tedious to repeat, but the main grief springs from the loss of a beloved daughter and a wife. Lysimachus. May we not see him? Helicanus. You may, but bootless is your sight. He will not speak to any. Lysimachus. Yet let me obtain my wish. Helicanus. Behold him. Pericles discovered. This was a goodly person, till the disaster that, one mortal night, drove him to this. Lysimachus. Sir King, all hail. The gods preserve you. Hail, royal sir. Helicanus. It is in vain. He will not speak to you. First Lord. Sir, we have a maid in Mytilene, I durst wager, would win some words of him. Lysimachus. 'Tis well bethought. She questionless with her sweet harmony and other chosen attractions would allure and make a battery through his deafened parts, which now are midway stopped. She is all happy as the fairest of all, and, with her fellow maids, is now upon the leafy shelter that abuts against the island's side. Whispers a lord who goes off in the barge of Lysimachus. Helicanus. Sure, all's effectless. Yet nothing we'll omit that bears recovery's name, but, since your kindness we have stretched thus far, let us beseech you that for our gold we may provision have, wherein we are not destitute for want, but weary for the staleness. Lysimachus. O sir, a courtesy, which if we should deny, the most just gods for every graff would send a caterpillar, and so inflict our province. Yet once more let me entreat to know at large the cause of your king's sorrow. Helicanus. Sit, sir, I will recount it to you. But, see, I am prevented. Re-enter from the barge, lord with Marina and a young lady. Lysimachus. Oh, here is the lady that I sent for. Welcome, fair one. Is not a goodly presence? Helicanus. She's a gallant lady. Lysimachus. She's such a one, that, were I well assured came of a gentle kind and noble stock, I'd wish no better choice, and think me rarely wed. Fair one, all goodness that consists in bounty expect even here, where is a kingly patient. If that thy prosperous and artificial feet can draw him but to answer thee in aught, thy sacred physic shall receive such pay as thy desires can wish. Marina. Sir, I will use my utmost skill in his recovery, provided that none but I and my companion may be suffered to come near him. Lysimachus. Come, let us leave her, and the gods make her prosperous. Marina sings. Lysimachus. Marked he your music? Marina. No, nor looked on us. Lysimachus. See, she will speak to him. Marina. Hail, sir. My lord, lend ear. Pericles. Hum, ha. Marina. I am a maid, my lord, that ne'er before invited eyes, but have been gazed on like a comet. She speaks, my lord, that, may be, hath endured a grief might equal yours, if both were justly weight. Though wayward fortune did malign my state, my derivation was from ancestors who stood equivalent with mighty kings. But time hath rooted out my parentage, and to the world and awkward casualties bound me in servitude. Aside, I will desist, but there is something glows upon my cheek, and whispers in mine ear, go not till he speak. Pericles. My fortunes, parentage, good parentage, to equal mine. Was it not thus? What say you? Marina. I said, my lord, if you did know my parentage, you would not do me violence. Pericles. I do think so. Pray you, turn your eyes upon me. You are like something that, what countrywoman? Hear of these shores? Marina. No, nor of any shores. Yet I was mortally brought forth, and am no other than I appear. Pericles. I am great with woe, and shall deliver weeping. My dearest wife was like this maid, and such a one my daughter might have been. My queen's square brows, her stature to an inch, as wand-like straight, as silver-voiced, her eyes as jewel-like encased as richly, in pace another Juno, who starves the ears she feeds, and makes them hungry, the more she gives them speech. Where do you live? Marina. Where I am but a stranger. From the deck you may discern the place. Pericles. Where were you bred? And how achieved you these endowments, which you make more rich to owe? Marina. If I should tell my history, it would seem like lies disdained in the reporting. Pericles. Prithee, speak. Falseness cannot come from thee. For thou look'st modest as justice, and thou seem'st a palace for the crowned truth to dwell in. I will believe thee, and make my senses credit thy relation to points that seem impossible. For thou look'st like one I loved indeed. What were thy friends? Didst thou not say, when I did push thee back, which was when I perceived thee, that thou camest from good descending? Marina. So indeed I did. Pericles. Report thy parentage. I think thou saidst thou hadst been tossed from wrong to injury, and that thou thought'st thy griefs might equal mine, if both were opened. Marina. Some such thing, I said, and said no more, but what my thoughts did warrant me was likely. Pericles, tell thy story. If thine considered prove the 1,000 part of my endurance, thou art a man, and I have suffered like a girl. Yet thou dost look like patience gazing on kings' graves, and smiling extremity out of act. What were thy friends? How lost thou them? Thy name, my most kind virgin? Recount, I do beseech thee. Come, sit by me. Marina. My name is Marina. Pericles. Oh, I am mocked, and thou by some incensed god sent hither to make the world to laugh at me. Marina. Patience, good sir, or here I'll cease. Pericles. Nay, I'll be patient. Thou little know'st how thou dost startle me, to call thyself Marina. Marina, the name, was given me by one that had some power, my father, and a king. Pericles. How? A king's daughter? And called Marina? Marina, you said you would believe me. But, not to be a troubler of your peace, I will end here. Pericles. But are you flesh and blood? Have you a working pulse? And are no fairy? Motion. Well, speak on. Where were you born? And wherefore called Marina? Marina. Called Marina. For I was born at sea. Pericles. At sea. What mother? Marina. My mother was the daughter of a king, who died the minute I was born, as my good nurse Lycorida hath oft delivered weeping. Pericles. Oh, stop there a little. Aside. This is the rarest dream that e'er dull sleep did mock sad fools withal. This cannot be. My daughter buried well. Where were you bred? I'll hear you more, to the bottom of your story, and never interrupt you. Marina. You scorn. Believe me, 'twere best I did give o'er. Pericles. I will believe you by the syllable of what you shall deliver, yet, give me leave. How came you in these parts? Where were you bred? Marina. The king my father did in Tarsus leave me, till cruel Cleon, with his wicked wife, did seek to murder me, and having wooed a villain to attempt it, who having drawn to do't, a crew of pirates came and rescued me, brought me to Mytilene. But, good sir, whither will you have me? Why do you weep? It may be, you think me an impostor. No, good faith. I am the daughter to King Pericles, if good King Pericles be. Pericles. Ho, Helicanus. Enter Helicanus and Lysimachus. Helicanus. Calls my lord? Pericles. Thou art a grave and noble counselor, most wise in general. Tell me, if thou canst, what this maid is, or what is like to be, that thus hath made me weep. Helicanus. I know not, but here is the regent, sir, of Mytilene speaks nobly of her. Lysimachus. She would never tell. Her parentage. Being demanded that, she would sit still and weep. Pericles. O Helicanus, strike me, honored sir. Give me a gash, put me to present pain, lest this great sea of joys rushing upon me urbear the shores of my mortality, and drown me with their sweetness. To Marina. Oh, come hither, thou that begetst him that did thee beget, thou that wast born at sea, buried at Tarsus, and found at sea again. O Helicanus, down on thy knees, thank the holy gods as loud as thunder threatens us. This is Marina. What was thy mother's name? Tell me but that, for truth can never be confirmed enough, though doubts did ever sleep. Marina. First, sir, I pray, what is your title? Pericles. I am Pericles of Tyre. But tell me now my drowned queen's name. As in the rest you said thou hast been godlike perfect, the heir of kingdoms and another life to Pericles thy father. Marina. Is it no more to be your daughter than to say my mother's name was Theisa? Theisa was my mother, who did end the minute I began. Pericles. Now, blessing on thee. Rise, thou art my child. Give me fresh garments, mine own, Helicanus. She is not dead at Tarsus, as she should have been, by savage Cleon. She shall tell thee all. When thou shalt kneel and justify in knowledge she is thy very princess. Who is this? Helicanus. Sir, 'tis the governor of Mytilene, who, hearing of your melancholy state, did come to see you. Pericles. I embrace you. Give me my robes that I am wild in my beholding. O heavens bless my girl. But, hark, what music! Tell Helicanus, my Marina, tell him o'er, point by point, for yet he seems to doubt. How sure you are my daughter, but, What music? Helicanus. My lord, I hear none. Pericles. None. The music of the spheres. List, my Marina. Lysimachus. It is not good to cross him. Give him way. Pericles. Rarest sounds. Do ye not hear? Lysimachus. Music, my lord? I hear. Music. Pericles. Most heavenly music. It nips me unto listening, and thick slumber hangs upon mine eyes. Let me rest. Sleeps. Lysimachus. A pillow for his head. So, leave him all well, my companion friends. If this but answer to my just belief, I'll well remember you. Exeunt all but Pericles. Diana appears to Pericles. As in a vision. Diana, my temple stands in Ephesus. Hie thee thither, and do upon mine altar sacrifice. There, when my maiden priests are met together, before the people all, reveal how thou at sea didst lose thy wife. To mourn thy crosses with thy daughters, call and give them repetition to the life. Or perform my bidding, or thou livest in woe, do it and happy, by my silver bow. Awake and tell thy dream. Disappears. Pericles. Celestial Dian, goddess Argentine, I will obey thee, Helicanus. Re-enter Helicanus. Lysimachus and Marina. Helicanus. Sir? Pericles. My purpose was for Tarsus, there to strike the inhospitable Cleon. But I am for other service first. Toward Ephesus turn our blown sails. Eftsoons I'll tell thee why. To Lysimachus. Shall we refresh us, sir, upon your shore, and give you gold for such provision as our intents will need? Lysimachus. Sir, with all my heart, and when you come ashore I have another suit. Pericles. You shall prevail, were it to woo my daughter, for it seems you have been noble towards her. Lysimachus. Sir, lend me your arm. Pericles. Come, my Marina. Exeunt. Scene 2. Enter Gower before the Temple of Diana at Ephesus. Gower. Now our sands are almost run. More a little, and then dumb. This, my last boon, give me, for such kindness must relieve me, that you aptly will suppose. What pageantry, what feats, what shows, what minstrelsy and pretty din, the regent made in Mytilene, to greet the king so he thrived, that he is promised to be wife to fair Marina, but in no wise till he had done his sacrifice, as Dian bade. Whereto being bound, the interim, pray you, all confound. In feathered briefness sails are filled, and wishes fall out as they're willed. At Ephesus, the temple see, our king and all his company, that he can hither come so soon, is by your fancy's thankful doom. Exit. Scene 3. The Temple of Diana at Ephesus. Theisa standing near the altar, as high priestess. A number of virgins on each side. Cerimon and other inhabitants of Ephesus attending. Enter Pericles with his train. Lysimachus, Helicanus, Marina, and a lady. Pericles. Hail, Dian. To perform thy just command, I here confess myself the king of Tyre, who, fright from my country, did wed at Pentapolis the fair Theisa. At sea in childbed died she, but brought forth a maid child called Marina, whom, O goddess, wears yet thy silver livery. She at Tarsus was nursed with Cleon, who at 14 years he sought to murder, but her better stars brought her to Mytilene, gainst whose shore riding, her fortunes brought the maid aboard us, where by her own most clear remembrance, she made known herself my daughter. Thysa, voice and favor, you are, O royal Pericles. Faints. Pericles. What means the nun? She dies. Help, gentlemen. Cerimon. Noble sir, if you have told Diana's altar true, this is your wife. Pericles. Reverend appearer, no. I threw her overboard with these very arms. Cerimon. Upon this coast, I warrant you. Pericles. 'Tis most certain. Cerimon. Look to the lady. Oh, she's but o'erjoyed. Early in blustering morn this lady was thrown upon this shore. I opened the coffin, found their rich jewels, recovered her, and placed her here in Diana's temple. Pericles. May we see them? Cerimon. Great sir, they shall be brought you to my house, whither I invite you. Look, Theisa is recovered. Thysa. Oh, let me look. If he be none of mine, my sanctity will to my sense bend no licentious ear, but curb it, spite of seeing. Oh, my lord, are you not Pericles? Like him you spake, like him you are. Did you not name a tempest, a birth, and death? Pericles. The voice of dead Thysa. Thysa. That Thysa am I, supposed dead and drowned? Pericles. Immortal Dian. Thysa. Now I know you better. When we with tears parted Pentapolis, the king my father gave you such a ring. Shows a ring. Pericles. This, no more, you gods. Your present kindness makes my past miseries sports. You shall do well, that on the touching of her lips I may melt and no more be seen. Oh, come, be buried a second time within these arms. Marina, my heart, leaps to be gone into my mother's bosom, kneels to Thysa. Pericles, look, who kneels here? Flesh of thy flesh, Thysa, thy burden at the sea, and called Marina, for she was yielded there. Thysa, blessed and mine own. Helicanus, hail, madam, and my queen. Thysa, I know you not. Pericles, you have heard me say, when I did fly from Tyre, I left behind an ancient substitute. Can you remember what I called the man? I have named him oft. Thysa, 'twas Helicanus then. Pericles, still confirmation. Embrace him, dear Thysa. This is he. Now do I long to hear how you were found, how possibly preserved, and who to thank, besides the gods, for this great miracle. Thysa, Lord Cerimon, my lord, this man, through whom the gods have shown their power, that can from first to last resolve you. Pericles, reverend sir, the gods can have no mortal officer more like a god than you. Will you deliver how this dead queen relives? Cerimon, I will, my lord. Beseech you, first go with me to my house, where shall be shown you all was found with her. How she came placed here in the temple, no needful thing omitted. Pericles, pure Dian, bless thee for thy vision. I will offer night oblations to thee, Thysa. This prince, the fair betrothed of your daughter, shall marry her at Pentapolis. And now this ornament makes me look dismal, will I clip to form, and what this 14 years no razor touched to grace thy marriage day, I'll beautify. Thysa, Lord Cerimon hath letters of good credit, sir. My father's dead. Pericles, heavens make a star of him. Yet there, my queen, we'll celebrate their nuptials, and ourselves will in that kingdom spend our following days. Our son and daughter shall in Tyrus reign. Lord Cerimon, we do our longing stay to hear the rest untold, sir. Leads the way. Exeunt. Enter Gower. Gower. In Antiochus and his daughter you have heard of monstrous lust, the due and just reward. In Pericles his queen and daughter seen, although assailed with fortune fierce and keen, virtue preserved from fell destruction's blast, led on by heaven, and crowned with joy at last. In Helicanus may you well descry a figure of truth, of faith, of loyalty. In reverend Cerimon there well appears the worth that learned charity I wears. For wicked Cleon and his wife, when fame had spread their cursed deed, the honored name of Pericles, to rage the city turn, that him and his they in his palace burn. The gods for murder seemed so content to punish, although not done, but meant. So on your patience evermore attending, new joy wait on you. Here our play has ending. Exit. The life and death of King Richard II. Contents. Act I. Scene I. London. A room in the palace. Scene 2. The same. A room in the Duke of Lancaster's palace. Scene 3. Open space. Near Coventry, lists set out, and a throne, heralds, and sea. Attending. Scene 4. London. A room in the King's castle. Act 2. Scene I. London. An apartment in Ely House. Scene 2. The same. A room in the castle. Scene 3. The Wolds in Gloucestershire. Scene 4. A camp in Wales. Act 3. Scene I. Bristol. Bolingbroke's camp. Scene 2. The coast of Wales. A castle in view. Scene 3. Wales before Flint Castle. Scene 4. Langley, the Duke of York's garden. Act 4. Scene I. Westminster Hall. Act V. Scene I. London. A street leading to the Tower. Scene 2. The same. A room in the Duke of York's palace. Scene 3, Windsor. A room in the castle. Scene 4. Another room in the castle. Scene V. Pomfret, the dungeon of the castle. Scene VI. Windsor. An apartment in the castle. Dramatis Personae. King Richard II. John of Gaunt, Duke of Lancaster, uncle to the King Edmund Langley, Duke of York, uncle to the King Henry, surnamed Bolingbroke, Duke of Hereford, son of John of Gaunt, afterwards King Henry IV, Duke of Amerle, son of the Duke of York Thomas Mowbray, Duke of Norfolk, Duke of Surrey, Earl of Salisbury, Lord Berkeley, Bushy, servant to King Richard Bagot, servant to King Richard Green, servant to King Richard Earl of Northumberland, Harry Percy, surnamed Hotspur, his son Lord Ross, Lord Willoughby, Lord Fitzwater, Bishop of Carlisle, Abbot of Westminster, Lord Marshal, Sir Piers of Exton, Sir Stephen Scroop, Captain of a band of Welshmen, Queen to King Richard, Duchess of Gloucester, Duchess of York, Lady attending on the Queen, Lords, Heralds, Officers, Soldiers, Gardeners, Keeper, Messenger, Groom, and other attendants. Scene: dispersely in England and Wales. Act I. Scene I. London. A room in the palace. Enter King Richard, John of Gaunt, with other nobles and attendants. King Richard. Old John of Gaunt, time-honored Lancaster, hast thou, according to thy oath and band, brought hither Henry Hereford, thy bold son, here to make good the boisterous late appeal, which then our leisure would not let us hear, against the Duke of Norfolk, Thomas Mowbray? Gaunt. I have, my liege. King Richard. Tell me, moreover, hast thou sounded him if he appeal the Duke on ancient malice, or worthily, as a good subject should, on some known ground of treachery in him? Gaunt. As near as I could sift him on that argument, on some apparent danger seen in him aimed at your highness, no inveterate malice. King Richard. Then call them to our presence, face to face and frowning brow to brow. Ourselves will hear the accuser and the accused freely speak. High-stomached are they both and full of ire, in rage, deaf as the sea, hasty as fire. Enter Bolingbroke and Mowbray. Bolingbroke. Many years of happy days befall my gracious sovereign, my most loving liege. Mowbray. Each day still better others' happiness until the heavens, envying earth's good hap, add an immortal title to your crown. King Richard. We thank you both, yet one but flatters us, as well appeareth by the cause you come, namely, to appeal each other of high treason. Cousin of Hereford, what dost thou object against the Duke of Norfolk, Thomas Mowbray? Bolingbroke. First, heaven be the record to my speech. In the devotion of a subject's love, tendering the precious safety of my prince, and free from other misbegotten hate, come I appellant to this princely presence. Now, Thomas Mowbray, do I turn to thee, and mark my greeting well. For what I speak my body shall make good upon this earth, or my divine soul answer it in heaven. Thou art a traitor and a miscreant, too good to be so and too bad to live, since the more fair and crystal is the sky, the uglier seem the clouds that in it fly. Once more, the more to aggravate the note, with a foul traitor's name stuff I thy throat, and wish, so please my sovereign, ere I move, what my tongue speaks, my right-drawn sword may prove. Mowbray. Let not my cold words here accuse my zeal. 'Tis not the trial of a woman's war, the bitter clamor of two eager tongues, can arbitrate this cause betwixt us twain. The blood is hot that must be cooled for this. Yet can I not of such tame patience boast as to be hushed and naught at all to say. First, the fair reverence of your highness curbs me from giving reins and spurs to my free speech, which else would post until it had returned these terms of treason doubled down his throat. Setting aside his high blood's royalty, and let him be no kinsman to my liege, I do defy him, and I spit at him, call him a slanderous coward and a villain, which to maintain, I would allow him odds and meet him, were I tied to run afoot even to the frozen ridges of the Alps, or any other ground inhabitable wherever Englishman durst set his foot. Meantime let this defend my loyalty. By all my hopes, most falsely doth he lie. Bolingbroke. Pale trembling coward, there I throw my gage, disclaiming here the kindred of the king. and lay aside my high blood's royalty, which fear, not reverence, makes thee to accept. If guilty dread have left thee so much strength as to take up mine honor's pawn, then stoop. By that and all the rights of knighthood else, will I make good against thee, arm to arm, what I have spoke or thou canst worse devise. Mowbray, I take it up, and by that sword I swear which gently laid my knighthood on my shoulder, I'll answer thee in any fair degree or chivalrous design of knightly trial. And when I mount, alive may I not light if I be traitor or unjustly fight. King Richard, what doth our cousin lay to Mowbray's charge? It must be great that can inherit us so much as of a thought of ill in him. Bolingbroke, look what I speak, my life shall prove it true. That Mowbray hath received 8,000 nobles in name of lendings for your highness soldiers, the which he hath detained for lewd employments, like a false traitor and injurious villain. Besides I say, and will in battle prove, or here or elsewhere to the furthest verge that ever was surveyed by English eye, that all the treasons for these 18 years complotted and contrived in this land fetch from false Mowbray their first head and spring. Further I say, and further will maintain upon his bad life to make all this good, that he did plot the Duke of Gloucester's death, suggest his soon-believing adversaries, and consequently, like a traitor coward, sluiced out his innocent soul through streams of blood, which blood, like sacrificing Abel's, cries even from the tongueless caverns of the earth to me for justice and rough chastisement. And by the glorious worth of my descent, this arm shall do it, or this life be spent. King Richard, how high a pitch his resolution soars. Thomas of Norfolk, what sayst thou to this? Mowbray, oh, let my sovereign turn away his face and bid his ears a little while be deaf, till I have told this slander of his blood, how God and good men hate so foul a liar. King Richard, Mowbray, impartial are our eyes and ears. Were he my brother, nay, my kingdom's heir, as he is but my father's brother's son. Now, by my scepter's awe I make a vow such neighbor nearness to our sacred blood should nothing privilege him, nor partialize the unstooping firmness of my upright soul. He is our subject, Mowbray, so art thou. Free speech and fearless I to thee allow. Mowbray, then, Bolingbroke, as low as to thy heart, through the false passage of thy throat, thou least. 3 parts of that receipt I had for Calais dispersed I duly to his highness soldiers. The other part reserved I by consent, for that my sovereign liege was in my debt upon remainder of a dear account, since last I went to France to fetch his queen. Now swallow down that lie for Gloucester's death. I slew him not, but to my own disgrace neglected my sworn duty in that case. For you, my noble lord of Lancaster, the honorable father to my foe, once did I lay in ambush for your life, a trespass that doth vex my grieved soul. But ere I last received the sacrament I did confess it and exactly begged your grace's pardon, and I hope I had it. This is my fault that as for the rest appealed. It issues from the rancor of a villain, a recreant and most degenerate traitor, which in myself I boldly will defend, and interchangeably hurl down my gage upon this overweening traitor's foot, to prove myself a loyal gentleman even in the best blood chambered in his bosom. In haste whereof most heartily I pray your highness to assign our trial day. King Richard, wrath-kindled gentlemen, be ruled by me. Let's purge this choler without letting blood. This we prescribe, though no physician. Deep malice makes too deep incision. Forget, forgive, conclude, and be agreed. Our doctors say this is no month to bleed. Good uncle, let this end where it begun. We'll calm the Duke of Norfolk, you your son. Gaunt, to be a make-peace shall become my age. Throw down, my son, the Duke of Norfolk's gage. King Richard, and Norfolk, throw down his. Gaunt, when, Harry, when? Obedience bids I should not bid again. King Richard, Norfolk, throw down, we bid. There is no boot. Mowbray, myself I throw, dread sovereign, at thy foot. My life thou shalt command, but not my shame. The one my duty owes, but my fair name, despite of death that lives upon my grave, to dark dishonor's use thou shalt not have. I am disgraced, impeached, and baffled here, pierced to the soul with slander's venomed spear. the which no balm can cure but his heart blood which breathed this poison. King Richard, rage must be withstood. Give me his gauge, lions make leopards tame. Mowbray, yeah, but not change his spots, take but my shame, and I resign my gauge, why dear dear lord. The purest treasure mortal times afford is spotless reputation. That away, men are but gilded loam or painted clay. A jewel in a 10 times barred up chest is a bold spirit in a loyal breast. Mine honor is my life, both grow in one. Take honor from me, and my life is done. Then, dear my liege, mine honor let me try. In that I live, and for that will I die. King Richard, cousin, throw up your gauge. Do you begin? Bolingbroke, oh, God defend my soul from such deep sin. Shall I seem crestfallen in my father's sight? Or with pale beggar fear impeach my height before this outdared dastard? Ere my tongue shall wound my honor with such feeble wrong or sound so base a parle, my teeth shall tear the slavish motive of recanting fear and spit it bleeding in his high disgrace, where shame doth harbor, even in Mowbray's face. Exit Gaunt. King Richard, we were not born to sue, but to command, which since we cannot do to make you friends, be ready, as your lives shall answer it, at Coventry upon St. Lambert's day. There shall your swords and lances arbitrate the swelling difference of your settled hate. Since we cannot atone you, we shall see justice design the victor's chivalry. Lord Marshal, command our officers at arms be ready to direct these home alarms. Exeunt. Scene 2, the same. A room in the Duke of Lancaster's palace. Enter John of Gaunt with the Duchess of Gloucester. Gaunt, alas, the part one had in Woodstock's blood doth more solicit me than your exclaims to stir against the butchers of his life. But since correction lieth in those hands which made the fault that we cannot correct, put we our quarrel to the will of heaven, who, when they see the hours ripe on earth, will rain hot vengeance on offenders' heads. Duchess, finds brotherhood in thee no sharper spur? Hath love in thy old blood no living fire? Edward's 7 sons, whereof thyself art one, were as 7 vials of his sacred blood, or 7 fair branches springing from one root. Some of those 7 are dried by nature's course, some of those branches by the destiny's cut. But Thomas, my dear lord, my life, my Gloucester, 1 vial full of Edward's sacred blood, 1 flourishing branch of his most royal root, is cracked, and all the precious liquor spilt, is hacked down, and his summer leaves all faded, by envy's hand and murder's bloody axe. Ah, Gaunt, his blood was thine. That bed, that womb, that metal, that self-mold, that fashioned thee made him a man. And though thou livest and breathest, yet art thou slain in him, thou dost consent in some large measure to thy father's death in that thou sayest thy wretched brother die, who was the model of thy father's life. Call it not patience, Gaunt, it is despair. In suffering thus thy brother to be slaughtered, thou showest the naked pathway to thy life, teaching stern murder how to butcher thee. That which in mean men we entitle patience is pale cold cowardice in noble breasts. What shall I say? To safeguard thine own life, the best way is to venge my Gloucester's death. Gaunt, God's is the quarrel, for God's substitute, his deputy anointed in his sight, hath caused his death, the which if wrongfully, let heaven revenge, for I may never lift an angry arm against his minister. Duchess, where then, alas, may I complain myself? Gaunt, to God, the widow's champion and defense. Duchess, why then, I will. Farewell, old Gaunt. Thou goest to Coventry, there to behold our cousin Hereford and fell Mowbray fight. Oh, sit my husband's wrongs on Hereford's spear, that it may enter butcher Mowbray's breast. Or if misfortune miss the first career, be Mowbray's sins so heavy in his bosom that they may break his foaming courser's back and throw the rider headlong in the lists, a caitiff recreant to my cousin Hereford. Farewell, old Gaunt, thy sometimes brother's wife with her companion, grief, must end her life. Gaunt, sister, farewell, I must to Coventry. As much good stay with thee as go with me. Duchess, yet one word more, grief boundeth where it falls, not with the empty hollowness, but wait. I take my leave before I have begun, for sorrow ends not when it seemeth done. Commend me to thy brother, Edmund York. Lo, this is all, nay. Yet depart not so. Though this be all, do not so quickly go. I shall remember more, bid him. Ah, what? With all good speed at Plashy visit me. Alack, and what shall good old York there see but empty lodgings and unfurnished walls, unpeopled offices, untrodden stones? And what here there for welcome but my groans? Therefore commend me. Let him not come there to seek out sorrow that dwells everywhere. Desolate, desolate, will I hence and die. The last leave of thee takes my weeping eye. Exeunt. Scene 3, open space, near. Coventry, lists set out, and a throne, heralds, and see. Attending. Enter the Lord Marshal and the Duke of Aumerle. Marshal. My Lord Aumerle, is Harry Hereford armed? Aumerle. Yeah, at all points, and longs to enter in. Marshal. The Duke of Norfolk, spritefully and bold, stays but the summons of the appellant's trumpet. Aumerle. Why then, the champions are prepared and stay for nothing but his Majesty's approach. Enter King Richard, who takes his seat on his throne. Gaunt, Bushy, Bagot, Green, and others, who take their places. A trumpet is sounded, and answered by another trumpet within. Then enter Mowbray in armor, defendant, preceded by a herald. King Richard. Marshal, demand of yonder champion the cause of his arrival here in arms. Ask him his name, and orderly proceed to swear him in the justice of his cause. Marshal. In God's name and the king's, say who thou art, and why thou comest thus knightly clad in arms, against what man thou comest, and what thy quarrel. Speak truly, on thy knighthood and thy oath, as so defend thee heaven and thy valor. Mowbray. My name is Thomas Mowbray, Duke of Norfolk, who hither come engaged by my oath, which God defend a knight should violate, both to defend my loyalty and truth to God, my king, and my succeeding issue, against the Duke of Hereford that appeals me, and by the grace of God and this mine arm, to prove him, in defending of myself, a traitor to my God, my king, and me, and as I truly fight, defend me heaven. He takes his seat. Trumpet sounds, enter. Bolingbroke, appellant, in armor, preceded by a herald. King Richard. Marshal, ask yonder knight in arms both who he is and why he cometh hither thus plated in habiliments of war, and formally, according to our law, depose him in the justice of his cause. Marshal. What is thy name? And wherefore comest thou hither before King Richard in his royal lists? Against whom comest thou? And what's thy quarrel? Speak like a true knight, so defend thee heaven. Bolingbroke. Harry of Hereford, Lancaster, and Derby, am I, who ready here do stand in arms to prove by God's grace and my body's valor, in lists, on Thomas Mowbray, Duke of Norfolk, that he's a traitor foul and dangerous, to God of heaven, King Richard, and to me. And as I truly fight, defend me heaven. Marshal. On pain of death, no person be so bold or daring hardy as to touch the lists, except the marshal and such officers appointed to direct these fair designs. Bolingbroke. Lord Marshal, let me kiss my sovereign's hand and bow my knee before his majesty. For Mowbray and myself are like two men that vow a long and weary pilgrimage. Then let us take a ceremonious leave and loving farewell of our several friends. Marshal. The appellant in all duty greets your highness and craves to kiss your hand and take his leave. King Richard. Descends from his throne. We will descend and fold him in our arms. Cousin of Hereford, as thy cause is right, so be thy fortune in this royal fight. Farewell, my blood, which if today thou shed, lament we may, but not revenge thee dead. Bolingbroke. Oh, let no noble eye profane a tear for me, if I be gored with Mowbray's spear. As confident as is the falcon's flight against a bird, do I with Mowbray fight. My loving lord, I take my leave of you. Of you, my noble cousin, Lord Aumerle. Not sick, although I have to do with death, but lusty, young, and cheerly drawing breath. Lo, as at English feasts, so I re-greet the daintiest last, to make the end most sweet. O thou, the earthly author of my blood, whose youthful spirit in me regenerate, doth with a twofold vigor lift me up to reach at victory above my head. Add proof unto mine armor with thy prayers, and with thy blessings steel my lance's point, that it may enter Mowbray's waxen coat and furbish new the name of John o' Gaunt, even in the lusty haviour of his son. Gaunt, God in thy good cause make thee prosperous. Be swift like lightning in the execution, and let thy blows, doubly redoubled, fall like amazing thunder on the casque of thy adverse pernicious enemy. Rouse up thy youthful blood, be valiant, and live. Bolingbroke, mine innocence and St. George to thrive. He takes his seat. Mowbray, rising. However God or fortune cast my lot, there lives or dies, true to King Richard's throne, a loyal, just, and upright gentleman. Never did captive with a freer heart cast off his chains of bondage and embrace his golden uncontrolled enfranchisement, more than my dancing soul doth celebrate this feast of battle with mine adversary. Most mighty liege, and my companion peers, take from my mouth the wish of happy years. As gentle and as jocund as to jest go I to fight, truth hath a quiet breast. King Richard, farewell, my lord, securely be virtue with valor couched in thine eye. Order the trial, marshal, and begin. The king and the lords return to their seats. Marshal, Harry of Hereford, Lancaster, and Derby, receive thy lance, and God defend the right. Bolingbroke, rising. Strong as a tower in hope, I cry amen. Marshal, to an officer, go bear this lance to Thomas, Duke of Norfolk. First herald, Harry of Hereford, Lancaster, and Derby, stands here for God, his sovereign, and himself, on pain to be found false and recreant, to prove the Duke of Norfolk, Thomas Mowbray, a traitor to his God, his king, and him, and dares him to set forward to the fight. Second herald, here standeth Thomas Mowbray, Duke of Norfolk, on pain to be found false and recreant, both to defend himself and to approve Henry of Hereford, Lancaster, and Derby, to God, his sovereign, and to him disloyal, courageously and with a free desire, attending but the signal to begin. Marshal, sound trumpets, and set forward, combatants. A charge sounded. Stay. The king hath thrown his warder down. King Richard, let them lay by their helmets and their spears, and both return back to their chairs again. Withdraw with us, and let the trumpet sound while we return these dukes what we decree. A long flourish. To the combatants, draw near, and list what with our counsel we have done. For that our kingdom's earth should not be soiled with that dear blood which it hath fostered, and for our eyes do hate the dire aspect of civil wounds ploughed up with neighbors' swords, and for we think the eagle-winged pride of sky-aspiring and ambitious thoughts, with rival-hating envy, set on you to wake our peace, which in our country's cradle draws the sweet infant breath of gentle sleep, which so roused up with boyet-rouse untuned drums, with harsh resounding trumpets' dreadful bray, and grating shock of wrathful iron arms, might from our quiet confines fright fair peace, and make us wade even in our kindred's blood. Therefore we banish you our territories. You, cousin Hereford, upon pain of life, till twice 5 summers have enriched our fields, shall not regreet our fair dominions, but tread the stranger paths of banishment. Bolingbroke, your will be done, this must my comfort be. That sun that warms you here shall shine on me, and those his golden beams to you here lent shall point on me and gild my banishment. King Richard, Norfolk, for thee remains a heavier doom, which I with some unwillingness pronounce. The sly, slow hours shall not determine it the dateless limit of thy dear exile. The hopeless word of never to return breathe I against thee, upon pain of life. Mowbray, a heavy sentence, my most sovereign liege, and all unlooked for from your highness' mouth. A dearer merit, not so deep a maim as to be cast forth in the common air, have I deserved at your highness' hands. The language I have learnt these 40 years, my native English, now I must forego. And now my tongue's use is to me no more than an unstringed viol or a harp, or like a cunning instrument cased up or, being open, put into his hands that knows no touch to tune the harmony. Within my mouth you have engaled my tongue, doubly portcullised with my teeth and lips, and dull unfeeling, barren ignorance is made my jailer to attend on me. I am too old to fawn upon a nurse, too far in years to be a pupil now. What is thy sentence, then, but speechless death, which robs my tongue from breathing native breath. King Richard, it boots thee not to be compassionate, after our sentence planing comes too late. Mowbray, then thus I turn me from my country's light, to dwell in solemn shades of endless night. Retiring, King Richard, return again, and take an oath with thee. Lay on our royal sword your banished hands. Swear by the duty that you owe to God. Our part therein we banish with yourselves, to keep the oath that we administer. You never shall, so help you truth and God, embrace each other's love in banishment, nor never look upon each other's face, nor never write, regreet, nor reconcile this lowering tempest of your homebred hate, nor never by advised purpose meet to plot, contrive, or complot any ill gainst us, our state, our subjects, or our land. Bolingbroke, I swear. Mowbray, and I, to keep all this. Bolingbroke, Norfolk, so far as to mine enemy. By this time, had the king permitted us, one of our souls had wandered in the air, banished this frail sepulchre of our flesh, as now our flesh is banished from this land. Confess thy treasons ere thou fly the realm. Since thou hast far to go, bear not along the clogging burden of a guilty soul. Mowbray, no, Bolingbroke, if ever I were traitor, my name be blotted from the book of life, and I from heaven banished as from hence. But what thou art, God, thou and I do know, and all too soon, I fear, the king shall rue. Farewell, my liege, now no way can I stray, save back to England, all the world's my way. Exit. King Richard, uncle, even in the glasses of thine eyes I see thy grieved heart, thy sad aspect hath from the number of his banished years plucked 4 away. To Bolingbroke, 6 frozen winters spent, return with welcome home from banishment. Bolingbroke, how long a time lies in one little word, for lagging winters and 4 wanton springs end in a word, such as the breath of kings. Gaunt, I thank my liege that in regard of me he shortens 4 years of my son's exile, but little vantage shall I reap thereby, for, ere the 6 years that he hath to spend can change their moons and bring their times about, my oil-dried lamp and time-bewasted light shall be extinct with age and endless night. My inch of taper will be burnt and done, and blindfold death not let me see my son. King Richard, why, uncle, thou hast many years to live. Gaunt, but not a minute, king, that thou canst give. Shorten my days thou canst with sullen sorrow, and pluck nights from me, but not lend a morrow. Thou canst help time to furrow me with age, but stop no wrinkle in his pilgrimage. Thy word is current with him for my death, but dead, thy kingdom cannot buy my breath. King Richard, thy son is banished upon good advice, whereto thy tongue a party verdict gave. Why at our justice seem'st thou then to lour? Gaunt, things sweet to taste prove and digestion sour. You urged me as a judge, but I had rather you would have bid me argue like a father. Oh, had it been a stranger, not my child, to smooth his fault I should have been more mild. A partial slander sought I to avoid, and in the sentence my own life destroyed. Alas, I looked when some of you should say I was too strict to make mine own away, but you gave leave to my unwilling tongue against my will to do myself this wrong. King Richard, cousin, farewell, and uncle, bid him so. 6 years we banish him, and he shall go. Flourish exit King Richard in train. Merle, cousin, farewell, what presence must not know. From where you do remain let paper show. Marshal, my lord, no leave take I, for I will ride, as far as land will let me, by your side. Gaunt, oh, to what purpose dost thou hoard thy words, that thou return'st no greeting to thy friends? Bolingbroke, I have too few to take my leave of you, when the tongue's office should be prodigal to breathe the abundant dolour of the heart. Gaunt, thy grief is but thy absence for a time. Bolingbroke, joy absent, grief is present for that time. Gaunt, what is 6 winters? They are quickly gone. Bolingbroke, to men in joy, but grief makes 1 hour 10. Gaunt, call it a travel that thou taxed for pleasure. Bolingbroke, my heart will sigh when I miscall it so, which finds it an enforced pilgrimage. Gaunt, the sullen passage of thy weary steps esteem, as foil wherein thou art to set the precious jewel of thy home return. Bolingbroke. Nay, rather, every tedious stride I make will but remember me what a deal of world I wander from the jewels that I love. Must I not serve a long apprenticehood to foreign passages, and in the end, having my freedom, boast of nothing else but that I was a journeyman to grief? Gone. All places that the eye of heaven visits are to a wise man ports and happy havens. Teach thy necessity to reason thus. There is no virtue like necessity. Think not the king did banish thee, but thou the king, woe doth the heavier sit where it perceives it is but faintly born. Go, say I sent thee forth to purchase honor, and not the king exiled thee. Or suppose devouring pestilence hangs in our air, and thou art flying to a fresher clime. Look what thy soul holds dear. Imagine it to lie that way thou goest, not whence thou comest. Suppose the singing birds musicians, the grass whereon thou treadst the presents strewed, the flowers fair ladies, and thy steps no more than a delightful measure or a dance. For gnarling sorrow hath less power to bite the man that mocks at it and sets it light. Bolingbroke. Oh, who can hold a fire in his hand by thinking on the frosty Caucasus, or cloy the hungry edge of appetite by bare imagination of a feast, or wallow naked in December snow by thinking on fantastic summer's heat? Oh no, the apprehension of the good gives but the greater feeling to the worse. Fell sorrow's tooth doth never rankle more than when it bites but lanceth not the sore. Gaunt. Come, come, my son, I'll bring thee on thy way. Had I thy youth and cause, I would not stay. Bolingbroke. Then, England's ground, farewell. Sweet soil, adieu. My mother and my nurse that bears me yet. Where'er I wander, boast of this I can, though banished, yet a true-born Englishman. Exeunt. Scene 4. London. A room in the king's castle. Enter King Richard, Green, and Bagot at one door, Emerl at another. King Richard. We did observe. Cousin Emerl, how far brought you High Hereford on his way? Emerl. I brought High Hereford, if you call him so, but to the next highway, and there I left him. King Richard. And say, what store of parting tears were shed? Emerl. Faith, none for me, except the northeast wind, which then blew bitterly against our faces, awaked the sleeping room, and so by chance did grace our hollow parting with a tear. King Richard. What said our cousin when you parted with him? Emerl. Farewell. And, for my heart disdained that my tongue should so profane the word, that taught me craft to counterfeit oppression of such grief that words seemed buried in my sorrow's grave. Marry, would the word farewell have lengthened hours and added years to his short banishment, he should have had a volume of farewells, but since it would not, he had none of me. King Richard. He is our cousin, but 'tis doubt, when time shall call him home from banishment, whether our kinsmen come to see his friends. Ourself and Bushy, Bagot here and Green, observed his courtship to the common people, how he did seem to dive into their hearts with humble and familiar courtesy, what reverence he did throw away on slaves, wooing poor craftsmen with the craft of smiles and patient underbearing of his fortune, as 'twere to banish their affects with him. Off goes his bonnet to an oyster wench. A brace of draymen bid God speed him well, and had the tribute of his supple knee, with thanks, my countrymen, my loving friends, as were our England in reversion his, and he our subjects' next degree and hope. Green. Well, he is gone, and with him go these thoughts. Now for the rebels which stand out in Ireland, expedient manage must be made. My liege, ere further leisure yield them further means for their advantage and your highness loss. King Richard. We will ourself in person to this war, and for our coffers, with too great a court and liberal largesse, are grown somewhat light, we are enforced to farm our royal realm, the revenue whereof shall furnish us for our affairs in hand. If that come short, our substitutes at home shall have blank charters whereto, when they shall know what men are rich, they shall subscribe them for large sums of gold, and send them after to supply our wants, for we will make for Ireland presently. Enter Bushy. Bushy, what news? Bushy. Old John of Gaunt is grievous sick, my lord, suddenly taken, and hath sent post-haste to entreat your majesty to visit him. King Richard. Where lies he? Bushy. At Ely House. King Richard. Now put it, God, in his physician's mind to help him to his grave immediately. The lining of his coffers shall make coats to deck our soldiers for these Irish wars. Come, gentlemen, let's all go visit him. Pray God we may make haste and come too late. All. Amen. Exeunt. Act 2. Scene I. London.An apartment in Ely House. Gaunt on a couch, the Duke of York and others standing by him. Gaunt. Will the king come, that I may breathe my last and wholesome counsel to his unstayed youth? York. Vex not yourself, nor strive not with your breath, for all in vain comes counsel to his ear. Gaunt. Oh, but they say the tongues of dying men enforce attention like deep harmony. Where words are scarce, they are seldom spent in vain, for they breathe truth that breathe their words in pain. He that no more must say is listened more than they whom youth and ease have taught to glose. More are men's ends marked than their lives before. The setting sun and music at the close, as the last taste of sweets, is sweetest last, writ in remembrance more than things long past. Though Richard my life's counsel would not hear, my death's sad tale may yet undeaf his ear. York. No, it is stopped with other flattering sounds as praises, of whose state the wise are fond. Lascivious meters, to whose venom sound the open ear of youth doth always listen. Report of fashions in proud Italy.